A beggar's theft. Qing Nation. Salt City. Song Wen clutched two coarse buns salvaged from a refuse bin, his heart brimming with joy. The coarse grains within the buns were distinctly visible. Yet fortunately, the refuse bin contained little broth, leaving the buns relatively clean and untainted by excessive filth. He brushed aside two wilted leaves clinging to the buns, disregarding the foul stench emanating from a bin, and began to devour the buns voraciously. The cold, rough texture of the buns, devoid of any moisture, made them exceedingly difficult to swallow. Nevertheless, Song Wen paid no mind and stuffed one bun into his mouth. The dry morsel lodged uncomfortably in his throat, nearly choking him. After a struggle, he finally swallowed the bun, providing a slight reprieve to his gnawing hunger, yet it still failed to satiate him. Having traversed into this world for 2 days, this was his first meal. As he regained his composure, he noticed a 10-year-old beggar boy standing before him, his eyes filled with longing as he gazed at the remaining bun in Song Wen's hand. Song Wen glanced at the frail boy and then at the bun. After a brief moment of hesitation, he brought the bun towards his mouth with no intention of sharing it with the beggar. In this ancient-like world, he found that the skills and knowledge he had acquired in modern society were utterly useless. Making his survival exceedingly challenging, he had no time to pity a stranger. Just as the bun was about to enter Song Wen's mouth, the beggar boy's expression suddenly turned fierce. With a swift motion, the boy dashed forward, leaping 2 feet into the air, his hands reaching for the bun in Song Wen's grasp. Simultaneously, the boy opened his filthy mouth, revealing yellowed teeth, and aimed to bite down on Song Wen's arm. Taken aback by the boy's audacity, Song Wen's initial surprise quickly morphed into fury. He had once lived a stable life in modern society. Though not affluent, he had never worried about food. Now, inexplicably thrust into this world with little means to sustain himself, he felt a surge of rage at being accosted by a mere child. The fire of anger within him sought an outlet, and his demeanor turned menacing. "Get lost." With that, he swung his arm at the beggar boy. Though his body, transformed to resemble that of a 14 or 15-year-old, did not appear particularly imposing, it was still more robust compared to the malnourished beggar. His arm struck the boy's face, causing blood to spurt from the child's nose. However, Song Wen underestimated the boy's tenacity. Rather than being knocked away, the beggar clung to Song Wen's arm and bit down fiercely. Throughout this exchange, the boy's fierce expression remained unchanged, his eyes fixated on the bun. In pain, Song Wen's expression grew increasingly ferocious. "You little beast, how dare you bite me? He'll kill you." He lifted his knee and forcefully drove it into the boy's chest. The boy, struck hard, weakened and released his grip on Song Wen's arm, his body flying backward and crashing onto the filthy ground several feet away. Seething with anger, Song Wen had no intention of letting the boy go. He advanced and kicked the boy in the chest, sending him sprawling a yard away, blood spilling from the boy's mouth, clearly injured internally. Only then did he relent. As he turned to leave, he was taken aback to find the beggar staring at him with a venomous glare. The boy's gaze sent a chill down Song Wen's spine, and an unsettling feeling crept into his heart. As a newcomer with no strength or connections, it was prudent to avoid offending anyone, even a lowly beggar. Who knew what dark forces might be protecting the boy? Song Wen held the boy's gaze for a long moment, contemplating the possibility of eliminating the threat. They were situated in a narrow, dim alley, usually devoid of passers-by. He believed he could easily dispose of the beggar without anyone noticing. Even if someone did discover it, the death of a beggar would hardly raise an eyebrow. In this lawless realm of Salt City, countless impoverished souls perished daily, and the authorities remained indifferent. Out of the corner of his eye, Song Wen noticed a smooth, large pebble at the alley's corner, its surface hard and unyielding, certainly more so than the boy's head. The suffering he had endured over the past 2 days surged within him, and a torrent of resentment erupted, shattering the moral compass ingrained in him over 30 years of modern life. His face twisted into a mask of terror. Having witnessed much violence and chaos, it felt as if the inner demon he had long suppressed was awakening. While others acted with impunity in this ruthless world, why should he adhere to the moral standards of his former life? He turned towards the stone, and the beggar's expression shifted to one of dread. Suddenly, 2 servants from wealthy households appeared at the alley's entrance, carrying a refuse bin. The arrival of outsiders snapped Song Wen back to reality, hiding the dark thoughts that had consumed him. Realizing the gravity of his intentions, he felt a mix of disappointment and relief. Shaking his head, he exited the alley. As he stepped onto the street, he was met with a surge of people rushing towards him, their voices calling, "Hurry up! The Heavenly Fiend Gang is recruiting. If you're late, there won't be any opportunity." The name of the Heavenly Fiend Gang had become almost a mantra for Song Wen over the past 2 days. It was an undeniable powerhouse in Salt City, often surpassing the local authorities in influence. Yet, their reputation was far from pristine. They had committed numerous heinous acts. Song Wen joined the throng, eager to reach the street. The prospect of employment meant wages, which in turn promised clean food and the end of his struggle for scraps with beggars. With determination, he pushed through the crowd until he finally spotted a notice affixed to a wall at the corner. The text resembled traditional Chinese characters, and although he had never studied them, he could grasp the general meaning. The notice proclaimed that the Heavenly Fiend Gang was seeking children aged 7 to 12 to join their ranks and learn martial arts, promising them a bright future and substantial rewards for their families. Upon reading the announcement, disappointment washed over Song Wen. It became clear that the Heavenly Fiend Gang was not merely hiring laborers, but was instead recruiting new members. Moreover, the age requirement excluded him, as his current form was not within the specified range. He attempted to push through the crowd to leave, when suddenly, a commanding voice rang out amid the cacophony. "Hey, you there! Wait a moment!" Though he heard the shout, Song Wen did not believe it was directed at him and continued to press forward. "You there, I'm talking to you. If you don't stop, do you think my words hold no weight in Salt City?" The voice behind him grew increasingly irate. Cautious and wary in this unfamiliar place, Song Wen halted, turning to discern if the speaker was indeed addressing him. As he turned, he saw a man with a distinctive mustache, exuding an air of trouble, glaring at him with ill intent. Behind the man stood two robust figures, all clad in the attire of the Tiansha gang. Song Wen's brow furrowed instantly, a sense of foreboding washing over him as he pondered how he had inadvertently offended this so-called dogmaster. Once an inconspicuous salesman on Blue Star, Song Wen's years of experience had not bestowed upon him wealth, yet they had imparted the invaluable skill of adapting his speech to suit his audience, whether human or ghost, discerning the right approach for each individual. A sycophantic smile graced his face as he approached the dogmaster, bowing slightly and hastening his steps. With an ingratiating tone, he said, "Dogmaster, you have summoned me. What is your command?" Though internally discontent with his own demeanor, Song Wen understood well that in this lawless world, survival necessitated a certain degree of subservience. To offend the local tyrant upon his arrival would only lead to one of two fates: becoming a formidable dragon crossing the river or a fool courting his own demise. Go Hang felt a deep satisfaction with Song Wen's humble demeanor. The anger on his face dissipated as he scrutinized Song Wen and inquired, "Are you literate?" He had clearly observed Song Wen pushing through the crowd, examining the notice, and then turning away in disappointment. No one had explained the content of the notice, and based on Song Wen's series of reactions, it was not difficult to deduce that he could indeed read. Taken aback by the question, Song Wen had not anticipated that this matter would draw attention. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind as he weighed the pros and cons of how to respond. After careful consideration, he resolved to answer truthfully. This man, known as the Dogmaster, possessed keen observational skills and likely would not be easily deceived. Having made his decision, Song Wen lowered his posture further, his sycophantic smile becoming more pronounced. "In my youth, I attended a private school for a few years and learned some characters," he replied. His demeanor calm and unruffled, spinning a lie that would be imperceptible to outsiders. Go Hang nodded in approval, his gaze towards Song Wen now tinged with admiration. The scholars he had encountered in the past often prided themselves on their superiority, even to the point of being unable to afford a meal, showing little interest in his overtures simply because he was a mere low-level leader of the Tiansha gang. Today, encountering a literate individual who was so astutely aware of the situation and respectful in public was a source of great satisfaction for Go Hang's vanity. "How old are you?" he asked, holding his head high to maintain his proud persona. 16, Song Wen replied, deliberately inflating his age slightly to avoid being looked down upon. "What is your name?" "Song Wen," came the reply. Go Hang nodded again, continuing his inquiry. "How do you earn a living?" I write letters for people and earn a meager income to get by, Song Wen fabricated further. Go Hang then inquired about Song Wen's family background. Song Wen portrayed himself as having fallen from a once prosperous family, orphaned and without relatives. Join me in the Tian Sha gang, and with my introduction, you can smoothly become a member and earn a monthly salary of 1 or 2 taels of silver. It must be said that in the extremely literate deficient Qian Kingdom, the treatment of scholars was still rather favorable. Given the current prices in Qian Kingdom, 1 or 2 taels of silver was sufficient to sustain a family for a month. A look of hesitation crossed Song Wen's face. He instinctively recoiled from the sudden kindness of a stranger. Go Hang did not strike him as a benevolent individual, and he questioned whether everything could be as good as he claimed. What? Do you despise my Tian Sha gang? Go Hang's displeased voice cut through the air. Song Wen plastered a false smile on his face, hastily explaining, Dog Master, you misunderstand. It's merely that my learning is shallow, and I fear I might hinder your important matters. If I am not afraid, why should you be? Go Hang retorted, his tone laced with veiled threat. Sensing the shift, Song Wen immediately donned a grateful smile, responding, Thank you, Dog Master. I will certainly look up to you and be willing to risk everything for you. His eyes brimmed with sincere gratitude, as if he had encountered a benefactor akin to a reborn parent. The fervor and admiration in his gaze made Go Hang feel elated. It had been a long time since he had experienced such reverence. Go Hang then rummaged in his subordinate's arms and produced half a pancake. Seeing your pallor, it seems you haven't had a proper meal in a while. Here, take this half pancake I didn't finish this morning. Thank you for your generosity, Dog Master. Song Wen accepted the pancake, devouring it ravenously. This was motivated by both genuine hunger and the desire to further appease Go Hang's vanity. As he consumed the pancake, he silently contemplated the situation. It seemed that the treatment of Tian Sha gang members was not as favorable as he had imagined. Otherwise, Go Hang would not have hesitated to part with half a pancake. However, upon deeper reflection, if Go Hang's assertions were true, joining the Tian Sha gang would not be a loss. The Tian Sha gang was the largest dark force in Yinqing, and entering as a scholar would likely spare him from the more violent and perilous aspects, ensuring his safety while addressing his basic needs. Given his current predicament, this appeared to be the best option available. All of this he owed to the seemingly simple-minded Go Hang, who, despite lacking intelligence, had indeed resolved his most pressing survival concerns. Go Hang had come to the street to post and announce the Tian Sha gang's recruitment of children. He had loudly proclaimed the contents of the notice. Though he was illiterate himself, someone had informed him of the notice's content beforehand, and then he took Song Wen away. After navigating past numerous vigilant young members of the Tian Sha gang, they finally arrived at the gang's headquarters. The premises were expansive, and under Go Hang's guidance, they meandered through several turns until they reached a row of buildings. Entering one of the rooms, Go Hang respectfully addressed an elderly man, saying, Elder Yan. I have found a newcomer. He is a literate scholar. Elder Yan, over 50 years of age, had reached an advanced age in these tumultuous times marked by scarcity of medicine and care. With cloudy eyes, he scrutinized Song Wen, then tossed a small booklet at him. Read the contents of this booklet aloud, he commanded, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Understanding this was a test, Song Wen caught the booklet, thinking to himself, this is akin to an ancient job interview. He opened the booklet and began to read aloud. Heaven and earth, profound and yellow, the universe vast and ancient. The sun and moon wax and wane, the celestial bodies align. Cold comes and summer goes, autumn harvests and winter stores. Enough. That will suffice. Elder Yan interrupted him after he had read a little over 100 characters. Turning to Go Hang, he remarked, You are fortunate. The Extremine Elder is currently recruiting a new batch of literate young individuals, and this lad fits the bill perfectly. Go Hang rubbed his hands together, his demeanor slightly awkward as he chuckled. Elder Yan, I've heard there are rewards for recruiting scholars at the Extreme Elder's place. What do you think? Elder Yan laughed. Your news is quite timely. I thought you were just lucky to stumble upon this. It seems you came prepared. Go to the treasury and collect 10 taels as a reward. Thank you, Elder Yan. Go Hang bowed and smiled broadly. Meanwhile, Song Wen, observing the exchange, felt utterly bewildered. What was the situation? Why would recruiting a scholar come with 10 taels of silver? In Yinqing, 10 taels could buy 2 lovely young maidens. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He felt as if he had been sold. Earlier, he had felt a sense of superiority, believing he had outsmarted Go Hang. But it turned out the fool was himself. Watching Go Hang turn to leave, Song Wen clung to the last shred of hope and called out, "Dogmaster, you said you would take me to enjoy the good life." Go Hang cast a disdainful glance back at Song Wen, his eyes filled with coldness and mockery. Without a word, he turned and departed, quickly vanishing from sight. As a mere petty thug, how could he possibly offer you a life of luxury? Going to the extreme elder is a privilege many covet. That is a celestial opportunity. Do not be so ungrateful. Elder Yan's icy voice echoed behind Song Wen. Bring this lad to the extreme elder. Two burly men entered from outside, each wielding a 3-foot steel blade. With a clang, one of the blades was unsheathed, the gleaming steel reflecting a chilling light that stung Song Wen's eyes. "Kid, I advise you to behave. Do not act recklessly," one of the men warned in a frigid tone. Song Wen's was filled with rage and resentment. He did not believe a single word of the so-called celestial fate spoken by the old man Yan. If it were truly the coveted celestial destiny that everyone envied, would it still require abduction and coercion to recruit individuals? Nonetheless, confronted with the chilling steel blade, he could do nothing but reluctantly accept the harsh reality. The weak must submit to the whims of the strong. Yet, as he followed two burly men away, his fists were clenched tightly, resolutely. Chapter 3. Celestial Fate. After a quarter of an hour's walk, the three finally arrived at a secluded corner of the Heavenly Fiend gang. Nestled against the mountains, there lay an isolated courtyard. Surrounding the courtyard were over 100 guards, armed with steel blades and crossbows. These sentinels bore cold expressions and towering figures, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure. Upon entering the courtyard, one was greeted by rows of guest rooms. At the foot of the mountain stood a 2-story independent building. The area surrounding the building had been cultivated into neatly arranged plots, where various unidentified herbs were grown. A burly man gestured towards the guest rooms and commanded, "Choose any vacant room to reside in. Meals will be delivered thrice daily, and you are prohibited from leaving your room until summoned." With that, the man coldly regarded Song Wen, as if urging him to select a room promptly. Song Wen casually picked an unoccupied room and stepped inside. The room contained a set of tables and chairs, a bed covered with bedding, and a teapot resting on the table, nothing more. After surveying the room, he turned to close the door. As he did so, he discreetly glanced outside. Two burly men had already departed the courtyard, and beyond it lay a heavy guard, showing no concern for any potential mischief from Song Wen. Once the door was shut, Song Wen's demeanor transformed into one of fury and resentment. He had been suppressing the anger boiling within him. The oppressive dominance of the Heavenly Fiend gang and his own insignificance filled him with a sense of humiliation and hatred. In that moment, he yearned for strength. Just the previous day, while begging outside a tea house, he had overheard discussions among patrons about martial artists capable of scaling walls and defying gravity in this world. He longed to be a formidable warrior, able to wreak havoc upon the entire Heavenly Fiend gang. Confined within the room, Song Wen endured 7 days of isolation. Initially, he was consumed by rage at the gang's tyranny and brutality. The feeling of being utterly powerless, akin to a fish on a butcher's block, was unbearable. Fortunately, meals were delivered punctually each day, with decent provisions of vegetables and meat. As the days passed, his emotions gradually settled. By the final 2 days, he had come to understand that the confinement was likely a deliberate tactic by the Heavenly Fiend gang to extinguish their rebellious spirits and force them to accept their grim reality. On the 8th day, Song Wen finally heard a voice from outside. "All individuals, exit your rooms immediately. Those who delay will face severe punishment." Following this, the sound of doors opening echoed around him. Song Wen too opened his door and stepped out. Before him stood a scattered group of around 100 youths in the courtyard, while a dozen armed members of the Heavenly Fiend gang loomed in the distance. These youths, huddled in small clusters, were evidently coerced into this situation, many murmuring their discontent. They were all locals from Yinxing, aware of the gang's might. And though their hearts brimmed with anger and indignation, they could only whisper and gesture at the guards, too fearful to express their outrage openly. Among them was a particularly rotund young man, dressed in finery, who stood out among the otherwise lean and impoverished youths. Infuriated, he shouted, "You Heavenly Fiend gang have the audacity to kidnap me. My father, Zhang is the county magistrate of Qingyuan. Return me at once." His loud protests drew the attention of everyone present, including Song Wen, who was intrigued by how the gang would handle this chubby youth. Would he be merely a foolish son of a landlord, unable to grasp reality, Or had the gang inadvertently stirred up trouble? The guards, while showing some hesitation, remained unfazed. They had clearly heard the chubby youth mention his status before. However, they found themselves in a dilemma regarding how to deal with him. At that moment, a figure emerged from behind the guards. The newcomer, appearing to be in his 40s, was slender and sported a distinctive mustache. Observing the yelling youth, impatience flickered in his eyes. He raised his right hand, revealing a piece of yellow talisman paper, and with a dismissive command, uttered, "Go." The talisman instantly transformed into a cloud of ashes, conjuring a fireball the size of a human head. This fireball radiated an intense heat that seemed to warp the very air around it. With a ferocious rush, it sped towards the chubby youth, who, upon seeing the fiery orb approaching, was gripped by terror. Just as the thought of fleeing crossed his mind, the fireball struck his chest. The impact sent his hefty form soaring through the air. "Ah!" he screamed in anguish, as the searing flames rapidly engulfed him. Before his body could even touch the ground, he had become a living inferno, the crackling sound of burning fat filling the air, soon followed by the stench of charred flesh. Within mere breaths, the once vibrant individual had been reduced to nothing but a pile of ashes, without a trace of bone left. All present were left stunned by the sudden turn of events. 100 young faces pale with fear, rendered silent by the horrifying sight of the chubby youth's fiery demise. Even Song Wen, who had lived 2 lives, was taken aback. He was both terrified by the audacity of the heavenly fiend gang in publicly executing the magistrate's son and astonished by the mustachioed man's abilities. The summoning of the fireball using a mere talisman seemed beyond the capabilities of a mere martial artist. It resembled the powers attributed to legendary immortals from his previous life. Could this world truly be one of cultivation? As Song Wen grappled with his thoughts, a young man in tattered clothing suddenly knelt, a mix of fear and yearning in his expression. "He is an immortal," he exclaimed. His cry jolted the crowd, and soon, many others dropped to their knees, paying homage to the mustachioed figure. The extraordinary and ruthless display of power had swiftly extinguished the rebellious spirits of the majority. Song Wen, compelled by the overwhelming reaction, too knelt. A tempest of emotions surged within him. This was true power, far beyond the vaunted skills of the so-called heroes of the realm. One day, he vowed, he too would possess such strength. After enduring days of injustice, his eyes gleamed with determination. This immortal power could transform him into a formidable force in this world, freeing him from the shackles of oppression. Not only were the youths awestruck by the mustachioed man's supernatural abilities, but even the guards of the heavenly fiend gang displayed visible fear in their eyes. Sensing the atmosphere, the mustachioed man smirked with satisfaction. His display had achieved the desired effect. Surveying the kneeling youths, an air of superiority enveloped him, as if he were the master of their fates. "I am a practitioner of the immortal path, known as the Great Een Master, following the righteous Taoist teachings. Fear not. I have gathered you all to bestow upon you a grand opportunity, a chance to ascend and seek eternal life. In the forthcoming month, I shall personally impart to you the celestial art of longevity technique. Those who successfully draw the energy into their bodies within this period shall be honored as my direct disciples. I hope you will cherish this extraordinary opportunity. Those who can harness this energy, even if they do not attain immortality, will acquire formidable strength, and wealth and prosperity will be within easy reach." As the words of Ji Een resonated, an immediate fervor erupted among the young aspirants, all gazing at Ji Een with eager eyes, brimming with anticipation and desire. Song Wen, too, felt a surge of excitement, for he had not anticipated that such an opportunity for celestial enlightenment could be so readily available. Yet, simultaneously, a sense of caution arose within him. Ji Yin's mastery over human emotions was indeed formidable. First, he had intimidated the crowd with his formidable presence, and then he dangled the prospect of celestial fortune as a means to win their hearts. This is a classic tactic of offering a blow before presenting a reward, ensuring that the young practitioners of longevity technique would exert their utmost effort and dedication. However, the situation is likely not as simple as Ji Een portrays it, who would selflessly bestow celestial chances upon others without ulterior motives. It is evident that Ji Een harbors some scheme. This celestial opportunity may not be as easily attainable as it appears. Chapter 4. Perceiving the spiritual energy of heaven and earth sitting cross-legged, one must cultivate tranquility and naturalness. The lips gently come together, breathing slowly and rhythmically. The hands should be firmly clasped. The eyes must gaze steadily ahead, gathering the luminous essence of the spirit to reach the heart of the heavens. Ji-in began to elucidate the first layer of the qi cultivation method of the longevity skill. His explanation was meticulous, almost word for word, interspersed with many personal insights and experiences. The young disciples listened intently, each believing that this was their golden opportunity to leap through the dragon gate, a chance they must seize firmly. All these youths were literate, belonging to the rare enlightened class in the kingdom of Qian. Under Ji Yin's guidance, they grasped the essence of the method. Some, impatient to commence, had already seated themselves, hearts directed skyward, eyes closed, listening to Ji Yin's teachings while attempting to sense the spiritual energy of the world. However, Song Wen did not rush to perceive the energy. He attentively absorbed Ji Yin's explanations. He understood the wisdom behind sharpening a knife before chopping wood. Moreover, he was certain that sensing the spiritual energy and drawing it into one's body was a time-consuming endeavor that could not be accomplished in a fleeting moment. Soon, 2 hours of the morning had passed. Ji Yin rose and proclaimed, "Today's discourse on the method concludes here. You must diligently memorize and comprehend it. I look forward to someone swiftly perceiving the spiritual energy and successfully drawing it into their being." For the next month, Ji Yin would dedicate an hour each day to instruct them on the method. During this month, they were forbidden from leaving the premises but could move freely within the estate, with meals provided daily. Their sole responsibility was to earnestly practice the longevity skill, so as not to disappoint Ji Yin's expectations. With that, Ji Yin departed the quarters. At this moment, the guards of the Heavenly Fiend gang approached, distributing pamphlets to each individual, detailing the first layer of the qi cultivation method of the longevity skill. The apprentices were left wanting more, with some rushing to their rooms to eagerly begin their practice, while others gathered in small groups to discuss their understanding of the method. Song Wen, however, refrained from joining the discussions or practicing. He sensed that Ji Yin's attentiveness was overly zealous. No good deed goes unpunished, he mused, feeling that hidden beneath this facade lay a secret agenda. After Ji Yin's departure, the guards also vacated the estate, allowing Song Wen to seize the opportunity to observe his surroundings. The estate was vast, built against the mountains, with the quarters he occupied comprising only a small fraction of the entire area. Behind the quarters lay an expansive open space adorned with scattered flora and ponds. And further back at the foot of the mountain stood a 2-story building, which Song Wen surmised to be Ji Yin's residence, as Ji Yin had headed there moments before. Surrounding the small building was a plot of land abundant with medicinal herbs. After spending a quarter of an hour familiarizing himself with the layout of the estate, Song Wen returned to his room. On the table in his room lay lunch, 3 steamed buns accompanied by a plate of stir-fried vegetables, which included a small portion of meat. In the kingdom of Qian, this was considered a sumptuous meal. Ordinary families could scarcely afford such provisions at every meal. The better the treatment, the more unease it stirred within Song Wen. He sensed an enormous conspiracy enveloping himself and the other youths. After finishing his lunch, Song Wen opened the pamphlet. The content of the first layer of the longevity skill was brief, merely 100 or so words. Yet, it was exceedingly obscure and difficult to comprehend. Without Ji Yin's elucidation, he felt he would take an eternity to discern its meaning through sheer trial and error. After nearly half an hour, he managed to memorize the convoluted text. He then assumed a cross-legged position, heart directed upward, silently reciting the method while attempting to sense the spiritual energy of the world. Time flew by during his practice, and before long, 2 to 3 hours had elapsed without him perceiving any hint of the spiritual energy. Could it be that I lack the talent for cultivation? Or is my aptitude particularly poor? After a fruitless afternoon of practice, self-doubt began to creep into Song Wen's mind. Ji Yin had mentioned that not everyone possessed the innate gift for cultivation. Those who did were a rarity, and even among the gifted, talents varied greatly. It seemed Ji Yin's understanding of cultivation aptitude was rather limited, as he had only touched upon the subject vaguely without delving into greater detail. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Song Wen stepped outside his room as evening descended. The setting sun cast a golden hue across the sky, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Yet, caught in a web of crisis, Song Wen had no desire to admire the evening glow. He stepped out, noticing many young people gathered in the courtyard, discussing their progress in cultivation. Curiously, he approached to listen in. To his surprise, he discovered that none among the 100 or so had managed to sense the spiritual energy. His heart settled somewhat. It appeared that cultivating immortality was no simple task. After dinner, Song Wen resumed his practice, continuing until the early hours of the morning, ultimately retiring to bed, still without progress. The next day, at dawn, Ji-in appeared punctually outside the quarters. Did anyone manage to sense the presence of the spiritual energy yesterday? After a moment's silence, with no young person responding, Ji-in remained undeterred and resumed his tireless exposition of the key points of the longevity skill. As time swiftly passed to the third day of cultivation, that evening, while practicing the longevity skill, Song Wen finally sensed the existence of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Countless sparkling lights floated around his body, the luminous points dancing chaotically. Fatigued from the late hour, Song Wen suddenly felt invigorated, his heart racing with excitement. He had taken his first step towards immortality, signifying that he possessed the potential for cultivation and the opportunity to become the envy of all as an immortal. With a mature mindset, Song Wen quickly calmed the waves of exhilaration within him. He continued practicing the longevity skill, hoping to harness the energy and draw it into his being in one fell swoop. However, no matter how hard he tried, the floating lights eluded his control, refusing to enter his body. After 15 minutes of effort, he suddenly recognized the necessity of restraint. I cannot hastily draw the energy into my body, at least not first. Until I uncover Ji Yin's true intentions for imparting this immortal technique, I must not reveal my aptitude for cultivation. On the morrow, at the hour of Chun, Song Wen and the other youths gathered outside the quarters. Ji Yin inquired, "Did anyone successfully perceive the presence of the spiritual energy yesterday?" Chapter 5. Inducing Qi into the body. After a brief moment, the disappointment of Ji Yin retracted his gaze. 3 days had passed, yet not a single individual had succeeded in perceiving the existence of spiritual energy. Observing the lack of response from everyone, Song Wen refrained from revealing his own ability to sense the spiritual energy. It appeared that his aptitude for cultivation was commendable, at least superior to the 100 or so individuals present. Song Wen mused silently in his heart. As night fell, Song Wen successfully drew the first wisp of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy into his body. He sensed the luminous particles in the air flowing into him, and in an instant, a faint warm current manifested within his meridians, circulating according to the principles of the longevity technique. With his eyes brightened, he prepared to continue his efforts when an unsettling thought emerged in his mind. What if Ji Yin could sense the cultivation levels of others? If he were to discover that I had successfully induced qi into my body while deliberately concealing it, it could potentially jeopardize me. Contemplating this, Song Wen promptly ceased his practice. The moment he halted, the spiritual energy that had been drawn towards him lost its direction and began to drift aimlessly in the air. The wisp of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy that had just entered his body, not yet refined, failed to transform into Song Wen's own spiritual power. And after losing the guidance of the longevity technique, it slowly dissipated into the atmosphere. That was a close call. It seems I must pause my cultivation for the next few days, merely feigning practice in front of others. Resolute in this decision, Song Wen fell into a deep slumber. Time swiftly passed, and 4 days later, it was the 7th day of cultivation. On that morning, as Song Wen stepped out of his room, he overheard a loud discussion. A dark-skinned, lean yet sturdy man, somewhat clumsy in demeanor, was surrounded by a group of envious youths. "Ernyo, have you truly induced qi into your body? Brother Ernyo, please guide us and share your experience with inducing qi." A flush crept across Ernyo's dark face. Having come from a rural background and lacking in communication skills, he was experiencing the sensation of being the center of attention for the first time. While feeling a mix of excitement and pride, he was also somewhat at a loss for how to respond. "What are you all doing?" A gruff, stern voice suddenly interrupted the chatter. Ji strode into the area, his face marked by anger. "It is early morning. Why are you making such a racket instead of diligently cultivating?" At Ji Yin's admonition, the crowd fell silent, their heads bowed in fear. As Ernyo stood at the center of the group, Ji Yin's gaze naturally fell upon him. Ernyo felt a shiver run down his spine under Ji Yin's stern scrutiny, reminiscent of being hunted by wolves and tigers back in his hometown. He dared not move, only managing to explain in a hushed tone, "Esteemed sir, I successfully induced qi into my body last night, so..." "What? You have induced qi into your body?" Ji Yin's furious expression transformed into one of delight. He stepped forward, grasping Ernyo's wrist, and after a moment of careful examination, He praised Ernyo. You have done splendidly. From today onwards, you shall be my direct disciple. After today's lessons, you will move into my residence for personal guidance. Feeling the weight of Ji Yin's attention, Ernyo's heart surged with excitement. Envisioning a bright future, his speech becoming somewhat disjointed. Thank you, esteemed Ji Yin. Why still call me esteemed sir? You must now address me as master. Ji Yin replied with a warm smile. After encouraging Ernyo with a few more words, Ji Yin turned to address the others. You all must strive as well. If you can successfully induce qi into your bodies, you too can become my disciples. Ernyo's junior brothers. Come, Ernyo, sit beside me. We shall commence today's lecture. As Ji Yin expounded on the techniques, Song Wen's mind was preoccupied with analyzing the events that had just unfolded. Firstly, from Ji Yin's ecstatic reaction to Ernyo's success, it was evident that he had no knowledge of who possessed the aptitude for cultivation. His method of summoning over 100 youths seemed more akin to casting a wide net in hopes of a fortunate catch. Secondly, Ji Yin lacked the ability to discern others' cultivation levels from a distance. He could only do so through physical contact. Thirdly, Ji Yin had just declared Ernyo as his first disciple, and from the dialogue and reactions of Yen Lao and Go Hang, it became apparent that this was not Ji Yin's first attempt to recruit disciples. Were there none among the previous candidates who had successfully induced qi into their bodies? If so, what became of them? What of those who failed to induce qi? Until these questions were resolved, Song Wen felt an unsettling anxiety, as if a sword were poised above him, threatening his very existence. However, with the certainty that Ji Yin could not investigate others' cultivation levels from afar, Song Wen felt emboldened to practice diligently. 20 days later, another young man named Zhang Cheng successfully induced qi into his body. This thrilled Ji Yin, who regarded the emergence of 2 cultivators from 100 individuals as a significant stroke of luck, far exceeding his expectations. During this time, Song Wen had been silently cultivating. The warm current within him grew ever stronger, enhancing his physical condition, strength, and mental acuity. While he found it inconvenient to test his physical strength, he could distinctly feel his mental vigor increasing, as if his mind had become more agile and astute. He had also been observing Ernyo's transformations, which were evident to the naked eye. Ernyo, being simple-minded, had no intention of concealing his abilities and often showcased his strength before others. Just yesterday, Song Wen witnessed Ernyo effortlessly lifting a 100-pound stone, eliciting cheers and envy from the onlookers. Song Wen privately assessed that his own strength must surpass that of Ernyo, meaning he could certainly exert more than 100 pounds. Simultaneously, his concerns regarding Ji Yin potentially enacting harmful measures against those capable of cultivation had not come to pass. That evening, after dinner, Song Wen strolled along the corner of the courtyard to aid digestion, a daily ritual that had become commonplace to the onlookers, who no longer paid him any special attention. However, he was not merely indulging in leisure. He sought to meticulously examine the layout of the courtyard in preparation for a potential escape. The courtyard wall stood at a height of 10 feet, making direct climbing rather challenging, with guards stationed both inside and outside. The likelihood of escaping without detection was exceedingly slim. After nearly a month of observation, Song Wen had discovered a hidden dog hole situated over 100 feet from the guest house, large enough for a person to crawl through. This spot was concealed by low shrubs and tall grasses, and had he not been vigilant in his observations, he would have easily overlooked it. Nevertheless, guards were stationed near the dog hole, and even if he managed to exit, he would still be within the territory of the Tian Sha gang. Timing would be crucial for a successful escape through this covert passage. Chapter 6. Becoming a disciple in the open space outside the guest room. Dozens of young individuals surrounded Zhang Cheng and Ernyo, incessantly inquiring about the secrets of channeling energy into their bodies. With only 3 days remaining in the 1-month period, impatience had begun to stir among them. They were desperate not to forfeit their chance to ascend as cultivators. However, despite Zhang Cheng and Ernyo's willingness to share their insights, it seemed they were unable to offer any substantial help. Observing the crowd discussing fervently near the guest room, 2 guards stationed by the wall exchanged mocking glances. What a bunch of fools! Unaware of their impending doom, one guard scoffed. They are merely pitiable souls. At the tender age of 14 or 15, naive to the treachery of the world. There is no such thing as a free lunch, the other replied. Though their voices were low, Song Wen, who was concealed behind a large tree, overheard their conversation distinctly. The tree conveniently obstructed the guard's view, leaving them oblivious to his presence. A chill ran down Song Wen's spine as he grasped the implications of their dialogue. It seemed that regardless of whether these youths succeeded in channeling energy, their ultimate fate was grim. Initially, Song Wen had only been concerned that those with cultivation potential might fall prey to the dark intentions of Jiyin, but it now appeared that even those without such potential were not safe from harm. Upon reflection, the reasoning became clear. All these young individuals had practiced the longevity technique. Although they had not succeeded, they possessed knowledge of the method and its essentials. If they were to be released, it was inevitable that the longevity technique would leak out. Eventually, some would succeed in cultivating energy and become cultivators themselves. Jiyin would undoubtedly oppose such a scenario, as it would unwittingly create competition for him, potentially threatening his power and position alongside the Tiansha gang in the region. After eavesdropping for a while longer without gleaning any additional information, Song Wen discreetly retreated, careful not to disturb the two guards still embroiled in their idle chatter. Upon returning to his room, he was compelled to make a decision. He would approach Jiyin the following day to reveal that he had successfully channeled energy into his body. The next day, at the hour of Chun, Song Wen stood outside the guest room with a group of young people, awaiting Jiyin's arrival. Today, Jiyin was unusually late, arriving a full half-hour after the expected time, accompanied by Ernyo and Zhang Cheng. Ernyo appeared to be in an odd state, his steps unsteady, and his spirit diminished. His skin had become somewhat slack, as if he had aged 30 years overnight, transforming from a vibrant youth into a middle-aged man bearing the weight of the world. A peculiar flush adorned his face, resembling someone recovering from a severe illness who had overindulged in restorative tonics, resulting in a state of being unable to absorb the nourishment. What could have caused this sudden affliction? Had he encountered a setback during his training, leading to a depletion of his vitality? Song Wen found himself perplexed by Ernyo's condition. Nevertheless, he resolved to adhere to his predetermined strategy and inform Jiyin of his achievement in channeling energy into his body. With only 3 days left in the month-long period, failure to succeed could spell disaster. From the current circumstances, it appeared that those who had successfully channeled energy were not in immediate danger. Song Wen stepped forward confidently towards Jiyin and bowed respectfully, stating, "Master Jiyin, I have successfully channeled energy into my body last night." Jiyin's eyes gleamed with interest as he grasped Song Wen's wrist. In that instant, Song Wen felt a surge of warmth flowing through his wrist into his body. This warmth was akin to the spiritual energy he had cultivated, yet far more potent. An unsettling apprehension gripped him, having secretly trained for over 20 days. His internal energy was undoubtedly stronger than that of a novice. He feared that Jiyin might perceive the anomaly and hold him accountable for his deception. Fortunately, Jiyin did not scrutinize Song Wen's internal energy levels in detail. Upon sensing the presence of spiritual energy within him, he withdrew promptly. As Song Wen had just begun channeling energy, his internal energy was still quite feeble. Jiyin, concerned that the overwhelming energy he infused could obliterate Song Wen's delicate energy, refrained from causing irreversible harm. "You have done well," Jiyin remarked appreciatively. "What is your name?" "Song Wen," he replied. "From this day forth, you shall be my third disciple. Come, sit beside your elder brother and second brother," Jiyin instructed. "Thank you, Master," Song Wen said, taking his place beside Zhang Cheng. Both Zhang Cheng and Ernyo regarded him with friendly expressions. They hailed from humble origins and, at their tender ages, remained untainted by the malice of the world, displaying an innocent kindness towards their new junior brother. Half an hour later, Jiyin concluded his brief lecture for the day. As the 1-month deadline approached, his teachings had grown increasingly perfunctory. Today, he had devoted an unprecedented half-hour to Song Wen's successful channeling, while in previous days he had only spoken for about 15 minutes. Gradually losing hope for the remaining aspirants, Song Wen, "Follow me," Jiyin instructed, turning towards the small building at the foot of the mountain. Song Wen, along with Zhang Cheng and Ernyo, hastened to keep pace, drawing envious glances from the other young aspirants. "Elder brother, second brother, I hope you will guide me well from now on," Song Wen whispered to Zhang Cheng and Ernyo as he trailed behind Jiyin. Shortly thereafter, the four arrived outside the small building. "Song Wen, you will reside in the vacant room on the first floor. Focus on your cultivation, and feel free to seek my guidance whenever you have questions," Jiyin directed. "Ernyo, accompany me to the second floor," he added. The first floor was designated for the disciples, while the second floor served as Ji Yin's training grounds, accessible only with his permission. Yes, master, the three disciples responded. Bowing respectfully, Ernyo followed Ji Yin upstairs. Junior brother, let me show you to your room, Zhangqing offered. Thank you, second brother, Song Wen replied. With only 3 rooms on the first floor and 2 occupied by Ernyo and Zhang Cheng, only the room adjacent to the staircase remained. Once inside the room, a myriad of questions flooded Song Wen's mind, primarily concerning Ji Yin's temperament and daily routines. To survive and eventually escape, he needed to understand Ji Yin as thoroughly as possible. However, this was not the appropriate moment for inquiries. The wooden structure of the building offered poor sound insulation. Even a slight increase in volume could be easily overheard by Ji Yin above. Moreover, as a cultivator, Ji Yin's senses were undoubtedly sharper than those of ordinary individuals. It would also be unwise to directly question Zhang Cheng, as it might raise his suspicions. If Zhang Cheng were to report back, Song Wen's plans would be thwarted. To gather information about Ji Yin, he would have to employ a more subtle approach. Given that Zhang Cheng was not the ideal candidate for inquiries, Ernyo's more reserved nature, combined with his longer tenure under Ji Yin, made him the most suitable person to question, especially considering Ernyo's peculiar state that day. Chapter 7. Blood Qi Pill. While it is inappropriate to inquire about the conditions of the extreme Yin, one may still pose questions regarding the surrounding environment of the small building. Second brother, what is planted in the fields outside? Those are the spiritual herbs cultivated by Master. It is said that when utilized wisely, they can enhance the cultivation of us disciples. Upon his arrival, I noticed a cave at the foot of the mountain, which was protected by a stone door. This cave is no ordinary cavern. It is the alchemical sanctum of our esteemed master, Zhang Cheng explained to Song Wen. Adding a cautionary note, the medicinal fields and the cave, including the second floor, are strictly off-limits to us. Do not venture there without master's permission. Thank you for the guidance, senior brother. In an effort to leave a favorable impression on the extreme Yin and to establish himself as an upright individual, Song Wen refrained from further inquiries. After bidding farewell to Zhang Cheng amicably, he devoted himself to his cultivation. Life within the small building felt isolated from the world, and the extreme Yin did not require Song Wen and the other two to engage in any tasks. Time passed swiftly, and before long, 3 days had elapsed, marking the end of a month. On that morning, as Song Wen rose from his slumber and prepared to head towards the guest room for his daily lessons, he was interrupted by his senior brother, Ernyo. Third junior brother, Master has instructed me to inform you and second junior brother that starting today, there is no need to attend lessons in the guest room. Upon hearing this, Song Wen squinted and gazed intently at the guest room area. What was once a bustling space was now deserted. Noticing Song Wen's reaction, Ernyo offered an explanation. Master has dismissed them. They lack the affinity for immortality and are unable to absorb qi into their bodies. Remaining here has become futile. A chill coursed through Song Wen, an icy sensation that sent shivers down his spine. He feared that these young individuals had not merely been dismissed, but had been annihilated, erased from existence. He forced a smile. Thank you for the information, senior brother. Otherwise, I would have made a fruitless trip. Though Song Wen masked his emotions well, the thought of over 100 young boys meeting such a grim fate left him feeling nauseated and terrified. He could no longer bear to stay in the small building. He yearned to distance himself from the extreme Yin and seek a moment of inner peace. The morning air is pleasant. I shall take a stroll in the courtyard. I'll join you. After days of cultivation, I too find it rather monotonous, Ernyo replied, having spent most of his time on the second floor, unaware of what he and the extreme Yin were engaged in. As they walked, Song Wen took the opportunity to inquire about Ernyo's family background. Ernyo, unsuspecting, readily divulged his circumstances. Born in a remote village, he was the eldest of 5 siblings, and with his parents, their family of 7 lived a life of extreme poverty, subsisting on 2 acres of land and hunting. From the age of 8, he accompanied his father on hunts and toiling in the fields. Due to their financial struggles, he had little chance to learn to read. However, a compassionate village tutor allowed him to audit classes for free, granting him the opportunity to become literate. Once they had distanced themselves from the small building, Song Wen shifted the conversation towards cultivation matters. Senior brother, you have practiced the longest. Your cultivation must be the highest among the 3 of us. How are you faring now? Ernyo hesitated momentarily, but then spoke. I am now in the late stage of the first level of qi training. Song Wen was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief as he stared at Ernyo. He was certain his talent surpassed that of Ernyo, Yet he was still far from the mid-stage of the first level, while Ernyo had already reached the late stage. This seemed utterly implausible. How did you advance so quickly? Ernyo's demeanor grew troubled, glancing around furtively. He lowered his voice. Master forbade me from disclosing this to you, but he has refined a pill called the blood chi pill. Consuming it significantly accelerates one's cultivation. I took just one, and it propelled me from the early to the late stage of the first level. Blood chi pill? Song Wen murmured incredulously. The events of 3 days prior came rushing back to him, and he quietly inquired, are there any side effects from taking the blood chi pill? A severe depletion of vitality. On the day I took it, I felt as though I had aged decades in an instant, Ernyo recounted. After a moment's pause, he continued, however, Master has provided me with several restorative herbs, and I now feel my body has recovered. Master's techniques are indeed formidable, capable of rapidly enhancing our cultivation. He mentioned that if I reached the second level of chi training, I would be appointed as the leader of the Heavenly Calamity Gang, earning hundreds of taels of silver each month, which would greatly improve my family's circumstances. As Ernyo spoke, his face radiated respect for the extreme and hope for the future. Yet, a sense of foreboding enveloped Song Wen. He scrutinized Ernyo closely, outwardly. He appeared to have recovered from the illness of 3 days prior. However, Song Wen was no physician and lacked the knowledge to discern any internal ailments. Nevertheless, his wariness of the extreme led him to suspect that matters were far more complex than they seemed. If the blood chi pill had no other side effects, why would the extreme freely offer it to others rather than consume it himself? A sudden realization struck Song Wen. He comprehended the elaborate scheme behind the extreme's recruitment of disciples. It was highly likely that he was experimenting with us as test subjects. The previous disciples may have perished due to excessive experimentation or been eliminated once they lost their value. This revelation elucidated the extreme yin's incessant recruitment of disciples, the disappearance of his former apprentices, and the dread the gang members harbored towards his practices. A sense of urgency surged within Song Wen. Ernyo had begun testing the pills 20 days after successfully absorbing qi into his body. It seemed that time was running out for him. He could only hope that Ernyo and Zhang Cheng could endure a little longer, granting him the opportunity to escape. Upon returning to the small building, Song Wen resolved that he could no longer afford to wait. He must take the initiative. He needed to ascertain the daily schedule of the extreme to prepare for his escape. After 3 days of observation, he noted that the extreme spent the majority of his time on the second floor, though he remained uncertain of the specific activities he engaged in or whether he required sleep. Standing at the staircase leading to the second floor, Song Wen steadied himself and ascended. Chapter 8. The Cultivation of Spiritual Herbs. Master, are you inside? I have some confusions regarding my cultivation that I wish to discuss. As Song Wen inquired, he also took the opportunity to observe his surroundings from the elevated vantage of the second floor. The small building was nestled against the mountainside, with a sheer cliff rising several zhang to the west, stark and devoid of any vegetation, making it exceedingly difficult to scale. Above the cliff loomed a towering mountain, lush with greenery, yet steep and treacherous to traverse. The remaining 3 sides were fortified by walls of equal height, guarded at all times. And even if one managed to escape the walls, they would still be within the domain of the Tiansha sect, where countless disciples roamed, rendering any attempt to flee through those routes quite perilous. The only feasible escape route lay in scaling the mountain and eluding the Tiansha sect. A deep, resonant voice suddenly interrupted Song Wen's observations. Come in. He pushed open the door to find Ji-in sitting cross-legged on a mat, engrossed in a book. Song Wen, his gaze restrained, approached Ji-in directly and bowed respectfully. I pay my respects to you, Master. Ji-in nodded, replying, yes, take a seat. Once Song Wen settled cross-legged, Ji-in continued, what issues do you have in your cultivation? Feel free to ask. Master, I've recently sensed a stagnation in my progress and would like to know if you have any solutions. What part of your cultivation feels obstructed? When spiritual energy enters the meridians and returns to the dantian, only a small portion is successfully refined, while most dissipates. This was not merely a fanciful complaint from Song Wen. It was a genuine experience he had encountered during his practice. Ji-in did not respond directly, but instead posed a question. What is your understanding of entering the Niwen and descending to the Qi cave? After a quarter of an hour of Ji-in's elucidation, Song Wen finally grasped the errors in his cultivation. Just as he was about to take his leave, his eyes inadvertently began to scrutinize the book in Ji-in's hands. Sitting opposite him, He caught sight of its title, A Comprehensive Guide to the Cultivation of Low-Level Spiritual Herbs. The book appeared somewhat tattered, containing only a few dozen pages. Ji noticed Song Wen's interest and remarked, "What? Are you intrigued by this book?" Startled, Song Wen feared Ji might discern his ulterior motive. However, Ji seemed unconcerned. "If you wish to see it, I shall show you." As he spoke, he handed the book to Song Wen. Upon receiving it, Song Wen's eyes fell upon an introduction to a spiritual herb known as Crimson Bloodvine, complete with illustrations. Crimson Bloodvine is a climbing plant that thrives in warmth, enjoys sunlight, withstands drought, and detests water and cold. Moments later, Ji inquired, "What is your perspective on cultivating the Crimson Bloodvine?" Having previously worked in a traditional Chinese medicine company, Song Wen possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding herb cultivation. He combined this prior knowledge with his current understanding to respond. "I believe the Crimson Bloodvine should be planted in a sunlit area, away from water sources, with the soil being loose, preferably sandy, to facilitate drainage after rainfall. Our region experiences cold winters, so it would require insulation during that season." Hoping to impress Ji with the merit of his insights, Song Wen thought that perhaps demonstrating some unique value might deter Ji from assigning him the task of testing the elixir. Upon hearing Song Wen's response, Ji eyes sparkled with delight, and he slightly nodded. "I did not expect that while your cultivation aptitude may be lacking, you possess a certain talent for the cultivation of spiritual herbs." Ji, pondering deeply, had been trapped at the third level of qi refinement for several years, unable to find a method to break through. The first 3 levels of qi refinement were considered the initial stage, where practitioners bore little distinction from ordinary mortals, while the 4th level marked the onset of the intermediate stage, where the disparity between the mundane and the celestial began to manifest. Ji possessed 2 spells that could only be cultivated at the intermediate level. Moreover, it was of utmost importance that, according to Ji understanding, the spiritual energy cultivated through the longevity technique, although imbued with righteousness, lacked any elemental enhancement and was not suited for combat. Yet, many practitioners pursued this technique, particularly those of lesser aptitude and wandering cultivators. This was partly due to the widespread dissemination of the longevity technique, which made it easily accessible, and partly due to its alluring promise of longevity. It was said that a wandering cultivator who reached the 9th level of qi refinement lived to the age of 180. Given that ordinary mortals have a lifespan of about 100 years, and practitioners in the qi refinement stage typically do not exceed 120, the prospect of extending one's life by a third was compelling, making it only a decade shy of the lifespan of a foundation establishment practitioner. This allure drew many cultivators who felt hopeless in their pursuit of foundation establishment. Historical accounts indicated that the first 3 levels of the longevity technique did not confer longevity. Only from the 4th level onward did its life-extending properties begin to manifest. This intensified Ji desire to break through the bottleneck of the early qi refinement stage, as he believed that reaching the 4th level would enable him to advance to the 6th level within his lifetime, allowing him to aspire to the later stages of qi refinement. The blood qi pill is a medicinal concoction designed to awaken latent potential within the body and assist practitioners in surmounting their thresholds, commonly used by those of lesser aptitude in the qi refinement stage. After 2 years of arduous experimentation, Ji had finally managed to refine the blood qi pill through his own efforts. Yet, he hesitated to consume it. Originally a mere herbalist, he had stumbled upon a deceased wandering cultivator's cave while foraging, discovering techniques for initial level talisman crafting, the recipe for the blood qi pill, and knowledge of herb cultivation. Inadvertently embarking on his cultivation journey. Throughout his cultivation life, he had never encountered another practitioner, relying solely on self-discovery. The blood qi pill he concocted appeared markedly different from the descriptions in the recipe, and Ji, ever cautious, refrained from consuming it hastily. Thus, he contemplated the idea of seeking someone to test the pill. Unsurprisingly, after a year of trials, he had inadvertently caused the deaths of 7 disciples, all of whom suffered severe vitality depletion and organ failures after consuming the blood qi pill, succumbing within mere days. Yet, after continual refinement, Ernyo became the first individual to survive after taking the blood qi pill, igniting a flicker of hope for Ji. Previously, the tasks of cultivating spiritual herbs and refining medicinal pills were solely Ji Yin's responsibility, rendering him exceedingly busy. Song Wen's recent performance kindled the thought of training him specifically in the cultivation of spiritual herbs. With Ernyo's success, Ji-in felt that the successful refinement of the blood chi pill was within reach, and now was the time to concentrate his efforts, not wishing to expend excessive energy on herb cultivation. Chapter 9. The Chance of Escape. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ji-in retrieved a small booklet from his bosom and tossed it to Song Wen. This is a compilation of my own experiences in cultivating spiritual herbs. Take it back and study it diligently. From today onwards, you shall be responsible for the eastern plot of spiritual field. If you manage it well, in half a month, the entire spiritual field will be entrusted to your care, and I shall bestow upon you tremendous rewards. To the west, the field contained qi jieding and yuanhua, which are auxiliary herbs for refining qi and blood pills, easily found in the deep mountains of Yinqing, thus not particularly precious. Having entrusted Song Wen with this task, Ji-in felt assured. As for the promised rewards, to him, they were mere illusions. Allowing Song Wen to live a few more years was already a significant grace. Thank you, Master. I shall exert every effort in cultivation to live up to your expectations, Song Wen replied respectfully as he received the manuscript. He exited the second floor, having accepted the task of cultivating spiritual herbs, uncertain of its merits. Let me strive to cultivate these spiritual herbs. Perhaps this will delay my testing of the elixirs, Song Wen mused inwardly. Upon returning to his room, he first examined the manuscript detailing Ji-in's cultivation experiences. Ji-in had cultivated a total of 8 types of spiritual herbs, all necessary for refining qi and blood pills. He then perused the detailed explanation of low-level spiritual herb cultivation, identifying and matching the 8 spiritual herbs cultivated by Ji-in, silently contemplating the methods of their cultivation. With a certain theoretical foundation established in his mind, Song Wen proceeded to the eastern spiritual field. This field was modest in size, approximately half an acre. Ji-in had maintained it well, planting 30 stalks each of qi jieding and yuanhua in sparse rows. Song Wen diligently inspected the spiritual field, pulling out a few weeds in the process. He examined each spiritual herb, numbering them and meticulously recording their growth and watering conditions. 10 days later, having observed everything, Ji-in entrusted the entire field to Song Wen's management once more. He then entered seclusion, preparing to refine qi and blood pills again. After repeatedly instructing Song Wen to take good care of the qi jieding, Ji-in entered the alchemy cave and closed the stone door behind him. Qi jieding was the primary ingredient for refining qi and blood pills, and the most challenging spiritual herb to procure. Ji-in had once mobilized the forces of the Tiansha gang to scour much of the Qian kingdom, ultimately finding a 50-year-old qi jieding. Each time he refined elixirs, he only dared to take a few branches, fearing any impact on the herb's growth. From Ernyo, Song Wen learned that Ji-in required over 10 days for each seclusion. His heart swelled with anticipation, for he sensed an opportunity for escape was approaching. Unobtrusively, Song Wen entered a small wooden shed within the herb field, where tools for cultivating spiritual herbs were stored. He rummaged through the shed, seeking tools that might aid his escape. After a thorough search, he found only common farming tools, save for a 20-centimeter-long dagger. The dagger, encased in a leather sheath, revealed its dark blade upon removal, shimmering with a sharp glint that was both mesmerizing and intimidating. A fine weapon, Song Wen thought to himself, gripping the hilt and striking a wooden beam with it. The beam snapped with a loud crack. His eyes sparkled with excitement. This dagger was undoubtedly a superb tool for self-defense. He sheathed the dagger and tucked it into his boot. After searching the shed again and finding nothing else of use, he shouldered a hoe and exited. As he toiled in the spiritual field, his gaze frequently darted toward the alchemy cave and the western cliff. The cliff's lowest point reached 5 zhang, while its highest soared over 10 zhang, entirely barren of trees or weeds, yet abundant with damp moss. However, the excessive moss would complicate climbing. Song Wen contemplated using tools to ascend, but found no usable rope within the compound. The notion of constructing a ladder from felled trees seemed fraught with risk, likely attracting the attention of guards and Ernyo. Should he seek collaboration with Ernyo and Zhangcheng? Yet, he was uncertain of their thoughts, given their reverence for Ji-in. He feared he might expose himself rather than gain allies. At long last, with Ji-in in seclusion and a chance to escape, Song Wen felt trapped by the terrain. His impatience growing, he mishandled the hoe, nearly uprooting a spiritual herb instead of a weed. Awakened to his folly, he realized that achieving great things requires ample patience. After calming himself, he resumed his diligent care of the spiritual field. That night, Song Wen tossed and turned in bed, unable to find rest. He rose quietly, tiptoeing to the door and stepping outside. The moon hung bright in a starry sky, enveloping the world in silence. As he gazed at the cliff, he fell into deep contemplation, astonished that this 5-zhang-high cliff had become his insurmountable barrier to escape. In a moment of distraction, he noticed flickering lights atop the mountain. Were there people on the summit? Song Wen wondered, peering closely to confirm that indeed, a cluster of firelight intermittently appeared. Could it be that the Tiansha gang had stationed guards there? Upon further reflection, it seemed inevitable that the Tiansha gang would have a presence atop the mountain. They had fortified their territory, constructing a rudimentary wall and stationing heavy guards. Thus it was illogical to neglect this mountain's defense. Furthermore, setting up watchtowers at the summit would facilitate monitoring the movements of Yinxing, providing timely warnings in case of an assault. With this realization, Song Wen dismissed his plan to escape via the back mountain. Given his current abilities, only slightly above the average, breaching the well-trained guards of the Tiansha gang was an impossible feat, especially with numerous martial experts among them. Disheartened, Song Wen returned to his room, forsaking sleep and instead focusing on his cultivation. Only by accumulating sufficient strength could he hope to escape from the Tiansha gang. Time passed swiftly, and another 10 days slipped by. Through his relentless efforts day and night, Song Wen's cultivation had quietly advanced to the mid-stage of the first layer of qi refinement. One day, while laboring in the herb field, he suddenly noticed the stone door of the alchemy cave swinging open, and Jean emerged, brimming with pride. Song Wen's expression shifted, anxiety flooding his heart. It appeared that a new round of elixir testing was about to commence, and he could not help but wonder who the test subject would be, and whether he would be called upon to participate. Chapter 10. Death. Emerging from his seclusion, Ji-in first surveyed the spirit farm, visibly pleased with the thriving state of the medicinal herbs. After offering a perfunctory word of encouragement to Song Wen, he departed the area. He had more pressing matters to attend to. His recent alchemy endeavor had been remarkably successful, yielding 2 pills from a single batch, an unprecedented feat that signified a substantial advancement in his alchemic skills. Consequently, he held unwavering confidence in the efficacy of the blood qi pills he had concocted, convinced that he had finally achieved a genuine breakthrough. Ernyo, Zhangcheng. Ascend to the 2nd floor. I have prepared a boon for you, Ji-in bellowed. Without awaiting a response from the two, he ascended the staircase himself. Zhangcheng was the first to fling open his door, eagerly rushing towards the 2nd floor. After his master's prolonged seclusion for alchemy, this summons upon his emergence could only mean that he was to be bestowed with a pill to enhance his strength. He recalled his master's promise that upon reaching the 2nd level of qi training, he would be granted leave to visit his family. At that time, he would not only possess the esteemed status of a core member of the Sky Fiend gang, but also receive a substantial monthly stipend. The thought of presenting himself before his parents, relatives, and neighbors as a man of accomplishment filled him with anticipation, quickening his pace towards the 2nd floor. Ernyo, however, displayed a tinge of hesitation as he opened his door. The harrowing experience of his previous pill consumption was still fresh in his memory. Although his strength had increased significantly, it had nearly cost him his life. Had it not been for his master's generous provision of tonics, Ernyo doubted he would have survived beyond 3 days. He had never imagined that he would be compelled to ingest another blood qi pill so soon, less than a month later. He genuinely dreaded the prospect. Despite being aware of the blood qi pill side effects, the honest Ernyo did not dwell on it excessively. In his simple heart, he never considered that his master, whom he regarded as a benefactor who had given him a new lease on life, would ever endanger him. Ultimately, Ernyo ascended to the 2nd floor. Come. These are pills I have concocted, capable of greatly enhancing your cultivation. Consume them here in my chamber, and immediately circulate your energy to refine their potency. I shall stand guard to protect you, Ji-in instructed. Thank you, Master, Zhangcheng responded with elation and gratitude. He promptly swallowed the pill. After a moment's hesitation, Ernyo mustered the courage to refrain from questioning Ji-in and ingested the pill as well. Shortly after, wisps of vapor emanated from the heads of the 2 men, their faces contorted in agony. Endure. Continue circulating your energy to refine the pill. Ceasing now would render your efforts futile, preventing any increase in power and potentially causing a regression in your cultivation, Ji-in sternly admonished. Hearing this, The two gritted their teeth and persevered. Their body temperatures began to soar, and their skin gradually turned crimson, resembling boiled shrimp. Observing their reactions, Ji-in felt a surge of unease. Ernyo suddenly emitted a piercing scream before collapsing backward, his body convulsing violently. As if triggering a chain reaction, Zhang Cheng followed suit, falling unconscious to the ground. How could this be? Ji-in exclaimed, his expression a mixture of panic and resentment. He could sense the turbulent spiritual energy within their bodies, as well as the rapidly depleting blood essence. Their cultivation had indeed improved significantly, but as with the previous pills, it came at the cost of rapidly consuming their blood essence, this time at an even greater rate. Although Ernyo and Zhang Cheng lay unconscious, the blood chi pill continued to exert its effects. Their blood essence continued to be consumed at an alarming rate, transforming into spiritual energy. However, without their conscious circulation, this energy spiraled out of control, dissipating into the surroundings and causing a slight increase in the room's overall spiritual energy concentration. As their life essence continued to dwindle, their conditions visibly deteriorated. Their skin became loose and wrinkled, and age spots emerged on Ernyo's body, who had been subjected to the trial before. Their breaths grew increasingly shallow, indicating that their demise was imminent. Ji-in's expression turned grim. He had failed once again, and this time he had lost 2 test subjects. I should have only allowed one to try the pill, he lamented inwardly. After a moment, Ji-in regained his composure, his eyes hardening. It seems I will have to use that boy outside for the next trial. I had intended to let him live a little longer, but fate has other plans. The recruitment of new test subjects must also be expedited. It would be troublesome if a shortage of test subjects were to delay matters again, as it did last time. Ji-in opened the door and strode out, casting no further glance at the 2 men struggling weakly on the floor. Song Wen, who had been observing the second floor, locked eyes with Ji-in as he emerged from the room. A primal fear washed over Song Wen, as if he were being stalked by a predator poised to devour him at any moment. Could it be that the two failed the trial, and Ji-in has now set his sights on me? He wondered. Despite his trepidation, Song Wen nonchalantly turned away and resumed his work in the medicinal herb garden, feigning ignorance. Throughout the day, Song Wen remained vigilant, monitoring the activities on the second floor, hoping to see Ernyo and Zhang Cheng emerge alive. However, his vigil proved fruitless, as the second floor remained silent. As evening approached, 2 members of the Sky Fiend gang ascended to the second floor and emerged carrying large burlap sacks, which they hauled away from the courtyard. Song Wen was now certain that Ernyo and Zhang Cheng had perished and that he was likely to be the next test subject. That night, Song Wen suffered another bout of insomnia, losing count of the number of sleepless nights he had endured. The following day, Ji-in summoned Song Wen and informed him that he would be entering another period of seclusion and instructed Song Wen to diligently tend to the medicinal herb garden. After respectfully seeing Ji-in off, Song Wen's heart raced with a mixture of excitement and anxiety. He understood that the 10 days of Ji-in's alchemy seclusion represented his last chance to escape. He could no longer afford to remain passive. Determined to attempt an escape from the back mountain that very night, Song Wen abandoned any pretense of tending to the medicinal herb garden. He retrieved a wood-chopping knife from the tool shed and selected 4 small trees located away from the perimeter wall. His plan was to fell these trees under the cover of darkness, bind them together, and use them as a makeshift ladder to scale the cliff face. As the sole occupant of the courtyard, with the guards stationed along the outer perimeter, he believed that he could fell the trees discreetly without attracting attention. Moreover, having attained the mid-stage of the first level, his strength and agility had improved significantly, affording him a reasonable chance of escape. Chapter 11. Drug Trial. As Song Wen felt that everything was ready and only awaited the complete darkness of night, 4 members of the Tian Sha gang entered the courtyard and took up residence in the small building, with 2 of them stationed right outside his door. This rendered Song Wen utterly dumbfounded. Had Ji-in sensed his intent to escape? It seemed impossible. He had been disguising himself so well that he should not have been exposed. With the opportunity for escape now cut off, Song Wen paced anxiously within his room, troubled and restless. He could not fathom how Ji-in had discovered his intentions. In truth, Ji-in was unaware of Song Wen's desire to flee. His habitual caution led him to worry that left alone, Song Wen might ascend to the second floor and steal his secrets and techniques. Ironically, this very caution obstructed Song Wen's escape plans. The following days passed in unease for Song Wen. whenever he contemplated a desperate gamble. Risking discovery by the guards while attempting to scale the cliff, the imposing figures of the 4 guards, along with their steel blades, snapped him back to reality. He noticed that the once quiet guest house area had become lively again, with young individuals being sent to the guest house, only to be detained while awaiting Ji Yin's return and the importation of cultivation techniques. After 10 days, Ji Yin finally emerged. He appeared exuberant and confident in the efficacy of the pills he had concocted. Song Wen, follow your master to the 2nd floor, he instructed. Upon seeing Ji Yin suddenly before him, Song Wen's expression darkened, unsure of how to resist. It seemed that since his encounter with Go Hang, he had become akin to meat on a chopping board, devoid of any capacity for rebellion. After much hesitation, Song Wen ultimately followed Ji Yin upstairs. Consume this pill, and it will significantly enhance your cultivation. Once you break through to the 2nd level, you will become a core member of the Tian Sha gang, enjoying unrestricted access. Ji Yin tempted him. At that moment, the gravity of the situation threatened Song Wen's very life, and he could no longer maintain his faade. His expression turned hostile as he glared at Ji Yin, envisioning delivering a punch to his smiling face. Yet he knew he was no match for Ji Yin and feared that should he provoke him, he might meet a fate similar to that of the chubby boy, receiving a yellow talisman and turning to ash like Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Weakness is the original sin. At that moment, Song Wen comprehended this statement with startling clarity. A cold smirk appeared on Ji Yin's face. I did not expect one of my disciples to be so astute. It seems you have unraveled the truth. However, I advise you not to attempt resistance. Consume the pill obediently. As long as you survive, I shall grant you true freedom. With a clang, a palm-sized token was tossed onto the ground. This is my token. With it, you may freely enter and exit any part of the Tian Sha gang. Song Wen glanced at the token on the ground and then at the pill in Ji Yin's hand. After several moments of contemplation, he accepted the pill and picked up the token. He hoped his master would keep his word. Lacking strength, he had no choice but to gamble on luck. After all, Ernyo had survived his first drug trial. Fear not, I always keep my word. As you can see, new recruits have already arrived. If you survive this time, I will no longer require you to test drugs. You need only assist in tending to the medicinal fields, Ji Yin continued. Yet Song Wen thought inwardly. What if there were no more candidates in the future and Ji Yin would once again compel him to test drugs? If he could survive this crisis, he must find a way to escape. With his legs crossed, Song Wen tilted his head back and swallowed the pill, simultaneously beginning to circulate his energy to absorb the medicinal power within. As the pill entered his abdomen, it transformed into waves of warmth, rapidly elevating his body temperature. The warmth coursed through his meridians, flooding his limbs and bones. Simultaneously, he felt his vital essence depleting at an alarming rate, and his complexion grew pale. During his cultivation, Song Wen distinctly sensed the warmth within his meridians gradually being refined by the longevity technique, ultimately converging in his dantian, enhancing his spiritual power. However, the excessive depletion of his vital essence left him feeling increasingly feeble, as if he had been relentlessly ravished by numerous beautiful women. He found it exhausting even to remain seated, overwhelmed by an urge to lie down and rest. Yet, he could not succumb. Should he cease his cultivation, the medicinal power would rapidly consume his life force, hastening his demise. Ji Yin's voice echoed in his ear, and with no other option, Song Wen could only place his trust in him, for Ji Yin too did not wish for his failure. Song Wen gritted his teeth and persevered. Just as he sensed that his vital essence was nearly exhausted and he could no longer endure, an inexplicable surge of mysterious energy erupted within him, manifesting without warning. It was as if under extreme pressure, a unique aspect of his physique had been activated. In that moment, Song Wen had no time for anything else. He harnessed this newfound strength to swiftly refine the medicinal power. Observing Song Wen's reaction to the pill, Ji Yin's expression shifted to one of delight. Although Song Wen exhibited significant depletion of his vital essence, he had not shown any signs of bodily deterioration, and now he was on the verge of completely refining the medicinal power. From the current situation, it appeared that Song Wen would undoubtedly escape the threat to his life. Ji Yin's eyes gleamed with excitement as he felt success was within reach. Half an hour later, Song Wen concluded his meditation, having fully refined the medicinal power. He wearily opened his eyes to find Ji Yin extending his hand, holding a black pill. Before Song Wen could react, Ji Yin placed the pill into his mouth. You need not worry excessively. This pill is the 7-day heartbreak pill of the Tian Sha gang. As long as you consume an antidote every 7 days, this pill will have no adverse effects on you. With Ji Yin's explanation, the severely weakened Song Wen found himself unable to resist as the pill entered his abdomen. With the situation set in stone, resistance was futile. Song Wen had no choice but to accept the reality of consuming the poison and being under Ji Yin's control. Half an hour later, having regained some strength, Song Wen rose, leaning against the wall as he descended to the first floor and returned to his room. Throughout the ordeal, he realized how utterly exhausted his body felt. Even walking required all his strength, and his legs trembled uncontrollably, reminiscent of the sensation after being pampered by multiple noble women. Lying on the bed, Song Wen began to reflect on the mysterious energy that had unexpectedly manifested during the critical moment. Had it not been for this enigmatic force, he believed he would have likely met the same fate as Niu and Zhang Cheng. Now, as he meticulously sensed his entire being, he could find no trace of the mysterious energy, as if it had been completely consumed. Chapter 12. The Art of Seduction. In the following 2 days, Song Wen noticed a significant enhancement in his meals. Precious herbs such as ginseng, cotinopsis, and astragalus graced his dining table at every meal, along with numerous nourishing soups. By the early morning of the 3rd day, Song Wen had nearly restored his health, though his vitality still felt somewhat diminished. Rising early, he resolved to venture outside. Given the token provided by Ji Yin, it would be a missed opportunity not to use it. Having been confined to this courtyard for 2 months, it was indeed time to explore the world beyond. As he stepped out of his room, Song Wen was greeted by a gathering of over 100 young men and women in the winged quarters. Alas, how had he found himself in this world devoid of human rights? As he traversed the area towards the courtyard gate, a voice suddenly called out to him from behind. Song Wen, where are you going? It was Ji Yin, who was preparing to instruct the newcomers on the cultivation of the longevity technique. Song Wen felt somewhat speechless at encountering Ji Yin so early in the day. However, with his life hanging in the balance, he had no choice but to comply. Approaching Ji Yin respectfully, he replied, Master, I intend to take a stroll outside. Ji Yin nodded kindly. A walk is indeed a good idea. He then turned to address the assembled youth, proclaiming, This is Song Wen, my foremost disciple, who has been with me for 2 months. If you all diligently practice, you too can become my esteemed apprentices, gaining mastery over celestial arts, leading to a life of distinction and wealth. Ji Yin's passionate words ignited fervor among the young crowd, their spirits soaring. Meanwhile, Song Wen felt somewhat disheartened, realizing he had become a mere tool for Ji Yin's persuasion. Come, say a few words to your future junior brothers and sisters, Ji Yin instructed. Despite his reluctance, Song Wen dared not openly contradict Ji Yin for the sake of his own survival. He donned a warm smile and addressed the assembly. Dear junior brothers and sisters, I hope you will earnestly follow Master in your training. Once you successfully draw energy into your body, you will transform into a carp leaping over the dragon gate, becoming a dragon in times of storm. To follow Master in cultivation is a blessing earned over countless lifetimes, your best chance to alter your fate in this life. Cherish this opportunity and do not let it slip away. Simultaneously, Song Wen silently lamented, Forgive me, dear friends, but I hope you hasten to draw energy into yourselves. It may lessen my chances of being drawn into drug trials. Excellent, Ji Yin replied, satisfied. With the token I have bestowed upon you, you may withdraw 500 taels of silver each month from the treasury. Bowing deeply, Song Wen expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Master, I shall take my leave. With that, he proceeded toward the courtyard's entrance. Armed with Ji Yin's token, Song Wen encountered no hindrances along the way. In fact, most individuals he passed regarded him with profound respect. After several inquiries, he successfully arrived at the treasury of the Heavenly Fiend Gang. Without hesitation, he maximized his withdrawal, receiving 4 banknotes of 100 taels, 9 of 10 taels, and an additional 10 taels in silver coins. 500 taels of silver was undoubtedly a substantial sum in the current era of the Qin Kingdom, sufficient for an ordinary family of 3 to live for an entire month. With this considerable wealth in hand, Song Wen stepped out onto the bustling streets of Yanqing, where crowds thronged and the atmosphere was lively. As he wandered, he indulged in various street delicacies, having found his appetite greatly increased since his training began. The streets were filled with performers, and captivated by their acts, Song Wen often paused to watch, occasionally tossing them some silver coins, prompting even more fervent performances. For the entire morning, Song Wen strolled through Yinqing, covering nearly half of the city. After casually dining at a street stall, he entered a local medical hall. Although he appeared to be idly wandering, he was discreetly noting the locations of several prominent medical establishments, intending to inquire about the 7-day heartbreak pill. Concerned that Ji Yin might have sent someone to follow him, he refrained from entering any medical hall too hastily. After a morning of careful observation, he was quite certain he had not been followed, allowing him to enter a medical hall named Apricot Forest Hall. Upon his arrival, he approached a white-haired elder, inquiring about his condition. Through his inquiries, Song Wen learned that the elder, known as Shui Tao, was a renowned physician in Yinqing, specializing in complex ailments, attracting numerous patients. However, he was notoriously greedy, charging exorbitant fees, making it nearly impossible for ordinary families to afford his services. To consult with Shui Tao, Song Wen had already paid 10 taels of silver, which was non-refundable regardless of the outcome. Master Shui, I have been poisoned. I beseech you to assist me in detoxifying, Song Wen implored. Shui Tao nodded and instructed, extend your left hand. I shall take your pulse. Complying without hesitation, Song Wen submitted his hand. After a moment of examination, Shui Tao frowned. Switch to your right hand. After assessing both hands and examining Song Wen's tongue and the whites of his eyes, he stated, from what I can observe, you have recently suffered significant depletion of vital essence and energy, leading to severe deficiency, yet I see no signs of poisoning. Song Wen felt a pang of disappointment. Master Shui, I urge you to examine me more thoroughly. I am certain I have been poisoned. Shui Tao replied, I have practiced medicine for decades, treating countless cases of poisoning, yet I find no signs of such in you. If you truly are poisoned, it is beyond my capabilities, and you must seek another renowned physician. Hearing this, Song Wen thought, as expected, the 7-day heartbreak pill is not easily remedied. He subsequently visited 5 more medical halls, each physician concluding that there were no signs of poisoning present. This left Song Wen feeling disheartened. Clearly, to find an antidote, he would need to delve into the inner workings of the Heavenly Fiend gang. He recalled Ji Yin mentioning, almost inadvertently, that the poison originated from within their ranks when he ordered the 7-day heartbreak powder. Chapter 13, Bloodshed and Death, revised, as the sun descended in the west. Its remnants bled across the horizon. Song Wen, feeling despondent, wandered aimlessly through the streets. As he ambled along, 2 flamboyantly dressed women suddenly blocked his path. Kind sir, come in and have some fun, they beckoned, one on either side, entwining their arms around his. Their alluring figures brushed against his, igniting a surge of desire within him. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a 3-story building before him, where a dozen scantily clad women on the balcony teased passers-by, drawing curious glances from the crowd. Realizing that he had unwittingly stumbled into a pleasure district, Song Wen felt a flicker of temptation. He believed that this oppressive mood of his required an outlet, and the establishment before him seemed to offer just that. However, as he prepared to follow the 2 women inside to indulge in the bygone charm of such places, an unexpected pang shot through his waist. It dawned on him that he was in a weakened state. Even if he entered the establishment, he would be powerless to engage, left only to lament his situation. With a sudden burst of resolve, he broke free from their grasp, hastily explaining, next time, next time. As he fled, one of the women scoffed, humph, pretty to look at but useless, too young to be so feeble, what a waste of a handsome visage. Upon leaving the district, Song Wen took note of the setting sun and realized it was time for him to return. Since the city's medical hall could not cure his affliction, he felt compelled to return to the Tiansha gang, where perhaps a sliver of hope awaited him. He worried about the nefarious elements that would emerge after dark in Yinqing, and lingering in the city could spell danger. At that moment, he found himself in the northern part of Yinqing, while the Tiansha gang resided in the south. To return meant traversing the entire city. Since successfully channeling his internal energy, Song Wen's cognitive abilities had significantly enhanced. He mentally mapped out the layout of Yinqing and his route earlier that day, quickly conjuring the shortest path back. During the day, he had walked the main streets, but now, to expedite his return to Tiansha gang, he would inevitably pass through some narrow alleys. As dusk enveloped the city and visibility waned, he approached the vicinity of the gang's stronghold. All he needed to do was navigate a small alley ahead and then merge onto the main road, and he would soon reach his destination. The alley before him was deserted, with a foul-smelling ditch alongside it emitting noxious odors. Halfway through, Song Wen suddenly spotted 2 figures ahead, one tall and the other short. Perhaps a father and son, he mused. The dim light obscured their features, so he pressed on without a second thought. After consuming a blood chi pill, his cultivation had progressed to the late stage of the first layer. Although he had never practiced any martial arts or spells and could not fully unleash his true power, his innate spiritual energy rendered ordinary individuals no match for him. As he drew closer, he discerned the figures more clearly, a robust man accompanied by a child of about 10 years. The man's muscles bulged beneath his robe, straining against the fabric. Could he be one of those martial artists who practice external strength? Song Wen pondered. Having spent over 2 months in this world, he had formed a preliminary understanding of its martial prowess. He had witnessed the external practitioners of the Tian Sha gang effortlessly lifting massive stones and shattering them with a single punch. However, it was the child, a small beggar he had previously injured while scrambling for a bun, who filled him with trepidation. The child recognized Song Wen and, filled with malice, pointed at him, saying, "Biao Ge, this is the one who hurt me last time, forcing me to rest for over a month." Biao Ji's rage ignited instantly. He commanded a group of 12 young beggars, relying on their earnings for his sustenance. This particular boy was the most adept at begging and served as Biao Ji's assistant. To elicit sympathy and collect more alms, Biao Ge had deliberately injured the other beggars, leaving them disabled. With the boys sidelined, Biao Ji's income had plummeted, and he could no longer afford the 6 flavor Remania pills. Compounding his woes, he suspected his brother's wife was growing fond of a neighboring man, leading him to feel increasingly insecure about his own illicit relationship with her. Fueled by jealousy and indignation, Biao Ge glared at Song Wen. "You dare harm my people? You must be tired of living," he growled, clenching his massive fist, poised to strike. Initially taken aback by Biao Ji's sudden aggression, Song Wen quickly regained his composure. It was evident that Biao Ge, despite his intimidating demeanor, lacked any real skill. His attacks were purely brute force. However, if that punch landed, it would undoubtedly result in severe injury. With a quick dip of his body, Song Wen evaded Biao Ji's strike. Simultaneously, he reached into his boot, retrieving the dagger he had acquired from the herbalist's shed. Using the momentum, he lunged forward, crashing into Biao Ji's embrace, driving the dagger into his chest with unerring precision. The fluidity of Song Wen's actions betrayed no hesitation. As the dagger pierced Biao Ji's heart, the latter had yet to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Hot blood gushed forth, sapping Biao Ge of his strength and courage. His eyes widened in disbelief, and in the dim light, he failed to discern how the attack had unfolded. He stammered, but the words never escaped his lips. In stark contrast to Biao Ji's impending demise, Song Wen's eyes sparkled with a manic intensity, resembling a deranged individual reveling in the act of killing. Although he was not truly deranged, the moment the dagger plunged into Biao Ji's flesh, a warm current surged through him, replenishing the energy he had lost from the blood chi pill. His previously weakened state transformed into one of vitality. Every cell in Song Wen's body seemed to rejoice, elevating his spirit to euphoric heights. This sensation was divine, intoxicating, and utterly enchanting. Meanwhile, Biao Ji's once formidable physique began to wither, the water content that comprised a significant portion of his body evaporating rapidly. In mere moments, he was reduced to a lifeless husk, his robe hanging loosely upon his emaciated frame. Chapter 14. The Method of Extreme Darkness. Brother Biao, teach this brat a harsh lesson. Eliminate him. The little beggar, situated behind Brother Biao and shrouded in dim light, remained oblivious to Brother Biao's unusual state, continuing to shout fiercely. Song Wen sensed that Brother Biao's physical form had been completely depleted of anything to devour. With a push of his left hand, the corpse was effortlessly cast aside. It was only then that the little beggar noticed Brother Biao's dreadful condition. His body was emaciated and dehydrated, skin turned a ghastly yellow and wrinkled, resembling a desiccated corpse that had not decayed for a millennium. A ghost, a blood-sucking demon. The little beggar, struck with terror, felt his legs give way and collapsed onto the ground. In a panic, he scrambled backward. The beggar's shrieks jolted Song Wen from his stupor, and he was taken aback by Brother Biao's miserable state. After a brief moment of distraction, he coldly turned his gaze towards the fleeing little beggar. He could not allow the little beggar to escape. The secret of his ability to kill and consume blood must remain hidden. Recalling the strange energy that had inexplicably manifested within him during the ingestion of the blood chi pill, Song Wen was convinced that his body harbored a great secret, one that was undoubtedly terrifying and must not be revealed. With a powerful thrust of his foot, he propelled himself forward, grasping the little beggar by the nape of his neck. "No, please, spare me," the little beggar pleaded desperately. Yet, Song Wen remained indifferent, his heart as cold as stone, devoid of any compassion, even for the child's youth. The little beggar exhibited none of the innocence typical of children. Instead, he radiated malice and ferocity. Allowing him to escape would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to himself. The dagger ruthlessly pierced the little beggar's heart, extinguishing his brief existence. Once again, the beggar's essence was consumed entirely, leaving behind a lifeless husk. Song Wen experienced that profound and exquisite sensation anew. Having absorbed the essence of both a robust adult and a spirited child, his own body felt somewhat overwhelmed, akin to an insatiably hungry person who had overindulged. Every muscle cell within him seemed to pulsate, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. His spirit was foggy, akin to the sensation of inebriation. The ground beneath him felt soft and unreal, as if he were treading on clouds. Even the scant spiritual energy in his dantian boiled and surged violently, akin to having ingested a stimulant. After considerable effort, Song Wen managed to partially calm his racing thoughts. He glanced at the two corpses on the ground, contemplating how to dispose of them. If left unattended, they could incite panic among the townsfolk and attract the attention of authorities. If anyone were to trace it back to him, it would lead to dire consequences. They might even perceive him as a demon and burn him alive in public. He had to erase all traces. Enduring the discomfort plaguing both his body and mind, Song Wen surveyed his surroundings, relieved to find no one in sight, at least for the moment. Summoning his spiritual energy, he delivered a mighty punch to the little beggar's corpse. Having lost its essence, the corpse had become exceedingly fragile. Song Wen's blow shattered the beggar's head. The remnants of the smashed skull turned into a heap of grayish mush. Devoid of any trace of blood, Song Wen's eyes brightened. The obliterated head was now nearly unrecognizable as human. He dragged the two corpses to a nearby foul ditch, relentlessly pounding them until they were reduced to fragments, which he then discarded into the murky waters. He meticulously collected the beggar's shattered head and tossed it in as well. Having completed this grim task, he swiftly departed the alley. Upon stepping onto the main road, he realized that the exhilaration coursing through him and the disorientation of his spirit had intensified. The acute tension from dealing with the corpses had momentarily masked his discomfort, but now it surged forth, overwhelming him. He felt as though he was losing control over his own body. Even walking in a straight line had become a challenge. Gritting his teeth, he staggered back to the Tiansha gang. Finally returning to his room, Song Wen immediately sought to cultivate his energy to alleviate his discomfort. However, he found that the turbulent blood energy within him and his erratic mental state made it impossible to calm his mind for meditation. With no other recourse, he lay down on the bed, waiting for his body to recuperate naturally. To his surprise, he gradually succumbed to sleep, only awakening the following morning. By the next morning, the discomfort in his body and spirit had significantly diminished. However, he still felt an abundance of energy surging within him, as if it yearned to escape. Suddenly, there came a knock at the door. "Young Master Song, it's time for breakfast." It was Aunt Chun, the servant, delivering the meal. As if his body had consumed and digested a considerable amount of energy the previous night, he felt ravenous, as if he could eat an entire cow. Song Wen promptly got out of bed and opened the door, revealing a middle-aged woman holding a food box, waiting outside. Her gaze, which had inadvertently fallen below his waist, momentarily seemed dazed. Taking the food box, Song Wen expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Aunt Chun. I'm rather hungry today. Could you please bring 2 more servings?" "No. Make it 5 servings of breakfast." Aunt Chun was taken aback, momentarily speechless, until Song Wen closed the door, prompting her to regain her composure. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she murmured to herself, not very old, but quite well endowed, with a hearty appetite. Youth truly is a blessing. Since Song Wen had begun absorbing energy, his senses had sharpened considerably, and he heard every word Aunt Chun muttered outside. He glanced down and noted that perhaps well-endowed was indeed an apt description. After finishing all 6 servings of breakfast Aunt Chun had brought, he finally felt a sense of fulfillment. He opened the door and stepped outside, entering the medicinal garden to tend to the spiritual herbs, a means of digesting his meal. Meanwhile, he reflected on the process of consuming the essence of 2 individuals the previous night. Upon introspection, he discovered that the severely depleted energy within him had been completely replenished, while the excess energy from the night before seemed to have vanished without a trace. He felt a slight enhancement in his physical body, though the effect was subtle and not overtly noticeable. Nonetheless, he perceived it distinctly. Moreover, his mental acuity appeared to have improved, leading to a clearer understanding of his cultivation techniques. Could it be that he had absorbed not only their essence, but something else as well? Where did his body's devouring ability originate? Was this the long-awaited boon of a transmigrator, a golden finger? With heightened awareness, Song Wen quickly discerned that his ability to consume could indeed aid him in overcoming his current predicament. If utilized effectively, there was a significant chance he could eliminate the threat of extreme darkness. As this thought crossed his mind, his spirits lifted. What he had not recognized all along was that he felt no discomfort from taking lives. Rather, he harbored a subtle anticipation for the prospect of killing and consuming blood once more. Chapter 15. A reunion with the dog lord. On the second floor of the small building, Ji-in stepped out of his room, prepared to give a morning lesson to the young man in the side room. He happened to catch sight of Song Wen, who was busily tending to the medicinal fields. Ji-in keenly observed the robust state of Song Wen's vitality, and a surge of excitement coursed through him. It appeared that the elixir crafted during their last endeavor had been remarkably successful, enabling the young man's rapid recovery. I must promptly commence the preparation of a new batch of elixirs, Ji-in mused silently. In high spirits, he could not help but exclaim, Song Wen, it seems your health has improved significantly. I am sincerely gratified. When you have the time, do venture outside more often. It will greatly benefit your recovery. With that, Ji-in did not wait for a reply and departed with a lightness in his step. As Song Wen observed Ji-in's retreating figure, he felt a flicker of curiosity. What had sparked such exuberance in the old man today? After finishing his chores in the medicinal fields, the sun was nearly at its zenith, and a pang of hunger reminded him it was time to eat. After freshening up, he left the Tian Sha gang, with a glimmer of hope in his heart. Song Wen decided to treat himself. The Tian Sha gang wielded immense influence in Yen City, with countless enterprises tied intricately to its operations, from the daily lives of the citizens to various forms of commerce. Particularly, shops in the vicinity of the Tian Sha gang were predominantly under its control. However, Song Wen preferred not to dine within the territory of the gang and chose instead to approach a humble street stall. The stall, modest in scale, was a simple structure set up along the street, featuring 3 tables. It offered a selection of cooked meats that appeared appetizing. The stall's business was lackluster, with all 3 tables vacant, so Song Wen casually selected a spot to sit. The proprietors were a young couple. The husband was preparing ingredients while the wife busied herself cleaning the tables. Upon noticing a customer, the young woman hastened her pace and inquired, "What would you like to eat? Add some extra meat, stir-fry a couple of dishes, and bring a large bowl of noodles," Song Wen replied. "Certainly. Please hold on a moment." The young woman's face lit up with joy at his order. The couple had 5 mouths to feed, including parents and a 3-year-old child, relying on the meager income from this stall. Business was poor, and their lives were quite frugal. From Song Wen's attire, it was evident he was not lacking in funds, and the manner in which he placed his order suggested he was generous. They anticipated making a good profit from him. The couple quickly got to work. The young woman sliced the marinated meat while her husband lit the stove to prepare the stir-fried dishes. Before long, the young woman returned with 2 plates of marinated meat. "Please enjoy, the rest will be ready shortly." The marinated meat was delightful, and Song Wen quickly finished both plates. At that moment, the young woman approached with a tray bearing noodles and stir-fried dishes. "And 2 more plates of marinated meat, please." "Of course, sir," she replied, placing the noodles and stir-fried dishes down with a smile before stepping away. Just as Song Wen was relishing his meal, 3 men arrived at the stall and seated themselves at the adjacent empty table. Since Song Wen was facing away from them, he did not see their faces and paid them little mind, assuming they were merely passing by. The 3 men ordered marinated meat and rice, and the young woman soon served them. They devoured their meals with remarkable speed, leaving the table cleared in no time. One of them let out a satisfied burp and declared, "Let us go." The other 2 followed suit, standing to leave. Upon witnessing their departure, the young woman wiped her hands on her apron and approached them with a smile, saying, "Gentlemen, the total is 142 copper coins." The leader of the trio showed no intention of paying, his gaze roving over the young woman with ill intent, particularly fixating on her ample bosom before settling on her delicate features. "Oh, this young lady is quite lovely," he remarked, eliciting lewd laughter from his companions. Dog Lord has a discerning eye. She indeed possesses some beauty. Young lady, why not join us as the Dog Lord as companion? I assure you, you'll enjoy a life of luxury, free from the toil of such a lowly existence. Previously engrossed in his meal, Song Wen turned at the mention of Dog Lord and recognized the trio as Go Hang and his two lackeys. A surge of anger ignited within him. Had it not been for Go Hang's deceit, he would never have joined the Tian Sha gang, nor would he have fallen into Ji Yin's hands or succumbed to the poison of the 7-day heartbreak powder. Go Hang noticed Song Wen's gaze and turned to him, though he did not immediately recognize him, finding him vaguely familiar but unable to recall where they had met. Since becoming Ji Yin's direct disciple, Song Wen's attire had undergone a significant transformation, no longer resembling the disheveled figure he once was. At that moment, the young woman's expression turned frantic, retreating hastily behind her husband, who had rushed over to assist her. The stall owner shielded his wife protectively, wearing a conciliatory smile as he addressed the trio. The three esteemed gentlemen are joking. My wife is not worthy of your attention. Go Hang, drawn in by the stall owner's words, momentarily shifted his focus away from Song Wen, his lewd grin replaced by a menacing expression. Listen closely, I am a member of the Tian Sha gang. It is already a privilege for you to have us dine at your roadside stall. How dare you ask for payment? The stall owner wore a pained expression. 142 copper coins was a significant sum for their impoverished family, enough to sustain them for several days. Yet, facing such intimidation, he had no choice but to lower his head. I beg your pardon. Please, take your time. Go Hang cast a contemptuous glance at the stall owner. At least you know your place. With that, he turned to leave with his companions. Song Wen's icy gaze followed the retreating figures of the three men. Aside from Ji Yin, Go Hang was the one he loathed the most. Now, with Ji Yin as his backing, although Ji Yin merely utilized him for testing elixirs, he would not easily allow harm to befall Song Wen. He could leverage Ji Yin's name to engage in audacious acts. Even if he were to kill Go Hang and his companions in the street, the Tian Sha gang would not dare to retaliate against him. With this thought, a fierce resolve surged within him. Song Wen's right hand slipped toward the dagger concealed within his boot. Chapter 16. The Young Master, revised, in the next moment. Song Wen released the dagger. He suddenly realized that he could not kill Go Hang and the others, at least not in front of so many witnesses. His body had the propensity to actively consume the essence of others, and he was uncertain whether he could control this process. If he were to kill Go Hang and his companions in the street, only to have his body uncontrollably absorb their lifeless forms, he would be defenseless. Undoubtedly branded as a fiend and publicly executed in a display of public outrage. Rising to his feet, Song Wen called out loudly, "Wait, Master Go." Go Hang turned around, fixing his gaze upon Song Wen. "Who are you?" The more he looked at Song Wen, the more familiar he felt. Yet he could not recall where he had encountered him. With a smile, Song Wen replied, "Master Go, you truly are a person of great stature, prone to forgetfulness. It was thanks to you that I was recommended to the Heavenly Fiend Gang, allowing me to become a direct disciple of the Great Yin Master. I owe you a debt of gratitude for your support." A flicker of realization crossed Go Hang's eyes. "You are that scholar." Song Wen. "Indeed. Master Go has a good memory," Song Wen acknowledged. A look of wariness appeared on Go Hang's face. Previously, the young men sent to the Great Yin were all destined to meet the King of Hell. Song Wen was the first to exit the Great Yin courtyard alive. After all, Go Hang had betrayed Song Wen, selling him for 10 taels of silver, effectively incurring his wrath. Logically, Song Wen should harbor animosity towards him. Yet instead of hatred, Go Hang perceived a profound sense of gratitude in Song Wen's expression. With a hint of caution, Go Hang asked, "Young Master Song, what brings you to seek me?" Song Wen maintained a demeanor of nonchalance, declaring, "Naturally, I wish to express my gratitude for your recommendation, for you are indeed my benefactor." He produced a silver ingot and tossed it onto the wooden table, addressing the stall owner. "This is for our meal, Master Go. As a distinguished member of the Heavenly Fiend Gang, surely you do not lack such trifling silver. It is merely that you forgot to bring your purse today." Go Hang's eyes lit up at the sight of the silver ingot, which amounted to a substantial 2 taels, enough to enjoy a couple of days of indulgence. He scrutinized Song Wen, unable to detect any deceit in him. Rather, he appeared to be meticulously preserving his own image. Go Hang could not help but ponder. Could it be that Song Wen truly lacks wit? Could he genuinely fail to recognize that he had been sold? As Go Hang continued to contemplate, the stall owner, gazing at the silver ingot, hesitated. Sir, I cannot make change. Song Wen responded, no need for change. Consider the remainder a tip for your service. The stall owner hesitated, having been left with a poor impression of Go Hang, fearing trouble and reluctant to accept the silver. Yet, the thought of letting such money slip away was equally disheartening. As the stall owner remained indecisive, Song Wen urged, if I say to accept it, then accept it. Turning to Go Hang, he inquired, Master Go, where is your residence? I intend to pay a visit when I have the opportunity. Number 25, Tongluo Lane. Go Hang blurted out. Immediately regretting his words, he felt a sense of unease. Something about Song Wen's behavior seemed off. He should not have disclosed his true address so readily. An unsettling feeling arose within him, prompting Go Hang to distance himself from Song Wen. Younger Master Song, I have matters to attend to today. I must take my leave. Perhaps another day, I shall treat you to meat and wine. Very well, Master Go. Attend to your affairs, Song Wen replied. Go Hang turned and departed with his two subordinates. Watching their retreating figures, Song Wen's eyes grew cold, and a mocking smile graced his lips. Number 25, Tongluo Lane. Just wait, I shall come to find you soon. After walking a considerable distance, Go Hang suddenly turned back to glance at the stall, only to find that Song Wen had vanished. The more he pondered, the more uneasy he felt. It was inconceivable that such a foolish person could exist, one who failed to recognize that he had once sold him. Now, as a disciple of the great Yin, if he sought to bring harm upon Song Wen, Go Hang felt he would stand no chance. At that moment, a procession appeared down the street, a group of over a dozen elite members of the Heavenly Fiend gang surrounding a bullock cart, which progressed slowly. A robust green bull pulled a cart devoid of a canopy, upon which lay the corpse of a formidable white tiger, measuring an entire zhang in length. The tiger's powerful body, sharp claws, and fierce fangs spoke of its ferocity and life, drawing a crowd of onlookers. The members of the Heavenly Fiend gang surrounded a young man in his 20s who was being showered with accolades. The young master truly is remarkable. So young, yet capable of single-handedly hunting such a vicious beast. Look at those fangs. They must be at least 4 inches long. And those claws. With that muscular tail, it's astonishing that the young master was able to slay it. Under his leadership, the Heavenly Fiend gang is destined to grow even stronger. Tang Liang listened to the flattery of the crowd and the awestruck gazes of the onlookers, feeling an overwhelming sense of pride. Even the pain from where the white tiger had torn off a piece of his flesh seemed to fade. His eyes suddenly caught sight of Go Hang in the distance, and he waved enthusiastically, calling out, Go Hang, come over and see how I, the young master, have slain this white tiger. Go Hang was taken aback by Tang Liang's invitation. As the son of the gang leader, chosen by Tang Yinian to be the young master of the Heavenly Fiend gang, Tang Liang typically looked down upon lowly figures like Go Hang. It was unexpected for him to extend such an invitation today. Suddenly, a plan formed in Go Hang's mind. Although he could not deal with Song Wen, perhaps Tang Liang could. He hurried over to Tang Liang, bowing and scraping. Young master, you called for me? Tang Liang gestured toward the slain white tiger. What do you think of this magnificent beast? Go Hang feigned amazement. The young master is truly formidable. Such a fierce creature can only be faced by a hero of your caliber, and to have slain it alone is nothing short of extraordinary. Tang Liang nodded in satisfaction. Go Hang then shifted the conversation. Unfortunately. Unfortunately what? Tang Liang asked, his expression darkening with displeasure. Unfortunately, we martial artists, no matter how skilled, are still mere mortals, limited by the frailties of our humanity. Unlike the elders of the great Yin, who wield powers beyond comprehension with ease. The smug expression on Tang Liang's face gradually faded, replaced by resentment. He had sought the great Yin's teachings numerous times, and even implored his father to intervene on his behalf, but the great Yin had coldly dismissed them with the words, You too lack the affinity for immortality. Without even a trial, how could the great Yin ascertain that they lacked such potential? Chapter 17. Ingesting the Antidote, Revised. The rapport between Yin and the Tian Sha gang was notably nuanced. On one hand, both parties harbored mutual reservations, each wary of potential treachery from the other. Conversely, they were both reliant on the other's resources. Yin depended on the Tian Sha gang to procure various spiritual herbs and to abduct literate youths in their teens. The Tian Sha gang, in turn, leveraged Yin's reputation as an immortal to intimidate formidable martial artists in the Qian Kingdom's court, deterring them from taking action against the gang. Tang Liang, in his pursuit of immortality, had once eavesdropped on Yin's morning rituals, but he only managed to glean fragmented insights, failing to grasp the method. Those youths who failed to cultivate successfully were executed under Yin's supervision, thwarting Tang Liang's aspiration to acquire cultivation techniques from them. Tang Liang's countenance was somber, his eyes betraying his discontent. Which mortal did not yearn to become an immortal? Yet, such an opportunity was rarely attainable. Go Hang sighed, lamenting that even a heroic figure like the young gang leader was unable to access such an opportunity, leaving little prospect for a lowly lackey like himself. The fact that a roadside beggar could obtain such an opportunity, while the young gang leader could not, made the concept of such an opportunity all the more enigmatic. Tang Liang frowned, inquiring about the beggar. Go Hang explained that Yin had accepted a personal disciple who was previously a beggar. Tang Liang scoffed, dismissing the notion that the beggar had stumbled upon some fortuitous immortal technique. He noted that Yin had taken on more than one personal disciple, and their fates were invariably grim. Go Hang countered that this instance was different, as Yin appeared to have genuinely accepted this individual as a disciple, granting him free access to the Tiansha gang. Yin's previous disciples were confined to Yin's courtyard. Tang Liang raised an eyebrow, questioning the veracity of this claim. Go Hang affirmed its truth, stating that he would not dare deceive the young gang leader and that the individual, named Song Wen, was brought into the Tiansha gang by him. He added that he had recently encountered him. Tang Liang, intrigued, instructed Go Hang to take him to this individual. He dared not confront Yin directly, but felt confident in his ability to deal with a teenager. Go Hang, taken aback, hastily restrained Tang Liang, questioning his intentions. Tang Liang stated that he intended to seek the cultivation method from the individual. Go Hang, whose aim was to eliminate Song Wen as a threat, cautioned against rash action, fearing that Song Wen might refuse to divulge the information. Tang Liang retorted that he would not dare refuse. Go Hang argued that even if Song Wen were to reveal the cultivation method, he might report the incident to Yin, posing a dilemma for the young gang leader. Tang Liang paused to consider this, acknowledging the wisdom of Go Hang's words and inquiring about an alternative course of action. Go Hang suggested a clandestine approach, advocating for Song Wen's abduction, extraction of the cultivation method, and subsequent elimination, ensuring secrecy. Before proceeding, they would need to ascertain Song Wen's capabilities. After a moment, Tang Liang concurred, promising Go Hang a position by his side if the plan succeeded, praising his resourcefulness. Go Hang, elated, saw this as an opportunity to eliminate Song Wen and gain the young gang leader's favor. Unaware of these machinations, Song Wen returned to Yin's residence after leaving the stall and commenced his cultivation through meditation. Having devised a means to counter Yin, he was determined to intensify his training, believing that greater strength would enhance his ability to manage risks. For days passed swiftly. During this period, Song Wen dedicated himself to cultivation and tending to the spiritual herbs, refraining from venturing outside. As the anticipated day approached, Song Wen arrived at the second floor early in the morning. After knocking lightly on the door, Yin's voice instructed him to wait outside. After a quarter of an hour, Yin opened the door, glanced at Song Wen, and handed him a porcelain bottle, stating that it contained the antidote for this cycle. He then proceeded downstairs. Song Wen expressed his gratitude and watched Yin depart, sensing a change in Yin's demeanor, as if something had troubled him. Unbeknownst to Song Wen, none of the new recruits had successfully initiated the Qi induction process. Song Wen returned to his room with the porcelain bottle, uncorked it, and found a dark red pill inside. After a brief moment of contemplation, he swallowed the pill. He had considered delaying taking the medicine to test the resistance of the abundant blood and the magical energy in his body to the toxicity. However, after careful consideration, he decided to give up. There was no need to risk his life to test. In case the toxicity broke out violently, it would instantly kill him, and it would be too late to regret it. After taking the antidote, there was no sensation, like swallowing an ordinary pill. However, Song Wen's heart was slightly lowered. At least in the next 7 days, he didn't have to worry about the poison of 7-day intestine-breaking pill. At dusk, Song Wen, weary from days of rigorous cultivation, decided to take a stroll and have dinner. As he stepped out of his room, Yin's voice called out from the second floor, inquiring about his destination. Yin cautioned him to return early, noting the dangers of yinching at night. He reminded him that as a novice cultivator with limited spiritual power and no spells, he would be no match for stronger martial artists. Song Wen thanked Yin for his concern and departed, aware that Yin's concern stemmed from the potential loss of a valuable medicinal slave rather than genuine care for his well-being. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the validity of Yin's concerns, recognizing the heightened dangers of yinching at night. Song Wen found a reputable restaurant not far from the Tiansha gang. Shortly after being seated, the waiter brought out excellent dishes. After eating and drinking enough, Song Wen had just walked out of the restaurant when he saw Go Hang approaching him. Song Wen looked at Go Hang, who was walking towards him, feeling a little puzzled. The last time they met, Go Hang was obviously avoiding him. Why is he so enthusiastic today? Moreover, Go Hang's appearance was a little too coincidental. With a calm expression on his face, Song Wen smiled and said, "Mr. Go, it's really a coincidence. Have you had dinner yet? If you haven't, I'll treat you." Go Hang said, "How can I let Mr. Song spend money? Let's go. I'll take Mr. Song to the brothel to listen to music." Song Wen was intent on finding a secluded spot to eliminate Go Hang, but Go Hang's sudden appearance aroused his suspicion. Having been betrayed by Go Hang during their first encounter, Song Wen dared not underestimate him. He sensed something different about Go Hang today. After some thought, Song Wen realized that Go Hang had come alone, without his usual two burly attendants. "Why don't I see your two subordinates?" A trace of panic flashed across Go Hang's face. They have something to do today and didn't follow me." He had come to lure Song Wen, and the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Why would he bring two useless subordinates with him? Noticing the unnatural expression on Go Hang's face, Song Wen immediately made a decision. "Thank you for the invitation, but my master has instructed me to return before nightfall," he replied, feeling regretful for declining Go Hang's kind offer. With a slight bow towards Go Hang, Song Wen stepped out of the restaurant and made his way towards the Tiansha gang. As Go Hang watched Song Wen's departing figure, his expression shifted from one of disappointment to a malevolent glare. Although the sun had not yet fully set, the sky had darkened considerably, and the streets were sparsely populated, with only a few scattered passers-by. It would not be impossible to take action by force. He raised his right hand, making a gesture across his throat. Song Wen walked along the main road for several dozen paces. To his right, he noticed a narrow alleyway leading into the shadows. Unaware of the lurking danger, he continued on his path. As he reached the junction, three figures clad in black suddenly emerged from the alley. These assailants, dressed in tight black garments and cloaked to conceal their identities, revealed only their piercing eyes. The nearest of them raised a hand and lunged towards Song Wen, who was barely 2 feet away when he sensed the impending threat. Chapter 18. Ambush, revised. As he sensed imminent capture, Song Wen retreated a half-step, narrowly evading the grasp of a cloaked assailant. Realizing their surprise attack had failed, the three black-clad figures no longer concealed themselves, swiftly emerging from the alley. Their agility was remarkable. One positioned himself in front of Song Wen, another behind him, while the closest one lunged directly at him. Lacking combat experience, Song Wen instinctively summoned his spiritual energy and struck out with a punch at the approaching foe. The attacker, however, dismissed Song Wen's effort with contempt. They had previously surveilled the guards outside the Extreme Inn courtyard and knew that Song Wen had only recently achieved the initial stages of his cultivation. No matter how extraordinary the path of cultivation, it was implausible for anyone to amass significant power in such a brief span. Unperturbed, the assailant continued his advance towards Song Wen. Bang! The punch connected solidly with the black-clad figure's chest. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed sharply. The man was sent staggering back, crashing to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth, soaking the black cloth covering his face. "Young master!" The other two black-clad men exclaimed in alarm. "Seize him! Do not let him escape!" The fallen figure was none other than Tang Liang, the young master of the Heavenly Kill Gang. He struggled to rise, but Song Wen's blow had shattered several of his ribs, some of which had pierced his lung, rendering him momentarily immobile. Before their encounter, Tang Liang had already conducted thorough investigations into Song Wen, believing himself to be a second-rate martial artist. Accompanied by two equally skilled confidants, he assumed subduing Song Wen, who had only been cultivating for less than 10 days, would be a trivial task. In the martial world, second-rate martial artists were still considered formidable. Little did he expect that in his carelessness, he would fail to withstand Song Wen's punch. Though he had contemplated seeking assistance from top-tier experts within his gang, those few were not closely related to him, posing a risk of betrayal. Seeing that Song Wen was not easily subdued, the other two black-clad men drew gleaming short swords from their waists and charged at him. Recognizing he was outmatched, Song Wen performed a roll on the ground, positioning himself beside Tang Liang, and swiftly drew a dagger from his boot, pressing it against Tang Liang's throat. "Stand back, or I shall kill him," Song Wen commanded sharply. The two black-clad men froze, uncertain of their next move. "Young Master Song," cease your actions. We merely seek the cultivation method and have no desire for enmity with you, one of them whispered. The commotion had drawn the attention of passers-by, who, having learned to avoid danger in such chaotic times, kept their distance. The black-clad men openly stated their intentions, unafraid of eavesdroppers. With a cold laugh, Song Wen retorted, "If you desire the techniques, seek out extreme Yin. Why resort to kidnapping me? Unable to deal with extreme Yin, you choose to prey on me like a soft persimmon." On the ground, Tang Liang finally regained his breath and declared, "I am the young master of the Heavenly Kill Gang. Dare to harm me, and you shall not escape. Hand over the cultivation method, and we shall ensure your safety." Having had his identity revealed by one of the black-clad men, Tang Liang no longer bothered to conceal it. Boldly acknowledging his status, Song Wen, however, remained skeptical of his words. The fact that Tang Liang, as the young master of the Heavenly Kill Gang, had failed to obtain the cultivation method suggested that Extreme Yin regarded the techniques as treasures, unwilling to share them with others. If he were to divulge the methods, and Extreme Yin discovered it, he would surely face dire consequences, perhaps even death. "Even if I die, it shall be after you. Feel free to test that," Song Wen declared fiercely, ripping off the black cloth covering Tang Liang's face to memorize his features, delivering a heavy slap across Tang Liang's face. Puffed. Another mouthful of blood erupted from Tang Liang, along with 2 teeth. "Move aside," Song Wen shouted. The 2 black-clad men exchanged glances and slowly began to retreat. "Continue retreating. Quickly. Move back 50 paces. Song Wen commanded loudly. As the 2 men withdrew to a distance of over 40 paces, Song Wen suddenly took off running without warning, sprinting towards the Heavenly Kill Gang. He had no intention of killing Tang Liang. He feared that the gang's leader would go mad with rage, and in such a case, Extreme Yin would not protect him. The 2 black-clad men, witnessing Song Wen's sudden flight, contemplated pursuit, but the distance was too great, leaving them powerless. They could only rush to assist Tang Liang and help him depart. Song Wen ran at full speed, not stopping until he entered the Extreme Yin courtyard. Panting heavily, he made his way towards the small building. "Heavenly Kill Gang, Tang Liang, wait for me," Song Wen thought, filled with resentment. He resolved that he could no longer venture out of this courtyard easily. At least within its confines, he was temporarily safe. As Song Wen reached the base of the small building, Extreme Yin's figure suddenly appeared in the hallway on the 2nd floor. "Song Wen, what has happened? You seem out of breath." Master, I am fine. I was merely exercising." Song Wen hesitated for a moment before ultimately choosing not to reveal the truth. Tang Liang had come seeking the cultivation methods. Informing Extreme Yin would undoubtedly allow him to keep an eye on Tang Liang. But it also raised the risk of Tang Liang facing death, considering Extreme Yin still had use for the Heavenly Kill Gang. Tang Liang might not die, but Extreme Yin would certainly suspect that Song Wen had leaked the methods. In such a scenario, not only would he lose the freedom to enter and exit the courtyard, but he might also suffer severe interrogation at the hands of Extreme Yin. Extreme Yin showed no suspicion and turned to return to his room. Time passed swiftly, and soon Song Wen had consumed 4 detoxification pills. This indicated that a new batch of young recruits had been present for a month. During this time, Song Wen noticed Extreme Yin's temperament had grown increasingly irritable, as none of the newcomers had succeeded in channeling their energy, a source of great frustration for Extreme Yin, who had invested considerable time in their training. "Song Wen, here is a detoxification pill. I shall be entering seclusion for a while. Please take good care of the herb garden." Extreme Yin had initially intended to spare Song Wen's life, no longer using him for testing. Song Wen had managed the herb garden well, saving Extreme Yin a great deal of effort. However, with this batch of students failing to channel their energy, Extreme Yin gradually lost patience. He prepared to refine pills again, leaving Song Wen's fate to the hands of destiny. Should Song Wen perish during the testing, it would merely be a consequence of his own misfortune. As Song Wen watched Extreme Yin's figure gradually obscured by the stone door of the alchemy chamber, he silently mused. "It seems I must eliminate a few individuals and absorb their essence." A wave of excitement surged through him. This would be the perfect opportunity to escape Extreme Yin's control. The vital essence he had acquired from the little beggar and Biao Gu had already begun to strengthen his body, though he was uncertain of its exact whereabouts. Nevertheless, he was certain that his physical form had indeed been enhanced to some degree. The following day, after being ambushed by Tang Liang, Song Wen, who had not stepped outside the courtyard since, finally ventured out through the gates of the Heavenly Kill Gang. After wandering through the bustling streets for half an hour, and confirming that he was not being followed, he made his way to number 25, Tongluo Lane. Tongluo Lane was clearly a neighborhood inhabited by common folk, with most of the houses old and low. Upon entering the narrow alley, Song Wen noticed there were no house numbers. He had no choice but to stop a passing woman to inquire for directions. "Excuse me, ma'am. How does one get to number 25, Tongluo Lane?" The woman glanced at Song Wen with a hint of disdain in her eyes. "I don't know." Upon observing the expression on the other person's face, Song Wen realized that they were undoubtedly aware of the whereabouts of number 25 Tongluo Alley, and were well acquainted with the resident, Go Hang. However, it seemed that there was a lingering resentment towards Go Hang, which extended to Song Wen, the individual inquiring about Go Hang's residence. Thus, they were reluctant to provide directions. "Auntie, I am not a bad person. I merely have a matter to discuss with Go Hang," Song Wen implored. The aunt, with a look of disdain, retorted, "With that fair and delicate appearance, you hardly seem like a person of good standing. What kind of reputable young man looks so pristine?" Song Wen's lips twitched slightly. He could not claim to be particularly fair-skinned. However, this aunt, having lived at the lower echelons of society, was accustomed to encountering those weathered by the sun and rain, and thus perceived Song Wen as unusually pristine, mistaking him for someone engaged in dubious activities. Since the aunt was impervious to reason, Song Wen resorted to a more persuasive tactic. He reached into his bosom and produced a silver coin, presenting it before her. "Tell me where number 25 is, and this coin shall be yours." The aunt, with remarkable quickness, seized the coin and scrutinized it carefully. Once assured of its authenticity, a warm smile spread across her face. "This young man possesses an attractive demeanor. He appears to be a kind-hearted individual." She gestured towards a nearby building, saying that there is number 25. Then, lowering her voice, she added, "That rascal has already vacated this place." Song Wen's brow furrowed slightly. "Rascal? Are you referring to Go Hang? When did he move out?" At the mention of Go Hang, the aunt's face contorted with disgust. Who else could it be? A wretched creature, reviled by all. "He moved out over 20 days ago. Do you know where he has relocated?" Song Wen inquired. The aunt shook her head. "I cannot say." She hurriedly tucked the silver coin into her clothing, fearful that Song Wen might demand it back. Chapter 19. Vengeance, revised. After bidding farewell to the aunt, Song Wen arrived outside room 25. The house appeared somewhat dilapidated, suggesting that it had indeed been unoccupied for some time. Turning away from Tongluo Alley, Song Wen recalled the aunt mentioning that Go Hang had moved out over 20 days ago, likely around the time he was attacked by Tang Liang. This indicated that Go Hang was an exceedingly cautious individual, anticipating that Song Wen might seek him out for trouble and thus vacating the premises in advance. Upon returning to the main road, Song Wen passed by a ready-made clothing store, where an idea struck him, prompting him to enter. Moments later, he emerged dressed in a fitted outfit, wearing a wide-brimmed hat that shielded his face with a veil, evoking the aura of a chivalrous wanderer. He made his way to a restaurant situated near the entrance of the Heavenly Kill Gang, taking a seat by the window on the second floor. This vantage point afforded him an excellent view of the gang's entrance. He waited for nearly half a day, until the afternoon, when he finally spotted Go Hang exiting the Heavenly Kill Gang, accompanied by two subordinates. Song Wen did not disturb the trio but trailed them discreetly from a distance. He followed them until darkness fell, witnessing firsthand what true rogues were capable of. They extorted small vendors, dined and dashed, harassed unsuspecting women on the streets, and bullied beggars. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would scarcely have believed that anyone could commit so many misdeeds in a mere afternoon. Eventually, the three entered a seedy brothel. Just as Song Wen thought he would have to wait outside for a long while, they emerged less than 15 minutes later. "What? Has a tiger transformed?" he muttered incredulously before stealthily following them to a modest residence. The dwelling was somewhat low, comprising 3 rooms, with only the central one having a large door for entry. The 2 side rooms lacked external doors, featuring only windows. Go Hang and his 2 subordinates, all solitary figures, had been residing in this house during this period. As Song Wen glanced at the sky, he noted that it was well past midnight, an opportune time for sinister deeds. Adjusting his sleeves, he concealed a pouch of powder in his hand and stepped forward to knock on the door. "Who is it? At this hour?" a burly man barked, opening the door with a scowl. "Song." The man was taken aback upon recognizing Song Wen, unable to fathom why he would appear at his doorstep so late. However, before he could articulate his confusion, Song Wen propelled him inside with a swift kick, sending him crashing onto a nearby table. The commotion quickly drew the attention of the two others, Go Hang and another burly man, who rushed out from the side room. Song Wen, how did you find this place? Go Hang exclaimed, panic etched across his face. With a flick of his left hand, Song Wen released a cloud of powder that enveloped Go Hang and his companions, instantly filling the room with a white haze. This concoction, a blend of lime and caustic soda, caught the three off guard. Ah, my eyes, they cried out in distress, desperately shielding their eyes. One of the men, even weeping blood. You despicable scoundrel, what do you intend to do? Go Hang questioned fiercely, retreating in a state of chaos. Still clinging to a sliver of hope, he attempted to evade responsibility, having never directly crossed paths with Song Wen before. What do I want? To repay the favor bestowed upon me by Dog Master, and to settle the score for your collusion with Tang Liang in attacking me. Song Wen's voice was icy. Tang Liang attacked you. Go confront him. What does it have to do with me? Rest assured, he will soon meet his end in hell, Go Hang retorted. Song Wen, you, a dignified cultivator, resorting to such base methods as throwing lime, do you not feel ashamed? As he spoke, Go Hang felt his way to the side room, where windows on both sides offered a potential escape route. Enough of this fruitless chatter. You have made your fate abundantly clear. To hell you go? Song Wen refrained from attacking immediately, waiting for the powder to settle, not wishing to be harmed by his own trickery and suffer the same fate as the three men. Once the powder had settled, Song Wen brandished a dagger, leaping forward like a hawk taking flight, and struck the nearest man. The dagger pierced sharply into the man's skull. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Wen withdrew the knife and lunged at the second man, plunging the blade into his chest. Finally, he rushed toward the last figure, Go Hang. Just as Song Wen believed victory was assured, he noticed Go Hang raising his right hand, revealing a set of concealed darts strapped to his wrist. A wave of dread washed over Song Wen as he swiftly ducked. Whoosh! The dart narrowly missed his scalp, barely evading the projectile. Song Wen thrust the dagger into Go Hang's chest. Watching as Go Hang's breath gradually faded, Song Wen felt a surge of trepidation. Thankfully, he had blinded the trio with the powder beforehand. Otherwise, he might have fallen victim to Go Hang's concealed darts. Go Hang, ever the patient man, had only revealed his hidden weapon at the last moment. Subsequently, Song Wen commenced the act of absorbing their lifeblood. During this process, he discovered that he needed to maintain contact with the wounds to consume the blood swiftly. If he removed his hand, the speed of absorption would significantly diminish. And if he completely withdrew, it would slow to a barely perceptible crawl, akin to absorbing the blood essence dispersed in the air. Moreover, he found the process of blood absorption to be controllable. With a mere thought, he could cease or initiate the absorption at will. Moments later, the three men lay lifeless before him, their bodies transformed into mere husks. Once he had consumed their essence, Song Wen felt a surge of vitality coursing through his veins, his cells trembling with energy. The exhilaration he experienced during the first absorption gradually shifted to a dizzying sensation as he became overwhelmed by the sudden influx of power. However, this time, having gained experience from his initial encounter, his body and mind adapted to the surge without spiraling out of control, though he felt somewhat uncomfortable from the excess. This time, Song Wen had meticulously planned his actions. He was not caught unprepared as he had been during his first murder. He disposed of the three bodies onto the bed and ignited flammable materials such as clothing and bedding atop them. From his pocket, he produced a water pouch containing a volatile oil, reminiscent of gasoline from a past life, known for its potent flammability. After dousing the bodies with the oil, he tossed a match into the inferno before departing without a backward glance. Flames erupted, engulfing the room in a roaring blaze. Due to the wooden structure of the house, it was not long before the entire building was ablaze. The nearby residents were soon roused from their slumber, staring at the inferno, unaware of the countless grievances Go Hang had caused, as not a single soul ventured forth to extinguish the flames. The nearest house was still several yards away, and the neighbors showed no concern that the fire might spread to their own homes. Chapter 20. The emergence of the extreme in the following day. In the main hall of the Heavenly Saber Gang, the head of the law enforcement hall, Wang Yi, reported to the gang leader, Tang Enian. Leader, last night, 3 of our subordinates' houses caught fire, and they were all reduced to ashes. Tang Enian, a formidable figure with a robust physique and a long scar across his face, appeared both fierce and intimidating. Oh, there are still those who dare to provoke our Heavenly Saber Gang in Salt City, he remarked, sitting comfortably in his leader's seat. Displaying no visible anger, but rather an intriguing curiosity. Recently, he had just broken through to the innate master realm. Prior to this breakthrough, his martial skills were already considered top tier in the martial world, sufficient to dominate Salt City. Now, having reached the innate level, he belonged to the elite echelon of martial artists. In the martial arts community of the Qian Kingdom, those stronger than him were certainly fewer than 10. Instantly, his ambitions began to swell. He was no longer satisfied with merely ruling Salt City, believing he had the capability to establish his own sect and reign supreme in the martial world. Moreover, the presence of the mysterious immortal, Extreme Yin, within the gang further inflated Tang Yin's ambitions. However, Extreme Yin had always been indifferent to worldly power, solely devoted to cultivation, leaving Tang Yin perplexed about his true intentions. The relationship between Extreme Yin and the Heavenly Saber gang was delicate, based purely on mutual benefit. Extreme Yin utilized the gang to gather spiritual herbs and apprentices, while the gang leveraged Extreme Yin's name to intimidate would-be challengers. Have you ascertained who is responsible? Tang Yin inquired. Wang Yi replied, according to our investigation, this matter is intricately linked to an apprentice of Elder Extreme Yin. Tang Yin's spirit jolted. It was the apprentice of Extreme Yin. Then this must be handled with caution. You may leave. I will deal with it personally. After Wang Yi departed, Tang Yin murmured to himself, it has been a while since I last saw Elder Extreme Yin. Perhaps it is time to find a suitable opportunity to pay him a visit. In the ensuing days, Song Wen seldom left his courtyard, diligently refining the vital energy within his body. He calculated that Extreme Yin would likely emerge from seclusion soon, and he could not afford to reveal the anomalies in his vital energy. Otherwise, all his previous efforts might go to waste. 4 days later, Extreme Yin emerged from the alchemy room in high spirits. Before commencing his alchemical endeavors, he sensed an improvement in his skills, prompting him to increase the quantity of ingredients used. As expected, he successfully produced 4 pills of commendable quality, releasing a subtle fragrance. Song Wen, come to the 2nd floor at once. Eagerly, Extreme Yin summoned Song Wen to test the elixir. Trembling, Song Wen knelt before Extreme Yin, pleading, Master, could you spare me from testing the elixir, considering I have diligently tended to the herb fields for you? Extreme Yin remained unmoved, his expression calm. Rest assured, this batch of elixirs is highly successful and should not have significant side effects. You may even experience a breakthrough to the 2nd layer of qi cultivation. Bear in mind, my own cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of qi. Song Wen's pupils constricted. He had gleaned a vital piece of information. Extreme Yin was only at the 3rd layer of qi cultivation, albeit still significantly stronger than him. Kneeling on the ground, he inched closer to Extreme Yin, grasping the hem of his robe, and continued to plead, Master, we could recruit a new batch of apprentices. Once one of them successfully draws qi into their body, let them test the elixir instead. Extreme Yin snorted, effortlessly pushing Song Wen back half a step. Humph. Recruiting new disciples for testing will take at least a month. I have no time to wait. You must consume this elixir today, whether you like it or not. If you refuse, I will end your life right now. Master, Song Wen raised his head, his eyes pleadingly fixed on Extreme Yin, as if beseeching mercy. Extreme Yin's gaze darkened as he produced a porcelain vial, pouring a blood vitality pill into his hand. He then stepped forward, commanding, take it, now. Overwhelmed by the powerful aura emanating from Extreme Yin, Song Wen trembled as he accepted the pill. However, he hesitated, fearfully gazing at the pill in his hand, torn between the decision to consume it or not. Based on past experiences, Extreme Yin understood that to ascertain the efficacy of the elixir, Song Wen must willingly cooperate. If Song Wen were to consume the elixir without cultivating, driven by a desire for death, he would undoubtedly perish from the pill's draining effects. It was essential for Song Wen to possess a will to survive, actively cultivating to dissipate the elixir's potency, in order to determine whether it truly had the potential to break through his limits. Hence, Extreme Yin softened his tone. Do not worry, this will be your last test. Regardless of the outcome, I will never ask you to test elixirs again. Furthermore, I will grant you the true antidote to the 7-day heartbreak pill, after which you will gain your freedom. Whether you choose to remain with the Heavenly Saber gang will be entirely up to you. Song Wen's expression shifted, seemingly moved by Extreme Yin's words. He looked up at him and replied, all right, I hope Master will keep his word. In truth, Song Wen held no belief in Extreme Yin's assurances. How could he possibly allow himself to leave? Had he not seen those young aspirants who failed to draw qi into their bodies, all ordered to be executed by extreme yin to prevent the leakage of their techniques? Everything Song Wen did was merely a facade, intended to deceive extreme yin. He worried that an overly prompt agreement to test the elixir might arouse suspicion. Having settled into a cross-legged posture, Song Wen regulated his breathing before ingesting the elixir. As before, upon entering his abdomen, the pill transformed into rivulets of heat that coursed through his entire being. The spiritual energy within his meridians surged, swiftly permeating every limb and converging within his dantian. Concurrently, his vital energy began to deplete rapidly, as if the elixir was transmuting it into spiritual energy. The enigmatic energy that had manifested previously reappeared, promptly replenishing his dwindling vital energy. Intent on unraveling the mysteries of his physical form, Song Wen had allocated a portion of his consciousness to observe the changes within his body. This time, he discerned the source of this enigmatic power, the depths of his bones, where the essence blood was stored. Could it be that the essence blood I devoured from those I slew has been absorbed and transformed, concealed within my body? Essence blood, the very essence of life, is intrinsically linked to one's health and longevity. He wondered if this essence blood possessed the ability to extend his lifespan. Perhaps because Song Wen had absorbed the essence blood of 5 individuals, the energy emanating this time was significantly more substantial than before. This maintained a state of equilibrium within Song Wen's body, preventing any discernible decline in his vital energy. This development filled the extremely yin with elation, for it seemed that years of experimentation were finally bearing fruit. However, Song Wen, immersed in the process of refining the elixir's potency, was far from optimistic. Damn it, what's happening? The potency of this elixir is more than twice as strong as the last one. How did the extremely yin concoct such an unstable concoction? Fortunately, I absorbed the essence blood of Go Hang and the others, or I might not have been able to withstand it. As he diligently refined the elixir's potency, Song Wen silently cursed. The more potent the elixir, the greater the depletion of vital energy, which in turn meant a greater conversion into spiritual energy for Song Wen. Imperceptibly, his cultivation base experienced a sudden surge, breaking through the first level of qi training and ascending to the second. Success! The extremely yin exclaimed, utterly ecstatic. His eyes widened as he muttered to himself in a hushed tone. His hands trembled with excitement, and he felt an overwhelming urge to consume the elixir immediately and shatter the bottleneck that had plagued his cultivation for years. However, he ultimately suppressed this impulse. For the sake of prudence, he resolved to await Song Wen's complete refinement of the elixir's potency before making a decision. Half an hour later, Song Wen had fully refined the elixir's potency, and his cultivation base had stabilized at the second level of qi training. His eyes gleamed with a mixture of elation and relief, as if having narrowly escaped a calamity, coupled with the joy of a breakthrough in cultivation and an augmentation of strength. Master, the elixir is fine, and my cultivation base has broken through, Song Wen announced. The extremely yin nodded, grasping Song Wen's wrist and employing spiritual energy to thoroughly examine his body. According to his perception, Song Wen's body was devoid of any issues, and his cultivation base had indeed reached the second level of qi training. All of this indicated that he had successfully concocted the vitality pill, capable of assisting individuals in overcoming bottlenecks. Excellent! The extremely yin exclaimed with delight. This is truly wonderful. Song Wen, you may retire to rest. Your master shall enter seclusion to achieve a breakthrough. You shall be responsible for everything within the courtyard and must protect me, forbidding anyone from ascending to the second floor. After a moment's hesitation, Song Wen inquired with a hint of anticipation, Master, could you bestow upon your disciple the antidote to the 7-day gut-severing pill? A flicker of murderous intent flashed across the extremely yin's eyes, but it was quickly concealed. Once I emerge from seclusion, I shall grant you the true antidote to the 7-day gut-severing pill. Thank you, Master, Song Wen replied, cupping his fist in gratitude. This disciple will ensure your protection and prevent anyone from disturbing your breakthrough. With that, Song Wen turned and descended the stairs, standing motionless outside the wooden building. The extremely yin glanced at Song Wen below, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Once I break through to the middle stage of qi training, you will be of no further use. The extremely yin closed the door and began to meditate, preparing himself. He did not rush to consume the elixir. Instead, he sought to optimize his essence, energy, and spirit before ingesting the pill, thereby maximizing his chances of a successful breakthrough. The extremely Yin spent several hours meticulously adjusting his essence, energy, and spirit to their optimal state. By this time, it was already late at night. According to his perception, Song Wen remained dutifully guarding the building below, never once departing from his post. During this time, the servant Chun had twice brought meals, but Song Wen had turned her away. Truly a foolish and conscientious individual. It almost pains me to have to kill you, the extremely Yin mused. The extremely Yin ceased his contemplation and swallowed a vitality pill. Instantly, the elixir's potency was unleashed within his abdomen, transforming into torrents of scalding heat that surged into his meridians. Simultaneously, waves of abundant spiritual energy materialized out of thin air, filling his meridians. The extremely Yin hastily circulated his cultivation technique, attempting to refine all of this spiritual energy to aid him in breaking through his bottleneck. What's happening? Suddenly, the extremely Yin sensed something amiss. He realized that the elixir's potency was rapidly depleting his vital energy. How can this be? Song Wen did not experience any depletion of vital energy when he consumed the elixir. The extremely Yin could not comprehend the reason. But now that the arrow was on the string, he had no choice but to proceed. He gritted his teeth and continued to refine the elixir, hoping to exhaust its potency before his vital energy was completely depleted. At this point, he no longer harbored any hope of breaking through to the 4th level of Qi training. Merely surviving was sufficient. As the elixir's potency was digested, his vital energy became increasingly depleted, and his body rapidly weakened due to the insufficient supply of vital energy. At this moment, he experienced the pain and terror of those whom he had previously used as test subjects. Chapter 22. The Death of the Ultimate Yin. Alas, the Ultimate Yin could no longer endure, emitting a piercing wail before collapsing to the ground, convulsing. His vital energy had been severely depleted, and his skin began to slacken and age. Downstairs, Song Wen appeared to guard the small building, protecting the Ultimate Yin, yet in reality, all his thoughts were concentrated on the situation on the 2nd floor. Amidst anticipation and anxiety, Song Wen finally arrived at an exhilarating moment. As the sound of the Ultimate Yin collapsing echoed from above, a look of uncontainable joy broke upon Song Wen's face. The day he had awaited had finally come. He ascended the staircase slowly, carefully listening outside the door, his keen senses allowing him to hear the Ultimate Yin's heavy breaths and anguished groans with clarity. "Master, what has happened?" Song Wen asked urgently and with concern. Within the room, there were no sounds other than the Ultimate Yin's low, painful utterances. Gripping the dagger in a reverse hold, concealed by his sleeve, he gently pushed the door open. Inside, the Ultimate Yin lay curled on the floor, his body writhing in torment, emitting incomprehensible moans. Cautiously, Song Wen approached the Ultimate Yin step by step, inquiring, "Master, are you all right?" At that moment, the Ultimate Yin, enduring immense suffering, finally noticed Song Wen's approach. His gaze was filled with hope as he pleaded, "Help, save me." Even now, the Ultimate Yin could not comprehend how Song Wen had ingested the elixir without any ill effects, and had even broken through to the 2nd level of Qi cultivation, while he himself suffered from severe depletion and excruciating pain. At this moment, Song Wen was his sole lifeline. He gestured toward a wooden box on the nearby table, saying, "Ginseng, bring it to me." This was a century-old ginseng he had previously collected, a premier remedy for restoring vitality. However, considering his currently fragile state, it was uncertain whether he could withstand its potency. Nevertheless, the Ultimate Yin had no time to ponder further. He felt that if he did not quickly replenish his energy, he would soon perish from his depletion. Song Wen glanced at the box containing the ginseng and replied, "Master, please wait a moment. I will retrieve it immediately." He slowly approached the wooden table, all the while keeping a vigilant eye on the Ultimate Yin, determined to ascertain whether he had truly lost the ability to act. The scene of the Ultimate Yin using the yellow talismans to kill was still vividly etched in his memory. When dealing with such a cunning adversary, caution was paramount. Should the Ultimate Yin still possess the ability to wield the yellow talismans, Song Wen's life could be in jeopardy. "Hurry, hurry." As Song Wen hesitated, the Ultimate Yin could no longer restrain himself and urged him, "I'm coming, master." Taking the ginseng from the wooden box, Song Wen turned and knelt before the Ultimate Yin, intending to place the ginseng into his hand. However, upon realizing that the Ultimate Yin was truly immobile, he directly thrust the ginseng into the Ultimate Yin's mouth. Yet, The ultimate Een was unable even to chew and swallow it. He was about to remind Song Wen to tear the ginseng into pieces for him when suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through his head. A dagger had fully embedded itself in his skull. In an instant, Song Wen's figure vanished from his sight. The ultimate Yin's eyes were filled with disbelief. He could not fathom that Song Wen would deliver a fatal blow at that moment. Just moments ago, his focus had been solely on the ginseng at his lips, and he did not even comprehend how the dagger had penetrated his head. What? The ultimate Yin's eyes expressed a myriad of emotions: unwillingness, regret, frustration, and disbelief. But above all, confusion prevailed. He felt discontent for never having broken through to the mid-stage of Qi cultivation and felt humiliated to die at the hands of Song Wen, whom he regarded as a mere pawn. He regretted not having killed Song Wen earlier. Here he was, a dignified immortal, high above mortals, gazing down upon countless lives as if they were mere ants. He still harbored many ambitions unfulfilled, yet he had met his silent demise in this small attic. He had tirelessly and relentlessly cultivated, hoping to break through to the mid-stage of Qi cultivation and truly distinguish himself from the mundane, only to find that all his aspirations had evaporated into thin air. Even in death, he could not fathom why, in the morning, Song Wen had ingested the elixir without incident while he had exhausted his own blood essence. Song Wen stood behind the ultimate Een for a full quarter of an hour, ensuring that the ultimate Een had long since breathed his last before slowly approaching. Why? Go ask Ernyo and Zhang Cheng why. Song Wen inserted his hand into the wound in the ultimate Yin's head, beginning to absorb his blood essence. Although the ultimate Yin's vitality had been largely consumed by the elixir as a third-level cultivator, the residual blood essence within him was still far superior to that of an ordinary adult. As Song Wen absorbed the ultimate Yin's essence, he noticed something unusual. He was only able to draw out the blood essence, yet the invigorating sensation he typically experienced was notably absent. Could it be that, as I suspected, I am absorbing not only their blood essence, but also their souls? Previously, he had killed those individuals and absorbed their essence immediately. But with the ultimate Een, he absorbed it a quarter of an hour after his death. Had a portion of his soul's power already dissipated? Song Wen did not dwell on his musings for long. After draining the ultimate Een to a desiccated husk, he began to search the corpse. However, despite scouring the entirety of the ultimate Yin's room and nearly stripping him of his garments, he found nothing of value. It was inconceivable. Where had the ultimate Een concealed his techniques, elixirs, and talismans? He had always carried them with him. Could it be that he possessed a legendary treasure capable of storing items? Song Wen examined the ultimate Yin's fingers and wrists, but found no clues. I refuse to believe this. He continued his search through the ultimate Yin's clothing until finally, within the sleeve, he discovered a palm-sized cloth pouch. Tentatively, he probed with his still weak spiritual energy, and as expected, it was indeed a storage pouch. It had the capacity of about a cubic foot, and Song Wen sought after items lay within. Among them were several books, a few small porcelain vials, yellow talismans, and a small furnace. Song Wen did not rush to inventory the contents of the storage pouch. Instead, he took a blanket from the bed and wrapped the ultimate Yin's desiccated corpse before tossing it into the pouch. He grabbed a towel to wipe up the blood splattered on the floor and tossed that into the storage pouch as well. After surveying the room for any overlooked items, he descended the stairs and returned to his own chamber. At that moment, a surge of exhilaration erupted within Song Wen. With the ultimate Yin's demise, the greatest threat looming over him had been lifted. Now, the only potential peril to his life remained the 7-day heartbreak pill. I wonder if the ultimate Een possessed the genuine antidote to the 7-day heartbreak pill. Song Wen promptly emptied the contents of the ultimate Yin's storage pouch, beginning to inspect each item one by one. Eager to detoxify himself, he first examined the small porcelain vials. There were 3 vials in total, each labeled with a note. One was marked Blood Qi Pill, containing 2 pills. Another was labeled 7-Day Heartbreak Pill, containing a single pill, which Song Wen recognized as the very poison that had afflicted him. With hopeful anticipation, he opened the final vial, which bore the inscription antidote for the 7-Day Heartbreak Pill. Inside were 3 pills, 2 of which were the dark red pills he had previously consumed, serving as a temporary antidote taken once every 7 days. The last was a deep red pill. After gazing at the deep red pill for a long moment, Song Wen consumed it without hesitation. Upon breaking through to the second layer of Qi cultivation, Song Wen's perception expanded significantly, allowing him to introspectively view his own body. Within his perception, he discerned a malevolent cold energy residing in his digestive system, posing a constant threat of eruption. However, after ingesting the antidote, this sinister energy gradually began to dissipate until it vanished entirely. Song Wen felt a surge of joy. The toxicity of the 7-day heartbreak pill had finally been eradicated. Chapter 23. The world of cultivation. Song Wen picked up a stack of yellow talismans, curiosity piquing his interest as he examined them. He discovered that among the talismans, only 12 were inscribed, while the remainder were blank sheets. The inscribed talismans were not identical. Upon careful inspection, Song Wen determined that there were 4 distinct types. Furthermore, he noted that the paper used for these talismans was not ordinary rice paper, but rather crafted from the hide of some animal, exhibiting an astonishing softness. The ink utilized was also not conventional. It appeared to be specially formulated, with a faint scarlet hue visible on the talisman paper. With a spark of inspiration, Song Wen grasped a brush, evidently intended for the creation of talismans. He then picked up an ink box, finding the ink within to be a viscous scarlet, suitable for talisman drawing. His fascination with the yellow talismans consumed him, and he dedicated considerable time to study them, vividly recalling the terrifying power exuded by the talismans when the formidable Ji-in summoned a fireball. Now, these talismans belonged to him, yet he remained uncertain about their usage. He turned his gaze toward the nearby books, confident that they would provide him with the answers he sought. The first tome was titled Longevity Technique, containing the complete cultivation methods from the 1st to the 9th layer of qi refinement. The 2nd and 3rd volumes were familiar to him, detailed guide to low-tier spiritual herb cultivation and Ji-in's personal notes on the same subject. None of these were what Song Wen currently desired, so he briefly leafed through them before setting them aside. Then, he came across a new book titled Comprehensive Guide to Basic Talisman Crafting. Upon picking it up, he felt a surge of excitement. This was precisely what he yearned to discover. After perusing the book, he learned that these yellow talismans were known as talismans of the 1st tier. He also grasped their activation method, which was straightforward: infuse them with spiritual energy to unleash their power. Among the 12 talismans in his possession, 6 were fireball talismans, 3 were windstorm talismans, 2 were shield talismans, and 1 was a flying talisman. The first 3 were of low-tier quality, while the flying talisman was of medium-tier quality. Notably, the flying talisman appeared significantly older than the others. It allowed one to ride the winds for a brief duration, soaring 30 zhang above the ground for approximately 15 minutes. Not quite true flight, but exhilarating nonetheless. This notion of flight thrilled Song Wen immensely. The dream of soaring through the skies was a fantasy cherished by all, evoking the image of a bird gliding freely amidst the clouds. The Comprehensive Guide to Basic Talisman Crafting documented the crafting methods for a total of 24 first-tier talismans, alongside the intricate processes for creating the talisman paper and ink. The production of talisman paper and ink was complex. For instance, the low-tier talisman paper in Song Wen's hands was derived from animal hides, subjected to a series of meticulous processes including soaking, defatting, tanning, dyeing, and drying. Furthermore, the medium-tier talisman paper could not be fashioned from ordinary animal hides. It required the pelts of magical beasts, as standard hides could not withstand the potent spiritual energy contained within. The remaining 2 tomes were unmarked, yet upon examining their contents, Song Wen discerned that they were the cultivation journals of Ji-in and an individual named Huang Chang. After reading through these journals, he gained a general understanding of the cultivation realm. For instance, the hierarchy of cultivators was categorized into stages: qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul. With the qi refinement stage comprising 9 layers, the first 3 representing the early stage, the middle 3 the mid stage, and the final 3 the late stage. Huang Chang was initially a wandering cultivator at the lower echelons of the cultivation world, reaching a peak of the 6th layer of qi refinement. As he aged and felt the futility of reaching foundation establishment, he grew weary of the treachery and perils of the cultivation world, ultimately choosing to return to the mundane realm, where he enjoyed a life of leisure and luxury. In the end, childless and alone, he passed away in a cave. By sheer fortune, Ji-in ventured into the mountains to gather herbs and inadvertently stumbled upon Huang Chang's cave, leading to the fortuitous beginning of his own cultivation journey. Perhaps influenced by Huang Chang's journal, Ji-in, after successfully cultivating, chose not to immediately seek the world of cultivators, but rather opted to live amongst mortals. Cultivation requires one to possess spiritual roots. However, Huangchang did not leave behind a method or spell to test such roots, leaving Ji-in unable to discern the talents of others, forcing him to identify those with potential through repeated trials. The flying talisman was a relic of Huangchang, one that Ji-in, being in the early stage of qi refinement, was unable to replicate. The remaining talismans and papers were crafted by Ji-in through experimentation based on Huangchang's notes, showcasing Ji-in's considerable aptitude for cultivation. Additionally, Song Wen discovered several alchemical formulas and methods for practicing spells within Huangchang's journal. Among these was the blood qi pill, which Ji-in had been attempting to concoct. It was then that Song Wen understood the issues Ji-in faced with the blood qi pill. The formula was not fully detailed, lacking precise measurements for 2 auxiliary herbs. Ji-in had to resort to trial and error to ascertain the correct quantities. In his early attempts at crafting the blood qi pill, Ji-in even encountered explosive failures, nearly costing him his life. Nevertheless, his perseverance allowed him to approximate the necessary measurements. The spells recorded in Huangchang's journal were all cultivable, and Ji-in mastered the shield technique and fireball technique, the only 2 spells feasible for those in the early stage of qi refinement. What captivated Song Wen the most were the flight technique and wind blade technique. Mastering these spells would grant him the ability to soar through the skies, while the latter could eliminate foes silently, allowing him to navigate the mundane world almost invulnerably, free to come and go as he pleased. However, both spells required the practitioner to reach the 4th layer of qi refinement, which was the very reason Ji-in had been so eager to break through. Setting the books aside, Song Wen's attention was drawn to a foot-tall alchemical furnace and a 2-foot-long jade box. The jade box, crafted from exquisite sheep-fat jade, was empty and designed to store spiritual herbs, maximizing their potency retention. The alchemical furnace was one of Huangchang's relics, used for pill crafting. As he concluded his inspection of all the items, dawn was breaking. The Heavenly Kill Gang no longer held anything that could restrain him. He faced a choice. Should he, like Huangchang and Ji-in, remain in the mundane world to live a life of freedom, or venture to the Tianqing Bazaar in hopes of seizing the elusive opportunity for immortality? The Tianqing Bazaar was the most recent cultivation world recorded in Huangchang's journal, yet it lay 10,000 miles from the Qian Kingdom. There, spiritual energy flourished, an abundance of spiritual herbs thrived, and profound cultivation techniques awaited. Alongside elixirs capable of enhancing one's cultivation, drawing together countless cultivators. Journeying to the Tianqing Bazaar would undoubtedly present greater opportunities, yet, as Huangchang had noted, it also harbored greater risks, with the constant threat of being robbed or killed in pursuit of one's fortune. However, it was still premature to leave the Heavenly Kill Gang. He needed to settle the score with Tang Liang before he could depart. The vendetta against Tang Liang was one he could not ignore. Now that he had embarked on the path of cultivation, he sought the freedom to act according to his will. Chapter 24. Spell Cultivation. Song Wen retrieved the cultivation techniques for the fireball and shield spells, intending to practice these 2 arts first, as they would significantly enhance his combat and survival abilities. He commenced with the fireball spell, which possesses immense power and a formidable deterrent effect for mortals. Following the energy circulation pathways of the spell, he channeled his inner spiritual power, attempting to condense a fireball. Yet he faced repeated failures. Just as he resolved to try once more, a commotion arose outside. Listening closely, he discerned it was Aunt Chun delivering breakfast. He promptly halted his practice and intercepted her. "Aunt Chun, the master is in seclusion and cannot be disturbed. Please hand me the meal box." Aunt Chun glanced upstairs, noticing nothing unusual, nodded, and handed both meal boxes to Song Wen, muttering, "Immortals are indeed remarkable. They can go a day and night without food and still feel no hunger." After dismissing Aunt Chun, Song Wen did not return to his room. He quickly finished his breakfast and resumed practicing the fireball spell right where he stood. This practice consumed the entire day. It was uncertain whether Song Wen possessed exceptional talent in spellcasting, or if the fireball and shield spells were comparatively easy entry-level techniques. In just one day, he had mastered both spells. However, the fireballs he conjured were only the size of his fist, significantly smaller than the head-sized ones described in the technique records. Song Wen remained unperturbed, knowing that with diligent practice, he could gradually enhance the potency of the fireball spell. The fireballs he unleashed could be accurately directed within a range of 7 zhang, and their speed was remarkable. Beyond that distance, however, his accuracy diminished considerably, making it easier for opponents to evade. The shield spell served to envelop him in an imperceptible transparent barrier, reminiscent of protective techniques depicted in films of his previous life. He had tested it with a dagger, striking with full force, yet he could not penetrate this barrier. The shield spell was a sustained technique. As long as his spiritual power remained abundant and it was not forcibly breached, it could persist indefinitely. After successfully cultivating both spells, Song Wen finally felt a semblance of security. He possessed some skills to confront the dangers that might arise at any moment. After once again turning away Aunt Chun, he returned to his room for a nap, awakening only around noon. He stepped outside the courtyard gate and addressed the captain of the guards, saying, "The master has emerged from seclusion, having made significant breakthroughs in his cultivation. He is currently consolidating his heightened power. You must guard the gate diligently and ensure no one enters, to avoid disturbing the master's stabilization." With that, Song Wen proceeded to leave. The captain called out to him, "Young Master Song, where are you headed?" "On the master's orders, I am to procure some high-quality medicinal materials." Song Wen replied without turning back. After taking a few steps, he seemed to recall something, stopping to say, "The master requests that young Master Tang Liang come to the small building tonight at the hour of the dog. He intends to impart genuine cultivation methods. Please relay this message to him. I will ensure it is delivered," the captain respectfully responded. After leaving the Tian Sha gang, Song Wen wandered the streets for a while, his keen senses alerting him to someone following him. He feigned interest in a large pharmacy, purchasing precious medicinal materials such as ginseng and deer antlers. Then, he slipped into a restaurant and exited through the back door, successfully evading his pursuer. In the main hall of the Tian Sha gang, a subordinate was reporting to Tang Yin, "Chief, the extreme Yin elder has emerged from seclusion, but he continues to prohibit outsiders from entering. The elder has also stated that young masters should arrive before the hour of the dog to receive the cultivation teachings." Tang Yin narrowed his eyes, glancing at his son Tang Liang. Noticing his father's gaze, Tang Liang expressed his confusion. "What is the extreme Yin up to? He previously evaded my requests for teachings, yet now he proactively offers to impart them." Tang Yin nodded, recognizing the peculiarity of the situation. He turned to his subordinate and inquired, "This was indeed stated by the extreme Yin elder himself?" The subordinate shook his head. "No, it was conveyed by the elder's disciple, Song Wen. Since the extreme Yin elder emerged from the alchemy cave 2 days ago and entered the small building, our men have not seen him leave. Aunt Chen only delivers meals downstairs, which Song Wen intercepts. The guards around the courtyard have also not witnessed the elder's departure." Upon hearing this, Tang Yin's brow furrowed tightly, remaining silent for a moment. Meanwhile, Tang Liang's eyes glinted with a cold light. Ever since the failed attack on Song Wen, he had been on edge, fearing the extreme Yin would seek retribution. However, he was surprised that after more than 20 days, everything had remained calm, allowing him to breathe a little easier. He did not dare share the details of the attack with his father, knowing that if Tang Yin learned of his failure against an extreme Yin disciple, he would undoubtedly be greatly disappointed, jeopardizing his position as the young master, which was precarious given his father's abundant alternatives. After a moment, Tang Yin pondered, what is the extreme Yin truly plotting? And what has his disciple been doing lately? He then asked. After the extreme Yin elder emerged from seclusion, he summoned Song Wen to the second floor for over an hour. Since then, Song Wen has been guarding the elder downstairs. However, starting yesterday, he suddenly began practicing spells, and guards reported seeing him conjure fireballs the size of a fist. Tang Yin's eyes widened in astonishment. Song Wen has mastered spellcasting so quickly. This far exceeds our expectations. The powers wielded by cultivators can be quite terrifying, with their attack capabilities often surpassing those of innate martial artists, especially in range combat. A remarkably gifted martial artist requires at least 30 years of relentless training to reach the innate level, consuming countless resources and rare materials along the way. In contrast, a cultivator can achieve heights in just 2 or 3 months that most martial artists cannot attain in their entire lifetimes, a fact that inspires envy and admiration. However, it is essential to note that Song Wen, as a novice cultivator, cannot completely overpower innate martial artists. His weaknesses are evident. His methods are singular, and he lacks practical combat experience. In contrast, innate martial artists have undergone numerous life and death battles, finding breakthroughs at the edge of survival. The outcome of their encounters will depend on various factors such as the battlefield, timing of strikes, and psychological states. The subordinate continued, earlier today, Song Wen left the Tian Sha gang alone. He seemed aware that we were tailing him, as our followers lost track of him and could not keep up. His current whereabouts are unknown. Tang Yinyan's frustration boiled over. What a bunch of inept fools. You can't even handle a fledgling. The subordinate fell to his knees in terror, exclaiming, I apologize for my failure. Please punish me, Chief. Tang Yinyan glared fiercely. What good would punishing you do? Dispatch more men to search for him. I want to see what this master and disciple are truly scheming. The subordinate accepted the chief's orders and hurriedly left to arrange a search party. Once he had departed, Tang Liang asked, Father, should I still visit the extreme Yin elder tonight? You must go. We must respect the extreme Yin's standing. For safety's sake, I will accompany you tonight. However, we must prepare beforehand. Chapter 25, Fierce Battle at the Dog Hour. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky gradually darkened. Tang Yinian and his son arrived punctually at the courtyard. As they approached the small building, they faintly discerned Song Wen emerging from the medicinal fields. A smile spread across Tang Yinyan's face. Although he had only heard of the elder of extreme Yin taking a promising young disciple, seeing him today, he truly embodied the spirit of a dragon among men. Song Wen, unfamiliar with Tang Yinyan, inquired with a hint of confusion, Who are you? In stark contrast to his father's enthusiasm, Tang Liang's expression was somewhat cold. He harbored a grudge against Song Wen, and the latter's newfound mastery of the fireball technique only fueled Tang Liang's resentment. How could a mere country boy, who had only appeared out of nowhere, acquire what he had long yearned for in less than 3 months? This incited a deep jealousy within Tang Liang. He fixed his gaze on Song Wen and remarked with a hint of derision, as a disciple of the Heavenly Fiend gang, you fail to recognize the gang leader? Upon hearing this, Song Wen felt a jolt of surprise. The unexpected arrival of Tang Yinian was beyond his anticipation. Rumors had it that Tang Yinian was a rare master in the martial world. Would tonight's scheme face an unforeseen twist? However, recalling his own preparations eased his mind. Song Wen's thoughts were tumultuous, yet his expression remained composed, adorned with a semblance of surprise and delight. He clasped his fists and said, I am Song Wen, the junior disciple, paying respects to the gang leader. Your praise is too much. I do not deserve such commendation. My master awaits you both inside. Please come in. Tang Yinian nodded and replied, When time permits, my esteemed nephew Song should visit my residence more often. Having said that, he led Tang Liang towards the small building. Once they had distanced themselves, Tang Yinian quietly inquired of his son, Do you have past grievances with him? Tang Liang responded, There was a minor unpleasant incident. Tang Yinian suggested, It would be best to reconcile. In my view, this young man possesses great depth, and with his mastery of celestial techniques, he is bound to become someone significant in the future. Unbeknownst to Tang Yinian, the two were already mortal enemies. As Song Wen observed their retreating figures, a bloodthirsty smile crept onto his lips. He was fully prepared to eliminate Tang Liang tonight. Earlier, he had ventured into the medicinal fields under the cover of night to uproot the blood-red vine, placing it into a jade box that he stowed away in his storage bag. With all preparations complete, it was now time for the trap to be sprung. Upon seeing the two ascend to the second floor, Song Wen began to silently channel his spiritual energy, readying himself to unleash the fireball technique. Once on the second floor, Tang Yinian cleared his throat and called out, Elder of Extreme Yin, the gang leader has come with my son. Please open the door for us. He awaited the elder's response with eager anticipation. However, silence greeted him. What is happening? Tang Yinian murmured, casting a puzzled glance at Tang Liang, who was equally perplexed. Tang Yinian noticed that the door was not fully closed but ajar. He gently pushed the door, which creaked open. In the dim light, he noticed a figure seated in the center of the room, yet there was no sound of breathing. Tang Yinian gasped in shock, Elder of Extreme Yin, what has happened to you? As he spoke, he stepped inside, with Tang Liang following closely. Witnessing this scene, Song Wen's eyes suddenly sparkled with fierce intent. The moment to strike had arrived. He raised his hand, and a fireball the size of a fist shot forth, hurtling towards the room below. The fireball shattered the door and struck a large clay jar weighing 10 pounds. Boom! The jar exploded, sending a torrent of thick black liquid splattering everywhere. It was fierce oil. The oil ignited instantly upon contact with fire. Nearby, 10 identical jars also caught fire, igniting in quick succession. The explosive sounds resonated through the air. shaking the ground and causing the thousands of members of the Heavenly Fiend Gang to turn in fear and dread. Who dared disturb the Heavenly Fiend Gang? The shockwave from the explosion shattered the entire small building. Countless steel needles scattered like bullets in all directions. Song Wen watched with great satisfaction. The fierce oil had been procured from outside, and he had deliberately filled the jars with numerous steel needles. He marveled at the techniques of cultivators. Having stealthily brought in over 100 pounds of fierce oil in his storage bag, and used the elder's corpse to divert the attention of Tang Yinian and his son, Song Wen's plan was meticulously crafted, yet he had underestimated the formidable nature of Tang Yinian as a congenital warrior. A congenital warrior could project their true energy outward, forming a protective shield around their body, rendering the raging flames and flying needles harmless. However, Tang Liang was not so fortunate. He was charred black, with several needles embedded in his abdomen. Tang Yinian, holding his son, channeled his true energy and burst forth like a great rock. As Song Wen watched Tang Yinian emerge from the inferno, he activated the prepared talisman. A fireball, the size of a head, surged towards Tang Yinian with great force. Tang Yinian's expression turned horrified. The power and heat of the celestial fireball struck terror into his heart. He realized that even a slight touch would spell disaster. In a moment of desperation, he had no choice but to hurl Tang Liang towards the fireball. No! Tang Liang cried out in despair, colliding directly with the lightning-fast fireball. Bang! Tang Liang's body was instantly obliterated, scattering his remains in every direction. Tang Yinian's eyes widened in fury, fixating on Song Wen with intense hatred, as if he wished to rend him limb from limb. Song Wen, I will tear you to pieces. He propelled himself with all his might, evading the flames. His figure flickered rapidly, closing in on Song Wen in the blink of an eye. You brat, prepare to die. Tang Yinian, a master of external training, unleashed the full force of his martial prowess into his fists. His punch, imbued with the might to shatter stone, lunged towards Song Wen's chest. Crash! The fist stopped just an inch from Song Wen's chest, unable to penetrate further. That was due to the shield technique Song Wen had employed. Song Wen felt as if he had been struck by a speeding vehicle, his body propelled backward. In shock, Song Wen realized that Tang Yinian, as a congenital warrior, truly possessed terrifying power. Fortunately, it was not enough to breach his shield technique. As he was thrown back, he seized the opportunity to activate another fireball talisman. The fireball appeared abruptly at close range, its speed so fierce that Tang Yinian had no chance to evade. The fireball surged forward, crashing into Tang Yinian's chest. His once proud external training technique was shattered in an instant, sending him flying several feet backward, bloodied and mangled, with ribs broken beyond count. Tang Yinian fell to the ground, but did not succumb immediately. He struggled desperately to rise. In that fleeting moment, he had seen clearly while airborne that Song Wen, who had endured his heavy punch, appeared relatively unscathed, leaving him in constant peril of being struck down by Song Wen. Chapter 26. The significance of air supremacy. Song Wen was preparing to unleash his fireball technique once more to eliminate Tang Yinian completely. Just then, he was startled by a cacophony of piercing whistling sounds behind him. Turning around, he was met with a barrage of arrows hurtling toward him. Earlier that afternoon, Tang Yinian and his son had sensed something amiss with the words of Ji Yin, prompting them to assemble hundreds of elite warriors clad in iron armor and armed with spears and bows, lying in ambush just outside the courtyard. Upon witnessing the sudden explosion of the small building, these elite fighters surged into the courtyard, launching an assault on Song Wen. At this moment, Tang Yinian also noticed the storm of arrows raining down. He erupted into maniacal laughter, declaring, "You little thief, I care not how you dispatch Ji Yin. That is of no concern to me. However, you have slain my son, and I shall ensure you accompany him to the grave." With his frenzied laughter, Tang Yinian envisioned Song Wen meeting his end beneath the deluge of arrows. These hundreds of elite warriors had cultivated their inner strength, wielding powerful iron bows capable of firing arrows with lethal force, each arrow capable of tearing through flesh. The spells cast by Song Wen were evidently single-target attacks, making it impossible for him to escape unscathed amidst the onslaught of so many skilled fighters. Yet, Song Wen remained unfazed as he gazed at the barrage of arrows, conjuring a wind talisman in his hand. As the talisman activated, a tempestuous wind arose, howling fiercely and scattering debris. Under the relentless gusts, the arrows were thrown off course, losing their precision in an instant. Only a few struck Song Wen, but their potency was greatly diminished, posing no threat to him as he activated his shield spell. Simultaneously, the raging flames were whipped by the wind, causing the fire to spiral wildly. The trees within the courtyard ignited, and even the medicinal fields suffered, with most of the precious herbs painstakingly collected by Ji-in being destroyed, while the dense woods on the mountainside caught fire as well. The entire courtyard was engulfed in flames. While the arrows failed to harm Song Wen, they provided Tang Yinian with an opportunity to escape. Seizing the moment, he distanced himself from Song Wen, stumbling towards his elite followers. Once he reached the safety of his comrades, his thoughts of vengeance reignited. Song Wen, you shall not escape today. I will slay a deity. He commanded, bring forth the 8 bull crossbows. 10 massive crossbow carts approached, each outfitted with long, pure steel spears as thick as a man's arm and a yard long, glinting menacingly. Burly men strained to pull back the bowstrings and elevate the spearheads, preparing to unleash their deadly payload. The 8 bull crossbows emitted a chilling, ear-piercing sound. Release. With a resounding hum, all 10 crossbows fired simultaneously, the steel spears slicing through the air with a terrifying shriek. These spears possessed a power far exceeding that of the arrows. The 8 bull crossbows were siege weapons of the Qian kingdom, each capable of breaching fortifications. It remained a mystery where Tang Yinian had procured so many. Where do you think you're going? Tang Yinian bellowed, facing the onslaught of towering steel spears. Song Wen dared not underestimate them. Uncertain if the wind talisman could deflect such formidable weapons, he would not rely on his shield spell to withstand their terrifying force. Activating a flight talisman, Song Wen felt a sudden lightness and soared upwards, quickly ascending to a height of 30 yards, well beyond the reach of the spears. The flight talisman was Song Wen's greatest trump card, the very reason he dared to confront Tang Liang. With the flight talisman, he could disengage from battle at will. Had he lacked this talisman, he would have chosen a more prudent approach to seek revenge outside the Tiansha gang. An eye for an eye. Let me demonstrate the power of my talismans. Without hesitation, Song Wen unleashed 2 fireball talismans and another wind talisman. The activation of talismans was significantly swifter than casting spells manually. He can fly. Below, Tang Yinian and his gang were struck with astonishment. Song Wen's ability to soar defied their expectations, positioning him in an almost invulnerable state. Quick, adjust the 8 bull crossbows. Bring him down, Tang Yinian shouted. Before they could reposition the crossbows, 2 fireballs descended from the sky. Boom, boom. The fireballs collided with 2 of the 8 bull crossbows, obliterating them instantly, while the ensuing explosions sent wild flames cascading in all directions. Several nearby gang members were engulfed in flames, their cries of agony piercing the chaos. Before the Tiansha gang could catch their breath, a fierce wind howled, complicating their attempts to aim the 8 bull crossbows at Song Wen above. You despicable coward! As a dignified immortal, do you not dare to confront me directly? Instead, you cower behind your talismans? Tang Yinian shouted, frustration boiling over as he witnessed his hundreds of men fail to breach Song Wen's defenses, suffering heavy losses instead. In the sky, Song Wen smiled calmly, aware that the flight talisman had a duration of 15 minutes, leaving him ample time to toy with his adversaries. You think I am foolish enough to confront you head-on? Take this fiery barrage. Though the number of talismans was limited, Song Wen still had plenty of oil jars in his storage, each filled with a pound of the potent substance. From his lofty vantage point, Song Wen rained down jars of oil like falling artillery shells, targeting the clusters of enemies and the remaining 8 bull crossbows. The courtyard, already ablaze, became a raging inferno as the oil jars shattered, igniting the remaining flames and making the ground untenable. Countless gang members struggled and screamed, their cries echoing in despair. Except for a few who managed to escape from the periphery, the majority of those who entered the courtyard perished in the fiery onslaught, severely injured. Tang Yinian had not managed to flee immediately, but he was surrounded by loyal subordinates who shielded him from the searing flames, buying him some time. Yet, as moments passed, his protectors dwindled, consumed by the fire. High above, Song Wen kept a vigilant eye on Tang Yinian, seizing the opportunity to channel his energy and release another fireball spell. Just as the fist-sized fireball was set to strike Tang Yinian, the latter brandished a long steel spear, deflecting the fireball with a swift thrust. Boom! The fireball erupted, scattering sparks, and the spear shattered into countless fragments. At that moment, a jar of oil collided with the broken spear tip. Boom! Oil splattered, igniting the air. The fiery deluge enveloped Tang Yinian, transforming him into a human torch, his anguished screams piercing the chaos. Song Wen silently timed his escape. The effectiveness of his flight talisman was waning. He maneuvered toward the mountains, knowing that once he cleared the peak before him, he would be free from the Tian Sha gang's territory. Before departing, he did not forget to hurl all the jars of oil from his storage, particularly targeting Tang Yinian. Chapter 27. The corpse demon sect in the vast expanse of the night sky. A vessel, measuring several zhang in length, floated silently amidst the darkness. A gaunt man, his body exuding a faint aura of corpse energy, glanced down at the roaring flames below and then observed the fleeing figure of Song Wen with an amused expression. This young man is indeed remarkable. As a cultivator, he ruthlessly slaughters mortals by any means necessary, embodying the essence of the demonic sect. Let us see how capable you truly are. With a flick of his fingers, a beam of white light descended directly upon Song Wen. A complete set of 5 elemental roots, with a 6th grade medium spiritual root. What a delightful surprise! The man exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Spiritual roots are classified based on the 5 elemental attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Some possess a singular root, while others, like Song Wen, are endowed with all 5. However, the number of roots does not dictate one's potential for cultivation. Rather, it is the quality of the roots that determines one's aptitude. They are graded from 1 to 9, with 1 being the weakest and 9 the most exceptional. Roots graded 1 to 3 are of inferior quality, often leading to a lifetime of mediocrity, with little hope of establishing a foundation. In fact, those with a 1st grade root have an exceedingly slim chance of advancing to the mid-stages of qi refinement. Roots graded 4 to 6 are considered medium quality, with most disciples of various sects possessing such roots. Those with favorable circumstances and a good temperament may successfully establish a foundation, becoming the backbone of the cultivation world. A 6th grade root, like Song Wen's, even hints at the potential for forming a golden core. Roots graded 7 to 9 are exceedingly rare. A 7th grade root, despite being just 1 rank above a 6th grade, represents a vast chasm in potential. Those with 7th grade roots are often groomed as direct disciples within their sects, seen as future pillars of strength. Provided they do not falter, individuals with such roots are nearly guaranteed to become formidable golden core cultivators. 8th grade roots are almost unheard of in the current cultivation realm, allowing their bearers to ascend to the nascent soul stage with little hindrance, earning respect as venerable ancestors. 9th grade roots belong to the realm of legends, those exquisite roots that appear once in a millennium. As Song Wen flew, he suddenly felt an overwhelming and irresistible force descend upon him, as if an ancient and fearsome beast had fixed its gaze upon him. In an instant, he found himself immobilized, standing frozen in place, awaiting the decree of fate. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, standing upon a sword. Cold sweat broke out on Song Wen's brow. From Huangchang's journal, he knew that this person possessed at least the cultivation level of foundation establishment. Only those above this level could command a sword in flight, far surpassing his own wind-based flying technique. "I pay my respects, Senior," Song Wen stammered, his voice trembling. Internally, he cursed his ill fortune for encountering a foundation establishment cultivator in the mundane world, a probability even lower than winning a lottery in his past life. The newcomer spoke in a calm tone. "You are indeed a ruthless young one, exhibiting the flair of our demonic sect. Would you consider joining the corpse demon sect as a disciple?" Despite the seemingly amicable manner of the inquiry, Song Wen understood the underlying threat. The demonic path values unrestrained desires and unimpeded thoughts. Should he dare to refuse, the repercussions could be fatal. Feigning astonishment, Song Wen adopted a look of shock, as if the opportunity to join the corpse demon sect was a matter of ancestral pride. "I am willing, thank you, Senior," he replied. In truth, he longed to kneel in reverence, but being suspended in midair left him unable to do so. Dignity and pride were of little concern. Survival was paramount. Those who recognize the times are the true wise. In his previous life, when faced with the demands of a wealthy woman to drink an entire bottle of liquor while collecting debts, he realized that without strength and power, dignity was a mere illusion. Weakness is an original sin, and the weak are unworthy of dignity. Furthermore, the very name corpse demon sect suggested it was not a place of mercy, but rather a ruthless, demonic faction. Song Wen understood that as a low-level cultivator, Having just entered the second stage of qi refinement, he had no right to discuss human rights with a Foundation establishment cultivator. Seemingly pleased with Song Wen's response, the man introduced himself. I am Shou of the Corpse Demon Sect. You may call me Elder Shi. And what is your name, young one? With utmost respect, Song Wen replied, I humbly introduce myself as Jean. Jean, you may not possess great skills, but your title is quite audacious, fitting the style of my sect. You are destined to be a disciple of the demonic path. Elder Shi laughed heartily before turning to ascend into the sky. Song Wen felt an invisible force enveloping him, drawing him upward alongside Elder Shi. Moments later, he found himself aboard the vessel hovering at a height of 1,000 zhang. Elder Shi set him down on the deck and commanded, find a place to stay quietly. Do not wander. Should you fall, this elder will not stop the ship to rescue you. Disciple obeys, Song Wen responded. After the initial terror subsided, he quickly regained his composure. Accepting his circumstances, he began to view himself as a disciple. Looking around the deck, he noticed 6 other youths present. Among them were 3 boys and a girl, huddled in a corner. Their eyes filled with fear and devoid of any fluctuations of spiritual energy, suggesting they were untrained mortals. The other 2 individuals included one who scrutinized Song Wen with an air of superiority, seemingly looking down upon him, and the other 4 newcomers. The last remained expressionless, standing like a statue beside the arrogant youth, exuding an aura akin to that of a lifeless corpse. Finding a quiet corner on the deck, Song Wen settled down to regain his energy. Elder Shi stood at the bow, suddenly performing several hand seals. The vessel surged forward, accelerating with the speed of an arrow, slicing through the night sky. Those on the deck felt no wind, as a protective barrier shielded them from the gusts, creating an otherworldly experience. It was akin to flying in an airplane in his previous life, though the view was far superior. Curiously, he gazed downwards. Due to the limitations of night vision, he could only make out the flickering lights below in Yinqing and the blazing fires still raging within the ranks of the Tiansha gang, while other details remained indistinct and blurred. Chapter 28. Outer Sect Disciples. The ship had traversed for several days, covering countless miles before gradually slowing down. Song Wen had prepared some food in his storage bag, so he was not on the brink of starvation. However, the 4 mortals were in dire straits. Shou had not provided them with any sustenance, leaving them to endure days of hunger, nearly fainting from it. That seemingly superior young man had consumed only a single pill, yet he appeared vibrant and showed no signs of discomfort. Could it be a fasting pill? Song Wen speculated, choosing not to share his provisions with the 4 youths. Shou had neither fed the 4 nor commanded Song Wen to do so. He would not take the initiative to be a good Samaritan. Until he understood the identities of the 4 and Shou's stance, he would refrain from acting impulsively. Song Wen gazed down at the majestic mountains below. Among them, a particularly prominent peak towered into the clouds, its summit obscured, sprawling endlessly. Palatial structures adorned the mountainside, marking this great peak as the main summit of the Corpse Demon Sect, known as Corpse Demon Mountain. Most of the sect's disciples cultivated within this peak. Figures occasionally leaped between the mountains, some even soaring through the air on swords or riding celestial beasts. If it were not for the skull decorations adorning the buildings and the pervasive, thick aura of death, one might mistake it for a scene from a celestial realm. Finally, they arrived. Shou turned to Song Wen, his expression grave, instructing him to distribute some of the food and water from his storage bag to the others. Wordlessly, Song Wen retrieved his rations and handed them to the 4 youths. Watching them devour the food ravenously, Shou continued, from this day forth, the 6 of you shall be disciples of the Corpse Demon Sect. Our sect holds a formidable reputation in the demonic realm. I hope you will abide by the sect's regulations, cultivate diligently, and not squander this grand opportunity, lest you tarnish the name of the Corpse Demon Sect. Song Wen squinted. 6? Wasn't there a total of 7 people on this deck, excluding Shou? Could it be that the zombie-like man was not a living being, but rather a corpse? Shou lowered the ship's bow, guiding it to land on a plaza at the foot of the mountain. As they disembarked, a man approached them. Elder Shou, I see you have returned with new disciples. How was the journey? The man inquired. Fairly smooth. I have recruited 6 disciples with medium-grade spiritual roots, Shou replied, gesturing towards the superior young man. This one is named Wu Sheng, already at the 3rd level of qi refining, practicing the outer sect technique, corpse fiend art. He is a descendant of former disciples of the sect. Although his predecessors did not possess high cultivation, they served the sect loyally. Di Qi. Ensure you look after him to prevent those righteous factions from slandering our sect as heartless and ungrateful, Shisho added. Dichi thought to himself, you must have received a considerable benefit from him. Our demonic sect prioritizes profit, and there is no camaraderie among fellow disciples. We hardly need the righteous factions to tarnish our reputation. He respectfully responded, Elder Shisho, rest assured, I will take care of junior brother Wu Sheng. Shisho then pointed to Song Wen, his lips moving silently. Dichi cast a curious glance at Song Wen, but quickly masked his intrigue. These new disciples are entrusted to you. I shall take my leave. With that, Shisho soared into the sky. Dichi surveyed the 6 individuals before him and announced, your talents are commendable, all possessing medium-grade spiritual roots. From today, you are officially disciples of the Corpse Demon sect. Should you break through to the later stages of Qi refining within 6 years, you may join me as inner sect disciples. As for becoming direct disciples, that depends on your individual fortunes. As he spoke, Dichi waved his hand, and 6 storage bags appeared before the newcomers. Within these bags lay techniques, clothing, spirit stones, medicinal pills, and the sect's regulations. I hope you will read the sect's regulations thoroughly to avoid unknowingly violating any rules. Follow me. I will lead you to your living quarters as outer sect disciples. Under Dichi's guidance, they soon arrived at a row of caves at the mountain's base. Your storage bags contain tokens for your respective caves. Use your tokens to access your quarters. I am your inner sect senior brother, Dichi, and I will be responsible for your training for the next month. I reside in the 36th cave halfway up the mountain. Feel free to seek me if you have any questions regarding your cultivation. Dichi pointed to a nearby row of wooden houses, saying, that is the residence for the servant disciples, where you can find meals. Our Corpse Demon sect does not maintain idlers. After 1 month, you will be assigned to various halls. I hope you make good use of this month. The techniques provided must be mastered, or you risk becoming living corpses, at the mercy of others. With that, Dichi employed a flying technique and ascended towards the mountainside. After a few dozen feet, he suddenly descended again. Addressing the 4 newcomers who had yet to cultivate, I forgot you haven't practiced yet and cannot open your storage bags. He cast 4 spells, and beams of white light struck the storage bags in their hands. With a clatter, the unrefined storage bags opened, spilling their contents onto the ground. Among them were jade bottles filled with medicinal pills, 5 sparkling spirit stones, and 2 books. The keen-eyed Song Wen quickly noticed that all 4 received the same technique, Corpse Fiend Art, as Wu Sheng had practiced. After completing this task, Dichi soared into the air once more, floating gracefully. Akin to Song Wen when he used a flying talisman, contrasting with Shisho's swift sword flight in both speed and agility. The 4 newcomers hurriedly gathered the fallen cultivation materials. These items were critical to their survival. If they could not cultivate within a month, they would become living corpses. Watching Dichi's vanishing figure, Song Wen could not help but grumble. The inner sect disciples' caves were at least several thousand feet above the mountain's base. For someone like him, who had never practiced flying techniques, the only way to ascend would be to navigate the winding mountain paths. It would take half a day, if not more, to reach the top. For the 4 newcomers, the ascent would be even more arduous, and they might even face mortal danger, as a single misstep could send them tumbling down the mountainside. Dichi evidently intended for the 6 to cultivate independently, not wishing for them to disturb him. Song Wen probed his consciousness into the storage bag, retrieving a palm-sized token. Being 12, following the number engraved on the token, he searched the caves before him and soon located his own. Its position was favorable, situated centrally among the many caves. With a relatively abundant concentration of spiritual energy, considered a rich location among the outer sect disciples' quarters. Just as Song Wen was about to enter his cave, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. Hey, Ji-in, let us switch caves. Chapter 29. The Art of Deception. Wu Sheng gazed at Song Wen with an air of arrogance, a hint of disdain gracing his features as if he had already secured victory over him. At present, he had attained the 3rd level of Qi cultivation and, bolstered by his family's esteemed lineage, he possessed skills and techniques far superior to those of a mere wandering cultivator like Song Wen. However, these were not his greatest advantages. His most formidable asset was the iron corpse that loomed behind him. This iron corpse, a relic of his father, could unleash the combat prowess of a mid-stage Qi cultivator. With a body as unyielding as iron and suffused with a potent, toxic aura of death, it would pose a significant challenge even for seasoned mid-stage practitioners. Upon hearing Wu Sheng's words, Song Wen felt a surge of frustration. He had not anticipated that his entry into the corpse demon sect would be marred by such blatant bullying from a fellow disciple. Were the people of the cultivation world truly so lacking in foresight? How careless it was to cultivate enemies so readily. Yet, upon reflection, it was somewhat understandable. Wu Sheng was merely 16 or 17, a time characterized by youthful arrogance, and he was the strongest among this group of 6, which accounted for his brazen demeanor. Feeling the unrestrained emanation of the iron corpse's deathly aura, Song Wen felt a chill creep up his spine. This iron corpse was undoubtedly beyond his current capabilities to confront. Resolutely, he clasped the token in his hands and bowed slightly. "Senior Brother Wu, it is an honor that you desire my cave dwelling. If you wish to stay, please take it." Wu Sheng nodded with satisfaction, snatching the token from Song Wen's grasp and handing him the token for his own cave dwelling in exchange. "Junior Brother Jiayin, you are quite astute, a person who knows when to yield. Stick with me, and within the corpse demon sect, I have some connections. Thank you for your guidance." "Senior Brother," Song Wen replied. Wu Sheng responded nonchalantly before turning to stride toward Cave 12, exuding an air of authority. As Song Wen observed Wu Sheng's departing figure, he silently noted this individual in his little book. A gentleman's revenge is not too late even after 10 years. When his strength is sufficient, the humiliation of today will one day be repaid. If his strength remains inadequate, well, perhaps mutual assistance among fellow disciples is to be expected. Looking at the token in his hand, marked as Cave 97, Song Wen surveyed his surroundings and eventually located his cave dwelling at the edge of the outer disciple area. At that moment, he realized Wu Sheng's motive for claiming the cave. This dwelling was situated on the periphery of the outer disciples' quarters, where the spiritual energy was considerably thinner than in Cave 12, resulting in a significantly slower cultivation pace. His resentment towards Wu Sheng deepened. Holding the token, he easily entered the cave. The dwelling was quite spacious, spanning several dozen square meters and furnished with various everyday necessities. At the center stood a deep vertical well, from which a pervasive aura of death emanated, inducing discomfort. This well was part of the corpse demon sect's grand formation, the refinement of corpses and transformation of death, designed by the sect's predecessors to aid disciples in their cultivation by harnessing the deathly energies from countless corpses of mortals, cultivators, and spirit beasts. The deathly aura was conveyed through the well into the disciples' cave dwellings. Song Wen began to inspect the items in his storage bag: outer disciple robes, 5 low-grade spirit stones, and 2 bottles of elixirs. One bottle contained 3 food-restricting pills, each capable of sustaining a person for 10 days without food. The other contained 3 corpse blood pills, which assisted cultivators in condensing and refining the deathly aura. Song Wen noticed something peculiar. While others possessed manuals titled Corpse Death Technique, his storage bag contained no such texts but instead held a jade slip. No longer a novice in the world of cultivation, Song Wen recognized this jade slip as a transmission slip, a more advanced method of recording knowledge than written texts. By placing it against his forehead, he could access its contents with his spiritual energy. Why was my technique different from the others? A sense of unease washed over Song Wen as he recalled the cryptic exchange between Shi Shou and Du Qiu before their departure. It must have been then that the slip was given to him. Why would Shi Shou specifically grant him this technique? Was it due to some unique quality in his aptitude that warranted such special treatment? Placing the jade slip against his forehead, he began to absorb the contents of the technique. Instantly, his mind was flooded with a wealth of information. Blood Refinement Technique of the Corpse King was the name of the technique recorded within. It was a rare body refining method within the cultivation world, detailing the cultivation process from the 1st to the 9th level of Qi. From the information received, Song Wen realized that the Blood Refinement Technique of the Corpse King had a prerequisite. One must possess all 5 elements in their spiritual roots to practice it. Could this be the reason Shi Shou imparted this technique to him? According to the overarching introduction, this technique was a precious body-refining method that, when cultivated to its zenith, could bestow upon its practitioner a form akin to that of the progenitor of the undead, transcending the 5 elements and existing beyond the 3 realms, an existence that was ageless, immortal, and indestructible. Of course, this was merely the slip's self-description. Without the complete content of the technique, Song Wen could not ascertain its authenticity. While he remained uncertain of Shi Shou's intentions, he had no choice but to cultivate this technique. His original longevity technique was no longer an option. at least not for the time being. Now, within the corpse demon sect, where the very air was thick with deathly energy and ghostly presence, it would be tantamount to courting death to stubbornly pursue the righteous longevity technique. Practitioners of the demonic path thrived on using the souls of righteous cultivators to forge magical artifacts, utilizing their flesh to create corpse puppets, and even employing their blood to refine secret techniques. In the eyes of demonic cultivators, everything possessed by righteous practitioners could serve as materials for enhancing their power. Given his current low level of cultivation, Song Wen was fortunate. However, should his cultivation level rise, parading around with an aura of righteousness among a throng of demonic cultivators would be akin to a monk wandering among demons. After comprehending the blood refinement technique of the Corpse King, Song Wen set it aside, realizing that there was no rush to cultivate it. He pulled out the sect's regulations, knowing that to survive well within the Corpse Demon sect, familiarity with these rules was essential. Half an hour later, Song Wen closed the book containing the sect's regulations. This volume not only delineated the rules of the Corpse Demon sect, but also provided an overview of its structure, granting him a clearer understanding of the sect. To his slight relief, although the Corpse Demon sect was indeed a sect of the demonic path, it still prohibited disciples from engaging in private duels. This regulation offered some assurance of safety within the sect. However, why was it only a measure of assurance? Because the sect neither fully prohibited nor entirely allowed private conflicts among disciples. The penalties for violence against fellow disciples included a fine of 200 low-grade spirit stones for assaulting a common disciple, 500 for killing one, 3,000 for slaying an outer disciple, 10,000 for an inner disciple, and a staggering 100,000 for a direct disciple. Killing a Foundation establishment elder would incur a fine of 1 million low-grade spirit stones. As long as one could afford the fines, breaches of the sect's regulations would not result in punishment. In fact, the more one killed, the greater the rewards from the sect, contributing to its coffers. Conversely, if one could not pay the fines, they would face inhumane punishments, such as having their blood drained, their souls extracted, and being transformed into vengeful spirits sealed back into their original corpses, thus becoming a living corpse bound to serve others for eternity, never to escape their fate. It must be said that the regulations of the Corpse Demon sect were indeed reflective of a demonic sect. Chapter 30. The Corpse King's Blood Refinement Technique from the Sect Regulations. Song Wen learned about the treatment and responsibilities of disciples from the Corpse Demon sect. As an outer disciple, he received 5 low-grade spirit stones each month. However, this meager resource was insufficient to meet the needs of a chi refining stage disciple, even for one at the early stage. To acquire more resources to expedite his cultivation, contributions to the sect were necessary, as Duchio had stated. The Corpse Demon sect does not support idlers. New outer disciples like Song Wen had 1 month to focus solely on their cultivation before they were required to undertake sect tasks. Fortunately, these novice cultivators were not assigned perilous missions, typically relegated to logistical duties. After familiarizing himself with the sect's regulations, Song Wen began practicing the Corpse King's blood refinement technique. Cultivation, whether in righteous or demonic paths, involves channeling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into oneself, gradually enhancing one's body and ultimately transcending human limitations. The righteous path absorbs pure heavenly energy, emphasizing a gradual and natural progression, while the demonic path is far more extreme, often incorporating impure energies to hasten the acquisition of power. This approach allows demonic practitioners to advance rapidly in the early stages, but often leads to difficulties later on, resulting in cases of madness and uncontrollable behavior. The Corpse Demon sect specializes in the absorption of corpse energy, a type of impure energy from the heavens. By absorbing this energy, practitioners can accelerate their cultivation speed in the early stages and gradually condense corpse energy around themselves, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities and defenses. The Corpse King's blood refinement technique also requires corpse energy for its practice, divided into 3 layers corresponding to the early, middle, and late stages of chi refinement. After thoroughly studying the first layer, Song Wen commenced his practice. The first layer was relatively simple and did not necessitate rare materials. It merely required the introduction of corpse energy into the body, refining it while maintaining the vitality of his flesh and acquiring certain characteristics of a zombie. True to its demonic nature, progress in the Corpse King's blood refinement technique was swift. With the assistance of the cave's corpse energy well, he successfully refined his first strand of spiritual energy in just 3 hours, a stark contrast to the days he had spent on the longevity technique. During his practice, Song Wen suddenly felt a pang of hunger. Although Du Qiu had mentioned a cafeteria not far from the foot of the mountain, he chose not to go. The sect provided new disciples with 3 spirit-repelling pills, sufficient for a month, to prevent them from wasting their time on mundane matters. He consumed 1 pill, which instantly quelled his hunger but did not enhance his spiritual energy at all. It was akin to a spiritual version of a compressed biscuit, filling yet devoid of nourishment, capable of staving off hunger for 10 days with just a single morsel. Holding a spirit stone in his left hand and swallowing a blood pill with his right, Song Wen was unreserved in his use of resources. He understood that only by swiftly elevating his strength could he survive in this perilous world. Hoarding spirit stones and pills would not only slow his progress, but also attract unwanted attention. After a month of uninterrupted cultivation, he successfully advanced the Corpse King's blood refinement technique to the late stage of Qi refining's first layer. A feat achieved after consuming all 5 low-grade spirit stones and 3 each of the spirit-repelling and blood pills. He now comprehended the value of the blood pills crafted from extreme yin energy. Although they consumed vast amounts of his essence blood, they undeniably activated his latent potential, propelling his magical prowess forward. Had he not consumed 2 blood pills, his journey to break through the longevity technique to the second layer would have required a year or 2 of arduous training. It is worth noting that the spirit energy density in the Corpse Demon sect was dozens of times greater than that of the mundane Tiansha gang. And with the rapid early progress characteristic of demonic techniques, along with the assistance of the Corpse energy well, Song Wen was able to ascend to the late stage of the first layer in just a month. On the 7th day, the warning formation outside the cave illuminated, signaling someone sought him. The visitor was Zhang Xiaofan, one of the 4 newcomers, who hailed from humble beginnings and exhibited a mature mindset. Emerging as the leader of the group, the 4 were all novices in cultivation and had struggled to grasp the sect's issued corpse energy technique despite several days of self-study and discussions, ultimately making no progress. He sought Song Wen's assistance to approach Du Qiu for clarification. However, recalling Du Qiu's prior demeanor, which suggested he preferred solitude, Song Wen politely declined Zhang Xiaofan's request. Throughout the month of cultivation, Song Wen noticed that the Corpse King's blood refinement technique drained his essence blood. The blood pills not only provided corpse energy, but also replenished his essence blood. 3 pills over the month were woefully inadequate. By the end of the month, due to the depletion of essence blood and the influence of corpse energy, his body had taken on a pallid hue, and his once robust flesh appeared somewhat emaciated, resembling the characteristics of a demonic practitioner. Displeased with his own appearance, Song Wen wondered if he could ever return to his former state. This ghastly visage was challenging for someone newly initiated into the demonic path to accept. Fortunately, he no longer needed to worry. Having practiced the longevity technique, a lingering aura of righteousness surrounded him, making him stand out within the Corpse Demon sect. He promptly ceased the operation of the Corpse King's blood refinement technique, causing essence blood to surge from his bones, as if previously restrained by the technique. Once halted, it surged forth to replenish his severely depleted vitality. Gradually, Song Wen's flesh became plump again, his ashen skin returning to its natural hue, and the faint corpse energy dissipated as if he had never practiced the Corpse King's blood refinement technique. He now exuded only the righteous energy of the longevity technique. His expression shifted to one of delight. What was this? His body harbored such a secret, allowing him to conceal his cultivation. He wondered if he could selectively release only part of his cultivation aura, controlling the operation of the Corpse King's blood refinement technique. He began to emit a faint corpse energy, his skin taking on a grayish tone, ultimately stabilizing at the mid-stage of the first layer. Success. This newfound ability would allow him to reveal only a portion of his cultivation in the future, preserving some trump cards that could potentially save his life in critical moments. At that moment, the cave's warning formation suddenly flared to life, accompanied by a voice from outside. Jiin, the month has come to an end. Hurry and come out. It was Du Qiu's voice. Chapter 31. Novice tasks. As Song Wen emerged from his cave dwelling, he found Du Qiu waiting at the entrance with evident impatience, accompanied by 5 others who had entered the sect around the same time. Wu Sheng, leading his iron corpse, cast a smug, provocative glare at Song Wen. A month prior, he had taken advantage of Song Wen's naivete, having just arrived at the corpse demon sect, to usurp Song Wen's cave. Thanks to the rich spiritual and corpse chi energy within, he had progressed from the mid-stage of chi training to the late stage in just a month, which filled him with a sense of triumph. He was eager to see how Song Wen felt, now that he was aware of the sect's prohibition against private duels. However, he was met with disappointment. Song Wen merely glanced at him indifferently, ignoring him as if the incident of the cave's occupation had never occurred. Zhang Xiaofan and the other four had also managed to grasp the basics of the corpse chi technique, albeit at a rudimentary level, with their corpse energy barely perceptible. After casting a fleeting look at Song Wen, Duqiu noted that Song Wen had successfully mastered the blood cultivation technique and chose not to dwell on it further. As long as these six managed to enter the foundational stage of their techniques within a month, his task would be deemed complete. The month-long period has come to an end, Duqiu announced. You are required to go to the External Affairs Hall to receive your sect tasks. Once you have followed me there, my duty in guiding you newcomers will be complete. With that, he took the lead along the rugged mountain path towards the mid-slope. The six followed closely behind. Along the way, Wu Sheng continued to cast taunting glances at Song Wen, who appeared oblivious to the provocation, ignoring him entirely, which rendered Wu Sheng's attempts futile. This fellow must be a fool, Wu Sheng mused. Does he not fear being ambushed in this unfamiliar territory? In contrast, Zhang Xiaofan, who had shared a brief encounter with Song Wen, offered him a friendly look. Song Wen returned the gesture with a warm smile. Even in the realm of dark arts, maintaining essential relationships was vital, especially with fellow newcomers, as they shared an inherent camaraderie. Having amicable connections within the sect was always beneficial, even if merely superficial. After traversing for nearly half an hour, they arrived at the External Affairs Hall located on the western slope of the mountain. Duqiu stated, "This is the External Affairs Hall. Before we part ways, I urge you all to choose your novice tasks with caution, as this will directly impact your lives for the next 5 years and may significantly influence your entire cultivation journey." Having imparted his final words, he bid them farewell and departed with a flourish. Once Duqiu had left, Wu Sheng surveyed the 5 individuals before him, a sense of unwarranted superiority gleaming in his eyes. He had already selected his sect task prior to joining, convinced he was far more capable than these 5 inexperienced novices. He boldly stepped into the hall and addressed an elderly man inside. "Greetings, elder. I am Wu Sheng, a newly initiated disciple from this month, here to receive my novice task." The elder lifted his clouded gaze, regarding Wu Sheng with a lack of emotion, then turned to the 5 newcomers behind him and urged, "You 5, hurry up. I do not wish to waste time explaining the novice tasks twice." The 5 hastened their steps, and as they approached, the elder continued, "Currently, there are several positions available for novices. The Spirit Herb Hall requires 6 herbalists. The Blood Refinement Hall needs 2 corpse handlers. The Soul Refinement Hall is looking for 3 soul collectors, and the Corpse Pit needs 2 corpse bearers." The elder meticulously outlined the urgent needs of various departments. "You may choose any one of these positions. Once chosen, you cannot change it for 5 years." Wu Sheng, having prepared his plan, spoke first. "Elder, I wish to join the Insha Hall as a corpse catcher. In the corpse demon sect, practitioners required a substantial amount of the blood and corpses of righteous cultivators and mortals for their cultivation, and the so-called corpse catchers were specifically tasked with capturing and slaying righteous cultivators and mortals. Naturally, the mortals required were not ordinary. They often had specific criteria, such as those born during the Ein month and hour, or corpses preserved for 100 years in a corpse nurturing ground." The elder's expression hardened as he reprimanded, "You, a mere novice, think you can become a corpse catcher in the Insha Hall?" His ire stemmed from the fact that this position had not been among the options he had previously listed. To join the Insha Hall as a corpse catcher, one would typically need to be at least at the mid-stage of chi training, which was merely the minimum requirement. Given the perilous nature of the role, most elite corpse catchers were at the late stage of chi training. Nevertheless, facing the elder's rebuke, Wu Sheng remained undeterred. He bowed respectfully and replied, "Please, elder, do not be angry. My late father was once a corpse catcher, and he taught me the corpse chi technique from a young age. I am now at the peak of the 3rd level of chi training, just 1 step away from the mid-stage. Moreover, I possess an iron corpse comparable to a 6th level cultivator. Might you consider my father's contributions to the sect and grant me this opportunity?" As he spoke, Wu Sheng produced a cloth bag containing 50 spirit stones, which his father had prepared for him before his passing. He pressed the bag into the elder's hands. The elder examined the bag with a grin. Though the spirit stones were not abundant, he was pleased. Nodding, he said, "In light of your father's past contributions, I shall make an exception and allow you to join the Insha Hall as a corpse catcher." The elder retrieved a triangular black token from his waist pouch, inscribed with the words corpse catcher. He tossed the token to Wu Sheng. Receiving the token, Wu Sheng beamed with joy and bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, elder." Wu Sheng's motivation for choosing the perilous role of a corpse catcher stemmed from his status as a fourth-grade spiritual root. While he held the potential for foundational cultivation, it would require a significant amount of resources to support his training, resources that he lacked, having inherited only his father's legacy at the 8th level of Qi training. He was determined not to follow in his father's footsteps, failing to establish his foundation and leaving the sect in obscurity, relegating the hope of longevity to his descendants. Chapter 32. The corpse dissector. Generally speaking, cultivators experience a gradual decline in their vitality after the age of 60. Foundation establishment requires that a cultivator elevates their essence, spirit, and energy to the pinnacle of human potential, thereby transcending the limits of the physical body and undergoing a transformation that fundamentally evolves their existence, granting them enhanced power and longevity. Thus, the likelihood of achieving foundation establishment diminishes significantly after the age of 60, further decreasing with advancing years. Although Wu Sheng is merely 16 at this juncture, the pursuit of foundation establishment and a prolonged lifespan compels him to exert every effort at this tender age, amassing more resources for his cultivation. Despite his arrogance, Wu Sheng possesses a clear objective and plan regarding his training, much of which is derived from the teachings of his deceased father, one of the greatest legacies left to him. Upon receiving the token of the corpse catcher, Wu Sheng respectfully stepped aside. This scene evoked great astonishment among the 5 individuals behind him, particularly in Song Wen, who had been granted a second chance at life. It seems the world of cultivation is not solely about conflict and violence. Like the mundane world, it remains rife with human emotions and complexities, even within the notorious and brutal demonic sections. Next, the quartet of newcomers opted for their respective tasks, perhaps having conferred beforehand. All 4 unanimously selected the position of spiritual herb cultivator at the herb hall. Practitioners of the corpse demon sect require an abundance of medicinal pills, which necessitate various spiritual herbs and toxic flora for their refinement. Naturally, these herbs cannot all be sourced from the secret realms. The majority are cultivated within the herb hall of the corpse demon sect. The role of a spiritual herb cultivator involves nurturing these plants, presenting minimal danger within the sect. Aside from the occasional venomous insect that may appear in the herb hall, one is unlikely to encounter any significant threats. However, the remuneration for such a position is relatively modest. For the 4 newcomers, still immature in temperament and nearly ignorant of both cultivation and the demonic path, the role of a spiritual herb cultivator undoubtedly presents an excellent choice. Finally, it was Song Wen's turn to choose. "I choose to become a corpse dissector at the blood refining hall." The practitioners of the corpse demon sect require copious amounts of human blood to concoct various medicinal pills and artifacts, predominantly supplied by the blood refining hall. Human blood is found in various parts of the body, and to maximize extraction, the sect has established the role of a corpse dissector, akin to a butcher in the mundane world. The dissector is tasked with separating the bones, flesh, and organs of the deceased to supply the blood refining hall. The elder, upon hearing this, gazed at Song Wen with a peculiar expression, his astonishment evident. "Are you certain you wish to become a corpse dissector?" The position is notably perilous, primarily due to the dissector's den being located deep underground within Corpse Demon Mountain. The continual dissection of corpses has rendered the area saturated with a potent, sanguine aura, intermingled with remnants of death and resentment. These chaotic energies have disrupted the natural order within the dissector's den, making it unsuitable for prolonged habitation by humans. Even the practitioners of the corpse demon sect, who specialize in the path of the dead, find themselves easily susceptible to contamination of their powers, risking madness after extended periods within. The dissector's den is typically a place of exile for errant disciples or for those at the late stages of Qi refinement with little hope of foundation establishment, who seek extreme environments to stimulate their growth. It has been many years since any new disciples voluntarily applied to enter the dissector's den. Thus, the elder's surprise was understandable. Wu Sheng and the quartet stared incredulously at Song Wen, having gleaned some understanding of the sect's regulations and the terrifying reputation of the dissector's den. Yet, Song Wen remained unfazed, replying coolly, "Yes, I wish to become a corpse dissector." Upon hearing that the den was in need of personnel, he instinctively selected this path. The role requires the dissection of numerous corpses, perfectly aligning with his unique ability to absorb blood, making it less likely for his actions to draw attention. Having witnessed the formidable power of cultivators at the foundation stage, Song Wen harbored a profound yearning for strength. In this predatory world, only through immense power can one truly govern their own fate. After receiving Song Wen's resolute answer, the elder refrained from further comment. If one seeks death in the dissector's den, he would not dissuade them. Who knows? The medicinal pills consumed next month might very well include the blood contributions of this young man. The corpse demon sect tirelessly seeks human blood and corpses, leaving no stone unturned, even for the remains of their own fallen disciples. The elder tossed a token inscribed with the characters corpse dissection to Song Wen. The 6 individuals, now holding their tokens, exited the outer hall. Zhang Xiaofan opened his mouth to speak to Song Wen, but ultimately said nothing, letting out a deep sigh instead. In his eyes, Song Wen, a rogue cultivator, was akin to the others, mere pawns forcibly brought into the corpse demon sect. He had intended to advise Song Wen to choose a safer role, to survive within the sect, perhaps waiting for an opportunity to escape and regain freedom. However, Song Wen's choice to become a corpse dissector, a path fraught with danger, left Zhang Xiaofan bewildered. Wu Sheng, who had previously mocked Song Wen, now regarded him with newfound respect. "I didn't expect you to be so bold as to join the dissector's den. I hope you can survive and emerge alive after 5 years. The risks associated with the dissector's den are immense, and Wu Sheng's chosen path as a corpse catcher is no less perilous." Song Wen's decision inevitably stirred a sense of empathy within Wu Sheng, as they both pursued the elusive chance for longevity. After parting ways, Song Wen, holding the corpse dissection token, headed directly toward the foot of the mountain, where the entrance to the dissector's den awaited. At the northwest base of Corpse Demon Peak, a massive 10-meter-high opening loomed before him. The interior of the den was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light, resembling a ferocious beast lying in wait, ready to consume all in proximity. Occasional gusts of chilling wind escaped from within the den, sending shivers down one's spine. Above the entrance, 3 large characters read, "Corpse Dissection Den." Song Wen steadied his thoughts, gripping the token, and stepped into the entrance. As he crossed the threshold, he distinctly sensed the activation of a protective array. This was the defense mechanism of the dissector's den. Those without the dissection token would not only be denied entry, but also face potential attacks from the array, which might attract the attention of the sect's practitioners. The passage within the den sloped downward, and contrary to its foreboding exterior, the interior was not entirely devoid of light. Faint glimmers of bioluminescence dotted the walls, resembling will-o'-the-wisps that flicker in graveyards at night. The deeper he ventured, the more pronounced the stench of decay became, until at last, after traversing a distance of 1,000 meters, he emerged into a vast underground cavern with a diameter of 1,000 meters. A nauseating, foul odor assaulted his senses. Surrounding the cavern were numerous pale flames, casting an eerie glow that intensified the already oppressive atmosphere of death and decay. Chapter 33. Corpse Dissection. Who are you? How did you enter the corpse dissection cave? Just as Song Wen was surveying the cavern, a sudden voice interrupted his observations. A middle-aged man, reeking of blood and decay, appeared before him, his eyes reflecting a hint of wariness. However, upon noticing Song Wen's feeble cultivation, the man refrained from any aggressive actions. Song Wen clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and replied, "Senior, I am but a newly initiated outer disciple, here to serve as a corpse dissection assistant." As he spoke, he presented the corpse dissection token in his hand. The middle-aged man scrutinized the token carefully and quickly confirmed its authenticity. Yet, a trace of suspicion lingered in his demeanor. With such a meager cultivation, why have you been sent to the corpse dissection cave? Have you perhaps caught the eye of a Foundation establishment elder's partner? A bitter smile crept on Song Wen's face. "Senior, do not jest. I merely..." Before he could finish his explanation, the middle-aged man interrupted him. "Enough. Anyone who arrives at the corpse dissection cave is likely down on their luck. There's no need to elaborate. You need not address me as senior. I am merely an outer disciple in the late stages of Qi training. You may call me Yuan Sheng. I am Ji Yin, honored to meet you, Brother Yuan." Yuan Cheng nodded and replied, "Follow me." Under Yuan Cheng's guidance, Song Wen arrived at a small cave on the left side of the entrance to the underground cavern. Yuan Cheng entered the cave and rummaged through a stone table, producing a bone-cutting knife, which he tossed to Song Wen. This is a specialized tool provided to corpse dissection assistants by the sect, classified as a low-grade magical artifact. The corpses scheduled for dissection today have already been assigned, so you need not perform any dissections today. Instead, take the time to explore the corpse dissection cave and observe the techniques of dismemberment. Tomorrow, between the hours of Chun and Si, come to me to receive your assigned corpse and commence your formal dissection. Song Wen quickly understood, though Yuan Cheng had not explicitly stated it. The implications of his words made it clear that he managed the operations of the entire corpse dissection cave. Yuan Cheng would be his direct superior for the next 5 years. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Yuan. I will earnestly heed your teachings and hope for your continued support in the future. Yuan Cheng waved his hand, signaling Song Wen that he could leave. Song Wen bowed once more before turning to depart. As he walked, he examined the bone-cutting knife in his hand. The sect had unexpectedly provided a magical artifact to the corpse dissection assistants, which had taken Song Wen by surprise. Although it was merely a low-grade artifact, it was well suited to his current level of cultivation. Despite receiving a magical artifact upon his arrival at the corpse dissection cave, he knew that such items were precious and rare. Jiyin, who had not seen the relics of Huang Chong, possessed only a low-grade alchemy furnace, a testament to the scarcity of magical artifacts. After decades of wandering in the cultivation world, Huang Chong had accumulated merely one low-grade artifact, emphasizing their value. It was worth noting that, among low-grade artifacts, the alchemy furnace was more valuable than the knife in Song Wen's possession. Initially, Song Wen anticipated that the greatest danger within the corpse dissection cave would be the overwhelming miasma of blood and a hint of corpse energy. However, his physical body could absorb the blood energy, and his cultivation technique could refine the corpse's malevolence. Therefore, he believed he would possess a formidable immunity to the chaotic and tainted spiritual energy within the cave. As he stepped into the corpse dissection cave, he immediately sensed his body gradually absorbing the blood energy within, replenishing the vitality he had lost during a month of training in the Corpse King blood refinement technique. This revelation invigorated him. It seemed that his choice to become a corpse dissection assistant was indeed the right one. Lost in thought, Song Wen approached a nearby dissection assistant. The individual wielded the bone-cutting knife with remarkable skill, deftly dissecting the corpse of an adult woman. Under the assistant's control, the woman's body was reduced to a pile of fragments in mere minutes. The process flowed seamlessly, as if the assistant had dissected countless bodies before. Possessing an intimate understanding of human anatomy, the dismembered remains were clean. Scarcely a trace of blood or flesh marred the bones, which were expertly separated. The blood from the woman flowed into a designated channel, leading to a large blood pool nearby. The assistant meticulously stored the flesh, bones, and organs in separate storage pouches. As Song Wen observed the assistant's fluid motions, a wave of nausea washed over him. The gruesomeness of the dissection was overwhelming, despite his mental preparation. Witnessing such a scene firsthand was unbearable. Nonetheless, he forced himself to suppress his discomfort, resolutely maintaining his gaze. He could not afford to show any weakness. Having joined the corpse demon sect, embraced the dark path, and entered the corpse dissection cave, he had to steel his heart. Weakness invited cruelty, and the weak were destined to be oppressed. After completing the dissection of the female corpse, the assistant produced a male corpse, ready to begin anew. With the knife's tip, he sliced from the neck down to the ankles, effortlessly tearing the clothing from the corpse without so much as nicking the skin. Song Wen was left speechless, marveling at the assistant's extraordinary skill. Once the clothing was removed, the assistant methodically began the dismemberment from the head. After a considerable amount of time, he had finished dissecting all the corpses scheduled for that day. After tidying up the dissection table, he made his way towards Yuan Cheng's cave. As the assistant approached, Song Wen hurriedly bowed in respect. "Greetings, brother. I am a new disciple. I look forward to your guidance." However, the assistant coldly retorted, "Step aside." His icy tone jolted Song Wen back to his senses. He realized that he was within the renowned corpse dissection cave of the corpse demon sect, where not every assistant would be as amiable as Yuan Cheng. Quickly stepping back, Song Wen watched as the assistant strode past him and entered Yuan Cheng's cave, presenting 3 storage pouches filled with flesh, bones, and organs. Within the corpse dissection cave, There were over 100 dissection tables, yet upon his arrival, only 43 assistants were actively dissecting corpses, the rest were vacant. As Song Wen continued to observe, he noted that others were completing their dissections and departing the cave. At that moment, only a handful of dissection assistants remained engaged in their grim tasks. Chapter 34. The first dissection Song Wen observed as he replaced the dissection practitioner, remaining in the dissection cave until the last practitioner departed before he made his exit. From his observations, each dissection practitioner typically handled between 100 to 150 corpses, requiring approximately 2 to 3 hours for the task. Upon leaving the dissection cave, Song Wen returned to his dwelling, cave number 97. After receiving their assignments, Wu Sheng, Zhang Xiaofan, and others had relocated to superior residences in the Insha Hall and Lingji Hall, thus vacating the outer disciples' quarters at the foot of the mountain. The dissection cave, unsuitable for habitation, did not provide new accommodations for the practitioners, leaving Song Wen to remain in his original quarters. As soon as he returned to his dwelling, Song Wen retrieved the bone-cutting knife, commencing its refinement. Although it was merely a low-grade magical tool, his spiritual power was exceedingly feeble, requiring several hours for him to achieve even a preliminary level of refinement. Eager to test the knife's potency, he found himself utterly drained of spiritual energy and unable to summon even a trace, forcing him to abandon his intentions. Feeling the emptiness in his abdomen, Song Wen rose and made his way to the servant disciples' dining hall. The pills provided upon entry had been consumed, and the monthly salary from the dissection cave would not be dispersed until the end of the month. Thus, he sought sustenance at the nearest servant disciples' hall. The number of servant disciples was considerable. At the same time, over 1,000 congregated in the dining hall. Most of them possessed inferior spiritual roots, receiving scant resources and practicing rudimentary techniques. Throughout their lives, the majority would only ascend to the early to mid stages of qi cultivation, with few breaking into the late stages. Once a servant disciple surpassed the late qi stage, they would automatically be recognized as outer disciples of the corpse demon sect, which represented the aspiration of many. Upon seeing Song Wen, clad in the azure garb of an outer disciple, numerous servant disciples cast envious glances his way. As a sect dedicated to the cultivation of immortality, the corpse demon sect, despite neglecting the servant disciples, still provided satisfactory meals. After consuming 3 substantial bowls of rice and a generous platter of meat, Song Wen left the dining hall, satiated. It was only after partaking in the meal that he noticed his appetite had significantly increased since beginning the practice of the corpse king blood refining technique, now rivaling that of several adult men. Following his repast, he returned to his dwelling to recuperate and restore his spiritual energy. The next day, in the dissection cave, having practiced throughout the night, Song Wen arrived early. Upon his arrival, only one dissection practitioner was present. Yuan Sheng was distributing corpses to him. Noticing Song Wen's presence, Yuan Sheng remarked, "Today marks your first dissection. I will assign you 50 corpses to practice with. Tomorrow, you will handle 100, and the day after, you will be expected to perform at the same level as the other practitioners. Do you have any objections?" With a cupped fist salute, Song Wen expressed his gratitude, stating, "Thank you, senior brother Yuan, for your consideration. I have no objections." Yuan Sheng nodded and handed him 4 storage bags. From his previous observations, Song Wen understood that one of these bags contained a corpse, while the other 3 were designated for the bones, flesh, and internal organs respectively after dissection. Proceed to dissection platform number 73. It is currently unoccupied, Yuan Sheng instructed. Song Wen again cupped his fists in thanks and made his way to the designated platform. Setting the 4 storage bags upon the dissection table, he extracted the first corpse, a young male, likely a scattered cultivator. Gazing at the body, he silently lamented, "I apologize. If you must cast blame, let it be upon this predatory world of cultivation that denied you peace even in death. May you be reborn in a realm devoid of cultivators." Yet, uncertainty lingered regarding the possibility of rebirth, as it was highly probable that his soul had been claimed by the malevolent cultivator who had taken his life. Steeling himself, Song Wen cast aside his compassion and pity, constantly reminding himself that in order to survive, he must cultivate a heart of coldness and cruelty. Following the dissection procedures he had observed the previous day, he began by removing the clothing from the corpse. However, he overestimated his control over the bone-cutting knife. Despite having refined it, his proficiency was nowhere near that of the seasoned practitioners. Each cut was either too forceful or too gentle, resulting in punctured flesh in some areas, while others remained untouched. After considerable effort, he finally managed to remove the clothing, proceeding to skin and dismember the body starting from the head. This clumsy endeavor consumed a frustrating quarter of an hour before he barely completed the dissection. Nonetheless, the result fell short of the standard achieved by other practitioners. Remnants of flesh clung to the bones, and the internal organs were severely compromised. In his distraction, he even broke a few bones. Though the dissection was fraught with imperfections, he ultimately persevered to finish with this corpse. Throughout the process, he grappled with the urge to abandon his task and fought the nausea threatening to overwhelm him. Several times, he felt his body attempting to absorb the essence of the corpse's blood, which he forcefully suppressed. He had long understood that he could control the consumption of another's blood essence, having practiced it before. Otherwise, he would not have dared to apply for the position of a dissection practitioner. Should the corpses he handled become devoid of essence, it would undoubtedly attract the scrutiny of the higher-ups in the corpse demon sect, and he would likely face dire consequences. Without resting, he promptly retrieved the second corpse, a female adult. With the experience from the first corpse, he worked much more swiftly, completing the dissection in just over a minute and a half. It took him a total of 6 hours to dissect all 50 corpses. By the end of the task, his spiritual energy was entirely depleted, relying solely on his physical strength, leaving his limbs sore and fatigued. However, the most profound exhaustion was not physical but mental. The intense focus required for dissection, coupled with the necessity of suppressing his discomfort, drained his spirit at an alarming rate. Song Wen felt his thoughts becoming sluggish. Taking the 4 storage bags filled with the dismembered remains, he slowly made his way to the entrance of the cave. "Senior Brother Yuan, I am here to submit today's corpses," he said wearily. Yuan Cheng accepted the storage bags, probing them with his spiritual sense, before replying, "Extremely well done. You are indeed cut out for the path of demonic cultivation. Go and rest well. Tomorrow, your dissection quota will double." By this time, all the dissection practitioners had already departed from the cave, and Song Wen, having said little else, bowed respectfully and took his leave. Chapter 35. Blood Sacrifice Technique and Blood Escape Technique. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Song Wen could no longer contain himself. The pangs of hunger from a day without sustenance churned violently within him. After retching for a quarter of an hour, he felt as if he might expel his very bile, and only then did the nausea begin to subside. Exhausted and desperate for rest, he was nonetheless repulsed by the lingering stench of blood and decay that enveloped him. Reluctantly, he ventured outside to fetch 2 buckets of clean water, cleansing himself and tidying the remnants of his earlier ordeal before finally collapsing into slumber. The following day, Song Wen rose early. He first visited the servant disciples' dining hall for breakfast before hurrying to the corpse dissection cave before the hour of Chun. If he did not arrive early to dissect 100 corpses, he might find himself unable to return to his cave for rest, directly commencing the next day's work. Fortunately, the dissection cave was situated at the foot of the mountain, not far from his residence. He was the first to arrive and, after receiving the bodies from Yuan Cheng, eagerly began his task. His time spent on each corpse had now increased to roughly half a quarter of an hour. By the time he finished the 100 corpses, over 6 hours had passed. He remained the last to leave the dissection cave, stepping out into the darkness that had settled once more. After returning to his cave and rinsing off, he made his way to the dining hall, where only a few scattered servant disciples were still eating. Despite the overwhelming urge to retch, he forced himself to consume a substantial meal. He understood that under such pressure, if his body could not replenish sufficient energy, both his spirit and physique might falter, leading to potential collapse. Nevertheless, as a practitioner of demonic arts, his physical resilience and endurance far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, and he experienced no adverse effects. Upon returning to his cave after dinner, Song Wen conducted a thorough internal examination. He discovered that although he had not drawn from the blood of the corpses in the past 2 days, the dense aura of blood within the dissection cave, combined with the occasional inadvertent ingestion of vital essence, had completely restored his previously depleted life force. He had once again become a vibrant young man. That night, Song Wen chose not to practice but to sleep, as rest would alleviate his mental fatigue and discomfort to the greatest extent. Although the work of dissection was unpleasant, it lacked the strife and complexities of interpersonal relationships, allowing time to pass swiftly, and before he knew it, a month had elapsed. he gradually adapted to the role of a qualified dissector, requiring only 4 hours daily at the dissection cave, which ensured he was consistently the last to leave. Having regained his daily practice routine, bolstered by the life force he had surreptitiously acquired from the dissection cave, Song Wen's proficiency in the Corpse King blood refinement technique progressed rapidly, elevating his cultivation to the second level of Qi refinement. However, upon concluding his meditative practice, he encountered an awkward predicament. Due to his accelerated cultivation speed, he realized that the corpse well within his cave could no longer provide sufficient corpse aura to meet his training needs. While he could siphon enough life force during dissection, the corpse aura from the well was finite and not inexhaustible. This issue was unique to Song Wen. Other early-stage Qi refinement disciples would never encounter such a shortfall. What was he to do? Where could he procure enough corpse aura? Abruptly ending his meditation, he noticed the dawn breaking outside, marking yet another sleepless night of cultivation. Today was the day to receive his monthly stipend, and Song Wen planned to take his earnings to the market at the foot of the mountain to see if he could purchase some corpse aura. After completing his dissection duties for the day, he received his monthly stipend of 20 low-grade spirit stones and 10 blood essence pills. Though no fasting pills were distributed this time, with the sun still early, he had time to explore, but he hurried back to his cave, as the stench of blood was overwhelming. Venturing to the market in such a state would draw undue attention, contradicting his desire for discretion. After washing up, Song Wen did not head directly to the market. Instead, he first visited the sect's transmission hall. With his Corpse King blood refinement technique having reached the second level of Qi refinement, it was time to seek ways to enhance his combat capabilities. After a brisk half-hour journey, he arrived at the transmission hall on the mountainside. Presenting his disciple token, he was admitted but informed that as an early-stage Qi refinement disciple, he was restricted to the first level of the hall. The transmission hall housed a vast array of books, meticulously categorized, encompassing cultivation techniques, combat spells, corpse puppet crafting, spiritual herb cultivation, and spiritual material appraisal. However, only rudimentary techniques and low-level spiritual herb and material texts were available on the first level. Song Wen made his way to the spell section, where the spells suitable for early-stage Qi refinement disciples were limited, totaling merely over 30. After a cursory glance, he found little allure in the conventional spells, having already mastered the fireball technique and shield technique. Nevertheless, certain exclusive techniques of the demonic sect caught his attention. Among them was the blood sacrifice technique, a spell that, when invoked, could significantly enhance a practitioner's magical power at the cost of consuming their own blood essence. For others, utilizing this technique could lead to a depletion of life force or even death, typically reserved as a last resort in desperate situations. However, Song Wen harbored no such concerns. Over the past month, through repeated consumption of others' blood essence, he had gradually uncovered some secrets regarding his body's ability to absorb it. Perhaps it was due to the strengthening of his physique or an increased capacity to hold blood essence, or perhaps his body had simply adapted to the process. Either way, he no longer experienced discomfort when consuming blood essence. Regardless of the amount ingested, his body could swiftly absorb and digest it. Of course, it was also possible that he had been relatively restrained in his consumption recently, with his intake not yet reaching his body's upper limit for strength. In any case, the amount of blood essence stored within him now exceeded that of an average person by tenfold, making the casting of the blood sacrifice technique a seamless endeavor. Devoid of concerns over the potential loss of essence, should his blood essence become depleted, he could easily replenish it by consuming more. Just as Song Wen felt invigorated by the prospect, he noticed the price of the blood sacrifice technique, and he could only set it down with a sigh. Priced at 100 low-grade spirit stones, it was simply beyond his current means. At his present earnings, it would take him 5 months of saving without expenditure to afford it. He then came across the blood escape technique, a method that also consumed blood essence to enhance speed, priced at 80 spirit stones, which he similarly could not afford. After setting the blood escape technique aside, he moved to the corpse puppet crafting section. As a major sect in the creation of corpse puppets, the Corpse Demon sect offered dozens of techniques suitable for early-stage Qi refinement practitioners. Perhaps to promote the art of corpse puppetry or because lower-level techniques had become commonplace near the sect, most crafting spells were affordably priced, ranging from a few low-grade spirit stones to over 20. The types of corpse puppets varied widely, including advanced techniques that combined the soul with the corpse and basic methods that solely involved the body. Corpse puppets imbued with souls, known as living corpses, exhibited greater agility and strength, with the potential for continuous enhancement if suitable attribute materials were found. In contrast, soulless corpse puppets, referred to as walking corpses, were cumbersome to control and lacked growth potential, typically employed as expendable cannon fodder due to their low production costs. Chapter 36. The market in a state of financial constraint. Song Wen ultimately refrained from acquiring any spell or technique at the transmission pavilion. After considerable effort in selecting a coveted method for crafting corpse puppets, he was dismayed to discover it required 25 spirit stones. Upon exiting the pavilion, Song Wen made his way to the market situated at the foot of the mountain. This market, established by the Corpse Demon sect, featured not only shops affiliated with the sect, but also those of external forces, as well as stalls operated by disciples of the Corpse Demon sect and rogue cultivators selling their wares. Goods sold by the sect's shops were generally of higher price but assured quality, while items at the stalls were often more affordable, albeit with compromised quality, such as inferior elixirs or techniques that were incomplete and therefore unusable. When Song Wen arrived at the market, the sun had already begun to set, yet the market was bustling with activity. This was the peak time for the market, as most disciples of the Corpse Demon sect, having toiled throughout the day, finally had the opportunity to leisurely browse and shop. Song Wen's objectives for visiting the market were twofold. Firstly, to purchase assisting spiritual energy, known as corpse aura, and secondly, to broaden his horizons. He wandered through the market, observing various stalls, and after a short while, he spotted the coveted corpse aura at one of the stalls. 3 black jade vials adorned with intricate array patterns were displayed, designed to prevent the escape of the aura contained within. How much for the corpse aura? Song Wen inquired. The stall owner, clad in the garb of an outer disciple of the Corpse Demon sect, regarded Song Wen with a cold expression and replied nonchalantly, 80 low-grade spirit stones. That's exorbitant, Song Wen exclaimed, taken aback by the price. This corpse aura is sourced from the depths of the 10,000 Corpse Valley, meticulously refined over several days to yield the purest essence, sufficient for a novice like you to utilize for 3 months, which naturally commands a premium. The 10,000 Corpse Valley, a perilous locale not far from the sect, was perpetually shrouded in corpse aura, a favored site for nearby demonic cultivators seeking to harvest it. As for the stall owner's claim of venturing deep into the valley, it was clearly an exaggeration meant to enhance his sales pitch. Even Song Wen, who had only been part of the Corpse Demon sect for 2 months, understood that the heart of the valley was not a place for a mere chi-refining cultivator. How about 20 spirit stones? Song Wen attempted to haggle. The stall owner bristled with irritation. Get lost. If you're not buying, don't come here to cause trouble. 20 spirit stones for a vial of pure corpse aura? You must be dreaming. Just the vial itself is worth over 10 low-grade spirit stones. Dismissed. Song Wen left the stall, feeling dejected. Continuing his search, he encountered several other stalls selling corpse aura. From his observations, the typical price for a vial of pure corpse aura hovered around 60 spirit stones. If a buyer provided an empty jade vial, a reduction of 10 spirit stones was often offered, implying the special jade vials were valued at around 10 spirit stones each. Despite his insufficient funds, Song Wen remained undeterred, as he still possessed items he could sell. From the realm of extreme yang, he had acquired an alchemical furnace. Although merely a low-grade magical tool, it was relatively rare and thus held considerable value. Song Wen ventured into a shop specializing in magical tools. A young attendant, likely at the 3rd level of chi refining, approached him promptly. Good sir, what may I assist you with? I am not purchasing anything. Do you buy magical tools? Song Wen replied. Of course we do. The attendant responded, maintaining a courteous demeanor despite Song Wen's intention to sell. What magical tool are you looking to sell? With a flourish, Song Wen produced the alchemical furnace. This one. The attendant took the furnace, scrutinizing it carefully. This is a low-grade alchemical furnace with signs of long-term use. The array patterns on its upper portion show signs of wear. We can offer you 50 spirit stones for it. Song Wen was momentarily taken aback by the low offer. Based on his knowledge, low-grade offensive magical tools typically sold for over 100 spirit stones, while defensive tools were slightly more expensive, rarely exceeding 200 spirit stones. The price for a low-grade alchemical furnace generally ranged around 500 spirit stones. It was no wonder that the cultivation community regarded the training of an alchemist as an exceedingly resource-intensive endeavor. Even though Song Wen's furnace was second-hand, He had estimated its worth to be between 200 and 300 spirit stones. Your offer is too low. Can you raise it a bit? Song Wen requested. The attendant smiled. You may not be aware, but our shop does not inquire about the origins of the items we purchase, regardless of how you acquired this furnace. Once it enters our shop, we can handle any ensuing complications for you, which is why the price is set lower. Song Wen was at a loss for words, evidently. The attendant mistook him for someone with dubious items. This was understandable, as Song Wen's cultivation appeared to be at the late stage of qi refining, suggesting he was merely a novice. The profession of an alchemist was notoriously resource-intensive. It was not a pursuit for someone like Song Wen, a freshly initiated outer disciple. You are mistaken. This alchemical furnace has no issues pertaining to its origin, Song Wen asserted, reclaiming the furnace and heading towards the shop's exit. If this shop was unwilling to purchase it, he would seek others. Seeing Song Wen's decisive departure, the attendant grew anxious and called out, 80 spirit stones? As Song Wen approached the entrance, he showed no signs of turning back. The attendant's heart raced. Had he misjudged the situation? Was there truly no issue with the furnace's provenance? 120 spirit stones. Without pausing, Song Wen stepped outside the shop, glancing around the street for suitable shops to sell his wares. 180 spirit stones. The attendant hurried after him, insisting, this is the highest price I can offer. Even if the furnace has no issues, you won't sell it for a higher price. Song Wen smiled slightly and turned back towards the attendant. All right, it's a deal. He handed the furnace over to the attendant. He knew that had he set up a stall in the market to sell the furnace, he could have fetched a higher price. However, setting up a stall required a daily fee of 5 spirit stones. And this type of magical tool was not commonly sought after. Only those aspiring to become alchemists would be interested. If Song Wen were to sell it himself, he could not predict how long it would take to find a buyer. The offer of 180 spirit stones surpassed his expectations. Chapter 37. The Forbidden Technique. Song Wen, clutching the 180 spirit stones he had just acquired, exited the shop. He returned to the stall where he had previously inquired about the price of corpse qi. Before he could utter a word, the stall owner recognized him, his displeasure evident. You again? Are you here to cause trouble? Song Wen smiled and replied, Brother, do not be vexed. I am genuinely here to purchase corpse qi. How does 60 spirit stones per vial sound? The stall owner responded, As long as you can produce the spirit stones, I will certainly sell. He had 3 vials of corpse qi on display, none of which had been sold thus far. Given Song Wen's reasonable offer, the stall owner had no reason to refuse. After counting out 60 spirit stones and handing them over, Song Wen placed a vial of corpse qi into his storage pouch. As he turned to leave, Song Wen's gaze was drawn to a corner of the stall where a manual titled The Forbidden Technique lay. How much for this manual? He inquired. Having completed a transaction, the stall owner's demeanor softened considerably, his expression warming a few degrees. 1,000 spirit stones, he quoted, a princely sum. However, Song Wen was not intimidated by the price. After wandering the marketplace for some time, he had learned that vendors often inflated prices for rare and obscure items, with the actual transaction prices frequently being much lower. May I take a look? He asked. Of course. Song Wen picked up the Forbidden Technique and began to peruse it. Upon opening the cover, disappointment washed over him. The manual contained only a single page of content, and the paper of this page differed from that of the cover. The technique was inscribed on a piece of archaic beast hide, while the cover appeared to have been added later. Moreover, much of the page was obscured by paper, allowing him to glimpse only the first 100 or so characters, suggesting that the entire manual contained a mere 300 to 400 words. Glancing over the initial portion of text, Song Wen discerned that this was an exceedingly rare soul-refining technique, one that involved devouring fragments of others' souls to forcibly enhance one's own spiritual strength. This piqued his interest significantly, yet he realized that the manual before him was incomplete. It lacked both the introduction and subsequent sections, meaning that the content he held was merely the first layer of the technique. How much for this manual? Song Wen inquired again. While Song Wen examined the Forbidden Technique, the stall owner paid little attention, expecting him to follow the pattern of previous customers, initially drawn in by the name, only to leave in disappointment upon discovering the manual's scant content. He had acquired this famed Forbidden Technique over a decade ago and had attempted to cultivate it himself, only to find it severely lacking and utterly unfeasible for practice. Subsequently, he had sought the help of friends and family, but none had succeeded in cultivation either. Afterward, he placed it for sale at his stall. Having received high offers from several inner disciples of the corpse demon sect, none of whom were able to succeed in their attempts. Those who had purchased the manual returned it, proclaiming it a fraud, leading him to abandon any hopes of profiting from the forbidden technique. For the past 2 years, the manual had languished in a corner of his stall, forgotten until Song Wen's recent interest rekindled his memory of its existence. Seeing that Song Wen was a novice with weak abilities, the stall owner seized the opportunity to promote it. "Brother, you truly have an eye for talent. This forbidden technique is a secret art of the 10,000 Souls sect, an unparalleled method for cultivating the soul. It is surely fated to be with you. And for just 1,000 spirit stones, you can take it home." The 10,000 Souls sect was a formidable ghostly sect that had dominated the Tuatsong mountain range for nearly 10 millennia, a veritable sovereign in the realm of cultivation. However, several centuries prior, it had been eradicated by a coalition of major righteous sects, leading to the extinction of its lineage. Yet Song Wen was not so easily swayed by the stall owner's flattery, believing himself a chosen one destined to discover extraordinary techniques. He shook his head, replying, "The manual is far too incomplete. Without both the preceding and succeeding sections, it is nearly certain that it cannot be cultivated, and thus not worth 1,000 spirit stones." As he spoke, he returned the forbidden technique to the stall. "Do not be hasty in leaving. It is well known that in commerce, one must negotiate lofty offers, but real prices," the stall owner urged. Song Wen glanced at the stall owner and replied slowly, "I fear that if I make an offer, you might strike me." "How could I? I would never harm my own junior in the marketplace. Feel free to make an offer." "Really?" Upon receiving the stall owner's affirmative nod, Song Wen extended his hand. 5 spirit stones. Seeing him bargain, the stall owner's expression shifted to one of desperation. "Deal." Song Wen hesitated, unsure. "I meant 5 low-grade spirit stones." "Of course, low-grade spirit stones," the stall owner said, shoving the forbidden technique into Song Wen's hands while extending his other hand for the spirit stones. Song Wen was momentarily taken aback. It appeared he had inadvertently overvalued the manual. Given its likely severe incompleteness, it was hardly worth 5 spirit stones, let alone 1. Noting Song Wen's hesitation, the stall owner's cheerful demeanor began to fade, replaced by a more menacing expression. "What? Are you reconsidering?" Feeling the stall owner's growing intensity, Song Wen forced a smile. "Of course not." He produced 5 spirit stones and handed them over. As the stall owner accepted the stones, his expression transformed back to one of friendliness, his mood shifting as swiftly as a performer in a Sichuan opera. "Brother, do take another look. See if there is anything else you require." Song Wen quickly shook his head. "No thanks, I have acquired everything I need. Farewell." He feared that lingering any longer would result in his spirit stones being completely drained by the stall owner. "Take care, brother. I welcome you to visit my stall again in the future," the stall owner called after his retreating figure. Hearing the voice behind him, Song Wen quickened his pace. Instead of returning directly to his cave dwelling, he seized the opportunity to return to the transmission hall before it closed, where he purchased blood escape technique and a method known as ghost corpse technique for crafting corpse puppets. The price for ghost corpse technique was 25 spirit stones, a widely practiced method within the corpse demon sect, encompassing techniques for both walking corpses and living corpses. Chapter 38. The theft of essence blood. Having returned to his secluded abode, Song Wen was in good spirits after a fruitful night. However, he quickly realized that his resources had dwindled again, leaving him with fewer than 30 spirit stones. On his way back, he had spent 2 spirit stones to purchase blank talisman papers suitable for crafting low-tier talismans. Song Wen's talent for drawing talismans paled in comparison to his prowess in spells. He exhausted all the talisman paper obtained from the extreme Yin, yet failed to create a single fireball talisman. Nevertheless, he was determined not to yield. If he could successfully craft talismans, it would not only bolster his combat abilities, but also allow him to sell them for a handsome profit. He had learned from the market that even low-tier talismans like the fireball had a promising market value, fetching 1 spirit stone for 2. He had spent 2 spirit stones to acquire 50 sheets of blank talisman paper. The spirit stones earned from selling the furnace had yet to warm his pockets before they were nearly all spent. Currently, he possessed only 10 corpse blood pills, which, given his current cultivation pace, would suffice for just 10 days. To rapidly elevate his cultivation, he needed to continue purchasing corpse blood pills or other medicinal aids. Alas, he needed to devise a strategy to acquire more spirit stones. With that thought in mind, he took out today's gains. The first item was the divine sealing technique. whose efficacy for his cultivation remained uncertain. Having briefly perused the initial section of the technique, he sensed its potential to aid in refining the souls he had devoured. Historically, after consuming others' souls, Song Wen had only managed to digest them slowly. Since the day he vanquished the young beggar, he had noticed a certain enhancement in his mental acuity, surpassing that of others at the same level. Yet, this improvement was limited. Most of the souls he consumed were not fully digested, with a significant portion dissipating slowly into waste. Furthermore, the abundant residual soul fragments in the dissection cave had not been refined in time, leaving his consciousness overwhelmed and hindering his ability to absorb more fragments. If this technique could resolve such issues, it would undoubtedly enhance the strength of his soul and maximize the potential of his unique abilities. Upon unwrapping the manuscript that concealed the technique, he found, as anticipated, that the first layer of the divine sealing technique contained merely over 300 characters. The parchment was ancient and substantial, suggesting the authenticity of the technique, unlike mere fabrications. It was likely a remnant from the fallen 10,000 Souls sect. Song Wen swiftly absorbed the contents of the 300-plus characters. He then commenced his attempts at cultivation, utilizing the divine sealing technique to refine the soul fragments within his consciousness. To his astonishment, he found the practice of the divine sealing technique remarkably effortless, akin to the simplicity of drinking water or eating. The soul fragments inundating his consciousness were rapidly consumed, leading to a swift enhancement in both his soul strength and mental acuity. Song Wen speculated that the missing sections of the divine sealing technique would pertain to methods of devouring other souls and converting them into fragments stored within one's consciousness. While there was some merit to his conjecture, it barely scratched the surface of the technique's true depth. He significantly underestimated the process of consuming others' souls. According to the authentic records of the divine sealing technique, a considerable amount of resources and the construction of formations were required to decompose and absorb others' souls, subsequently allowing them to gradually enter the consciousness. Moreover, the consumption of soul fragments was an exceedingly slow process. After all, the consciousness is the most enigmatic part of the human body, and even within the realm of cultivation, no one could fully unveil the mysteries of the soul and consciousness. The human consciousness is both powerful and fragile. A moment's carelessness could lead to incomplete souls or even total disintegration. Thus, it was prudent to exercise utmost caution when dealing with techniques like the divine sealing technique, which directly pertain to the consciousness. Within the original 10,000 Souls sect, only a select few, born with stable consciousness and formidable souls, had the potential to succeed in practicing this technique. Each year, many self-proclaimed geniuses in the sect suffered from damaged consciousness and fragmented souls due to forceful attempts to cultivate the divine sealing technique, ultimately losing their sanity. After an entire night devoted to the divine sealing technique, Song Wen had consumed a significant portion of the soul fragments stored within his consciousness, resulting in substantial progress in his mental acuity. Remarkably, even after a sleepless night of cultivation, he felt invigorated, devoid of any fatigue. After a breakfast at the cafeteria, he promptly arrived at the dissection cave. While dissecting, he consciously absorbed the residual soul fragments present in the cave and on the corpses, simultaneously intensifying his extraction of the essence blood from the corpses. Throughout the day, Song Wen remained tense, fearing discovery in his covert extraction of essence blood. Fortunately, upon completing the dissection, he only needed to submit the flesh, bones, and internal organs, allowing the blood to flow directly into the large blood pool within the cave via the drainage channel. His discreet consumption of essence blood went unnoticed. As he concluded his day's work and prepared to present the dismembered bodies to Yuan Cheng, he suddenly realized that he had perhaps consumed an excessive amount of essence blood today. His entire being surged with vitality, making it challenging to rein in the overflowing energy within him. To avoid arousing Yuan Cheng's suspicion, Song Wen had to exert all his effort in operating the corpse king blood refinement technique to stabilize the tumultuous energy. After 15 minutes, he finally managed to calm the energy, approaching Yuan Cheng's cave as the last to arrive, just as he always did. Yuan Cheng accepted the 4 storage bags from Song Wen and instinctively inquired, "What happened? I noticed you standing by the dissection table for quite a while." Caught off guard by Yuan Cheng's observation, Song Wen felt a twinge of anxiety. Nevertheless, he maintained a calm facade, responding with a hint of melancholy. "I don't know what was wrong. I felt an internal surge of energy, my spiritual power spiraling out of control. It took considerable effort to stabilize it. The symptoms he described were common among those affected by the polluted air within the dissection cave, indicating that he was on the verge of losing control. Yuan Cheng regarded him with a sympathetic expression but chose not to elaborate, gesturing for him to leave. As Song Wen meticulously controlled the overflowing energy within him, he cautiously returned to his abode. Once inside, he promptly settled into a meditative position, reversing the flow of energy to expel the excess. Gradually, he became enveloped in a crimson mist, saturating his entire dwelling with a rich, sanguine essence. A droplet of vivid red essence blood began to coalesce at his brow before dripping into a pre-prepared jade vial. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops, a steady stream of pure essence blood filled the vial, totaling over 100 droplets before Song Wen ceased the extraction. Had anyone witnessed this scene, they would have been astounded, unable to believe that the essence blood he produced rivaled that of a late-stage qi refinement cultivator. With his mere second level of qi refinement, it would have been impossible for him to condense such an abundance of essence blood. Yet, even after expelling over 100 droplets, Song Wen felt no diminishment in his internal vitality. He remained robust, as if he had not overexerted himself at all. Chapter 39. The eerie corpse holding the jade vial. Song Wen sensed the pure and flawless essence of blood contained within. He felt a profound satisfaction, as this was the only method he could conceive to swiftly amass spirit stones. The previous day, he had observed in the market that refined blood commanded a hefty price. The blood he had extracted was pure, singular, devoid of any impurities or mottled essence. Any observer would conclude that it was the refined blood of a late-stage qi condensation cultivator. Song Wen estimated that should he set up a stall in the market to sell this half vial of blood, it could fetch no less than 80 to 100 spirit stones. After carefully stowing the jade vial away, Song Wen retrieved the corpse's sinister aura he had purchased the previous day and ingested a corpse blood pill, initiating his practice of the corpse king blood refinement technique. As for the divine forbidden technique, he intended to wait until the soul fragments within his sea of consciousness approached saturation before commencing its study. In the blink of an eye, over 10 days had passed. With ample vitality and the sinister aura, aided by the corpse blood pill, Song Wen made remarkable progress in his cultivation, now advancing to the mid-stage of qi condensation. Such rapid development would be considered extraordinary even among the swiftest practitioners of the demonic path. Throughout these days, Song Wen had persistently extracted blood from the corpse pit. Though he refrained from the reckless consumption of blood, as he had on the first day, he maintained his vitality within a controllable range. Even so, he had already coagulated 3 full vials of essence blood. He planned to conclude his corpse dissection for the day and discreetly dispose of the 3 vials in the market. At the 3rd watch, Song Wen completed his dissection for the day and, holding the fruits of his labor, proceeded to Yuan Cheng's cave. After paying his storage pouch fee, he was about to depart when Yuan Cheng called out to him. "Extreme, please wait a moment. Senior brother Yuan, what can I do for you?" Song Wen halted, donning a facade of respectful cheerfulness. "I have a corpse that needs urgent attention. Extreme, I ask you to take the trouble to dissect it first." As he spoke, Yuan Cheng handed over a storage pouch. Though reluctant, Song Wen dared not show his discontent. One must lower their head under the eaves. With a smile, he replied, "No problem, Senior Brother Yuan." He accepted the storage pouch and turned toward the dissection platform. "Extreme, be particularly careful while handling this corpse." Yuan Cheng's voice echoed behind him. Song Wen suddenly felt he had agreed too hastily, realizing he might have overlooked something significant. If it were an ordinary corpse, Yuan Cheng would not insist on dissecting it today. He could easily wait until tomorrow. The urgency implied something was amiss. Could a corpse truly harbor unexpected surprises? Could it rise again? Even if it were to rise, what kind of chaos could a recently transformed corpse cause within the corpse demon sect? Perplexed, Song Wen turned back to glance at Yuan Cheng, who had already shut his eyes in meditation within his cave, seemingly dismissing Song Wen's presence entirely. Seeing Yuan Cheng's disinterest in further conversation, Song Wen, filled with trepidation, continued toward the dissection platform, his mind now alert to the peculiarities surrounding this corpse. Simultaneously, he felt a pang of regret. Had he not been the last to complete his dissection, he wouldn't have been compelled to handle this corpse. Instead of immediately opening the storage pouch, Song Wen retrieved a pair of leather gloves and an apron from his own storage bag. This was knowledge gleaned from nearly 2 months of work in the corpse pit. Experienced dissectors often donned gloves and aprons as protection when handling certain corpses, with some even using artifact-grade gear. However, artifact-grade gloves and protective gear were beyond Song Wen's means. He could only resort to leather substitutes. Even if he sold the 3 vials of essence blood, he would only afford the lowest-grade artifact gear, which he dared not buy, lest it draw unwanted attention. As a newcomer without any backing, having only entered the sect for less than 3 months, where would he find the spirit stones to purchase artifacts? Discretion in wealth and modesty in speech became Song Wen's cardinal rules for survival in this perilous world. Upon encountering the corpse on the dissection platform, Song Wen did not rush into dissection, but instead observed intently. The corpse belonged to an elderly woman, seemingly advanced in age, her form slightly hunched, and her skin marked by deep wrinkles, resembling that of a typical elderly person who had passed peacefully. The corpse bore a significant amount of moisture, remnants of melted ice crystals, with sporadic unmelted ice scattered across her body. A gaping hole, the size of a bowl, marred the back of her head, as if it had been crushed by a claw. Within this cavity lay a wealth of ice crystals that had yet to fully melt. It was evident she had been murdered and subsequently frozen with ice magic. If she had been slain, why waste mana to freeze the body afterward? This question nagged at Song Wen's mind. Had the old woman been subjected to freezing magic in life, the ice crystals would not have been found within the cavity of her skull, but rather on the surface of her body. With a bone-cutting knife in hand, Song Wen carefully began to slice through the old woman's clothing. The seemingly thin layer of ice crystals proved remarkably robust, presenting significant resistance. After much effort, he found the thawed areas and managed to peel away her garments. Could these ice crystals have been left by a Foundation establishment cultivator? Song Wen thought in astonishment. Before him lay a frail, bloodless body, akin to that of an elderly person suffering from severe malnutrition. Yet, he could not fathom that someone slain by a Foundation establishment expert would have suffered from hunger. The old woman's flesh seemed as if it had been deprived of blood by some entity, leading to a critical deficiency in vitality. Though the ice crystals present were not extensive and did not form a cohesive layer, Song Wen could still locate gaps within the ice to begin the dissection. However, the corpse was remarkably stiff from the low temperatures, and given the old woman's high cultivation level, likely a Foundation establishment expert, the body itself possessed considerable strength, complicating the dissection process. Logically, this corpse should serve as excellent material for crafting a corpse puppet, yet for reasons unknown, it had been sent to the corpse pit to be dissected for blood extraction. This bewildered Song Wen. If only he could transform this body into a puppet. Since acquiring the corpse technique, he had yet to find a suitable corpse for crafting a puppet, and now he was to dissect such a prime specimen, leaving him with a sense of regret. Nevertheless, Song Wen, with his cultivation at merely the 2nd level of qi condensation, was acutely aware of his limitations. He could not presume to understand the upper echelons of the corpse demon sect's decisions. All he needed to do was follow orders and proceed with the dissection. Given the various anomalies surrounding the corpse, Song Wen hesitated to consume its essence blood. He began the dissection with utmost caution, hoping to avert any unforeseen complications. Chapter 40. Blood Goo Technique. As the bone-cutting knife sliced through the withered inner thigh, its sharp edge was suddenly obstructed by an unknown object. Song Wen initially presumed he had encountered solid ice, but upon closer inspection, he discovered an anomaly nestled within the wrinkled flesh. It was this foreign object that had impeded the blade. Furthermore, he noticed a faint scar on the thigh, which he had overlooked earlier due to the skin's excessive wrinkling. Carefully tracing the edge of the object, Song Wen meticulously cut through the skin, revealing the hidden item. Before him lay the Blood Goo Technique, a manual crafted from the hide of a magical beast, no larger than the span of 2 hands. Slowly, he stretched his limbs and tilted his head, as if loosening stiff joints after a prolonged period of autopsy. Seizing the moment, he glanced around, reassured that he was alone. Yuan Cheng remained within his cave and had not emerged. This meant no one was aware of the existence of the Blood Goo Technique. With a composed demeanor, Song Wen discreetly stowed the Blood Goo Technique into his storage bag. A wave of excitement surged within him. This technique likely belonged to the old woman he was dissecting. He speculated that she was probably a foundational stage cultivator, whose methods were meticulously concealed and undoubtedly held great value. After calming his emotions, he resumed the dissection of the corpse. Fortunately, the process proceeded as he had hoped, with no unexpected complications. save for the remarkably low blood volume within the old woman's body. This continued until he opened her thoracic cavity. The sight of her mangled organs was unsettling. It appeared as though her insides had been devoured by countless tiny insects, and remnants of unfrozen ice still clung to her body, indicating that this gruesome disfigurement had occurred while she was still alive. The thought of the agony she must have endured was almost unfathomable. Could it be a consequence of her goo cultivation? A shudder ran down his spine at the sight of the small cavities within her organs. After a brief respite, he overcame his discomfort and continued his work. Upon removing the damaged heart, 3 grain-sized insect eggs slipped out through the heart's openings. These eggs, pale and encased in a delicate, transparent shell, contained a small white larva. They were undoubtedly the eggs of goo insects. Once more confirming that he was alone, Song Wen instinctively retrieved a jade vial and collected the 3 eggs. He then dissected the heart further, discovering 5 additional identical eggs, which he also secured in the vial before tucking it safely within his robe. Despite the horror he felt at the state of the old woman's internal organs, a part of him recognized that if he could successfully cultivate these goo insects, they would provide him with an additional means of defense, enhancing his chances of survival in this perilous world. It took nearly half an hour for Song Wen to completely dismantle the old woman's body. The entire process was devoid of danger, and he found no more eggs. When he presented his storage bag to Yuan Cheng, the latter inquired about the dissection's progress, asking if any hazards had arisen. Song Wen understood that Yuan Cheng likely knew the identity of the old woman as a goo master, but had refrained from warning him about the potential presence of goo insects within the corpse. It was common knowledge that goo masters concealed insects throughout their bodies, and even after defeating one must remain vigilant, as many unwary cultivators had lost their lives to the insects hidden within a slain goo master's remains. During the dissection, Song Wen had pieced together the anomalies associated with the old woman. She appeared to be a foundational stage goo master who had been slain in battle. Her assailant, fearing the presence of goo insects, had encased her body in ice. As time passed, the ice began to melt. Yuan Cheng, concerned that the melting ice might awaken the goo insects, instructed Song Wen to expedite the dissection. At that moment, only Song Wen and Yuan Cheng were present in the autopsy cave. Should any accidents arise, the insects would likely target Song Wen first. Yuan Cheng's cave was safeguarded by formations, providing him ample time to activate them, ensuring that even if the insects revived, only Song Wen would fall victim, significantly mitigating the risk to the dissection worker. Concealing his displeasure, Song Wen feigned ignorance, replying that there had been no danger, merely that the ice crystals on the corpse were particularly solid, making dissection somewhat laborious and time-consuming. Yuan Cheng nodded in understanding, accepting the storage bag while handing Song Wen 5 spirit stones as compensation for his efforts. With a puzzled expression, Song Wen received the stones, aware that they were a reward for his perilous work. While any other dissection worker would have been grateful for such a sum, Song Wen was reluctant to accept the additional spirit stones. Despite the absence of complications during this dissection, which had yielded a valuable goo cultivation manual, he did not wish to take such risks. He preferred to discreetly siphon the essence from the dissection cave to earn spirit stones without jeopardizing his safety. Reluctantly, yet recognizing that Yuan Cheng had not withheld what was rightfully his, Song Wen expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother Yuan Cheng. Go now, and remember, this matter should not be mentioned to anyone else," Yuan Cheng replied. Upon returning to his cave, Song Wen immediately retrieved the blood goo technique. He needed to ascertain the nature of the 8 insect eggs he had collected. It was imperative to discover the correct methods for nurturing and controlling them. Otherwise, allowing them to hatch unchecked could result in dire consequences. The blood goo technique detailed various cultivation and nurturing methods for dozens of goo insects, and within its text were scattered annotations that seemed to reflect the old woman's personal insights on raising goo. From this, Song Wen identified the origin of the insect eggs. They belonged to a type known as beetle goo, a fairly common variety. Although their combat abilities were not particularly formidable, they possessed a docile nature, contrasting sharply with the typical malevolent reputation of goo insects. Nevertheless, this goo had its advantages. Being minuscule, the fully developed insects measured merely half a grain of rice, flying silently and remaining nearly undetectable, making them ideal for reconnaissance and exploration. Chapter 41 Acquaintances. The elderly woman had an abundance of beetle goo, numbering over 100. She raised such a multitude of beetle goo partly because their combat prowess was feeble and they were easily slain, rendering them expendable and necessitating a larger supply. Moreover, the old woman aspired to facilitate the mutual consumption among the beetle goo, hoping to induce mutations that would yield higher-tiered saint beetle goo. The saint beetle goo retained the advantage of being discreet and hard to detect, yet its offensive capabilities were significantly enhanced, rendering it aggressive and ferocious. Additionally, it possessed a remarkable ability to protect its master with spiritual energy, making it an exceedingly rare second-tier goo. Even a foundational stage cultivator with protective spiritual energy could face dire consequences if carelessly infested and gnawed upon. However, the old woman never succeeded in cultivating a saint beetle goo before her demise. According to the methods recorded in the blood goo technique, Song Wen conducted activity tests on 8 beetle eggs. He discovered that, aside from 1 egg with poor vitality, the remaining 7 exhibited quite robust activity, suggesting that successful hatching should pose no substantial challenge. Furthermore, Song Wen learned from the blood goo technique that there were generally 2 methods for nurturing goo. One method involved cultivating the goo in a goo cauldron, using various celestial materials and the cultivator's own blood to nourish them. The other method was to nourish the goo with one's own body, using blood as the primary sustenance and celestial materials as a supplement. The combat capabilities of goo nurtured by either method were comparable. However, goo raised in the first method carried the risk of rebellion if their strength vastly exceeded that of the goo master. In contrast, goo nurtured in the latter method were absolutely loyal and would not betray their master. Yet, if the blood and spiritual treasures provided were insufficient for the goo's growth and survival, there was a risk of the goo consuming the flesh of their master. The old woman had employed the latter method, yet her excessive production of goo led to a deficiency of blood, resulting in her internal organs being ravaged. After much contemplation, Song Wen found himself indecisive regarding which nurturing method to adopt. His physical body could rapidly transform the blood of others into his own through consumption, which would logically suggest the choice of nourishing goo with his body. However, having just witnessed the gruesome state of the old woman's insides, he hesitated. Yet, one thing was certain, the goo had to be nurtured. Setting down the jade vial containing the beetle eggs, Song Wen exited the cave with 3 vials of blood. He intended to follow his earlier plan to visit the market and exchange the vials for cultivation materials. Song Wen made his way directly to the shop, where he had previously sold a Dan furnace. The last time he visited, the attendant had mentioned that they accepted any items of uncertain origin, making it an ideal place to dispose of the blood. Upon entering the shop, the attendant recognized Song Wen immediately and inquired, "Esteemed guest, what can I assist you with this time?" "I wish to part with some blood," Song Wen replied, producing a vial of blood for the attendant. The attendant accepted the jade vial with a smile, uncorked it, and, upon probing the contents with his spiritual energy, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. "Esteemed guest, the purity of this blood is exceedingly high. It appears as if it were refined from a single individual, devoid of any impurities. Could it be sourced from a peak chi refinement cultivator of the righteous path?" Song Wen's demeanor remained cold and indifferent as he replied, "My friend, your inquiries are rather excessive. Will you accept this or not? If so, simply provide your offer." The attendant, flustered, quickly apologized, "Forgive me for my impertinence." Meanwhile, he internally reaffirmed his previous suspicion. Song Wen must be a pawn of some faction, specializing in disposing of ill-gotten goods. After all, how could someone of Song Wen's cultivation possibly possess a full vial of such high-purity blood? Even if presented with the corpse of a peak chi refinement cultivator, he lacked the capability to extract the blood essence entirely. The attendant hastily offered, "I can give you 120 spirit stones for this vial of blood. Would that be acceptable?" 120? Song Wen pondered for a moment. He estimated the value of this vial to be around 200 spirit stones, but selling it himself would significantly heighten his risk of exposure. The offer felt rather low to him. Noticing Song Wen's hesitation, yet his failure to leave immediately, the attendant realized that the guest was dissatisfied but likely near his psychological price point. "How about 130? He proposed. Song Wen remained non-committal and instead produced the other 2 vials of blood. "I have 2 more vials. If you offer a suitable price, I will sell them all to you." The attendant's eyes sparkled with excitement. 140, that is my final offer. I cannot go higher." Before he could finish, Song Wen interjected, "Deal." The attendant hurriedly accepted the blood from Song Wen, quickly counting out 420 spirit stones, as though fearful that Song Wen might reconsider. The extraordinarily high purity of the blood assured the attendant that it would be easy to sell, and both the shop and he himself would profit handsomely from the transaction. As Song Wen departed, the attendant called out, "Esteemed guest, travel safely. Should you have more high-quality blood to sell in the future, you are always welcome here, and I shall offer you a premium price." Song Wen paid no heed to the attendant's voice and left, silently resolving. "It seems I must disguise myself the next time I sell blood. I cannot allow myself to be easily recognized, and I cannot return to this shop." With a substantial amount of spirit stones in hand, Song Wen proceeded to a shop selling medicinal pills. Instead of purchasing the corpse blood pills he had previously consumed, he opted for the chi-gathering pills favored by righteous cultivators. These pills provided a significant boost of spiritual energy to cultivators, promoting their advancement without containing the blood essence and corpse energy required by practitioners of the corpse demon sect. Since Song Wen already possessed sufficient blood energy and had procured corpse energy, he deemed chi-gathering pills more suitable for his current circumstances. To avoid attracting attention, Song Wen spent 50 spirit stones to purchase 20 chi-gathering pills, which would suffice for approximately 10 days of intensive cultivation. After exiting the pill shop, Song Wen acquired a second-hand goo cauldron from a roadside vendor. This cauldron was of inferior quality, not even reaching the standard of a low-grade magical artifact, and being second-hand. It cost him merely a handful of spirit stones. Song Wen intended to use this cauldron to hatch the beetle goo eggs. As for the subsequent nurturing of the beetle goo, he had yet to devise a detailed plan. While wandering through the market, Song Wen suddenly spotted a familiar figure. "Is that not Junior Sister Chen?" Chapter 42. The purchase of spiritual herbs at a market stall. A woman of striking beauty, dressed in simple attire, looked up with a hint of uncertainty on her face. "Are you Brother Extreme?" This woman, named Chen Yi, was the sole female among the 4 mortals who entered the sect alongside Song Wen. Initially, she, along with the 3 males, chose to become spiritual herb cultivators, opting for a path with less risk. What astonished Song Wen was that, in just over 2 months, Chen Yi had managed to set up her own stall in the market. It is known that operating a stall requires a daily fee of 5 spiritual stones, meaning one must earn at least that much each day to avoid losses. Given that the monthly salary for a spiritual herb cultivator is merely 10 spiritual stones, Chen Yi's decision to set up a stall garnered Song Wen's admiration. As Song Wen observed her stall, he noted that she was selling a variety of spiritual herbs. His knowledge of these herbs was limited, leaving him unable to identify their names or uses, but he surmised their value must not be high. Otherwise, they would not be openly sold at a roadside stall. Although Song Wen and Chen Yi had not interacted previously, their shared experience of entering the sect created a natural camaraderie. During their initial acquaintance, Song Wen had come across as somewhat aloof, but not as aggressive or disdainful as Wu Shang. A smile graced Chen Yi's face. "It truly is you, Brother Extreme. I did not expect our paths to cross again so soon. How have things been for you in the corpse dissection cave?" After a brief exchange, they gained some understanding of each other's current situations. Naturally, Song Wen could not divulge everything, nor would Chen Yi discuss every detail. From her, Song Wen learned that among the 4 of them who entered the spiritual herb garden together, Zhang Xiaofan had quickly demonstrated remarkable talent in alchemy and was fortunate enough to be taken as a disciple by an elder of the Golden Core stage. The formerly average Zhang Xiaofan's status had undergone a dramatic transformation, becoming the beloved disciple of the elder in the alchemy hall of the corpse demon sect. With one person achieving greatness, others benefited as well. Zhang Xiaofan, who was granted a sizable spiritual field by his master, lacked the time to tend to it due to his studies in alchemy, thus delegating the task to Chen Yi and the other 2. Generously, the kind-hearted Zhang Xiaofan allocated 30% of the profits from the spiritual field to the 3 of them as a reward for their efforts. The spiritual herbs Chen Yi was selling today were the first batch produced from the spiritual field. These herbs were primarily low-grade spiritual herbs commonly used by the lower-tier disciples of the corpse demon sect for healing, alchemy, or the crafting of corpse puppets. The proceeds from the sale of these herbs would not entirely belong to Chen Yi, as they would be divided among the 4 according to their agreement. "Junior Sister Chen, do you have any Qingling grass?" Qingling grass is a commonly used auxiliary herb for crafting low-grade elixirs, and is also a crucial material for creating corpse puppets. It is quite prevalent. "Yes, I have 2 stalks right here, and I will gift them to you, Brother Extreme." She picked up the 2 stalks of Qingling grass, offering them to Song Wen. The appearance of these 2 stalks was exceptional, vibrant green, as if they could continue to thrive if planted. She assumed Song Wen needed them for crafting corpse puppets, as 1 or 2 stalks would suffice, and given their low price, she intended to give them freely. However, Song Wen declined Chen Yi's kind offer. Firstly, 2 stalks were insufficient. The consumption of qingling grass by the insect puppet was substantial, especially during its growth phase, requiring a significant amount of food. Secondly, Song Wen preferred not to owe favors, particularly for something as inexpensive as 2 stalks of grass. Thank you for your kindness, Junior Sister Chun, but I require a larger quantity and will purchase it with spiritual stones. Oh, how many stalks of qingling grass does Brother Extreme Yin wish to buy? Chun Yi asked. Her interest peaked as she had a surplus of qingling grass that was difficult to sell. Start with 100 stalks, Song Wen replied. According to the records in the blood puppet technique, a larval insect puppet consumes approximately 1 stalk of qingling grass daily. If the eggs he possessed successfully hatched, 100 stalks would only last a few of the insect puppets for about 10 days. Chun Yi's eyes sparkled. Does Brother Extreme Yin truly need so many? Please hold on a moment. I will check how many I have. As she spoke, she probed her storage bag with her spiritual sense. Soon, her expression shifted to one of regret. Brother Extreme Yin, I only have 88 stalks of qingling grass left. Is that sufficient? 88. That will do, Song Wen nodded. Chun Yi hurriedly retrieved a large jade box from her storage bag, placing all her qingling grass inside. That will be 11 spiritual stones. You can pay me 10 spiritual stones, Brother Extreme Yin. Typically, qingling grass is priced at 1 spiritual stone for 8 stalks. But given the superior quality of Chun Yi's herbs, she offered them at a favorable price. Song Wen accepted the jade box and handed her 10 spiritual stones. What do you intend to do with so many qingling grass, Brother Extreme Yin? Chun Yi inquired curiously. Seeing Song Wen's puzzled expression, she quickly added, Do not misunderstand. I am not prying into your secrets. If you have a long-term need for qingling grass, I can supply it to you. I am not entirely sure about that myself. If I do require more in the future, I will prioritize contacting you, Junior Sister Chun. Please provide me with a communication jade slip. Certainly. Chun Yi smiled and exchanged communication slips with him. Song Wen's interest in Chun Yi's communication slip extended beyond merely purchasing qingling grass. As she had regular access to various herbs in the spiritual herb garden and was connected to a disciple of the alchemy hall, establishing a good rapport with her would provide a valuable resource for acquiring rare herbs and elixirs in the future. After bidding farewell to Chun Yi, Song Wen returned directly to his cave dwelling. He retrieved the insect cauldron and placed all 8 insect eggs within, also taking a spiritual stone and crushing it into powder. Adding it to the mixture, the slowly released spiritual energy from the powdered stone would enhance the concentration of spiritual energy within the cauldron, aiding in the hatching of the eggs. Then, Song Wen took out the qi gathering pills he had purchased and began his cultivation. To his delight, he found that the speed of his cultivation with the qi gathering pills, combined with the corpse energy and the inexhaustible essence blood within him, was significantly faster than when using the blood essence pill. However, the price of the qi gathering pills was rather steep. Without the ability to exchange essence blood for spiritual stones through theft in the corpse dissection cave, he could hardly afford them on his monthly salary. Chapter 43. The beetle goo. 2 days later, the first beetle goo larva successfully hatched. The larva resembled tiny maggots, pale and wriggling within the goo cauldron. Song Wen tossed in a sprig of qingling grass. Upon sensing the food's aroma, the larva crawled onto the leaves and began to nibble eagerly. 3 days later, all 7 active eggs had hatched, except for one, which showed no signs of life. Song Wen contemplated abandoning it, but noticing its increasing vitality, he decided to observe it for a few more days. These larvae clung to the qingling grass daily, incessantly feeding as if they could never satiate their hunger. Strangely, despite their constant consumption, they showed no signs of growth, leaving Song Wen puzzled as to where the devoured grass was disappearing. Another 2 days passed. Upon returning from the corpse dissection cave, Song Wen discovered that the final egg had also hatched. The newly emerged larva was not entirely like the others. It bore a distinctive small black dot on its pale body, which stood out conspicuously. What could this anomaly signify? Could it be a mutation? After observing it for some time, Song Wen could not discern any particular traits. The blood goo technique contained scant records on the larva, and he remained uncertain about its nature. However, prolonged observation revealed that this larva, despite its recent birth, consumed food at a rate no slower than the others that had been born for several days. Each larva devoured 1 qingling grass daily, totaling 8 for all, equating to a single spirit stone, enough for Song Wen to purchase 5 qi gathering pills, sufficient for a day's cultivation. If it weren't for the blood goo technique indicating that the larval stage of the beetle goo lasts only about 20 days, with the adult consuming less, Song Wen would have doubted the worth of nurturing these low-attack goo. Half a month later, the larvae began to spin silk and cocoon themselves, signaling their transition into adulthood. Song Wen dripped his essence blood onto each goo cocoon and, following the incantations recorded in the blood goo technique, infused them with spells. As he did so, the originally pale cocoons gradually became adorned with dark, mysterious patterns, imbued with a hint of the uncanny. This was the optimal moment for refining the beetle goo. At the instant of emerging from their cocoons, the goo would fall under Song Wen's control. Of course, those goo nurtured within a host, like the old woman required no such steps, as they instinctively regarded their host as the mother goo, obeying their commands. However, the larva with the black that showed no signs of cocooning. Its aura was significantly stronger than the others, and its appetite had increased, consuming nearly 3 qingling grasses daily, prompting Song Wen to procure more. This unique larva ignited a particular anticipation within Song Wen. Perhaps he could cultivate the sacred beetle goo that the old woman had never succeeded in raising. 7 days later, the cocoons began to crack open, and tiny gray beetles emerged, each scarcely larger than a grain of rice. The beetle goo took flight from the cauldron. Circling around Song Wen, he felt a sense of goodwill and closeness emanating from them. Astonished, he gazed at these diminutive creatures, nearly insignificant, yet they were indeed fearsome goo. Each beetle possessed the strength of a qi-gathering first-level cultivator. According to the old woman's notes, some beetle goo could ascend to the 2nd level, with a rare few reaching the 3rd level. Song Wen pinched one between his fingers and applied pressure, only to find that he could not crush it with his current physical strength. Although its offensive capabilities were lacking, its defensive prowess was commendable. Now possessing the strength of a qi-gathering 2nd-level cultivator, and having practiced a demonic physical cultivation technique, he sought to test the limits of the beetle goo, channeling the corpse king blood refinement technique. As he did, a dense aura of corpse energy enveloped him, his skin turning a dark, iron hue, and his flesh withering like that of a partially dehydrated corpse. His fingertips grew tough, emanating a chilling, eerie glow. Suddenly, the beetle goo began to struggle violently, gnawing at his finger, an indication of backlash. It confirmed that nurturing goo in a cauldron did not fully refine them. In the face of mortal peril, they could retaliate against their master. Reluctantly, Song Wen released the beetle he had painstakingly raised, unwilling to risk its demise through reckless experimentation. As the threat diminished, the beetle goo's hostility towards Song Wen gradually subsided. He estimated that the beetle goo could barely withstand attacks from a qi-gathering 2nd-level cultivator, as ordinary qi cultivators typically possessed less offensive power than body refinement practitioners. The attack power of the beetle goo was comparable to that of a qi-gathering 1st-level cultivator. At this moment, Song Wen comprehended why the beetle goo was deemed weak in combat. Unless a sufficient number were amassed, they could scarcely form a fighting force. Only through fortuitous entry into an enemy's body via their nostrils or mouth could they inflict substantial harm. Various sects and rogue cultivators of the qi-gathering 1st and 2nd levels constituted the lowest tier of existence, often living cautiously and avoiding adventures. Thus, the beetle goo's limited combat capacity was of little consequence. However, should their numbers swell to hundreds or thousands, even late-stage qi cultivators would be compelled to flee in terror. Next, Song Wen tested the beetle goo's reconnaissance capabilities, its primary function, at least according to the old woman. Following her insights, he attached his spiritual energy to the beetle goo, which flew into the distance. He discovered that, with the assistance of the beetle goo, he could perceive approximately 40 meters ahead. Beyond this range, his spiritual strength faltered. Without the beetle goo, his current spiritual energy allowed him to sense only about 15 meters, a feat achieved due to his practice of the divine sealing technique. Typically, early-stage qi cultivators could only extend their perception to around 10 meters. The beetle goo significantly extended Song Wen's sensory range. Moreover, while in flight, the beetle goo made minimal noise, making it difficult for others to detect, truly an excellent tool for reconnaissance and exploration. This instilled in Song Wen even greater hopes for the larva with the black dot. Eager to discover what surprises it might bring, Chapter 44. The Rebellion of the Goo Insects. 10 days later, the black-spotted larva finally began to spin silk and form a cocoon. This larva's growth period lasted an entire month, extending 10 days longer than that of other larvae. And its aura was significantly stronger during the cocooning phase. Another fortnight passed, and it finally emerged from its cocoon, transformed into a true beetle goo. However, this beetle goo did not evolve into the Saint Beetle goo as Song Wen had anticipated. According to the records in blood goo techniques, the body of a beetle goo is gray, while that of a Saint Beetle goo is pitch black. Yet, this beetle goo displayed only a black abdomen. Its back and head remained gray. What could be the reason for this? Furrowing his brow, Song Wen realized that his experience in raising goo insects was limited, and he had no peers to consult. He had solely relied on blood goo techniques and the insights of the old woman for guidance. The unusual condition of the beetle goo left him uncertain of whether this was a good or bad sign. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The beetle goo, which had been calmly resting in Song Wen's palm, suddenly became agitated. A powerful aura emanated from the insect, revealing that it had already reached the mid-stage of Qi training. Approximately at the 4th level, far beyond Song Wen's capacity to resist, as he was merely at the late stage of the 2nd level. Song Wen's expression changed dramatically, and an ominous premonition surged within him. Was this the goo insect rebelling against its master? It was only now, after dedicating himself to nurturing the goo insects, that Song Wen recalled the possibility. When the strength of the goo insect far surpasses that of its master, it may resist control, leading to a rebellion. A sharp pain suddenly struck Song Wen's consciousness, as if countless steel needles were piercing his brain. Caught off guard, he involuntarily cried out, clutching his head in anguish. The speed of the goo insect's rebellion was alarmingly swift, leaving him little time to contemplate how to respond. In this critical moment, however, Song Wen managed to maintain his composure. According to blood goo techniques, he had 2 options. The first was to forcibly sever his mental control over the goo insect, granting it freedom. The second was to use his own body as a goo cauldron, refining the goo insect with his abundant essence blood, ensuring its complete obedience. Without much deliberation, Song Wen chose the latter. The first option posed a significant risk. If the goo insect were to gain its freedom, it could turn and attack him, no longer considering him its master, but rather a stranger. Opting for the second method, if successful, he would acquire a formidable fighting force, making him nearly invincible against early Qi training practitioners. Having cultivated divine forbidden techniques, Song Wen's mental strength was already superior to that of most practitioners at the early Qi training stage, comparable to those at the peak of the 3rd level. Drawing upon his immense mental power, he suppressed the excruciating pain in his head and opened his mouth to swallow the goo insect whole. Once consumed, the beetle goo did not remain docile. It immediately burrowed into Song Wen's internal organs. Fortunately, Song Wen's control over the beetle goo persisted, and he constrained its movements while commencing the refining process according to blood goo techniques. Under his control, a substantial amount of essence blood began to gather around the beetle goo, encircling it. This essence blood, rich in human vitality, was precisely what the goo insect required for growth, prompting the beetle goo to actively consume it. As the essence blood was devoured, the speed of Song Wen's refining accelerated. After the beetle goo had ingested approximately twice its own weight in essence blood, Song Wen finally completed the refining process. The beetle goo settled down, lying quietly within Song Wen's abdomen, motionless. Having consumed such a large quantity of essence blood, the beetle goo experienced some digestive discomfort and required time to assimilate this energy. Song Wen let out a long sigh of relief. The process of refining the beetle goo had been perilously close to disaster. A momentary lapse in focus could have led to the complete loss of control over the beetle goo, which could have resulted in his own demise if it rampaged within him. It was clear that moving forward, he would need to exercise utmost caution in his cultivation. The path of immortality was fraught with dangers, where a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Observing the 7 ordinary beetle goo in the goo cauldron, Song Wen resolved to refine them all into his body as well. Concurrently, a bold idea blossomed in his mind. He sought to cultivate a substantial number of black-bellied beetle goo. The black-bellied beetle goo would significantly enhance his combat prowess for a considerable time to come. Once the beetle goo reached maturity, it could begin to mate and reproduce. However, typical goo masters often restricted the indiscriminate breeding of goo insects, as reproduction consumed a substantial amount of the insect's vital essence. If the vital essence of the goo insects was not replenished in a timely manner, they could perish or experience a marked decline in strength. To effectively replenish the vital essence of the goo insects, an abundant supply of the goo master's essence blood and resources was required. The cultivation of the next generation of goo insects also demanded a significant amount of the goo master's essence blood and resources, which constrained the quantity of goo insects that could be cultivated. Fortunately, Song Wen had no shortage of essence blood. He could easily procure more from the corpse caves to nourish the goo insects. However, the resources required for cultivating the goo insects posed a more significant challenge. The last time he sold essence blood, he acquired over 400 spirit stones, and after accounting for his daily cultivation expenses, he still had over 230 spirit stones remaining. Furthermore, he now possessed 5 vials of essence blood available for sale. Selling essence blood necessitated caution. Should he attract unwanted attention or be recognized by familiar disciples of the corpse demon sect, he would find it difficult to explain the source of the essence blood. Nevertheless, despite the risks, selling the essence blood was imperative, as it represented the fastest means for him to acquire spirit stones and resources. The black-bellied beetle goo was a male insect, while among the other 7 goo insects, 4 were females. To ensure the production of a stronger next generation, Song Wen restricted the mating rights of the 3 ordinary male beetle goo, allowing the black-bellied beetle goo to mate with all 4 females. In truth, it was unlikely that the 3 ordinary male beetle goo would have acquired mating rights, given the considerable disparity in strength between them and the black-bellied beetle goo. A month later, all 4 female beetle goo began to lay eggs, resulting in a total of 12 eggs, with 3 laid by each female. Notably, with ample resources at his disposal, Song Wen's cultivation smoothly advanced to the 3rd level of Qi training. By this point, Song Wen had been at the corpse demon sect for 6 months. To avoid arousing suspicion, he concealed his cultivation aura to the level of the 2nd stage of Qi training, which aligned with his progress as a mid-grade spirit root cultivator. 7 days later, the eggs began to hatch within Song Wen's body, perhaps due to the fact that he was using his physical body as a cauldron for raising goo insects. The hatching process was remarkably swift. Within a mere day, 9 out of the 12 eggs hatched into ordinary larvae. However, the remaining 3 eggs showed no signs of activity. This left Song Wen feeling somewhat hopeful. Perhaps these 3 eggs would develop in the direction he had anticipated. Chapter 45. The Black-Bellied Beetle Goo 2 days later. In cave number 97, 8 tiny beetle goo flitted about the cavern, released by Song Wen to enjoy the open air. Within the goo cauldron, 9 milky white larvae rested upon the leaves of the qingling grass, feasting. Although Song Wen had nurtured the goo within his own body, it did not necessitate their constant confinement therein. The act of feeding larvae and adult beetles could indeed be accomplished externally with the aid of the goo cauldron. Suddenly, a stirring within Song Wen's mind alerted him to a significant development. 2 of the remaining 3 eggs within him began to hatch. 2 larvae, adorned with black spots upon their backs, broke free from their shells. A wave of joy washed over Song Wen. The experiment was a success. Cultivating larvae with the black-bellied beetle goo had yielded a greater likelihood of producing black-spotted larvae. To avert the potential backlash from the goo, Song Wen had refined them using the blood goo technique while they were still in egg form. However, the fate of the last egg was grim. It failed to hatch, becoming a dead egg. He expelled the dead egg and the 2 black-spotted larvae from his body and cast them into the goo cauldron. The deceased egg would serve as nourishment for the other larvae. Additionally, he eliminated 9 ordinary larvae, feeding them to the newly hatched black-spotted ones. With the successful hatching of the black-spotted larvae, there was no longer a need to cultivate more ordinary beetle goo. Observing the newly hatched black-spotted larvae within the cauldron, Song Wen realized he must procure more qingling grass. Before venturing out, Song Wen donned a disguise. He concealed his aura to the 1st level of Qi training and activated the corpse king blood refinement technique, rendering his complexion a ghastly blue, as if he had overexerted himself in practice, with a miasma of corpse energy escaping uncontrollably. He then cloaked himself in a black robe that enveloped him entirely. At this moment, he appeared as a novice who, in his ignorance, had recklessly absorbed excessive corpse energy, leaving him on the verge of collapse. Upon leaving, he made his way directly to the market. He visited 4 different shops to sell the 8 vials of essence blood he had accumulated, garnering 100 spiritual stones in return. Such an amount was undeniably a substantial fortune for someone of his current cultivation level. Next, He sought to acquire the spiritual herbs necessary for the beetle goo as well as resources for his own training. He refrained from purchasing qingling grass from Chunyi again, as procuring large quantities from the same source might raise suspicions. Even if Chun-Yi harbored no ill intentions, Song Wen could not afford to be careless. In this perilous world of cultivation, he trusted no one but himself. He located a sizable spiritual herb shop and procured a batch of qingling grass and zuf flowers. The zuf flower serves as sustenance for adult beetles, and long-term consumption significantly enhances the strength of the beetle goo. Different goo species have distinct dietary preferences. Some thrive on various minerals, others on human corpses, and some on the remains of demonic beasts or polluted energies. In contrast, the beetle goo's preference for spiritual herbs is relatively rare, presenting a refreshing alternative to the grotesque diets favored by other goo. The zuf flower is a mid-tier spiritual herb, reasonably priced at about 2 to 3 flowers for 1 spiritual stone. After over a month of feeding the zuf flowers, Song Wen observed a slight increase in the strength of the 7 ordinary beetle goo, while the black-bellied beetle goo showed no sign of improvement. Furthermore, 1 zuf flower was sufficient to nourish all 7 ordinary goo for a day, making it quite economical. In stark contrast, the black-bellied beetle goo required at least 4 zuf flowers daily, consuming nearly 2 spiritual stones each day, a drain on Song Wen's resources. Yet, the black-bellied beetle goo's cultivation remained stagnant, leading him to suspect that the zuf flower was not the most suitable nourishment for it. According to the records of the blood goo technique, the zuf flower was merely food for ordinary beetle goo, and there was no documentation regarding the optimal diet for the black-bellied beetle goo, a transitional form between the beetle goo and the sacred beetle goo. The best sustenance for the sacred beetle goo is a mineral known as silver bright stone, a second-tier mineral. Song Wen learned that a piece the size of a thumb costs around 50 spiritual stones, an exorbitant price given that the sacred beetle goo is comparable to a second-tier goo at the foundation establishment stage. Thus, its dietary requirements are understandably higher. Initially, Song Wen aimed to conserve resources by testing the efficacy of the zuf flower on the black-bellied beetle goo, but it seemed he would have to purchase the silver bright stone instead. After acquiring the silver bright stone, along with some corpse chi gathering pills, and fasting pills, Song Wen entered a gambling den for cultivators. The establishment employed various formations to restrict the mental capabilities of cultivators, preventing any potential cheating through their formidable spiritual powers. Navigating through the gambling hall, Song Wen made his way directly to the restroom in the back courtyard. Since chi training cultivators need to eat unless they continuously consume fasting pills, the existence of restrooms in the world of cultivators is not surprising. Inside the restroom, Song Wen shed his disguise and, using a rudimentary disguise technique he had found at a street stall, transformed his appearance into that of a burly man before exiting the gambling den. In the realm of cultivation, recognizing an individual relies not merely on their appearance and physique, but also on the aura they exude. While one can alter their appearance through the manipulation of spiritual energy, their aura remains immutable. Commonly practiced aura-concealing techniques can only adjust the strength of one's aura, not its inherent qualities. This reality renders disguise techniques somewhat unpopular in the cultivation world. However, for Song Wen, altering his spiritual aura was relatively straightforward. After ambling through the marketplace and ensuring he was not being followed, he returned to his cave. His modest cultivation level, coupled with the substantial amount of spiritual stones he possessed, necessitated a high degree of caution. With the silver bright stone in hand, the growth of the black-bellied beetle goo progressed significantly. However, the silver bright stone proved to be slightly too advanced for the black-bellied beetle goo, making it somewhat challenging to digest. The black-bellied beetle goo consumed 1/20th of a silver bright stone at each feeding, requiring 2 to 3 days to digest before its next meal, during which it would supplement its diet with zuf flowers. After over 30 days, more than half of the silver bright stone had been consumed, and the aura of the black-bellied beetle goo had noticeably strengthened. At this juncture, the 2 black-spotted larvae successfully underwent metamorphosis into adult beetles, both female, which greatly excited Song Wen as he embarked on a new phase of his breeding endeavor. He facilitated the mating of the 3 black-bellied beetle goo to increase the likelihood of producing more black-spotted larvae, potentially leading to the emergence of even more powerful beetle goo, or even a true sacred beetle. Meanwhile, Song Wen continued his methodical dissection and cultivation. Chapter 46. The inner transmission of the Insha Hall on this day, Song Wen, as per his routine, arrived at the corpse dissection cave. He had scarcely entered Yuan Cheng's cavern when Yuan Cheng spoke before him. Jean, there is a batch of special corpses that require your attention. Today, you will use dissection table number 8 for this task. Typically, a dissectionist table is fixed. For instance, Song Wen had always utilized table number 73. Each dissection table is equipped with a drainage channel that directs the blood from the corpses into the large blood pool situated in the center of the dissection cave. However, tables number 1 to 9 are exceptions, as each possesses an independent blood pool where the blood is collected separately. Upon hearing Yuan Cheng's words, Song Wen's heart raced. Could it be another batch of peculiar corpses like the old woman? The last time he had dissected the old woman's body, despite no unforeseen incidents. He had later realized that she was evidently a formidable goo master, one who nurtured goo with her own body. Her corpse likely harbored various strange and powerful goo worms. A thought that filled Song Wen with dread and relief each time he recalled the dissection process. Perhaps sensing Song Wen's hesitation, Yuan Cheng hastily reassured him. Junior brother need not worry. They are merely the corpses of mortal children, devoid of any danger. However, these bodies are somewhat special. So you must apply yourself diligently during the dissection, ensuring utmost perfection. With a glance at Yuan Cheng, most of Song Wen's unease dissipated. He clasped his hands and replied, "Understood, senior brother." Yuan Cheng then handed over 4 storage bags and a jade vial. One of the bags contained the corpses, while the other 3 were designated for the separated flesh, organs, and bones. The jade vial was intended for collecting blood. Upon reaching dissection table number 8, Song Wen steadied himself and extended his mental energy into the storage bag. As anticipated, it contained a full 100 mortal corpses. What Yuan Cheng had failed to clarify was that all these bodies belonged to children under the age of 5, including several that were mere newborns. Even though Song Wen was accustomed to dissection, the sight of these child corpses turned his stomach. The cruelty of demonic cultivators surpasses common imagination. He understood that these 100 child corpses likely bore unique birth charts, inherently possessing certain special powers, often exploited by demonic cultivators for cultivation or for refining corpses and ghostly entities. Nevertheless, Song Wen knew that none of this pertained to him. His sole duty was to dissect. Only by remaining cold and unfeeling could one survive within the corpse demon sect in this brutal realm of cultivation. Song Wen harbored no grand ambitions or ideals. He merely wished to survive. He casually extracted one of the corpses and placed it upon the dissection table. It was a female corpse, approximately 4 years old. After steadying his mind, Song Wen swiftly commenced the dissection. Given that all the corpses were of children and the total count was merely 100, Song Wen completed the dissection in just over 2 hours, marking the first time in half a year that he was not the last to finish in the dissection cave. Holding the 4 storage bags and the jade vial, he approached Yuan Cheng's cavern. Just before entering, he noticed a young man clad in lavish garments, his demeanor dark and solemn, seated in the only chair within the cave. This chair was typically Yuan Cheng's, yet Yuan Cheng stood dutifully beside the young man, exuding the loyalty of a devoted subordinate. Upon seeing Song Wen enter, Yuan Cheng promptly inquired, "Jean, have you completed the dissection of all the corpses?" Although Song Wen was unaware of the young man's identity, he sensed his extraordinary status. He respectfully performed a bow to the young man, and then to Yuan Cheng, stating, "Reporting to senior brother Yuan, the dissection has been completed." As he spoke, Song Wen waved his hand, using his spiritual power to levitate the storage bags and jade vial towards Yuan Cheng. However, before Yuan Cheng could grasp them, the young man in splendid attire intercepted them. He first examined the blood within the jade vial, then inspected the storage bags, a fleeting expression of satisfaction crossing his somber features. The young man nodded and remarked to Song Wen, "Though your cultivation is not particularly strong, your dissection skills are quite commendable." Uncertain of how to address the young man, Song Wen merely bowed again, saying, "Thank you for your kind words, esteemed senior." At this moment, Yuan Cheng interjected to introduce Song Wen. "Jean, this is senior brother Wu Sui, a direct disciple of the Insha Hall. His master is Elder Wu Run, the leader of the Insha Hall, direct disciple of the Insha Hall. Wu Sui, the leader's name is Wu Ren." Song Wen mused inwardly, realizing that he was likely dealing with a privileged descendant of a powerful lineage. His expression shifted to one of apprehension mixed with gratitude, as if meeting Wu Sui was an extraordinary honor. He bowed even lower, his voice tinged with excitement. Outer sect disciple Jin pays respects to senior brother Wu Sui. Pleased with Song Wen's reaction, Wu Sui nodded and said, "You appear to possess some discernment. Should you advance to the later stage of qi refinement within 6 years of your initiation, feel free to seek me at the Insha Hall." With that, Wu Sui's figure transformed into a series of afterimages and vanished from the cave. Upon his departure, Yuan Cheng cast an envious glance at Song Wen. "Jin, who would have thought that merely meeting senior brother Wu Sui would earn you his recognition? Truly fortuitous." Feigning ignorance, Song Wen asked with curiosity, "May I inquire? Senior brother Yuan, does senior brother Wu Sui possess any other mysterious identities beyond being a direct disciple? In the realm of cultivation, while the status of a direct disciple is noble, it holds different connotations within demonic sections. Masters may sacrifice their disciples for blood rituals, utilize them for cultivation or corpse refining, or even exploit them as vessels for their own gain. In the world of demonic sects, such betrayals are not uncommon. Thus, being a direct disciple in the demonic path does not inherently signify a favorable position. Ultimately, the cultivation realm values strength above all. A direct disciple, regardless of their esteemed status, is merely a qi refinement cultivator and does not equate to a master. When ordinary disciples of the corpse demon sect reach the foundation establishment stage, their status automatically elevates to that of elders, while direct disciples are referred to as demonic sons or daughters. Yuan Cheng, with a hint of envy, elaborated. Senior brother Wu Sui is the direct grandson of Elder Wu Run, the leader of the Insha Hall. He possesses exceptional talent, reportedly endowed with a top-grade spirit root of the 7th rank. At just 16 years of age, he has already reached the 7th layer of qi refinement. It is likely that in a few years, he will successfully establish his foundation. Yuan Cheng's expression grew complex. Establishing a foundation was his utmost aspiration. Yet, without a powerful backing, he had been stuck at the 9th layer of qi refinement for years, just one step away from the pinnacle. Forced to guard the dissection cave to earn contributions for his sect, hoping for the day he might obtain a precious foundation establishment pill from the sect. As he approached the age of 60, he felt a growing urgency. In truth, outside the major sects, traces of foundation establishment pills can be found in various cultivator markets, surfacing every few years. However, these pills are often exorbitantly priced. With his mediocre talent, Yuan Cheng's meager resources barely allowed him to afford the costly foundation establishment pills, making his path to the pinnacle of qi refinement increasingly difficult. Chapter 47. The 4th layer of qi refinement, Song Wen, emerged from the corpse dissection cave with an unruffled demeanor. The events that had transpired within the cave were merely another act of survival for him. As for W Su's earlier remarks regarding Song Wen's potential choice to join the YNSH Palace upon becoming an inner disciple, such thoughts had long since slipped from his mind. Nonetheless, if that day were to come, Song Wen would not be opposed to the idea of entering the YNSH Palace. To him, any place that ensured his survival was a good place. He also recalled that WSH Ing, who had once humiliated him, resided within the YNSH Palace. Should the opportunity arise, he would seek retribution. While the act of dissection posed numerous dangers for others, including the risk of contamination of both mind and magical power, for Song Wen, it was devoid of peril. The mottled blood essence and lingering souls within the dissection cave had transformed into resources for his cultivation. Initially, the other dissectors and UNCHNGD believed that, given Song Wen's early qi refining stage, it would take him at most a few months, or at least a couple, before he succumbed to the tainted air and fell into madness. To their astonishment, Song Wen thrived, his cultivation steadily advancing. Unbeknownst to him, he had already broken through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Today marked exactly 11 months since Song Wen joined the dissection cave, coinciding with his 1-year anniversary in the SHM sect. After receiving his monthly stipend, he was summoned by the External Affairs Hall of the sect. Each new outer disciple was required to complete an external task annually. The message from the External Affairs Hall was clear. Today was the final deadline, and Song Wen must report to receive his assignment or face severe penalties from the sect. Hastily, Song Wen departed the dissection cave and made his way to the External Affairs Hall. The hall was sparsely populated, with only a few outer disciples present to collect their tasks. Song Wen presented his disciple token to an elder, stating, Disciple Yin pays his respects to the steward. I am here to receive my annual external task. The elder, whose cultivation was modest, around the 7th or 8th layer of chi refinement, had substantial backing within the sect. Otherwise, the lucrative position of steward in the external affairs hall would not have been bestowed upon him. The elder's eyelids flickered slightly as he cast a dispassionate glance at Song. He held little regard for someone like Song, who lacked connections or resources, viewing him as a mere nuisance. However, this was advantageous for him, as the more perilous sect tasks were best assigned to such individuals. If everyone were well-connected, few would undertake the life-threatening missions. The elder began to sift through the task records, searching for an assignment suitable for Song. Astutely aware of the disdain in the elder's eyes, Song felt a spark of inspiration and realized he should take action. With a subtle motion, he discreetly slipped 20 spirit stones, freshly received from his stipend, into the elder's hand. Disciple has just entered the sect for a year and possesses limited strength. I kindly request the steward's assistance in finding a low-risk task for me, Song whispered. The reason he offered only 20 spirit stones was not due to a lack of willingness to provide more, but rather a prudent consideration of his own finances. Parting with 20 stones was already a challenge, and offering too much might invite unnecessary complications. The elder felt the weight of the spirit stones in the cloth pouch, and a hint of amusement surfaced on his otherwise indifferent face. This young disciple shows a commendable understanding of the situation. There is a task involving the inventory of spiritual herbs in the alchemy chamber that would suit you perfectly. The task location is the Toxic Marsh, over 2,000 miles to the northwest of the sect. After the elder's explanation, Song grasped the essence of the assignment. The Toxic Marsh was shrouded in miasma, filled with potent toxins, and was a place rarely tread by mortals. Yet, within its depths grew a rare spiritual herb known as the seven-colored grass. This herb, inherently toxic, served as the primary ingredient for crafting Xuanqi pills, as well as an essential supplementary material for foundational pills, making it exceedingly valuable. The Toxic Marsh fell under the jurisdiction of the SHM sect, which had established spiritual fields there for its own benefit and stationed the Yin family, a subordinate clan, to oversee the area. To prevent the Yin family from misappropriating the seven-colored grass, the sect dispatched disciples every 3 years to inventory its age and quantity. Typically, 2 disciples were assigned, with one being a late-stage chi refiner escorting a mid to early-stage disciple. Due to the SHM sect's formidable might and ruthless methods, the Yin family had never dared to infringe upon the sect's interests, rendering the herb inventory a mere formality. This task was indeed one of minimal risk. In 3 days at the hour of the dragon, proceed to the alchemy chamber to meet Elder Shn, who will provide you with the detailed task information. You will also meet your fellow disciple who will assist you. Remember to be punctual. Tardiness will not be tolerated, the elder added. Song clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, steward. I shall arrive on time. With the task token in hand, he departed the external affairs hall. With 3 days before the task commenced, he intended to utilize this time to prepare some means of self-preservation. Although the task posed little danger, in the perilous realm of cultivation, absolute safety was an illusion. Half a month prior, he had finally shattered a bottleneck that had confined him for 2 months, advancing to the 4th layer of chi refinement. This was the first time Song had encountered such a bottleneck since beginning his cultivation. To reach the mid-stage of chi refinement within just a year, he speculated on several contributing factors: his 6th-grade spiritual root and abundant cultivation resources, the inherent speed of demonic cultivation techniques, and the nature of the corpse king blood refining technique, which, despite being a demonic practice, adhered to the fundamental principles of body refining. All body refining techniques inherently involve absorbing and refining the essence of heavenly materials, earthly treasures, or the vital blood force of beasts and humans to enhance the practitioner's own vitality, ultimately refining this essence into pure blood to nourish and temper the physical form, thereby transcending the limits of the body and achieving physical evolution. Song's ability to directly absorb the blood essence of others and condense his own vital energy significantly accelerated his cultivation progress, sparing him from arduous labor. This was the true reason behind his rapid advancement. Otherwise, he would not have so easily broken through to the mid-stage of chi refinement. In the past, Yin had been trapped at the peak of the third layer for several years without opportunity for breakthrough. At present, Wen displayed the cultivation level of the third layer of qi refinement. His remarkable ability to conceal his aura was unparalleled. Thus far, he had not encountered anyone capable of discerning his hidden cultivation. However, he had only interacted with practitioners primarily at the qi refinement level, leaving him uncertain whether those of higher cultivation could perceive his concealed strength. Moreover, through multiple attempts, Wen discovered he could completely suppress his aura, revealing nothing. However, this required him to refrain from using any spiritual power, as even a slight release could betray his presence. On his way back to his cave dwelling, Wen contemplated his current offensive capabilities and areas that required enhancement. After much effort, he had successfully learned to create fireball talismans and shield talismans. Thanks to his ample cultivation resources, he had never sold either type of talisman, and now he had amassed over 50 fireball talismans and more than 20 shield talismans. While these talismans were merely low-grade first-tier, quantity could lead to qualitative change. Wen was confident that a barrage of dozens of fireball talismans would be enough to deter even a late-stage qi refiner. Chapter 48. The Art of Seduction. The number of black-bellied beetle goo has reached 21, with 5 of those cultivated earlier nearing the 5th level of qi refining. In truth, if Song Wen devoted all his efforts, he could nurture even more black-bellied beetle goo. However, due to their excessive consumption of resources, he has been compelled to limit their numbers. Currently, these 21 beetles consume approximately 20 spirit stones daily, which totals around 600 stones per month, a drain that has become quite burdensome for him. As for the ordinary beetles, they have lost their significance to Song Wen and have been disposed of. He has also discovered that controlling multiple beetles simultaneously consumes his mental energy. Thanks to his training in the divine forbidden technique, his mental strength now approximates that of a practitioner at the 7th level of qi refining. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to manage so many black-bellied beetle goo at once. The advantages of heightened mental power extend beyond mere control. It has afforded him a deeper comprehension of his techniques, allowing for a smoother cultivation process. Lacking formal instruction, he has relied solely on self-exploration for his practice of the corpse king blood refinement technique. Previously, he struggled with many aspects, merely imitating what he saw. Now, with an enhanced understanding, his cultivation has become significantly easier. Increased mental acuity has also greatly aided his spellcasting and talisman crafting. A typical practitioner at the 4th level of qi refining requires a full breath to cast the fireball technique, whereas Song Wen manages it in just half a breath. Similarly, for the shield technique, where others need 2 breaths, he requires merely 1. Song Wen contemplated the areas where he needed to strengthen himself. Firstly, his close combat skills are satisfactory. Through the corpse king blood refinement technique, he has developed a formidable physique and wields a low-grade magical bone knife with proficiency, though he lacks any genuine combat techniques. Mastering swordplay is not an overnight endeavor, so he has temporarily set that aside. Secondly, he possesses talismans and black-bellied beetle goo for ranged combat. Thirdly, he can rely on the flight technique and blood escape technique for evasion and in desperate moments. He has the blood sacrifice technique. The blood escape and blood sacrifice techniques can be cultivated in the early stages of qi refining, which he mastered quite some time ago. As for the flight technique, which can only be practiced in the mid-stage of qi refining, Song Wen has displayed exceptional talent, grasping its essence in just 2 days. However, he still struggles to wield it with complete ease, requiring time to cast it, an issue that could prove fatal in critical situations. He also lacks a protective magical artifact. The shield technique and shield talisman seem somewhat inadequate during life and death confrontations. Upon entering his cave dwelling, he was greeted by a large red coffin. Inside lay an incomplete corpse puppet. 2 months prior, Song Wen had spent a considerable sum acquiring this intact body of a late-stage qi refining practitioner. At the time of purchase, his own cultivation was only at the 3rd level of qi refining, insufficient to successfully refine the corpse puppet without risking the creation of a mere ordinary zombie. Only after breaking through to the 4th level did he commence the refinement process. The talismans and formations inscribed upon the corpse were complete. What remained was the nurturing of the yin and corpse energies. This grand red coffin was no ordinary one. It was inscribed with corpse-nurturing runes crafted from various yin attribute materials mixed with human blood. Song Wen anticipated that in 2 to 3 days, the corpse would be successfully refined and emerge from its coffin. At that point, the puppet would possess at least the strength of a 4th-level Qi refining practitioner. And with continued refinement of Yin attribute treasures, its power could elevate further. During his upcoming mission for the sect, Song Wen planned to display the corpse puppet openly, as his demonstrated strength at the 3rd level of Qi refining was too feeble and could easily invite contempt. Having been in the corpse demon sect for a year, possessing a 4th-level corpse puppet would be reasonable. After all, who doesn't he have a few opportunities? After applying a simple disguise and altering his aura, he donned a cloak and exited his cave. His dwelling was situated in a remote area, seldom visited by others, alleviating his concerns about encountering acquaintances on his way out. Upon reaching the market, he headed directly towards a large magical artifact shop. "Senior, what would you like to purchase?" He was greeted by an attractive woman, tall and scantily clad, who approached him with a flirtatious smile. Despite her weak cultivation, barely at the beginning level of Qi refining, she exuded an unusual allure. Her youthful features contrasted with the mature charm in her demeanor, creating an appealing sensory paradox that heightened her attractiveness. Her attire was minimal, with ample exposed skin, and her dress featured a high slit that nearly reached her thighs. As she walked, the hem swayed with the breeze, revealing her long, fair legs, and even her delicate undergarments occasionally became visible. When she reached a meter in front of Song Wen, she slightly bent forward, causing her ample bosom to bounce slightly. Song Wen, nearly entranced, withdrew his gaze, marveling at the fact that even in the world of cultivation, the art of seduction still prevailed. However, he was merely here to purchase a magical artifact. Did she truly need to resort to such tactics? Steadying himself, he replied calmly, "Do you have any defensive magical artifacts?" "Certainly, please follow me," the woman responded, swaying her hips as she led the way. As he followed, a captivating fragrance enveloped him, one that seemed to possess a certain magic, luring him into a state of blissful intoxication, making it difficult to regain clarity. She guided him to a display case, pointing out an item. "Senior, take a look. This small shield is a top-quality low-grade artifact. Though it is palm-sized, it can expand to human size with a mere infusion of magical energy, capable of withstanding attacks from a 4th-level Qi refining practitioner. And this low-grade magical garment can automatically adjust to the wearer's size." Her voice was akin to a succubus' sigh, or the sweet whispers exchanged between lovers, compelling one to succumb to temptation. Fortuitously, due to his robust mental fortitude, Song Wen remained impervious to her charms. Nevertheless, he detected inconsistencies in her words. He had presented himself as a 3rd-level practitioner, while she had only just entered the realm of Qi refining. How could she discern the depth of his cultivation? Otherwise, she would not have recommended low-grade artifacts without inquiry. From the moment he entered, he had only inquired about defensive artifacts, never specifying a desire for low-grade ones. This woman had evidently perceived his true cultivation level and tailored her recommendations accordingly, believing low-grade artifacts to be most suitable for him. She was concealing her own cultivation. A surge of wariness gripped Song Wen. He was certain he had never encountered this woman before, and there should be no animosity between them in the realm of cultivation. Thus, her concealed level of cultivation should have no bearing on him. Their meeting was merely coincidental. Feeling somewhat reassured, he resolved to exit the shop as swiftly as possible. "Do you have any mid-grade defensive magical artifacts?" he asked, his gaze fixed intently on the counter, avoiding any distraction. At this point, he was nearly certain that the woman's cultivation was considerably high, at least at the late stage of Qi refining. Otherwise, his mental acuity would have revealed her true strength. He retracted his mental energy entirely to avoid detection, lest she become aware of his scrutiny and draw unnecessary trouble upon himself. Chapter 49. The Inexpensive Ghost Head Shield. "Oh, you seek a mid-grade magical artifact?" The woman's sultry gaze appraised Song Wen, a rather unremarkable and inconspicuous disciple of the corpse demon sect. Apart from his evident caution and demeanor, there was nothing particularly striking about him. Yet, this seemingly ordinary outer sect disciple could resist her allure, which was indeed perplexing. A flicker of curiosity ignited within her regarding Song Wen. Pointing to a nearby counter, she said, "This area showcases mid-grade magical artifacts. Allow me to introduce them to you." "How much for this small shield?" Song Wen inquired, gesturing towards a shield roughly the size of an inch, its surface entirely black, with a ghostly visage intricately carved upon it. The ghost's features were so vividly depicted that it appeared as if a fearsome specter might burst forth from the shield at any moment, ready to feast upon the living. With a charming smile that captivated the room, the woman responded, "You possess keen eyesight, esteemed elder. This ghost head shield is crafted from spring stone combined with a multitude of precious materials, making it indestructible. Moreover, it encapsulates a ghost of the 5th level of chi refinement, enabling the wielder to command spirits in combat, thus embodying both offense and defense. It is priced at 200 spirit stones." Surprised by her quote, Song Wen felt it was not exorbitant. Rather, it seemed somewhat underpriced. Generally, mid-grade magical artifacts range from 200 to 300 spirit stones, with defensive artifacts typically commanding higher prices, often exceeding 300 spirit stones. Given that this small shield contained an imprisoned ghost, its price should have been even higher. Although astonished by the ghost head shield's low cost, Song Wen refrained from voicing his concerns. He was eager to complete the transaction swiftly and depart the shop without causing any disturbance to the woman. 150 spirit stones. He countered, though he knew the price was low. "Esteemed elder, our shop operates on thin margins and does not entertain haggling," she replied. 160 spirit stones, Song Wen persisted. After some back and forth, Song Wen ultimately purchased the ghost head shield for 180 spirit stones. With the shield secured, he wasted no time in exiting the shop, quickly vanishing into the bustling crowd. "Shall he come forth?" The woman's alluring demeanor vanished in an instant as she sternly called towards the shop's back courtyard. Moments later, a girl of about 18 emerged. "Miss, did you call for me?" the girl asked. The woman coldly replied, "Did I not instruct you that when I am practicing my enchanting arts on our customers, you are not to disturb me? Why did you repeatedly send me messages just now?" Xiao He attempted to explain, but before she could utter a word, the woman continued, "Today has been quite unfortunate. I did not expect a mere chi refinement 3rd level cultivator could withstand my charms." Her tone was laced with deep resentment, as if Song Wen were a scoundrel who had abandoned her. Understanding her mistress's temperament, Xiao He quickly added, "That man was likely impotent, or perhaps he was a homosexual. Otherwise, how could he possibly resist your allure?" The woman shot Xiao He a glare and retorted, "Do not speak foolishly. That man must either possess a rare artifact that defends against mental attacks, or has cultivated techniques to enhance his spirit or stabilize his consciousness." At this revelation, Xiao He's eyes sparkled with intrigue. An artifact that resists mental attacks, or techniques for spirit cultivation. These are both exceedingly rare treasures in the cultivation world. She made a slicing motion across her throat, lowering her voice. "Miss, should we consider?" With Song Wen displaying only the strength of a chi refinement 3rd level cultivator, eliminating him would be a simple task, igniting Xiao He's avarice. However, the woman shook her head, stating, "It is prohibited to act violently within the market. Moreover, he exudes a strong aura of corpse energy, indicating he is a disciple of the corpse demon sect. Once he exits the market, he will likely return directly to his sect. We shall have no opportunity to act." After a brief silence, the woman seemed to recall something and addressed Xiao He. "By the way, you have yet to clarify why you sent me messages repeatedly." Earlier, while Song Wen was in the shop, Xiao He had attempted to communicate with her multiple times, but each time she was abruptly interrupted. "Miss, I wanted to inform you that you sold the ghost head shield at too low a price. Its cost is 200 spirit stones, and it should have been priced at 400 spirit stones. Why did you not say so sooner?" The woman rushed out of the shop, scanning for Song Wen's figure. Yet, he had already vanished without a trace. "Alas, it seems we have incurred another loss," she lamented softly. "Miss, shall we find another place to practice enchanting arts? At this rate, we shall deplete our funds," Xiao He suggested. It turned out that the two were merely employees of the shop, responsible for selling magical artifacts. They had initially believed that with the woman's enchanting abilities, male cultivators would be so captivated that they would willingly pay high prices for the artifacts, allowing them to practice their skills while achieving dual benefits. However, the woman seemed to have a poor memory, consistently mispricing the artifacts and selling them for less than their worth. In just 3 days, they had already lost several hundred spirit stones. "Where else can I practice my enchanting arts?" the woman inquired. "The pleasure house," Xiao He replied. The woman frowned thoughtfully. "The pleasure house? But I am not yet prepared for that." Miss, as women, we are destined to be dominated by men. What is the difference between being dominated by one or by many?" Meanwhile, Song Wen entered a restaurant for cultivators. In the back room, He removed his disguise and enjoyed a couple of cups of spirit wine, ensuring no one was following him before stepping out. Subsequently, Song Wen strolled through various stalls. Although most offerings were of inferior quality, he occasionally spotted intriguing items. On this mission for his sect, it was prudent to prepare an array of means. After a thorough exploration, Song Wen realized he had overthought the situation. While rare items did occasionally appear at the stalls, the likelihood of stumbling upon them was exceedingly slim. "Brother Su, do you have any items of significant power?" he asked directly upon spotting a familiar vendor. This Brother Su was a late-stage Qi refinement outer sect disciple who had mingled extensively with rogue cultivators. His vast experience far surpassed that of Song Wen, who had spent his life within the sect's confines. Having purchased corpse energy from him several times, the two had developed a nodding acquaintance. Brother Su looked up at Song Wen with a hint of amusement. "Ah, it is you, the disciple of extreme Yin. When you speak of power, to what degree do you refer? At least something that could pose a threat to late-stage Qi refinement or even peak Qi refinement cultivators," Song Wen replied. "I do have an item that meets your requirements," but Brother Su's words were somewhat ambiguous. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, "Perhaps it is better for you to see it for yourself." Chapter 50. The Lethal Flames of Heaven. Upon witnessing the two yellow talismans presented by Senior Brother Su, Song Wen's heart involuntarily quickened. The runes inscribed on these talismans were unlike anything he had ever encountered. Yet, he could sense an overwhelming celestial authority emanating from them, as if they possessed the power to subdue all malevolent forces beneath the heavens. After laying eyes on these talismans, Song Wen felt the sinister energy within him stirring uneasily, almost instinctively wanting to retreat. "What kind of talismans are these?" he inquired in astonishment. Senior Brother Su merely revealed the talismans for a fleeting moment before swiftly retracting them into his storage bag, appearing anxious as if they should not be present within the domain of the Corpse Demon sect. "These are Heavenly Thunder talismans, a top-grade first-tier talisman," Su explained. In an instant, Song Wen comprehended the reason behind Su's caution. The Heavenly Thunder, embodying the resplendent will of the heavens, wielded tremendous destructive power against evil entities, equally threatening to practitioners of demonic and sinister paths. Among righteous cultivators, only a select few who successfully cultivated lightning techniques were the most detested by demonic practitioners. Likewise, lightning talismans posed a significant threat to those of the demonic path. Song Wen felt a stirring within, recognizing that if utilized properly, these two top-grade first-tier talismans could indeed pose a formidable threat to those at the late stage of Qi refinement. Su discerned Song Wen's intrigue and continued, "These talismans were acquired many years ago after I eliminated a righteous cultivator. While the power of the Heavenly Thunder talismans is immense and capable of countering demonic practitioners, they possess a fatal flaw." "What flaw?" Song Wen inquired. "One can only activate these talismans using the pure energy of heaven and earth. In other words, we, as demonic cultivators, cannot wield them. Our cultivation methods infuse our spiritual power with the tainted energy of the world, rendering us incapable of activating the Heavenly Thunder talismans." Su sighed, elaborating, "This is why these talismans have remained in my possession for so long, unsold and unused." As a regular patron of Su, Song Wen knew Su had no intention of deceiving him. After all, the fact that the talismans were unusable would become apparent as soon as Song Wen attempted to employ them. The longevity technique is a genuine Taoist practice, cultivating spiritual energy that is precisely the pure energy of heaven and earth, Song Wen pondered. Since joining the Corpse Demon sect and practicing the Corpse King blood refining technique, he could not fathom why his longevity technique had not dissipated. Ordinarily, one could only cultivate a single primary technique, unless they ascended to a higher realm, thus allowing them to transition to another practice. Song Wen was a unique case, cultivating both a demonic body refining technique and a legitimate Taoist Qi refinement technique. He himself could not comprehend the reason behind this anomaly, attributing it to his mysteriously exceptional physique. Although he had not actively practiced the longevity technique in the past year, the abundant spiritual energy within the Corpse Demon sect and his frequent use of spirit stones for cultivation had allowed his longevity technique to gradually progress. Now nearing the third level of Qi refinement, it seemed sufficient to activate the Heavenly Thunder talismans. "Senior Brother Su, how much for these talismans?" Song Wen inquired. Seeing Song Wen's interest in purchasing the seemingly useless Heavenly Thunder talismans, Su's expression brightened. "A total of 100 spirit stones for both talismans? Too expensive." Song Wen shook his head. Considering their reliance on the pure energy of heaven and earth, their utility is limited for us demonic practitioners. What about 80 spirit stones? After all, they are top-grade first-tier talismans. Song Wen replied, still too costly. I can offer a maximum of 40 spirit stones. After all, if they remain with you, they are merely 2 pieces of worthless paper. It would be better to sell them to me at a lower price for some spirit stones. After some haggling, Song Wen ultimately acquired the 2 talismans for 50 spirit stones. Once the transaction concluded, Su quietly asked, "Are you preparing to undertake a sect mission, junior brother?" Song Wen's eyes narrowed, his expression turning cold as he fixed his gaze on Su. He could not fathom how Su knew of his impending mission. Perhaps sensing the unease in Song Wen's demeanor, Su reassured him, there is no need to be alarmed. The annual sect mission is a requirement for all disciples. For someone like you, who prefers to remain within the sect, the sudden purchase of life-preserving items can only indicate that you are set to embark on a mission. Though Song Wen's demeanor softened slightly, he remained puzzled as to why Su had brought up the sect mission so directly. Are you implying something regarding the sect mission? Su waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. Each disciple's mission is unique. I have no way of knowing what yours entails. However, I do possess something of interest. I wonder if you might be intrigued. Su had recognized that Song Wen was exceptionally cautious about his life and preferred to remain within the safety of the sect. Thus he intended to seize the opportunity to sell something to him. What is it? Show me, Song Wen urged. Venom, the lethal flames of heaven. Any practitioner at the mid-stage of chi refinement who comes into contact with it will surely perish. Those at the 7th or 8th level will suffer excruciating pain and significant loss of power. Even a practitioner at the 9th level of chi refinement would feel as if they were being scorched by intense flames, struggling to expel the toxin for quite some time. Song Wen's interest piqued. His senior brother had such a valuable item. Are you truly willing to sell it to me? Su replied, as long as you can afford it. There is nothing I cannot sell. Furthermore, I have recently advanced to the 9th level of chi refinement, so this poison poses little threat to me. Congratulations on your advancement. Senior brother, a foundation is within reach. Song Wen flattered, prompting Su to beam with pleasure. Thank you for your kind words, junior brother. Do you wish to acquire the lethal flames of heaven? I would certainly desire it, but I fear I may lack the necessary spirit stones. I have a total of 10 drops of the lethal flames of heaven. If your spirit stones are insufficient, you may purchase just 1 or 2 drops. How do you wish to price it? Song Wen asked. 1 drop for 20 spirit stones. Too expensive. While the poison is potent, it must still come into contact with the cultivator's skin to be effective. 20 spirit stones are enough to purchase a top-grade first-tier talisman, Song Wen countered. After another round of negotiation, Song Wen ultimately spent 120 spirit stones to acquire all 10 drops of the lethal flames of heaven. This transaction caused Su to regard Song Wen with newfound respect. He had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary junior brother possessed such wealth. However, he also noted that this junior brother was indeed quite fearful of death, spending a considerable sum on a poison of uncertain future utility. It seemed that if there were any more items related to escaping or dealing with adversaries, he could readily market them to this junior brother, as he would likely appreciate such treasures. After securing the jade vial containing the lethal flames of heaven and bidding farewell to senior brother Su, Song Wen wandered through the market area once more. Not finding Chun Yi's presence, he purchased 5 flying talismans, 6 swift talismans, and 10 thunder bombs, which posed little threat to practitioners at the mid-stage of chi refinement, before returning to his cave dwelling. The swift talisman was a top-grade first-tier talisman, commonly used by chi refinement practitioners for pursuit or escape, significantly enhancing one's speed. After these purchases, Song Wen found that his recently accumulated spirit stones had nearly been depleted. Overall, Song Wen felt quite satisfied with his acquisitions that day. Yet one task remained unfulfilled, finding Chun Yi. His purpose in locating her was to obtain information regarding the 7-colored grass. For the upcoming sect mission, he knew only that he was to assess the quantity and growth status of the 7-colored grass, leaving him largely uninformed about the task. Given Chun Yi's position in the spirit herb garden, he believed acquiring information on the 7-colored grass should be relatively easy. Although Elder Shun would likely provide some details about the 7-colored grass 3 days hence, it was always prudent to prepare thoroughly. Chapter 51. Intelligence on the Yin family. Having failed to locate Chun Yi in the market, Song Wen was fortunate enough to possess her communication jade slip. He grasped the slip and sent her a message. Song Wen, Junior sister Chun, might you have detailed information on the seven-colored grass? After waiting for a while, he noticed her lack of response, so he set the jade slip aside and attended to other matters, confident that Chun-Yi would reply once she saw his message. His immediate task was to refine the ghost head shield. Seated in a meditative posture with his heart directed towards the heavens, Song Wen retrieved the ghost head shield and placed it before him. He reversed the flow of his vital energy, allowing the abundant blood within him to surge. A drop of his essence blood began to flow from his brow, cascading onto the shield. One drop after another splattered across the shield, staining its bizarre patterns with a grotesque crimson hue. Waves of bloodlight erupted from the shield, intensifying with each moment. Suddenly, a mass of black mist burst forth from the shield, transforming in midair into a towering ghostly figure, nearly 10 feet tall. This specter, cloaked in darkness and brandishing fearsome fangs, roared at Song Wen with wild ferocity. However, Song Wen remained unfazed by this phenomenon, continuing to drip his essence blood onto the shield. After numerous drops, the ghost seemed to satiate its hunger, gradually becoming docile and retreating back into the shield. Ceasing the infusion of blood, Song Wen began to wash the ghost head shield repeatedly with his spiritual energy. After approximately 2 hours, a smile crept upon his face. He had finally fully refined the shield. Only someone of Song Wen's caliber, with a spirit force far surpassing his cultivation level and an almost inexhaustible supply of essence blood, could afford such reckless refinement of a magical artifact. Most practitioners at the 4th level of Qi refinement would require at least 10 days to half a month to achieve the same. At that moment, the communication jade slip reacted. Chun-Yi, elder brother Jiyin, the seven-colored grass is a unique spiritual herb found in the poison marsh, and it is not cultivated in our sect's herb garden. Therefore, I have not had any dealings with it, nor do I possess any information. Song Wen replied, Is there any way for junior sister Chun to procure information on the seven-colored grass? I can offer a certain amount of spirit stones as compensation. Perhaps intrigued by the prospect of compensation, Chun-Yi responded shortly after, Elder brother, what has sparked your sudden interest in the seven-colored grass? If you truly desire it, I can consult senior brother Zhang Xiaofan for assistance. He is a direct disciple, and his master is a golden core expert from the alchemy chamber, making it much easier for him to gather information on the seven-colored grass. Song Wen added, If you could also provide intelligence on the Yen family in the poison marsh, that would be even better. I can offer 30 spirit stones as compensation for all the information, but it must be delivered within 3 days. Otherwise, it will no longer be useful. After 3 days, Song Wen would leave the sect, and the communication jade slip had distance limitations. Beyond a certain range, they would be unable to connect. As a spiritual plant cultivator, Chun-Yi's monthly stipend was merely 10 spirit stones, so 30 spirit stones represented a considerable fortune for her. Chun-Yi promptly replied, Elder brother Jiyin, I will contact senior brother Zhang as soon as possible. On the evening 2 days later, upon returning to his cave abode, Song Wen opened the large red coffin. A corpse puppet, towering over 2 meters and exhibiting fangs exceeding 2 inches, emerged from within, enveloped in a swirling aura of death. Roaring as if to celebrate its rebirth, the corpse puppet burst from the coffin, letting out a thunderous cry. Song Wen circled around the puppet, observing its dark brown skin and shriveled muscles resembling the gnarled roots of an ancient tree, both sturdy and powerful. It was indeed a commendable meat shield. Nodding in satisfaction, Song Wen then received a message from Chun-Yi. Elder brother Jiyin, I am waiting for you at the disciple canteen. A surge of joy filled Song Wen's heart. He had not expected Chun-Yi to truly acquire information on the seven-colored grass and the Yin family. He instructed the corpse puppet to return to the coffin and wasted no time in departing from his cave. At that moment, the canteen was bustling with activity as various errant disciples mingled. To avoid drawing attention, Song Wen and Chun-Yi each took a portion of food and settled at a secluded table, engaging in conversation while they dined. Noticing the two clad in outer sect disciple attire, the other errand disciples prudently kept their distance, refraining from interrupting. Chun-Yi handed Song Wen a jade slip, saying, Elder brother Jiyin, the information you requested on the seven-colored grass and the Yin family is contained within this slip. Thank you, junior sister, Song Wen replied, accepting the slip while offering a small cloth pouch in return, containing the previously agreed upon 30 spirit stones. Upon receiving the pouch, Chun-Yi briefly scanned it with her spiritual energy, and a smile blossomed on her face. Elder brother, Are you undertaking an external mission concerning the Yin family? Song Wen nodded. Indeed. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, May I inquire about the source of this information on the seven-colored grass and the Yin family? He posed this question primarily to ascertain the accuracy of the intelligence. If it was merely a hodgepodge of hearsay from Chun-Yi, its reliability would be significantly diminished. I obtained the information through senior brother Zhang Xiaofan, who acquired it from his master, Chun-Yi replied. It was evident that Chun-Yi had expended considerable effort to secure the 30 spirit stones, and though she did not explicitly state it, it was clear that asking Zhang Xiaofan to approach his master for information would not come without a cost. The nature of that cost was not something Song Wen wished to ponder. Satisfied with her response, Song Wen felt reassured by the fact that the information had been provided by a golden core expert, which lent it a degree of credibility. Not wanting to dwell on this topic, he shifted the conversation. Junior Sister Chun, have you completed your external mission for the sect? Chun-Yi's eyes narrowed into a gleeful smile. Not yet, but I am close to finishing. I have you to thank for that. Oh, what do you mean? My task is to deliver 5 fire spirit grasses to the sect, she explained. The fire spirit grass, a first-tier fire attribute herb, was not particularly rare. However, it thrived in scorching environments. Given the dense aura of death within the corpse demon sect, it was impossible to cultivate such a herb there. The nearest location abundant with fire spirit grass was the active volcano known as Changyan Mountain, located thousands of miles away from the sect. The journey to Changyan Mountain was fraught with peril, teeming with formidable beasts and sinister insects, not to mention the lurking danger of rogue cultivators. For someone like Chun-Yi, who had only achieved the second level of chi refinement, venturing there would be akin to courting death. Yet, the fire spirit grass was merely a first-tier herb, and though Chun-Yi lacked the strength to procure it herself, there were certainly powerful cultivators who would bring some back after traversing Changyan Mountain. Chun-Yi had fortuitously encountered a practitioner at the 9th level of chi refinement who happened to possess 5 fire spirit grasses. However, the price demanded was steep, and despite her efforts, Chun-Yi had been unable to gather the requisite spirit stones, falling short by over 20 stones. It was then that Song Wen fortuitously approached her. After hearing Chun-Yi's explanation, Song Wen felt a pang of envy. He had initially believed his own task to be quite safe, but in comparison, Chun-Yi's mission was devoid of risk, requiring merely the expenditure of spirit stones. Then I extend my congratulations to you, Junior Sister Chun, Song Wen said. The two continued their light conversation for a while longer before parting ways. Chapter 52. Elder Shin's Counsel in the Serene Confines of Song Wen's Cave Dwelling. He assumed a meditative posture and retrieved the jade slip bestowed upon him by Chun-Yi, scrutinizing its contents with great care. The jade slip was divided into 2 sections. The first part detailed the characteristics of the 7-colored grass, while the latter portion contained information regarding the Yin family. The 7-colored grass, when less than 10 years old, bore a striking resemblance to ordinary weeds, its entire form a muted green with only a faint aura of spiritual energy. However, upon reaching a decade of age, the grass would exhibit a ring of orange at the edges of its leaves. Every subsequent decade would introduce a new hue to the foliage, culminating at 70 years of age when the leaves would display a full spectrum of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and violet. At the century mark, the edges of the leaves would be adorned with a distinctive band of black, a crucial marker for determining the grass's age. The fully colored 7-colored grass could be utilized in the crafting of Xuanqi pills, a potent elixir for late-stage qi practitioners. Akin to the gathering qi pills that Song Wen currently consumed, albeit with a significantly richer infusion of spiritual energy. Furthermore, the century-old 7-colored grass was one of the essential ingredients for refining foundation establishment pills. The jade slip contained these revelations regarding the 7-colored grass before transitioning to intelligence concerning the Yin family. Situated within the toxic miasma marsh, the Yin family was a foundation establishment clan subordinate to the corpse demon sect, maintaining a perennial presence in the miasmic expanse. Due to the pervasive noxious vapors and the Yin family's diligent efforts, it had become exceedingly arduous for ordinary practitioners to traverse this territory, effectively rendering the marsh a private domain of the Yin family. The patriarch of the Yin family was a formidable foundation establishment practitioner, yet his advanced age rendered him a rare presence in recent years, leading to rampant speculation about his demise. However, in a bid to consolidate their standing and protect their interests, the Yin family refrained from making any public announcements regarding this matter. The clan boasted 13 late-stage Qi practitioners, with the family head, Yin Jinping, at the pinnacle of Qi cultivation. Yet, at over 60 years of age, his prospects for successful foundation establishment appeared dim. Additionally, Yin Jinping's younger brother, Yin Gao, was a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi cultivation. Among them, one individual captured Song Wen's attention, Yin Yuan. At merely 18 years of age, she had already successfully advanced to late-stage Qi cultivation, an exceptional talent even within the ranks of the corpse demon sect. The following day, at the hour of Chun, Song Wen arrived at the alchemy chamber, located at the northwestern foot of Corpse Demon Mountain. It was said that this site was chosen for its underlying natural fire, which aided alchemists in their craft. As a vital location for the corpse demon sect, it was heavily guarded, with numerous disciples stationed on watch. Arriving a quarter of an hour early, Song Wen awaited outside the chamber, as it would not open until the appointed hour. Upon the opening of the chamber's doors, Song Wen presented his mission token to gain entry. The alchemy chamber was expansive, sprawling over 100 acres. Under the guidance of a guard, he approached Elder Shun's private courtyard. However, Elder Shun exhibited no inclination for immediate entry, leaving Song Wen to wait outside. After a few moments, a strikingly handsome young man, escorted by the guards, approached the courtyard. This individual exuded an air of integrity, a peculiar sensation given the sinister reputation of the corpse demon sect. Typically, disciples of this sect were perceived as either malevolent or brutish, influenced by their practices and the pervasive aura of death. Even Song Wen, cloaked in a shroud of deathly energy, appeared anything but benevolent. Yet, the young man's demeanor, combined with his striking visage, made a favorable impression, particularly on the female disciples who were easily drawn to him. "Are you here for the assignment concerning the toxic miasma marsh?" the young man inquired, breaking the silence. Song Wen nodded respectfully. "Indeed, I am Ji Yin. May I ask how to address you, senior brother?" The young man radiated a robust aura, and with Song Wen's comparable mental acuity at the 7th level of Qi, he inferred that the young man was likely also at that same level. It was clear that this individual would be his companion for the upcoming task. Thus it was prudent for Song Wen to cultivate a favorable rapport. "Ah, Ji Yin, you may call me Guaxixiao," the young man, Guatao, replied with a genial smile. Song Wen clasped his hands in salute. "I am honored to meet you, Guaxixiao. As my strength is limited, I hope for your guidance on this journey." Guatao appeared pleased with Song Wen's respectful demeanor, nodding in acknowledgement. Just as he was about to respond, a voice interrupted from within the courtyard. "Are you two the ones assigned to inspect the 7-colored grass at the Yin family this year?" Before the words had fully settled, a stern middle-aged man materialized before them. This was none other than Elder Shun of the alchemy chamber. Upon recognizing him, both Song Wen and Guatao immediately turned to pay their respects. Disciples Guatao and Ji Yin, pay their respects to Elder Shun. "Present your mission tokens and disciple tokens for my inspection," Elder Shun commanded. Song Wen and Guatao complied, offering their tokens for verification. After confirming their identities and mission, Elder Shin produced 2 jade slips and handed them to the pair. "This contains the primary details of your mission. I must once again stress the importance of diligence during your examination of the 7-colored grass. Any negligence will not be tolerated. Do not collude with the Yin family to encroach upon the sect's spiritual herbs. Should it come to light that your findings are inaccurate, the consequences will be dire, punishments that include dismemberment and soul extraction." In response to Elder Shin's stern warning, both Song Wen and Guatao assured him of their commitment. "We will exert ourselves fully," they affirmed. Elder Shin nodded approvingly and gestured for them to depart. "You may set out at once." With that, he ascended into the air and drifted into the courtyard. As soon as Elder Shun had departed, Song Wen and Guatao exchanged glances, preparing to leave. Suddenly, an echo of Elder Shun's voice resonated in Song Wen's mind. "Remember, your task is to monitor Guatao. Should he engage in any misconduct, report it to me promptly after the mission. Do not assume this task is merely a formality. Any lapse in duty will result in severe repercussions." Upon receiving this unexpected admonition, Song Wen's expression shifted, though he quickly feigned ignorance. Elder Shin's words had been conveyed through a sound transmission technique, evidently intended solely for him. He was momentarily taken aback. How could he, a mere practitioner at the 3rd level of Qi, possibly surveil someone at the late stage of Qi cultivation? If Guatao were to detect any misstep, he would surely eliminate him without hesitation, leaving no chance for Song Wen to return to the sect and report. Yet, It seemed even Elder Shun had failed to discern his concealed strength, which he considered a fortunate sign. Chapter 53. The flying boat. Song Wen and Guo Tao swiftly exited the confines of the alchemy chamber. As they walked, Song Wen silently pondered the best way to traverse the toxic marsh. Although the marsh was merely over 2,000 miles from the corpse demon sect, that distance was measured in a straight line, with treacherous mountains and sheer cliffs in between. Given that those in the chi refining stage could not fly, crossing such a vast expanse of towering peaks would be quite a challenge, not to mention the myriad dangers that might lurk along the way. Initially, Song Wen had anticipated that the sect would provide them with special mounts to aid their journey to the toxic marsh. To his surprise, Elder Shun had failed to mention any travel arrangements. Just as Song Wen was deep in thought, Guo Tao tapped his waist storage bag with one hand. A palm-sized wooden boat emerged, expanding in the wind to a length of 2 meters, floating effortlessly in the air. Song Wen stared in astonishment at the flying vessel before him, his mind involuntarily recalling the grand ship that Shou had used to bring him to the corpse demon sect. That ship had been far more imposing than this humble wooden boat. Nevertheless, Song Wen was still taken aback. It was remarkable that Guo Tao, merely an inner sect disciple, possessed a flying boat. Clearly, the power of Guo Tao's family was not to be underestimated. Otherwise, how could he afford a vessel worth thousands of spirit stones on the meager resources of a chi refining 7th-layer practitioner? The flying boat was not only expensive, but due to the flight formation it contained, powered by spirit stones, traveling by such means was an exceedingly resource-intensive endeavor. Junior brother, why are you dawdling? Come aboard. Guo Tao lightly leaped onto the boat, glancing back at the somewhat astonished Song Wen, speaking with a hint of pride. Brother Guo, you actually possess your own flying boat. Song Wen exclaimed, his tone laced with envy, akin to a recent graduate fretting over securing a modest job, only to discover that a peeress family owned a gold mine. Guo Tao, clearly pleased, replied, It's just a flying boat. It's nothing remarkable. Climbing aboard, Song Wen ran his fingers along the intricate patterns of the vessel, his expression akin to that of a child beholding a rare treasure, embodying the essence of Navet. Guo Tao's grin seemed to stretch from ear to ear, brimming with pride. Junior brother, fasten your seatbelt. We shall depart now. The boat surged upwards, racing towards the distant, vast woodlands. With Brother Guo's flying boat, it seemed they would reach the toxic marsh in a matter of hours. Song Wen continued to flatter. My own abilities are weak, and I have only been in the sect for a year, with scant knowledge of the cultivation world. I shall rely heavily on you, Brother Guo. Guo Tao appeared somewhat flustered by Song Wen's compliments, thumping his chest with pride. Fear not, junior brother. This task is exceedingly simple, just a formality. You may consider it a leisurely excursion, and who knows, we might even gain some benefits from the Yin family. Benefits? Song Wen, with a youthful innocence, asked in surprise. The Yin family will provide us with benefits? Of course, Guo Tao replied matter-of-factly. We represent the sect, and if the Yin family wishes to complete their inventory smoothly, they must treat us well. When we depart, they will surely bestow us with some advantages. Once we arrive at the Yin family, leave everything to me. You need only await your rewards, Guo Tao assured. Song Wen clasped his hands in gratitude, responding, Then I shall rely on you, brother. Yet, inwardly, he found Guo Tao's excessive eagerness somewhat peculiar. It seemed too cordial for a world where disciples were often cold and calculating, where kindness was a rare commodity unless there was something to gain. As the flattery continued, the bond between the two grew swiftly. The flying boat soared through the air, traversing the mountainous terrain far more rapidly than if they had journeyed on foot. Before sunset, they arrived at the toxic marsh. From their aerial vantage point, the marsh appeared shallow, roughly the depth of a person. Scattered throughout were deep pools and small, protruding islands. Even in the evening, a layer of pale green mist hung over the marsh, likely the source of its ominous name, a miasma that lingered year-round. Guo Tao did not recklessly plunge into the noxious fumes, but instead circled the marsh's perimeter for several miles before finally hovering above a small island. Just as they landed, 4 mid-stage chi refining cultivators burst forth from the trees. Who are you? How dare you trespass in the Yin family's territory? Facing the aggressive group, Guo Tao approached with a smile. Greetings, fellow disciples of the Yin family. We are disciples of the corpse demon sect, here on a sect mission. As he spoke, he displayed his identity token. The leader scrutinized the token carefully, and after confirming its authenticity, he said, it is indeed a brother from the corpse demon sect. Please, follow me. Under the guidance of this individual, Song Wen and Guo Tao quickly traversed the small island, arriving at a wooden path. The path was lengthy and winding, stretching out of sight. Once on the path, Song Wen soon noticed that no miasma lingered in the vicinity, as if it were isolated by some formation. The three continued along the path for over 20 miles until they finally reached a vast island. The island was dotted with numerous structures, particularly the central cluster of buildings, which exuded an air of grandeur. This must be the core of the Yin family's residence. Upon entering the island, the three swiftly arrived at a grand hall. At the head of the hall sat a man with graying hair, the head of the Yin family, Yin Jingping. After exchanging pleasantries, Guo Tao directly stated their purpose. "Dear young friends," Yin Jingping boomed, "the hour is late. You shall rest at my Yin family tonight, and tomorrow morning I will send someone to escort you to the spirit fields to inventory the 7-colored grass. How does that sound?" Guo Tao glanced at the darkening sky. The sun had fully set, leaving only a few rays of twilight illuminating the ground. He nodded, saying, "We shall defer to the arrangements of the Yin family head." Yin Jingping replied, "I have prepared excellent guest rooms. Let me have someone guide you to your accommodations." As Guo Tao and Song Wen rose to follow the servant to the guest rooms, a clear, melodious voice suddenly rang out from outside the hall. "Grandfather!" A vibrant figure appeared at the door, radiating youthful exuberance. With bright eyes and delicate features, she wore a light blue gown, exuding the unique vitality of a young maiden. Chapter 54. The prodigy Yin Yiwen. Upon the sudden appearance of the young girl, Yin Jingping's expression bore 7 parts affection and 3 parts helplessness. "Yiwen, did I not instruct you to diligently cultivate? Why have you come out again? It's too dull to cultivate. I've been at it all day, and it's simply exhausting." The girl replied nonchalantly in response to Yin Jingping's admonition. Yin Jingping shook his head in resignation. Though his granddaughter possessed commendable talent, her temperament was somewhat lacking, overly spirited. He sighed, choosing not to pursue her impulsiveness further. "You arrive at an opportune moment. These two are esteemed disciples of the sect. As young individuals, you should engage with one another, broaden your horizons, and enhance your future cultivation." With that, Yin Jingping proceeded to introduce the 3 of them. Although his description of the girl was vague, Song Wen recognized her as the prodigy mentioned in the intelligence reports. Curiosity piqued, he gazed at her a few more times. Despite having encountered various beauties in his previous life, both in reality and online, he could not deny that this girl was exceptionally striking, a rarity in this world. The only flaw was a hint of arrogance that seemed to accompany her brilliance, perhaps a common trait among geniuses. As Song Wen scrutinized the girl, she was likewise appraising him. Logically, Guo Tao's handsomeness should have caught her attention more readily, yet for reasons unknown, Yin Yiwen's gaze bypassed him entirely, landing instead on the unremarkable Song Wen in the background. After studying Song Wen for a moment, Yin Yiwen suddenly erupted into a laugh, her expression tinged with disdain. "Grandfather, he is merely at the 3rd level of qi refinement. What qualifies him as an esteemed disciple? He is just an ordinary outer sect disciple." Even though Song Wen was accustomed to remaining unfazed by mockery, he felt a pang of indignation and embarrassment at the blatant disrespect shown by this prodigy. Cough, cough. It was not only Song Wen who felt awkward. Yin Jingping was equally embarrassed. He had not anticipated that his granddaughter would utter such impolite words in public. While the realm of cultivation indeed valued strength, it also upheld the importance of social etiquette. Under normal circumstances, he would have disregarded an outer sect disciple of such lowly status, yet currently, Song Wen represented the sect in a matter of significance involving the Yin family and their spirit herbs. With a furrowed brow, Yin Jingping addressed Yin Yiwen sternly. "Yiwen, mind your words." Quickly apologized to young friend Ji Yin. Faced with her grandfather's ire, Yin Yiwen felt unjustly treated and retorted with displeasure, "Why should I apologize? I spoke the truth. He is nothing more than an ordinary outer sect disciple. With his abilities, he will likely never reach the later stages of qi refinement. What could we possibly discuss?" With that, Yin Yiwen hastily exited the grand hall. Watching his granddaughter leave, Yin Jingping turned to Song Wen, his expression laden with regret. "Young friend Ji Yin, I sincerely apologize. My granddaughter has been spoiled and speaks without thinking. She meant no offense." Song Wen maintained a calm demeanor, as if he had not just faced humiliation. "Clan head Yin, you are being overly modest. Miss Yiwen's remarks were merely factual and not offensive in the least." Yin Jingping waved his hand, producing a jade vial. "This vial contains 10 qi gathering pills, a token of apology from my granddaughter." With a gentle push of his spiritual energy, the vial floated towards Song Wen. Surprised, Song Wen noted that 10 qi gathering pills were worth 25 spirit stones, a considerable gift for a third-level qi refinement cultivator. He accepted the vial with a look of astonishment, saying, "Thank you, Clan Head Yin, for your generosity." After taking his leave from Yin Zhengping, Song Wen and Guotao were led to their guest quarters by a servant. After instructing Song Wen not to wander out that evening, Guotao entered his own room. Once alone, Song Wen closed the door and began to reflect on the events of the day. Everything had gone relatively smoothly, aside from Yin Yuan's unexpected rudeness. However, he could not shake the feeling that her timing and words were somewhat contrived, as if meticulously orchestrated. He found it hard to believe that a 7th-level qi refinement cultivator would act so thoughtlessly. Shaking his head to dispel the muddled thoughts, he retrieved the jade slip Elder Shun had given him and placed it against his forehead to examine its contents. The slip detailed information about the rainbow grass, which largely aligned with the data provided by Chen Yi, but included additional details about the Yin family's cultivation of the grass. The family had 113 plants of the 100-year-old rainbow grass and 931 plants over 70 years old. The slip clearly stated that the primary task was to meticulously count the quantities of the 100-year and 70-year spirit herbs, allowing for no discrepancies. As for other aged herbs, minor variations were acceptable. The absence of intelligence regarding the Yin family's strength left Song when feeling that the 30 spirit stones he had spent on the information from Chun Yi had been worth it. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Who is it? In this unfamiliar environment, Song Wen remained on high alert. The unexpected knocking heightened his vigilance, and he instinctively placed his hand on the corpse-rearing pouch at his waist, ready to summon a corpse puppet at any moment. Young Taoist Ji Yin, I am a servant of the Yin household, here to deliver your evening meal, a female voice called from outside. Using his spiritual awareness, Song Wen sensed that only a young woman stood outside, devoid of any cultivation. Nonetheless, he maintained his guard, cautiously opening the door. A young maid stood there, holding a meal tray gracefully. "Come in," Song Wen said quietly after scanning the room for any irregularities. The maid entered, setting the tray on the table before taking her leave. Looking at the food laid out before him, spiritual rice, meat from spirit beasts, all expertly prepared, he murmured, "The Yin family certainly spares no expense." Meanwhile, in a hidden chamber within the Yin household, 5 individuals were gathered, whispering amongst themselves. If Song Wen were present, he would undoubtedly be taken aback, for among the 5 was someone he could never have imagined, Guotao, his partner in this mission. Yin Zhengping spoke gravely. "Xiao Tao, what is your assessment of this Ji Yin person?" Guotao replied, reporting to the clan head, "Ji Yin is relatively new to the sect, with weak abilities. He hails from a humble background and possesses no connections, essentially a blank slate. Overall, he is nothing more than a naive youth, posing no cause for concern. In my opinion, he is quite easy to deceive. With minimal preparation, he will not detect any irregularities. Furthermore, on the journey here, I repeatedly advised him not to take the mission seriously. He merely needs to follow my lead to succeed and gain some benefits." Chapter 55. The Miasma Tide. After a brief pause, Guotao continued, "Today, Yuan deliberately attempted to provoke me, openly humiliating me. Ji Yin, fearful and timid, could only endure in silence, and after receiving the qi-gathering pill, he expressed gratitude. This clearly reveals his cowardice and lack of backbone. There is no need for excessive concern." Upon hearing this, Yin Zhengping's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and he nodded in agreement. "You make a valid point. Yet we must not let our guard down." Ji Yin remained unflinching in the face of Yuan's ridicule, indicating that his cultivation in qi nurturing is commendable. Most cultivators of 15 or 16 would, at the very least, flush with anger or rage in such a situation. At that moment, a robust man in the room spoke in a deep voice. "Brother, you are overthinking this. In our Yin family's domain, how could a mere qi level 3 boy dare to throw a tantrum? If you are truly concerned, we might as well eliminate him directly. That way, the secret of the 7-colored grass will remain secure." Yin Zhengping cast a disapproving glare at his younger brother, who, despite his formidable strength, seemed to have let his muscles overpower his intellect. Foolishness. Ji Yin is still young and weak. It is all too easy to deceive him. Killing him could attract the attention of the corpse demon sect, which would only heighten the risk of the 7-colored grass's secret being exposed. After admonishing his brother, Yin Jingping turned his gaze to Guotao and said, Xiao Tao, you have endured much hardship for the family's sake over the years. A few years ago, you concealed your identity and joined the corpse demon sect alone. Through your innate talent and relentless effort, you became an inner disciple, which is no small feat. At this critical juncture, you have also undertaken a vital inventory task for the family, contributing significantly. Should our family's plan succeed, your contributions will not be forgotten, and you shall receive a foundation establishment pill in due course. Guotao's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of excitement as he replied, I am indeed a member of the Yin family, devoted to its cause, prepared to face any peril. Yin Jingping added, although Xiao Tao is the primary person responsible for this inventory task, necessary arrangements must still be made. After all, Ji Yin is present. It would be remiss if he does not even set foot in the spiritual fields. We cannot afford to lower our vigilance against Ji Yin. Xiao Tao, keep a close watch on him, and if you sense any awareness on his part, report it immediately. If it comes to it, he may need to be eliminated on the spot. Understood, Guotao responded. Yin Jingping then addressed the others in the room. How long will it take to prepare the spiritual fields? Approximately 7 days, one person replied. Expedite the preparations, Yin Jingping commanded. Yes, the others responded in unison. The following morning, Song Wen opened his door, intending to take a stroll nearby, to observe the surroundings and stretch his limbs. Just then, the door of Guotao's room creaked open. Junior brother Ji Yin, up so early? Where are you headed? Guotao inquired. Good morning, brother Gua. I'm still getting accustomed to this new environment. I plan to explore the area, Song Wen replied. Guotao's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he said, I just received a notification from the head of the Yin family. The miasma marsh has suddenly erupted with a miasma tide. The miasma outside the Yin residence is surging, its toxicity intensifying. The entire miasma marsh is now unsuitable for human activity. Even I, as a late-stage chi cultivator, would struggle to withstand it for long. The inventory task will be postponed a few days. For now, we should remain in our rooms. We are unfamiliar with this place, and should we inadvertently wander into the miasma, it could cost us our lives. A look of alarm crossed Song Wen's youthful face. The miasma tide has erupted. That is truly terrifying. It is safest to stay inside, so I shall return. With that, Song Wen turned and stepped back into his room. Guotao watched as the door closed, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. A novice like him is far too easy to manipulate. Back in his room, however, Song Wen was filled with suspicion. Guotao's behavior seemed quite unusual. He had barely stepped outside when Guotao opened his door. A coincidence that felt too orchestrated, as if Guotao had been waiting for him. Moreover, the miasma tide Guotao mentioned had also been noted in the jade slip provided by Chen Yi. The occurrence of the miasma tide was unpredictable, typically manifesting every 2 to 3 years, accompanied by a spectacular display of colorful auroras in the sky. There were past speculations that treasures lay hidden within the miasma marsh. But countless generations of cultivators had searched in vain, leading to the gradual abandonment of such notions. Just outside the door, Song Wen had observed that everything appeared normal beyond the formation barrier. The sky remained its usual grayish hue, devoid of the phenomena associated with the miasma tide. Furthermore, upon entering the Yin family, Guotao had repeatedly warned him not to wander, appearing to express concern for his safety, yet it felt more like an intentional confinement. Additionally, there were inconsistencies in Guotao's words. Song Wen knew that he would never be foolish enough to stray outside the Yin family's protective formation. He could not believe that miasma could penetrate within the barrier. If that were the case, the Yin family's lower-tier disciples and the non-cultivating commoners would have perished long ago. A flicker of doubt crept into Song Wen's mind regarding Guotao. He suddenly recalled Elder Shun's parting words, which were not without purpose. However, he did not express any skepticism toward Guotao's statements. If Guotao were truly in league with the Yin family, then he was left to fend for himself. For now, he must play along to preserve his life, setting aside the sect's mission for the time being. In the days that followed, Song Wen barely opened his door, and when he did, it was only to get some fresh air. He would stand briefly at the entrance before retreating back inside. He realized that something must have gone awry with the spiritual fields, and the Yin family was likely using this time for some form of deception. With Guotao and the Yin family colluding, all they needed was to mislead him, a mere Chi level 3 cultivator, to successfully navigate the forthcoming sect inventory. Chapter 56. The floating spiritual field. On this day, Guatao suddenly knocked on Song Wen's door. Junior brother Jian, the miasma tide has receded, and today we shall inventory the colorful grass in the spiritual field. Hearing this, Song Wen realized that the disguise of the spiritual field must be ready. A sense of confusion washed over him. He was uncertain how to handle the impending inventory. If he continued to be manipulated by the Yin family, he could survive their grasp for a time. But if the issues with the spiritual field remained undiscovered and were later revealed, he would undoubtedly be implicated. The sect would certainly hold him accountable for his negligence, and the punishment could lead him to a perilous fate. Just the thought of the horrifying punishments from the corpse demon sect sent a chill down his spine. Was fleeing from the sect the only option? Before the corpse demon sect realized the problem with the spiritual field, escaping seemed to be his only glimmer of hope. Yet could he truly evade the relentless pursuit of the corpse demon sect? With a torrent of thoughts swirling in his mind, Song Wen approached the door and opened it. Guatao, who had initially been all smiles, feigned concern upon seeing Song Wen's troubled expression. Junior brother Jian, what troubles you? Why such a furrowed brow? Suddenly, Song Wen recognized that he had been overthinking, allowing his anxiety to betray his composure, drawing attention from Guatao. In the depths of despair, there lies a glimmer of hope. He reminded himself that regardless of how dire the situation appeared, there would always be a sliver of optimism. Having reached this realization, a genuine smile crept onto Song Wen's face. It was not a fade, but rather a belief that by treading cautiously, he would eventually find a breakthrough. Oh, it's nothing. I've just been a bit troubled by my recent cultivation, Song Wen replied, fabricating an excuse. The path of cultivation is fraught with obstacles and is not to be rushed, Guatao remarked. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother Gua. I understand, Song Wen responded. Guatao continued. Once we complete the inventory of the colorful grass today, we can return to the sect. Everything will be arranged by me. To Song Wen's surprise, Yin Zhengping, the head of the Yin family, personally participated in this inventory. Under Yin Zhengping's leadership, 3 late-stage qi refinement cultivators from the Yin family, along with 13 mid-stage qi refinement cultivators, and the 2 of them, totaling 19 individuals, boarded a specially crafted vessel. This vessel was uniquely designed, imbued with certain formations, allowing it to glide effortlessly on the water's surface like a weightless leaf. The miasma swamp was not deep. In shallower areas, it was merely half a meter, making such a specialized boat essential for navigating the swamp. Ordinary vessels would risk running aground as soon as they touched the water. Yin Zhengping flipped his palm, producing a jade vial. Everyone, please take the miasma detoxification pills. These pills were a concoction of the Yin family, specifically designed to counteract the miasma's toxicity, each capable of providing protection for approximately 4 hours. Without hesitation, Song Wen accepted and consumed the pill. Given the current circumstances, the Yin family had no reason to kill him. Moreover, if they intended to do so, poison would not be necessary. He also noticed that among the 19 individuals, 4 late-stage qi refinement cultivators, including Yin Zhengping, did not take the pills. This was because the Yin family's cultivation technique involved a form of poison mastery. They would refine various toxins into their bodies during practice, significantly enhancing their resistance to poisons. As the boat meandered through the swamp's wooded expanse, it eventually came to a halt after about half an hour. Throughout the journey, Song Wen quietly noted the vessel's route in his mind. Fortunately, the jade slip given to him by Chun contained a rough topographical map of the swamp, allowing him to gauge their location. He initially believed the spiritual field would be located in the swamp's central area, but his calculations revealed that it lay over 200 miles from the edge. This area was rich in miasma and spiritual energy, making it an ideal habitat for the colorful grass. However, there was no land surrounding the spiritual field, only water, which explained why the Yin family had no family residence nearby. Young friends, ahead lies the spiritual field where the colorful grass is cultivated, Yin Zhengping indicated to Guatao and Song Wen. As they gazed ahead, the once densely wooded environment suddenly opened up into a vast expanse of water, devoid of any trees, a most peculiar sight. It was also possible that some trees had been removed by the Yin family. In the center of this open water, a thick mat of grass floated on the surface, resembling a lush green carpet. This grass, known as putting green grass, had roots that could penetrate a meter into the mud beneath the water's surface, while the stems and leaves remained above, forming a dense layer. The Yin family had trimmed the grass into strips, each about 10 feet wide and several miles long, with over 100 such strips floating on the water. The distance between each strip was roughly 10 feet. As Song Wen surveyed the scene, he noticed that every 1 to 2 meters on the grass mat stood a vibrant, 2-foot-tall spirit plant, the colorful grass. This unique plant appeared to be parasitic, drawing its life force from the energy of the budding green grass. Various ages of colorful grass were distributed across the mat, from single-colored specimens under 10 years old to fully multicolored ones over 70 years old. In the center of the spiritual field, Song Wen observed several leaves of the colorful grass with faint black stripes along the edges, indicating they were spirit herbs over 100 years old. Yan Zhengping proudly gestured towards the grass strips. Guotao, Jiyin, please observe. This is the special cultivation field for the waterborne colorful grass, painstakingly established by countless ancestors of the Yin family, who sacrificed immense resources and even lives to achieve this. He continued, on the left, these 50 strips mainly cultivate lower-aged spirit herbs. While each individual herb may not hold great value, their abundance leads to considerable annual profits. The right side, with 40 strips, focuses on cultivating 70-year spirit herbs, which are used for crafting profound energy pills. The middle 30 strips are primarily for 100-year spirit herbs, though cultivating them is exceedingly difficult, with many colorful grasses wilting prematurely, leading to significant losses. Furthermore, the sect periodically harvests some 100-year spirit herbs, leaving only 113 in the spiritual field currently. Your inventory task mainly concerns the 70-year and 100-year spirit herbs. As for those below 70 years, their sheer numbers make a complete inventory quite the challenge. Chapter 57. The anomaly of the spirit medicine due to the considerable size of the great vessel and the insufficient spacing of the grass ridges. It was necessary for us to transfer to a smaller boat to access the spirit field. Yan Zhengping addressed Song Wen and Guotao, instructing, bring down the small boat. 2 mid-stage Qi practitioners from the Yin family emerged from the ship's cabin, dragging forth a small craft. The boat, approximately 6 meters long and 1 meter wide, was soon launched into the water. Yan Zhengping commanded, board the small boat. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 late-stage Qi practitioners of the Yin family leapt onto the vessel in unison. The small boat, already limited in buoyancy, immediately sank over a foot, leaving less than a foot of space between the water's surface and the boat's edge, as if even a minor wave could inundate the craft. Yan Zhengping continued, this small boat can accommodate a maximum of 5 individuals. Guotao and the 2 young friends, decide among yourselves who will board with me to inventory the spirit herbs. The remaining one must stay aboard the great ship. Song Wen, momentarily taken aback by Yan Zhengping's display, had pondered countless times how the Yin family would conceal the issues surrounding the spirit field. Now, he finally comprehended that the Yin family had no intention of allowing him to enter the spirit field area, but merely intended for him to observe from a distance. Although Yan Zhengping claimed that one person would be chosen to enter the spirit field between him and Guotao, it was evident that the more adept Guotao would be the one to go. Furthermore, Guotao was the principal overseer of this inventory task, while he himself was but a lowly attendant. Glancing at the somewhat dazed Song Wen, Guotao remarked, Junior brother Jiyin, you will remain on the great ship. I shall enter the spirit field with the head of the Yin family. Song Wen's expression turned peculiar, as the discrepancies in Yan Zhengping and Guotao's statements were glaringly obvious. If the small boat could only hold 5 people, why could the Yin family not forego 1 member, thus allowing him aboard? If the 4 late-stage Qi practitioners of the Yin family were adamant about accompanying, why not prepare an additional small boat? It was as if they were treating him like a fool. After a brief contemplation, Song Wen said, head of the Yin family, Brother Guo, I too have received a task from my sect and must personally inventory the number of the 7-colored grass. At present, I cannot even enter the spirit field, which would make it difficult for me to report back to my sect. Song Wen had initially prepared himself for the fact that, during his time with the Yin family, all his actions would be dictated by them and Guotao. However, the blatant nature of their manipulation was intolerable. If he did not voice his doubts, it would be rather abnormal. Yan Zhengping laughed heartily. It is my fault for not adequately explaining to our young friend Jiyin. The water in this swamp, shrouded for years under toxic mists, has become imbued with venom, exhibiting a strong corrosive nature. A vessel made from ordinary wood would be corroded and submerged in mere moments. The small boat beneath my feet is crafted from the rare spiritual material Baqing wood, which can withstand the swamp's toxic waters. Due to the precious nature of Baqing wood, gathering enough to construct a vessel is no simple task. Thus, Even our Yin family possesses only a scant few boats capable of navigating the swamp. This inventory can only be conducted with one small boat, necessitating that only one person enter the spirit field. I hope you can understand, dear Ji-in. Although Yin Zhengping's explanation was rife with inconsistencies, Song Wen recognized that he could no longer afford to question them further. Continuing down this path might provoke their ire, and he would only invite dire consequences. Bowing respectfully to Yin Zhengping, he expressed, "Thank you, head of the Yin family, for clarifying." He then turned to Guotao, saying, "I appreciate your efforts, Brother Gua." Guotao nodded and swiftly boarded the small boat. At that moment, Yin Zhengping added, "Dear Ji-in, you need not worry. Although you cannot personally board the small boat to the spirit field, I possess a magical item that will allow you to observe everything within the spirit field." A bronze mirror, the size of a basin, appeared abruptly in Yin Zhengping's hand, while he held a fist-sized stone in the other. This mirror is named the Reflection Mirror, a mid-grade magical artifact. It works in conjunction with this shadow stone. As long as one person holds the shadow stone and activates it with spiritual power, another person holding the reflection mirror can see everything within 100 miles of the stone's vicinity. With that, Yin Zhengping handed the bronze mirror to Song Wen and the shadow stone to Guotao. "Please activate the shadow stone, so our friend Ji-in can witness everything around you." Guotao, astonished, exclaimed, "I had no idea the head of the Yin family possessed such a remarkable treasure. This way, junior brother Ji-in will be able to witness the spirit field as if he were there." As the small boat gradually drifted away, the Yin family practitioners brought forth a prepared wooden frame, allowing Song Wen to place the bronze mirror upon it. Guotao activated the shadow stone, and instantly, the scene before him was projected into the bronze mirror. As the small boat entered the bounds of the spirit field, Song Wen could clearly perceive everything within it. The boat first traversed the territory of the century-old spirit field. Given the immense spiritual energy required for the growth of century-old spirit medicine, the seven-colored grass was sparsely distributed, with individual plants separated by dozens of meters. The image in the bronze mirror was exceptionally clear, revealing the leaves and patterns of the seven-colored grass in vivid detail. Song Wen scrutinized the image, ensuring he did not overlook any detail. Each leaf of the century-old seven-colored grass displayed a spectrum of colors, with distinct black patterns along the edges, aligning perfectly with the depictions in the jade slip regarding century-old seven-colored grass. Yet, perhaps due to the fact that the image was transmitted through a magical artifact, Song Wen felt an uncanny sense of unreality about the seven-colored grass within the images. It was akin to watching a film in a theater in his past life, where no matter how realistic the special effects were, there remained an underlying feeling of artifice. After observing for a while, Song Wen concluded that there were no visible issues with the century-old seven-colored grass. It was only to be expected, after all. The bronze mirror was provided by the head of the Yin family. If any problems could be discerned from it, the Yin family would be remarkably foolish. "I wish I could examine them up close," Song Wen mused internally. He glanced around, noting that the 10 or so Yin family practitioners, having initially gathered around the bronze mirror out of curiosity, had now dispersed to various corners of the great ship, engaging in idle chatter or meditative practice, no longer paying him any heed. After standing before the bronze mirror for a short while, feeling somewhat bored, Song Wen began to look around and then gazed into the distance of the spirit field. After observing for a while, he moved to an unoccupied section of the ship's railing, resting his hands upon it as he stared into the horizon. Chapter 58. Ambush. Song Wen's every action appeared remarkably natural, drawing no particular attention from the cultivators of the Yin family aboard the ship. Unbeknownst to all, a small gray insect crawled down the hand that Song Wen had rested on the ship's railing. This was an ordinary jiagu insect. After months of nurturing his insects, Song Wen had gleaned some insights. While the black-bellied jia insect possessed greater combat capabilities, its potent aura made it more detectable. In contrast, the ordinary jia insect, albeit weaker, emitted a subtle presence, akin to that of a common bug, making it nearly undetectable. With his current qi cultivation at the 7th layer, Song Wen's mental strength could sense over 100 meters, a distance insufficient to perceive the spiritual fields. However, by channeling his mental energy into the jia insect, he extended his awareness to over 400 meters, allowing him to perceive parts of the spiritual fields. Song Wen directed the jia insect to land on the nearest 100-year rainbow grass. Immediately, with the aid of the insect, he enveloped the grass with his mental energy. gaining insight into its essence. First and foremost, he noted the thinness of its spiritual energy. The aura of this rainbow grass felt abnormally sparse, resembling more of a 10-year-old spiritual herb than a 100-year-old one. Intrigued, Song Wen examined the grass closely. Moments later, he confirmed that this rainbow grass was indeed merely 10 years old. The vibrant colors of its leaves and the black patterns along the edges were evidently painted with dye, making it resemble a genuine 100-year-old spiritual herb from afar. Song Wen lamented internally, realizing that even in the realm of cultivation, one could encounter fraudulent merchants. It seemed the Yin family had swapped out even the most peripheral spiritual herbs with imitations, suggesting that all genuine 100-year-old spiritual herbs had likely been removed from the fields, with even those aged 70 years probably taken by the Yin family. The family was disguising lower-aged spiritual herbs as high-aged ones to deceive the corpse demon sect, completing the sect's inventory under false pretenses. Yet, Song Wen pondered, what audacity had emboldened the Yin family to pilfer from the corpse demon sect? If they had already relocated the high-aged spiritual herbs, why linger in the poisonous swamp? Were they not afraid of being discovered and annihilated by the sect? Perhaps there still remained some high-aged spiritual herbs that had not reached their harvest age, compelling the Yin family to risk staying in the swamp to cultivate the rainbow grass. As Song Wen gazed into the distance at the spiritual fields, he speculated silently. The age of a spiritual herb does not necessarily indicate it has matured for a century. Factors such as the spiritual energy of the environment, climatic conditions, and the potency of the soil all influence the growth of these herbs. For instance, in regions where spiritual energy is scant, the likelihood of wild spiritual herbs appearing is minimal, and those over 100 years old are nearly impossible to find. Conversely, within abundant spiritual realms, one might encounter exceedingly rare high-aged herbs. Having cultivated the rainbow grass for many years, the Yin family had undoubtedly developed optimal planting techniques tailored for it. By leveraging these methods and the conducive environment of the poisonous swamp, they significantly accelerated the growth of the rainbow grass. Therefore, Song Wen surmised that the Yin family was likely hastening the maturation of a batch of high-aged rainbow grass. And once they achieved this, they would probably flee en masse. Contemplating this, Song Wen strolled back to the bronze mirror, feigning interest in the images within. He had uncovered the Yin family's secret regarding the rainbow grass, thus completing his sect's inventory task. His current objective was to return to the sect alive and report the Yin family's actions. Meanwhile, Yin Jingping, accompanied by the Yin family and Guotao, had spent nearly 2 hours giving a cursory tour of the high-aged spiritual fields before returning to the large ship. As soon as he boarded, Guotao wore a smile and spoke loudly to Song Wen. "Junior brother Jiyin, there are no issues with the spiritual herbs. I have already counted the high-aged herbs in the fields, and everything is in order. I believe you, too, have seen all of this through the bronze mirror." Song Wen nodded in agreement. "What you say is true, brother Gua. Our mission has been successfully completed. When shall we depart for the sect?" At his words, a glimmer of delight crossed the eyes of Guotao and the senior cultivators of the Yin family. Yin Jingping addressed Song Wen, saying, "Young friend Jiyin, why the haste? Upon returning to our Yin family's residence, we must host a proper banquet for you both. It would be remiss to let our sect colleagues think us ungracious." Song Wen hesitated, glancing at Guotao, awaiting his decision. He understood he could not appear overly eager. Any sign of impatience might alert the Yin family to his awareness. Seeing Song Wen's gaze, Guotao, the apparent leader of this endeavor, offered a reassuring smile before turning to Yin Jingping. "We appreciate your hospitality, but we still have sect duties to attend to, so we cannot linger." Yin Jingping replied, "Then let us host you both for dinner tonight, and you may set off early tomorrow morning." Guotao responded, "We will leave everything to your arrangement." Song Wen silently observed their exchange, compelled to admit the professionalism of their performance. Had he not already discerned the underlying strangeness, he would have easily viewed Yin Jingping as a warm and hospitable elder and Guotao as a responsible fellow disciple. The large ship began to glide toward the Yin family's residence. At that moment, an unforeseen event transpired. Over a dozen individuals clad in black garments emerged rapidly from the depths of the swampy forest. As they burst forth, they unleashed a barrage of premeditated spells and artifacts upon the ship. There were massive fireballs glowing red, invisible yet deadly wind blades, terrifying vengeful spirits shrouded in dark energy, and weapons radiating malevolent aura. Upon witnessing the sudden ambush, the faces of those aboard the ship turned pale. "Not good. An ambush. Raise the defensive shield. Yin Jinping's expression turned icy as he bellowed. No sooner had he spoken than a transparent barrier materialized, enveloping the entire ship. Countless attacks crashed against the shield, accompanied by deafening explosions that sent shockwaves throughout. The ship's defensive array proved remarkably robust, successfully thwarting the black-clad assailant's surprise attack. However, the force of the various assaults caused the vessel to sway violently, teetering precariously as if it might capsize at any moment. Flashes of red flames, ominous black, ghostly energy, and sickly green miasma. A conflux of energies erupted around the ship, obscuring the sky, and combined with the torrents of water churned up by the blasts. It gave Song Wen a surreal impression of being in an apocalyptic world. Chapter 59. The killing intent of Yin Jinping. Sensing the terrifying energy beyond the protective barrier, Song Wen felt as though he were a solitary boat amidst the monstrous waves of the deep sea, poised to be engulfed and consumed by a relentless tide, drawn into an abyss of despair. The prowess of these cloaked figures was formidable. Each strike was beyond Song Wen's capacity to withstand. All of them were cultivators in the late stages of chi refinement, with some even at the 8th and 9th layers of chi refinement. A chill of dread gripped Song Wen's heart. Yet, it was only to be expected. Who would dare venture into the miasmic swamps without sufficient strength to provoke the Yin family? On board the vessel, the members of the Yin family, including Guotao, were strategically positioned under Yin Jinping's command, each preparing their respective spells. Some summoned defensive artifacts, others activated talismans, while others readied offensive incantations. However, Song Wen seemed to have been forgotten by all, as if he were invisible to their eyes. Observing this scene, he quietly made his way to the stern of the ship. Song Wen understood that at this moment, no one would willingly shield him. Perhaps the Yin family even hoped for his demise, as it would divert the attention of the corpse demon sect away from the inventory of the seven-colored grass, and instead focus on pursuing these cloaked adversaries. The corpse puppet summoned by Song Wen stood protectively before him, his right hand gripping the ghostly shield, ready to activate it at a moment's notice, while his left hand held a flying talisman, poised for action. The ship had now reached the edge of the dense forest, surrounded by towering trees. With the strength of his own body, Song Wen could leap onto a nearby tree several dozen meters high, and with the aid of the flying talisman, he could swiftly vanish into the depths of the woods. The shield technique had also been activated by Song Wen, and as his spiritual energy deepened, the defensive prowess of the shield had significantly increased. Yet, against the onslaught of these late-stage chi refinement cultivators, it still seemed inadequate, though it afforded him some degree of protection. At that moment, a middle-aged cultivator, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, soared forth from among the cloaked figures. He was the leader of this group, known as Gui-san. Floating in midair, he wielded a crimson demon-slaying pestle, intricately carved with a fearsome visage at its base, from which a malevolent aura emanated. Gui-san proclaimed loudly, "I did not expect this ship's barrier to be so resilient, akin to a tortoise shell, capable of withstanding the attacks of over a dozen late-stage chi refinement cultivators. Yin Jinping, did you perhaps expend all the spirit stones your family has amassed over the years to construct this shell?" Upon seeing Gui-san, an overwhelming fury surged within Yin Jinping. "Gui-san, years ago, you were hunted by my Yin family and barely escaped with your life. Instead of living in obscurity, you dare to conspire with a band of rogues to once again challenge the dignity of the Yin family. Yin Jinping, your family slaughtered my entire clan in the past. Today, I shall repay that debt in full." Gui-san bellowed, his voice filled with rage. Yin Jinping surveyed the scene. The ship's barrier was faltering under the relentless assault of the cloaked cultivators, and his expression grew increasingly frigid. "Humph. A bunch of petty rascals dares to claim they will conquer the Yin family? Truly ignorant of their own insignificance. My Yin family is protected by a Foundation establishment ancestor, and we have the corpse demon sect backing us." His tone dripped with disdain for the cloaked figures, yet his words bore an undertone of trepidation. It was evident to any discerning eye that the strength of the cloaked figures far surpassed that of the Yin family. There were 12 cloaked cultivators present, all at the late stages of chi refinement, with 4 at the 9th layer. In contrast, the Yin family had only 4 late-stage cultivators, with merely 2 at the 9th layer. Moreover, these cloaked individuals were seasoned fighters, accustomed to skirting the edges of life and death, exuding a palpable aura of murderous intent. Even through the protective barrier, Song Wen could sense the chilling ferocity emanating from them. Foundation Establishment Ancestor. Corpse Demon Sect. Haraha. Guaisen erupted into maniacal laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. Do you think that my companions and I would dare to assault your Yin family without any preparation? For years Guai-san, have covertly gathered information about your family. Your ancestor has grown old and frail, having not shown himself in over a decade. Even if he is not dead, he is surely too weakened to exert significant combat prowess. You believe you have hidden well, but you have not eluded my eyes. Your family has been secretly colluding with the Nine Palaces sect, trafficking in the seven-colored grass. If the Corpse Demon sect were to learn of this, they would likely turn your entire family into soulless husks. As Guai-sen's laughter echoed, the demon-slaying pestle before him suddenly erupted with overwhelming power. He had been secretly channeling its energy while speaking with Yin Jinping, waiting for the opportune moment to deal a devastating blow to the ship's defensive formation. Guai-san's revelation sent shockwaves through the ship's occupants. With the 13 mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators of the Yin family wearing expressions of disbelief as they looked towards their patriarch. The Yin family had betrayed the Corpse Demon sect and allied with the Nine Palaces sect without their knowledge. Although the Nine Palaces sect primarily practiced righteous cultivation, their methods were rather audacious, embodying both virtuous and sinister traits. They did not slaughter innocents like the Corpse Demon sect, nor profess lofty morals like the genuine righteous sections. However, the Nine Palaces sect would certainly not appreciate the Yin family's focus on toxic arts, as no one wishes to befriend one who wields poison and could strike at any moment. From a certain perspective, poison cultivators were even less favored than demonic cultivators. The 5 late-stage Qi refinement cultivators, including Guatao, displayed evident panic, having never anticipated that their dealings with the Nine Palaces sect would be exposed, and that Guai-san would uncover their secret. Now that Guai-san had publicly disclosed this information, the Yin family was left with no avenue of retreat. They could only fight desperately, aiming to eliminate all non-Yin individuals present, stalling the spread of this news, and then relocate to the Nine Palaces sect if they wished to have any chance of survival. This was a strategy they had long discussed with the Nine Palaces sect, but now they were compelled to accelerate their plans. Yin Zhengping's cold gaze, filled with murderous intent, turned towards Song Wen at the stern of the ship. Chapter 60. The fierce battle. Yin Zhengping's gaze, filled with unmasked killing intent, sent shivers down Song Wen's spine. He was far from arrogant enough to believe he could withstand the assault of a ninth-layer Qi practitioner like Yin Jinping. Song Wen couldn't help but mentally scoff at Guai-san, considering him a lunatic. You have a deep-seated vendetta against the Yin family. Since you have already seized their weakness, why not directly inform the Corpse Demon sect? They would handle the Yin family, allowing you to avoid personal risk in seeking revenge. This made Song Wen suspect that Guai-san's gathering of so many desperate rogue cultivators was likely more about coveting the Yin family's wealth than actual vengeance. The Yin family's foundation had been weakened by the absence of their foundational ancestor and their betrayal of the Corpse Demon sect, leaving them without a powerful ally. Guai-san believed that he and the multitude of rogue cultivators now had the audacity to confront the Yin family directly. Just then, Guai-san unleashed a powerful strike. The demon-suppressing staff piercing the air with a speed that was almost deafening as it crashed into the protective barrier. The barrier, already on the verge of collapse from the attacks of numerous rogue cultivators, shattered under the full force of Guai-san's blow, scattering into countless motes of light that vanished into the ether. Although the staff's power diminished somewhat after breaching the barrier, it still surged forward with terrifying might, accompanied by a piercing whistle aimed directly at Yin Jinping. Yin Jinping's eyes turned icy as he sensed the overwhelming malice emanating from the staff. He could not afford to take it lightly and prepared to respond with all his strength. Green mist began to emanate from his body, soon enveloping him entirely, an indication of having cultivated poison techniques to a remarkable degree. 10 half-foot-long steel needles appeared in Yin Jinping's hands, their dark surfaces gleaming with a sinister green light, hinting at their potent toxicity. With a swift motion, he sent the 10 needles flying towards the demon-suppressing staff. A series of sharp, ringing clashes echoed as the needles struck the staff. The needles were repeatedly deflected, but the staff's momentum gradually waned. Yin Jinping and Guai-san were evenly matched in this fierce exchange, but the other passengers on the ship were not so fortunate. The residual force from the full-strength strikes of 2 ninth-layer Qi practitioners was not something to be taken lightly. The Yin family's mid-stage Qi practitioners received assistance from their late-stage counterparts to withstand the residual impact. As for Song Wen, he activated the flying talisman in his left hand the moment the staff shattered the barrier, propelling himself towards a large tree behind him. The corpse puppet clung tightly to his back, shielding him from potential attacks from behind. As the residual force surged forth, it struck the puppet, tearing apart its robust, gnarled muscles, revealing decayed innards and stark white bones. The corpse puppet, meticulously crafted from abundant resources by Song Wen, was nearly severed in half during its first exposure to outsiders. However, the residual force did not dissipate. Instead, it penetrated the puppet and struck Song Wen directly. In midair, Song Wen fully activated the corpse king blood refinement technique, enveloping himself in a shroud of corpse energy. His blood surged, his skin darkened to a deep iron hue, appearing dehydrated and withered, as powerful muscle fibers threatened to burst forth. His fingernails turned dark and sharp, gleaming with a chilling light. This transformation, a result of advancing to the fourth layer of Qi cultivation, significantly enhanced his physical strength, allowing him to withstand attacks from opponents of the same tier. The force transmitted through the corpse puppet no longer posed a threat to him. Instead, he harnessed this momentum to accelerate toward the tree. Climbing swiftly, he dared not linger, moving with the agility of a nimble monkey as he leapt deeper into the dense forest. With the assistance of the flying talisman, he navigated the gaps between trees, seeking the quickest route to distance himself from the battlefield. Behind him, various spells and artifacts collided with thunderous roars, sending splashes of water high into the air as colossal trees were shattered. Song Wen had no time to spare glancing back. All he could do was flee as far as possible, clinging to the hope of survival. The rogue cultivators clearly outmatched the Yin family's fighters, who were struggling merely to defend themselves, thus having no resources to pursue Song Wen. The rogues, seeing Song Wen as a mere third-layer Qi practitioner, underestimated him, mistaking him for a low-tier Yin family cultivator, and allowed him to escape unimpeded. Without further interference, within mere moments, Song Wen vanished into the dense woods, leaving no trace behind. The Yin family cultivators, gathered together under Yin Zhongping's leadership, fought valiantly against the rogue cultivator's siege. Yet, with their top-tier combatants significantly outnumbered, the Yin family's defenses began to falter. Yin Zhongping, previously calm, now showed signs of anxiety, frequently glancing around as if anticipating reinforcements. His hopes were not in vain. From the distant swamp, a group of cultivators clad in Yin family attire surged forward across the water, moving swiftly on surfboard-like devices. The seven-colored spirit herb field was the Yin family's most vital asset, and it was only natural for it to be guarded. These cultivators were the protectors of the spirit field, hidden among the surrounding forests to ward off beasts and rogue cultivators seeking to steal their precious herbs. Upon seeing the reinforcements, the Yin family cultivators' spirits lifted. Yin Zhongping bellowed, "Gui-san, today shall mark your end." Gui-san glanced at the approaching 20-odd Yin family cultivators, noting that the highest among them was merely at the 8th layer of Qi, with only 5 being late-stage practitioners. The rest were all mid-stage. Gui-san's expression became solemn, but he showed no signs of panic. Everything was still within his expectations. "Everyone, our feud with the Yin family is irreconcilable. We must utterly annihilate them and unleash our most potent techniques to avoid prolonged strife." The Yin family had dominated the poisonous swamp for over a century, and their treasure trove was undoubtedly filled with riches. If they could take down the Yin family, the rewards would far exceed their losses. The rogue cultivators exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with avarice. Despite their average talents, they had survived the brutal cultivation world to reach the late-stage Qi level through sheer ruthlessness and unscrupulous means. The rogue cultivators' attacks intensified, unleashing an array of bizarre techniques, including talismans, malevolent spirits, and vengeful souls. Chapter 61. The ancestor of the Yin family. Amidst the besieged Yin family cultivators, casualties arose in an instant. A 5th-layer Qi refinement Yin family cultivator had his head torn off by a malevolent spirit, while a 6th-layer cultivator was severed in half by a ferocious corpse. Witnessing the relentless demise of his kin, Yin Zhongping's eyes turned crimson, rage igniting within him. Despite his fury, he felt utterly helpless. As the most powerful member of the Yin family present, he was ensnared by Gui-san, leaving him unable to assist his clanmates. In a mere minute, nearly 20 Yin family cultivators perished, predominantly those in the mid-stages of qi refinement, with 3 from the late stages also falling. The remaining yin cultivators were mostly injured, their spiritual energy severely depleted. Even Yin Jingping, the family head, sustained a wound to his calf during his confrontation with Gui San, having been ambushed from behind. The yin cultivators appeared precariously close to collapse, as if at any moment they could be overwhelmed by rogue cultivators and slaughtered completely. Everyone, muster your strength. Let us first eliminate these late-stage qi refinement cultivators. The rest pose no threat, Gui San declared, buoyed by the thought of imminent victory. At that moment, from the distant marshlands, a figure soared through the skies on a sword. It was a foundation-building cultivator. The newcomer appeared aged, as if on the brink of death, yet exuded an overwhelming presence that enveloped the rogue cultivators below with a ferocious rage. This figure was none other than the ancestor of the Yin family, Yin Tiangong. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed 12 black poison needles, striking with the swiftness of lightning, silent as a coiled serpent lying in wait. The needles split their assault, targeting individual rogue cultivators. Upon his arrival in the battlefield, all present felt the weight of his formidable aura. The rogue cultivators were instantly gripped by fear. They had dared to attack the Yin family only because they had been misled by Gui San into believing that the aged ancestor had long since lost his foundation-building prowess or had even perished. Contrary to Gui San's assertions, Yin Tiangong appeared vibrant and sprightly, his complexion rosy, defying the claims of his impending demise. The rogue cultivators halted their attacks, gazing up at the frail figure in the sky with trepidation, hastily employing their defensive techniques in anticipation of the impending onslaught. The speed of the poison needles was astonishing. By the time the rogue cultivators noticed them, they were already mere yards away. Perhaps age had indeed taken its toll on Yin Tiangong. Or perhaps attempting to strike 12 late-stage qi refinement cultivators simultaneously had stretched his strength thin. His furious assault resulted in the death of only 3 rogue cultivators and left 4 severely wounded. The remaining 5 either sustained minor injuries or escaped unscathed, particularly the 4 ninth-layer qi refinement cultivators, who were merely knocked back several yards, appearing relatively unharmed. However, one middle-aged female cultivator of the 9th layer, after withstanding the onslaught of the poison needles, turned pale, blood surging within her, indicating internal injury. She summoned a shield that had previously deflected the needles and swiftly darted into the dense forest, seeking escape. The other surviving rogue cultivators followed suit, scattering in all directions, none daring to confront a foundation-building cultivator like Yin Tiangong. The 4 severely injured rogue cultivators, however, were slower to react and were promptly dispatched by the recovering Yin family cultivators. The 12 poison needles circled back, regrouping for another onslaught. The sounds of piercing flesh resonated as the needles struck, resulting in the deaths of 3 more rogue cultivators, including the female cultivator. Gui San, exerting all his strength, narrowly deflected one of the needles aimed at him. Yet, another needle pierced from behind, targeting his back. Realizing it was too late to defend himself, Gui San twisted his waist to evade. Though he was still too slow, while he avoided a fatal blow, the swift needle severed a portion of his forearm. With a cry of pain, Gui San looked down at the severed limb, blood gushing forth, but instead of the usual crimson hue, it was a dark, ominous shade. Clearly, he had been poisoned. The blood and flesh at the site of his injury had turned black, and the affliction was rapidly spreading towards his shoulder. With a fierce resolve, Gui San executed a decisive strike with his hand, severing the remaining portion of his arm. Blood erupted, yet it was now a vibrant red. Without hesitation, he fled into the depths of the forest. Another late-stage rogue cultivator was similarly struck by a poison needle, piercing through his abdomen. The toxin spread rapidly through his body, dark veins creeping across half of him. He consumed a pill of unknown origin, and after ingesting it, the black veins halted their advance, showing signs of retreat. He too dashed into the forest. Observing the 2 who had escaped into the woods, Yin Zhongping's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, tinged with urgency. Ancestor, why do we not pursue them? Shall we allow them to flee? Yin Tiangong shook his head, gradually controlling his descent to land upon the remnants of the dismantled ship. His complexion suddenly paled, and his aura waned dramatically. Ancestor, what ails you? Yin Jingping exclaimed in alarm. Ignoring his concerns, Yin Tiangong was too weakened to respond. Witnessing this, Yin Zhongping's expression darkened with worry as he rushed to his side. He produced several pills from his possession and placed them in Yin Tiangong's mouth, simultaneously channeling the waning spiritual energy within him to aid the ancestor in refining the pills. Everyone, Yin Zhongping addressed his kin, the ancestor is advanced in years, and exerting his spiritual energy has taken a toll on his frail body. With the immediate threat receding, we must remain vigilant. He turned to his third brother, Yin Gao, instructing, you lead a group to pursue Gui-san. Then, addressing another 8th-layer Yin cultivator, he commanded, Yin Wu, take several late-stage cultivators to hunt down the other rogue. We must ensure their demise. They are privy to the secrets of our Yin family, and should they reveal them, our clan may face annihilation. Chapter 62. The little fairy Yin Gao and Yin Wu led their clansmen in pursuit of the rogue cultivators. Meanwhile, Yin Jingping remained behind to fortify defenses, standing guard beside the venerable ancestor, Yin Tiangong. Though he initially intended to personally hunt down Gui-san, two factors hindered him. He had sustained a grievous injury, resulting in a shattered leg, and the ancestor, gravely wounded, required protection. Thus, he refrained from the chase. At that moment, Guotao limped over, having also sustained considerable injuries in the recent clash, yet he managed to preserve his life. Master, it seems that rascal Ji-in has managed to escape, he reported. Yin Jingping abruptly raised his head, realizing that Ji-in still posed a threat that needed to be eliminated. A wave of agitation washed over him. The best course of action for the Yin family was to expedite their migration to the territory of the Jiugong sect. However, such a hasty relocation would undoubtedly attract the attention of the corpse demon sect. For now, their only option was to conceal the Yin family's betrayal of the corpse demon sect, and by time to secure a safe passage for their kin. As for waiting for the last batch of high-grade 7-colored grass to mature for greater profit, Yin Jingping had long since abandoned that hope. His sole desire was to safeguard as many clan members as possible. Yin Jingping scanned Guotao's condition with his spiritual sense. Guotao's injuries were severe, rendering him unfit for the pursuit of Song Wen. His gaze swept across the remnants of the ship, assessing those clan members still capable of combat. Ultimately, his focus landed on a young man at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Yin Feng, come here, Yin Jingping commanded. Earlier that day, during the inventory of the 7-colored grass, Yin Feng had been aboard the ship. He was familiar with Song Wen and possessed adequate strength to hunt down the 3rd-level Qi refinement cultivator with relative ease. Given that most of the Yin family's combat-capable members had been taken by Yin Gao and Yin Wu, the task of pursuing Song Wen now fell to Yin Feng. Once Yin Feng approached, Yin Zhongping instructed, you must pursue Ji-in and ensure his demise before he escapes the marsh. Yin Feng replied, as you command, master. But with the marsh so expansive, which direction should I pursue? Yin Jingping, upon hearing this, felt a sense of confusion. He had not paid attention to Song Wen's escape route. Guotao interjected, during the battle, I was distracted by Ji-in. He likely headed southwest. Yin Jingping was taken aback. The southwest was the nearest exit from the marsh, a mere 200 miles away. It appears we have underestimated Ji-in, he lamented. At this point, over 2/4 of an hour had passed since Song Wen's departure. If he had continuously deployed flying talismans to flee, he could have already covered over 100 miles. Yin Feng, take a few clan members and pursue him immediately. As for Song Wen, after breaking away from the battlefield, he fled southwest. With the aid of flying talismans, his speed was remarkable, allowing him to leap over distances of nearly 100 meters with each bound. Beyond that, his forward momentum would significantly decrease, hampering his overall escape speed. 15 minutes later, the flying talisman expired. Without hesitation, Song Wen activated another talisman. Without it, his speed through the dense marsh would diminish by more than 50%. Half an hour later, having used 4 flying talismans, Song Wen finally emerged from the marsh. Upon exiting, he was met by an unexpected figure, Yin Yiwen. Spotting her, Song Wen's heart raced. With her strength at the 7th level of Qi refinement, he was certain he wouldn't stand a chance in direct confrontation. Fortunately, when Gui-san exposed the Yin family's collusion with the Jiugong sect, Yin Yiwen had not been present, likely leaving her unaware of Song Wen's knowledge regarding the Yin family's betrayal of the corpse demon sect. Song Wen speculated that Yin Yiwen might not even know of the family's treachery, as she was still young and her disposition not yet mature. The higher-ups of the Yin family would likely withhold such secrets from her. With this thought in mind, he feigned composure, fixing his gaze on her, cautious not to make any rash moves. As Song Wen noticed Yin Yiwen, she, 2. Recognized the disheveled figure fleeing before her. Her eyes were filled with disdain. Just as Song Wen had surmised, she remained oblivious to the Yin family's betrayal and the fact that her kin were pursuing him. Earlier, while cultivating within the clan, she received a message from the ancestor regarding an attack on the Yin family. Upon receiving the urgent communication from Yin Jingping, who utilized secretive methods to relay the message, Yin Tiangong acknowledged the gathering of formidable rogue cultivators led by Gui-san. Aware of his own frailty due to age, Yin Tiangong doubted his ability to repel the attackers. To preserve the lineage of the Yin family, he instructed the most talented member, Yin Yuan, to flee alone. Should the Yin family face annihilation, at least a trace of their bloodline would survive, offering a chance for resurgence. Though unwilling to abandon her clan, Yin Yuan ultimately succumbed to Yin Tiangong's authority and chose to escape alone. After emerging from the marsh, she sought refuge in a dense thicket, only to inadvertently encounter the fleeing Song Wen. Regarding Song Wen's desperate flight, Yin Yuan gave little thought. To her, it seemed he had been frightened by Gui-san's group, prompting his panicked retreat to the marsh's edge. She cast a contemptuous glance at him before turning away, dismissing him entirely. In her eyes, he was a weakling, timid and cowardly, a true example of a lowly individual. However, she soon noticed that Song Wen's gaze remained fixed upon her, accustomed to the attention of admirers. Yin Yuan was unfazed by his scrutiny. Her exceptional talents and striking beauty made her the center of attention both within and outside the clan. She took pride in this attention, seeing it as a testament to her allure. Yet today, preoccupied with concerns for her clan's safety, she found Song Wen's gaze irritating rather than flattering. Furrowing her brow, she coldly admonished, "Jiyin, if you dare to look again, I shall gouge out your eyes. Do not think that just because you are on a mission for the sect, I am powerless to act against you." Taken aback by Yin Yuan's sharp rebuke, Song Wen initially froze, then felt a surge of satisfaction. It appeared this foolish girl knew nothing. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder about the disdain and inexplicable superiority she radiated. Did she truly believe he was enamored with her? Was this the essence of a fairy in the cultivation world? As thoughts raced through his mind, Song Wen maintained an outward demeanor of trepidation. "I wouldn't dare. I am leaving this instant," he stammered, sidestepping Yin Yuan and hastening toward a distant mountain, quickly vanishing into the thicket. Once Song Wen had departed for a short while, Yin Yuan suddenly realized, "Oh no, I should have inquired about the battle's outcome." However, given Song Wen's lowly strength, he likely fled at the onset of the conflict, remaining unaware of the situation. What a pointless question, she muttered to herself. Chapter 63. Relentless Pursuit. After confirming that Yin Yuan was not in pursuit, Song Wen felt a measure of relief. The rapid leaps through the forest had taken a significant toll on his body, leaving him somewhat fatigued. Nevertheless, he understood that rest was not an option. He must distance himself from the marsh as much as possible, ideally returning to the sect swiftly. He produced a swift motion talisman, affixing it to himself, and accelerated towards the direction of his sect. He chose not to employ a flight talisman. Firstly, the trees in the mountainous region were not as towering as those in the marsh, with many areas dominated by low shrubs. Flying too high might expose his whereabouts. Secondly, he had limited flight talismans left, necessitating conservation. The swift motion talisman, commonly used by Qi practitioners for travel, enhanced his speed considerably, nearly doubling it. Moreover, the talisman had a long duration, lasting an hour. Its only drawback was that it did not allow practitioners to soar over valleys and rivers as a flight talisman would. After about an hour of rapid movement through the forest, covering over 200 miles of mountainous terrain, the swift motion talisman reached the end of its effectiveness. Just as he prepared to stop and seek a concealed cave for a brief rest, his mental perception sensed several auras rapidly approaching from behind. One of the auras felt familiar. It belonged to someone from the Yin family, likely one of those who had shared the boat with him in the morning. It appeared that the Yin family had defeated Gui-san and his companions and were now intent on pursuing him. A sense of trepidation gripped Song Wen. Quickly, he activated another swift motion talisman and simultaneously began to burn his essence blood, employing the blood escape technique, which dramatically increased his running speed, allowing him to quickly widen the gap between himself and his pursuers. The 6 individuals in pursuit were led by Yin Feng. They had encountered Yin Yuan at the marsh's edge and learned from her the direction in which Song Wen had fled, prompting their chase. Among these 6, only Yin Feng possessed the strength of the 6th layer of Qi practice, while the others were at the 5th layer. They, too, utilized swift motion talismans, which allowed them to catch up with Song Wen, who dared not pause for a moment. Seeing Song Wen's figure receding into the distance, Yin Feng felt a surge of excitement. "My fellow clansmen," he exclaimed, "extreme Yin lies ahead. If we can catch him and eliminate him, the clan leader will surely reward us handsomely upon our return." The others were invigorated by his words, increasing their speed. However, they soon witnessed a thick mist of blood emanating from Song Wen, and his speed surged once more, quickly distancing him further from them. Dumbfounded, they could not comprehend how Song Wen had managed such a sudden increase in velocity. Was this the escape speed of a 3rd-layer Qi practitioner? Yin Feng, possessing more experience, quickly recognized that Song Wen was employing the blood escape technique, which came at the cost of burning his essence blood. Such speed could not be sustained for long. "Do not panic, everyone," he instructed. "What this child is using is the blood escape technique from the corpse demon sect, which will rapidly deplete his essence blood, posing no real threat." Despite his reassurances, as Song Wen's figure continued to recede, soon vanishing from sight, Yin Feng felt a pang of anxiety. He could not allow Song Wen to escape. If he did, the Yin family would face brutal retribution from the corpse demon sect. "I will pursue him first. You follow my lead," he commanded, increasing his speed significantly and racing towards Song Wen's fleeing direction. Although Yin Feng's cultivation was only slightly superior to the others, his speed was markedly faster, nearly comparable to that of a 7th-layer Qi practitioner. "Very well, we shall follow," one of the Yin family members replied. With Yin Feng's full-speed chase, he managed to keep pace with Song Wen, who remained steadfast in his flight. "Extreme Yin, give up. You cannot escape from the Yin family. Surrender, and I shall grant you a swift end," Yin Feng bellowed. However, Song Wen paid him no heed, continuing his relentless journey. Moments passed, and the 5 Yin practitioners at the 5th layer fell far behind, completely out of sight. Watching Song Wen's intermittent figure ahead, Yin Feng gritted his teeth in frustration. "Curse it. I wonder how much essence blood you have left to burn." His swift motion talisman had expired, compelling him to activate another. A quarter of an hour later, Song Wen's speed remained undiminished, enveloped in a swirling aura of blood energy, as if he possessed an inexhaustible supply of essence blood. Yin Feng, trailing behind, found it hard to believe that a 3rd-layer Qi practitioner could possess such a reserve of essence blood. It defied all logic. Even a well-endowed body refinement practitioner would have long since exhausted their essence blood, succumbing to depletion and death. As he continued the pursuit, Yin Feng grew increasingly astonished. It truly seemed that Song Wen had an endless supply of essence blood, maintaining his speed. Thus, they chased each other for over an hour, while the 5 Yin practitioners had long since vanished from view. Realizing that he could not shake Yin Feng after such a prolonged pursuit, Song Wen began to feel anxious. The lengthy journey had drained a significant portion of his spiritual energy, leaving him with less than 20% remaining. If this continued, he would inevitably be caught by Yin Feng due to insufficient spiritual power. He needed to devise a plan to eliminate this threat. As a 7th-layer Qi practitioner, Song Wen was aware of Yin Feng's condition. After their previous battle and a prolonged chase, Yin Feng was not in optimal shape, with only about 30% of his spiritual energy remaining. "Perhaps I have an opportunity to defeat him," Song Wen contemplated. In that moment, a talisman quietly appeared in his right palm, while he held a black orb in his left hand. Then, he began to retract his surrounding blood energy, feigning a state of essence blood depletion. Observing this, Yin Feng felt a glimmer of hope. Initially, his pursuit of Song Wen was driven solely by a desire to eliminate a significant threat to his family. However, upon witnessing Song Wen's unreasonably abundant essence blood, he began to entertain selfish thoughts. He wanted to capture Song Wen alive to uncover the secrets he possessed. "Extreme Yin, surrender and return with me to the Yin family. Perhaps the clan leader will spare your life." Yin Feng attempted to entice him. He feared that if Song Wen were to fight back, while he could easily overpower him, a desperate Song Wen might escape, taking with him the secrets that could otherwise be revealed. Chapter 64. The Silver Serpent descends before him. Song Wen received no response from Song Wen, whose aura began to wane dramatically, the deathly energy enveloping him gradually dissipating. Was this a sign of depleting spiritual power? Yin Feng's heart surged with joy. The more severe the decline of Ji Yin's strength, the greater the likelihood of capturing him alive. Yet, before he could revel in this, he sensed an unusual shift in Ji Yin's aura. The once dense, deathly energy vanished in an instant, replaced by a palpable righteousness. This sensation was utterly bizarre, akin to a bloodthirsty butcher transforming into a compassionate monk in the blink of an eye. Yin Feng, instead of being alarmed, felt elated. Ji-in indeed harbored profound secrets. If he could subdue Ji-in, those secrets would be his for the taking. Just then, a formidable celestial might emanated from Ji-in, saturating the air with a force that seemed capable of purging all impurities from the world. What was this? Yin Feng could no longer afford to be pleased. A chill crept into his heart. He hastily activated his poison technique, green mist swirling around him, gradually coalescing into a green bronze bell that enveloped him in its protective embrace. The bell thickened, resembling a genuine bronze cauldron. Before the transformation of the green bell could be completed, a dazzling silver lightning bolt appeared in the sky, followed by a thunderous clap as the silver serpent cleaved through the air, directly striking Yin Feng. Boom! The silver serpent collided with the green bronze bell, producing a deafening roar. Trees surrounding the epicenter of the attack swayed violently, as if the very ground were quaking. Yin Feng, at the heart of the assault, was instantly cloaked in silver, blindingly bright. The lightning struck swiftly and departed just as quickly. Within a 10-meter radius, all trees were obliterated, leaving nothing but destruction in their wake. The ground where Yin Feng stood was stripped bare. His protective green bell vanished without a trace, along with his entire left arm. Though gravely injured, Yin Feng survived, his face contorted in agony, reflecting a twisted madness. Excellent, excellent. I did not expect you to wield the Thunder Talisman exclusive to righteous cultivators. I must capture you, extract your soul, and torment you slowly. For I desire all the secrets you possess. Song Wen paid no heed to Yin Feng's threats. Villains often meet their demise through their own verbosity. Internally, Song Wen felt dissatisfied with the effectiveness of the heavenly Thunder Talisman that had severely wounded Yin Feng. This was a top-tier first-grade talisman, exceedingly rare in the realm of lightning magic, capable of gravely injuring or even killing a late-stage Qi cultivator. Yet, it had merely left Yin Feng heavily wounded. Could it be that the talisman sold to him by Senior Su was of inferior quality? However, the lightning just witnessed did not appear subpar. He was indeed shaken by the ferocity and swiftness of that lightning. It embodied the power that a cultivator should command. He found himself yearning for the day when he too could harness the might of thunder. With one hand wielding lightning and the other controlling corpses, the thought alone was exhilarating. Amidst these chaotic thoughts, Song Wen's actions remained swift. Before Yin Feng could finish his words, he hurled the black orb in his left hand. Boom! The black orb detonated half a meter in front of Yin Feng. The sudden explosion tightened Yin Feng's heart. He believed Song Wen had unleashed another potent lightning technique. Yet, it turned out to be a mere flash in the pan. He felt a few small iron shards embed themselves in his body, but their power was minimal, only breaking the skin without inflicting any significant harm. Had he not just been struck by the Thunder Talisman, these shards would have posed no threat to his defenses. Just a thunderbolt grenade, attempting to attack a sixth-layer Qi cultivator with mundane weaponry? Yin Feng scoffed. In his eyes, Song Wen had exhausted all options. Yin Feng's gaze became electric, fixating on Song Wen as he prepared to deliver a devastating strike to seize him. At that moment, he suddenly felt an intense burning sensation from the iron shards, which rapidly spread throughout his body. Within mere breaths, he turned crimson, resembling a boiled shrimp. Yin Feng let out a piercing scream, unable to maintain his footing, collapsing to the ground, his body curling in on itself as uncontrollable tremors overtook him. Ji-in, you treacherous scoundrel, you dare to use poison? As a practitioner of the poison technique, Yin Feng understood all too well that he had succumbed to a particularly insidious and rare toxin, one that typical poisons could not affect him. Cultivators of poison techniques possessed significantly greater resistance to toxins than ordinary practitioners. Seeing Yin Feng in such agony, blood seeping from his orifices, Song Wen's taut nerves finally relaxed a fraction. Aware that he would be no match for Yin Feng in direct confrontation, he had initially intended to rely on the Thunder Talisman and poison to eliminate him. However, the talisman's power had proven somewhat disappointing. He had expected it to obliterate his opponent, yet it had only managed to inflict heavy injury. Fortunately, he had prepared a backup plan, coating the Thunder Grenade with a potent toxin. The effects of the toxin exceeded expectations, even overwhelming a practitioner of poison techniques like Yin Feng. Though this was greatly aided by Yin Feng's prior injuries. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Song Wen knew he could not afford to linger over Yin Feng. With a flick of his wrists, he conjured 2 fireball talismans. Go! The 2 fireballs, each the size of a human head, soared forth, crashing down upon Yin Feng's head. Half of Yin Feng's skull was obliterated, and he instantly ceased to breathe. Song Wen leaped forward, one hand reaching for Yin Feng's storage bag at his waist, while the other plunged toward his chest. Having just utilized the blood escape technique, which consumed a considerable amount of his essence blood, he sought to replenish his vitality. As soon as Song Wen grasped the storage bag, he sensed the approach of others. Yin Feng's fellow clansmen, all at the 5th layer of Qi cultivation, were drawing near. How could they arrive so swiftly? They were relentless. Song Wen had no choice but to abandon the idea of devouring Yin Feng's essence blood and turn to flee. However, as he did so, over 20 small gray dots silently fell around Yin Feng's corpse. Soon, Song Wen's figure vanished into the dense forest. The 5 latecomers, hearing the commotion from the prior battle, had initially assumed Yin Feng had emerged victorious. Yet, upon arrival, they found only the remnants of Yin Feng's shattered body. How is this possible? Yin Feng is a 6th layer Qi cultivator. How could he be defeated by Ji Yin, who is only at the 3rd layer? The 5 encircled Yin Feng's body, disbelief saturating their voices. What shall we do now? Ji Yin defeated Yin Feng. Even united, we may not be able to capture him, one of them remarked. The 5 hovered around Yin Feng's remains, engulfed in a brief silence. Chapter 65. The elusive goo worm. All 5 individuals could sense the lingering power of thunder on Yin Feng's body, while Ji Yin was evidently a practitioner of demonic arts. It is widely acknowledged that practitioners of such arts cannot wield the power of heavenly thunder, implying that Ji Yin's method of killing Yin Feng did not stem from his own strength, but rather from an external source. It was likely that Ji Yin had employed some peculiar magical artifact to defeat Yin Feng. Such artifacts are typically bound by limitations, preventing infinite use. Otherwise, Ji Yin would not have been relentlessly pursued. Therefore, if the 5 of them united in an all-out assault against Ji Yin, there existed a significant chance to vanquish him, albeit with the certainty that at least one of them would perish in the process. Initially, they had believed that pursuing Ji Yin would be a trivial matter, but the prospect of death now loomed over them, instilling a sense of dread and hesitation. Ji Yin must die. Should he survive and relay the betrayal of the Yin family to the corpse demon sect, none of the Yin family members would stand a chance of survival. After a brief silence, one of them spoke up, rousing the other 4 from their stupor. Indeed, Ji Yin must perish. If he remained alive, the entire Yin family would face annihilation. Let us retrieve Yin Feng's body and continue our pursuit of Ji Yin. He has likely paid a heavy price for slaying Yin Feng, and he should not be far. Agreed. A man clad in gray crouched down, reaching towards Yin Feng's corpse to stow it within his storage bag. Suddenly, several grayish small worms erupted from Yin Feng's body, lunging directly at his face. The proximity was too close, and the worms moved with lightning speed. The gray-clad man, caught off guard, had not anticipated any hidden danger lurking on Yin Feng's corpse. He had no time to react as the worms struck his face. The worms swiftly burrowed into his nostrils, making their way into his brain. In sheer terror, the gray-clad man instinctively leaped up, shouting, "This is bad. We are ambushed." The events unfolded too quickly for the other 4 to comprehend, prompting one to inquire, "What's wrong, old 5? There are things invading my brain." The gray-clad man replied, his expression a mask of horror. He could feel 5 small worms crawling through the crevices of his brain towards the core. Yet he was at a loss as to how to expel them without harming his brain matter. "What in the world are they?" one person asked anxiously. "Worms. Worms." Another exclaimed, "If they are merely worms, can't we use spiritual energy to force them out?" "I cannot." The gray-clad man shook his head, clearly having attempted that already. The strength of these worms was formidable. Despite exerting all his spiritual energy to pressure them, he could only slow their advance, unable to confine or expel them entirely. Suddenly, the gray-clad man clutched his head, collapsing to the ground in anguished screams that tore through the air. Listening to his harrowing cries sent shivers down the spines of the other 4. One had just begun to approach the gray-clad man when another, in a voice filled with dread, exclaimed, "Could it be the goo worms?" Upon hearing this, those who had intended to assist immediately recoiled, and the 4 of them collectively stepped back 2 paces. "Goo worms." The 4 gazed in disbelief at the writhing gray-clad man, unable to fathom the words they had just heard. How could an outer sect disciple of the corpse demon sect, at the third level of chi cultivation, possibly cultivate goo worms? Could it be the work of a powerful individual's disciple? While they were at a loss for what to do, one suddenly felt a sharp pain at the delicate juncture of his thigh, akin to being pierced by a steel nail. Instinctively, he raised a hand to strike, but hesitated, recalling the fragility of that region. Just then, he felt a pang from his shunkei acupoint as a goo worm made its way through his navel and into his abdomen. The same fate befell the other three, each of them assaulted by the elusive goo worms at their most vulnerable spots. In an instant, cries of agony filled the air. Though the black-bellied beetle goo were small, their cultivation level was indeed at the fourth stage of chi, having infiltrated the bodies of the cultivators. Their strikes proved too potent for even those at the fifth stage to withstand. Wherever the black-bellied beetle goo attacked, flesh was left mangled. Even the hardest bones of the human body would shatter under a single blow. Moments later, the cries ceased. All five had fallen silent. At that moment, Song Wen emerged slowly from the dense forest. It turned out he had not strayed far, remaining concealed within the thicket. Using his mental energy to observe the movements of the five and directing the black-bellied beetle goo to assault them. His mental strength far surpassed theirs, allowing him to monitor their actions undetected. Upon noting their presence, he had prepared to ambush them with the goo worms. He concealed the black-bellied beetle goo within Yanfeng's corpse and the surrounding soil, masking their scent with the residual power of thunder nearby. Additionally, the goo worms were adept at hiding their presence, which enabled them to strike the five successfully. After employing the blood escape technique, Song Wen's speed exceeded that of the five, ensuring his invincibility in this encounter. As he approached them, over 20 black-bellied beetle goo were still wriggling within their bodies, feasting upon their essence. At this moment, the vital fluids and marrow within the corpses were nearly depleted. It remained a mystery how the diminutive black-bellied beetle goo managed to consume such substances. Song Wen shook his head in resignation. He had initially intended to extract the five's essence, but it was evident that their bodies had lost any value for such consumption. However, as their souls had not yet departed, they were excellent materials for cultivating the spirit-forbidden technique to enhance his mental power. He would not let them go to waste. After spending several moments, Song Wen completely devoured the souls of the five, along with the blood and spirit remnants from Yanfeng's corpse, and subsequently stored all 6 bodies in his storage bag. Turning, Song Wen set off towards the direction of the corpse demon sect. Shortly thereafter, a vast river obstructed his path. The river was extraordinarily wide, spanning several miles, and appeared boundless, with its turbulent yellow waters surging forth. Seeing this river, Song Wen realized he had not lost his way. It was the necessary route back to the sect. The sight of the river indicated that he had traversed a significant portion of his journey. He lifted his gaze to the sky. The sun had already dipped below the horizon, casting a dim light over the surroundings, rendering the forest indistinct. Song Wen produced a flying talisman and activated it, soaring into the air towards the opposite bank of the river. When he reached the center of the river, he discarded the 6 corpses, which were quickly engulfed by the waves, disappearing from sight. Before the flying talisman lost its potency, Song Wen found a crevice in a cliff to hide within. He did not intend to travel by night. Visibility was impaired, and navigating the unfamiliar forest could lead to unforeseen dangers. Moreover, after fleeing continuously, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted, necessitating a period of meditation to recuperate. Chapter 66. The Fallen Ghost 3. The night passed in silence. That evening, Song Wen refined 3 energy-replenishing pills, restoring a considerable portion of his internal spiritual power. As dawn broke, he emerged from the crevices of the cliff and, upon reaching the summit, set forth towards the direction of the corpse demon sect. The dense forest was overgrown with trees and weeds, and with numerous vines entwined throughout. His journey, relying solely on the strength of his body without the aid of talismans, was not particularly swift. After more than 2 hours of running, he had traversed only about 300 miles of rugged terrain. Suddenly, as he sprinted, Song Wen perceived a shadow overhead. Extending his mental energy to investigate, he recognized the figure as none other than Ghost 3. Ghost 3 appeared gravely injured. Upon Song Wen's notice, he plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground a dozen meters ahead. The impact shattered several large trees, and he rolled along the ground for several meters before being halted by a tree trunk. Blood gushed from his mouth, mixed with fragments of his internal organs. Ghost 3, upon noticing Song Wen, was oblivious to his identity. having deemed him too weak during the battle with the Yin family the previous day to warrant attention. "Fellow cultivator, save me. I will reward you handsomely," he gasped, expending his last ounce of strength before losing consciousness, collapsing to the ground motionless. Startled by the unforeseen turn of events, Song Wen quickly scanned the vicinity with his mental energy, finding no one else present, which offered him a modicum of relief. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant and did not rashly approach Ghost 3. He activated a speed talisman and employed the blood escape technique, enveloping himself in a swirling aura of blood energy, dramatically increasing his speed as he darted into the thicket, vanishing from sight. As for the promised rewards from Ghost 3, Song Wen dismissed the notion with a scoff. He believed that should he attempt to assist Ghost 3, once the latter regained his strength, his first act would likely be to eliminate Song Wen. Ghost 3, a notorious bandit, thrived on pillaging and slaughtering other cultivators to acquire cultivation resources. The idea of appealing to Ghost 3's better nature for benefits was a fool's errand. There was a fleeting moment when Song Wen contemplated the possibility of slaying Ghost 3 and seizing his resources. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. A cultivator like Ghost 3, who lived perpetually on the brink of life and death, might appear on the verge of collapse like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Yet one could never ascertain whether he had a hidden card up his sleeve. What if he was merely feigning unconsciousness? Approaching him could very well lead to Song Wen's own demise. Upon witnessing Song Wen's unhesitating retreat, Ghost 3's lips twitched slightly. He had narrowly escaped the relentless pursuit of the Yin family's experts, but was grievously wounded and deeply poisoned due to the Yin family's toxic techniques. His healing and detoxifying pills had been entirely consumed. He had initially believed he was doomed. Yet as he drained the last vestiges of spiritual power from his body to pilot his flying vessel, he had spotted a traveling cultivator below in the dense forest. Thus, he placed his last hope of survival in this stranger. He retracted his vessel to descend. However, at that moment, the poison he had been suppressing suddenly erupted, causing him to lose control and crash to the ground. He had intended to lure the nascent Qi cultivator, yet to his dismay, the stranger had fled. Are you truly that desperate for survival? Do you not desire even a modicum of fortune? A gravely injured cultivator lands before you, and you remain unmoved, Ghost 3 lamented. As his grip on his magical artifact slackened, his consciousness grew increasingly hazy until he succumbed to unconsciousness. 2 hours later, the Yin family's cultivators, scouring for traces of Ghost 3, finally arrived at the scene. Yin Gao descended first, and upon seeing the barely alive Ghost 3, a sinister smile crept across his lips. To dare oppose the Yin family, you shall not die so easily. Someone, administer a detoxifying pill, and then pierce his dantian. Bring him back to the clan. I will extract his soul and forge a soul lamp, ensuring his spirit endures eternal torment by fire. This is the consequence of offending the Yin family. The 3 cultivators following Yin Gao promptly obeyed his orders. Yin Gao was in high spirits. Another fleeing bandit had already been eliminated by a separate team from the Yin family, with Ghost 3 now in his grasp. It meant that all the bandits who had attacked the Yin family had been eradicated. However, he had heard whispers that the disciple of the corpse demon sect, Jiyin, tasked with the inspection mission, was still unaccounted for, presenting a significant concern. Nevertheless, a mere nascent Qi cultivator posed little threat. It was only a matter of time before the Yin family would locate him, and there was no chance he would return alive to the corpse demon sect. One of the Yin family women binding Ghost 3 surveyed the surrounding trees and underbrush before addressing Yin Gao, third uncle. There appear to be signs of other individuals having been here. Muscular Yin Gao, lacking in observational skills, looked puzzled and inquired, "What do you mean, Xiaoqiu?" The woman, named Yin Xiao, was known within the Yin family for her keen intellect. She pointed out several locations, explaining, although Ghost 3 fell from the sky and created a mess, a careful examination reveals signs of another person's activities in these areas, as the grass has been trampled. Yin Gao scrutinized the spots indicated by Yin Xiao for a long time, but could not discern anything significant. Yet, he understood his own limitations. While he possessed commendable physical prowess, his intellect was not particularly sharp. Since Yin Xiao asserted that there were traces of another's presence, it could not be dismissed lightly. What could this mean? Could it be Ghost 3's accomplices? Yin Gao pondered aloud. Yin Xiao shook her head, replying, "I cannot say for certain, but if they were truly Ghost 3's allies, there would be no reason to leave him here unattended. Even if they could not take him with them, they should have at least granted him a swift end." At that moment, a figure suddenly descended from the sky in a hurried manner. "I have seen third uncle." The newcomer clasped his hands in greeting to Yin Gao and said, "Why the rush?" Yin Gao inquired. "Yin Feng and the 6 others were tasked with pursuing Ji Yin but have yet to return. Recently, a family member discovered traces of a battle. Upon thorough investigation, the family believes Yin Feng and the others have been slain, and Ji Yin has likely escaped." Ji Yin has escaped. Yin Gao could hardly believe his ears. How could he have defeated Yin Feng and the others? Yin Xiao too was incredulous. After a brief moment of shock, she spoke, "Third uncle, could these traces belong to Ji Yin? This area leads directly towards the corpse demon sect." Chapter 67. The City of 3 Corpses. It is inconceivable. The distance from the swamp spirit fields is over 1,000 miles. How could Ji Yin, with only the cultivation of the 3rd level of qi refinement, possibly traverse such a vast expanse in a single day? Yin Gao immediately dismissed the notion. Yin Xiao also found it somewhat absurd, yet upon reflection, considering that all 6 of Yin Feng's party had perished while pursuing Ji Yin, it seemed plausible that Ji Yin had concealed his true abilities. If Ji Yin possessed mid-level qi refinement skills and was aided by travel talismans, then 1,000 miles in a day becomes reasonable. Yin Xiao articulated his conjecture. Yin Gao, upon hearing this, acknowledged, "Your theory holds merit. What should we do now?" Yin Xiao replied, "Our course of action must be for you and me to continue pursuing Ji Yin, while the others escort Gui Sen back to the clan and relay the news of Ji Yin's whereabouts. Should we fail to catch Ji Yin, the clan must have contingency plans." Lacking a more astute suggestion, the physically robust but intellectually simple Yin Gao nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us proceed accordingly." With a casual wave, he produced a flying vessel, saying, "Xiao Qiao, come aboard. We shall pursue Ji Yin by air." The 2 boarded the vessel, heading towards the direction of the corpse demon sect, while the others, escorting Gui San, returned to the Yin family stronghold. Having distanced himself from Gui San, Song Wen did not dare to relax and maintained a rapid pace. He understood that since he had fortuitously encountered Gui San, it was equally likely that members of the Yin family could be on his trail. Now was not the time for complacency. Consequently, he pressed on at full speed, utilizing the swift movement talisman and employing the blood escape technique to hasten his journey. As the sun descended towards the horizon, a small city emerged ahead. This city, known as the City of 3 Corpses, was directly governed by the corpse demon sect. It was rich in mysterious iron ore, with its inhabitants predominantly enslaved miners. Subjugated by the corpse demon sect for generations, toiling in perpetual hardship without hope of liberation. In order for these miners to perpetuate their lineage, the corpse demon sect specifically bred a population by selecting naturally tall men to violate female miners, coercing them to bear offspring. For these miners, suffering was eternal. Life and death alike were steeped in misery. Upon their demise, their remains were not wasted. Despite their agonies, the meager blood they produced could still be utilized in the great corpse transforming formation, refining the corpse energy to aid the disciples of the corpse demon sect in their cultivation. In other words, Song Wen was also entwined in the fate of these miners, as his cultivation of the blood refinement technique required significantly more corpse energy than that of ordinary disciples, a substantial portion of which came from the vertical shafts within the caves. The souls of the miners were also extracted to forge various toxic artifacts. Song Wen intended to spend the night within the City of 3 Corpses, opting against traveling by night, knowing that the Yin family would undoubtedly mobilize all their resources to find him. Traveling at night, when cultivators were sparse, would only heighten the risk of exposure. The City of 3 Corpses lay a mere 200 miles from the corpse demon sect, with a continuous flow of both sect disciples and rogue cultivators between the 2 locations, facilitated by large merchant ships. Song Wen planned to take a ship back to the corpse demon sect the following day, confident that the Yin family's solitary foundation-laying cultivator could not influence the large vessels affiliated with the corpse demon sect. From a distance, Song Wen spotted the city gates of the City of 3 Corpses, where not only city guards were stationed, but also several cultivators from the Yin family. A flicker of concern crossed his brow as he questioned whether his movements had been compromised. His gaze then fell to his chest, where he concealed 6 storage bags obtained from the deceased Yin Feng and his companions. In the world of cultivation, it was common for cultivators to fragment their spiritual energy, attaching it to their disciples or objects, forming spiritual imprints through which they could sense the general location of their disciples. However, Song Wen was confident in carrying the 6 storage bags, as they were prepared for such contingencies. The spiritual energy of Qi refinement cultivators, and even the consciousness possessed by foundation-laying cultivators, is a manifestation of soul power. As long as it was soul power, it could be devoured by Song Wen's physical form, nourishing his spiritual sea. Upon first learning of spiritual imprints, Song Wen had formed this hypothesis. To test his theory, he had previously conducted experiments with Chun Yi and Su Shixiao. Without exception, the spiritual imprints they left on their belongings were effortlessly consumed by Song Wen. When he grasped their marked items, he could distinctly sense the spiritual energy being absorbed. Later, he confirmed with them that they indeed lost their connection to those items. He chose Chun Yi for testing due to their familiarity, making it easier to approach her, while Su Shixiao was selected for his superior strength. The outcomes of these 2 tests, one strong and one weak, substantiated his theory. Calming his mind, bolstered by confidence in his unique ability, Song Wen dismissed the chaotic thoughts swirling in his head. The presence of Yin family cultivators in the City of 3 Corpses likely indicated they had discovered traces of the 6 deceased individuals and had inferred his speed, prompting their thorough search in the city. Before entering, Song Wen skillfully masked his aura, first revealing his cultivation of the 4th level of Qi refinement, and then concealing his entire corpse energy. Utilizing a mundane disguise technique, he altered his appearance to resemble a middle-aged cultivator. In this manner, not only had his appearance changed, but his aura was also entirely different. Even if Guitao, who had spent days with him, were to approach, he would likely fail to recognize him. Song Wen refrained from presenting his outer sect disciple token upon entering the city, as the higher echelons of the City of 3 Corpses had evidently been infiltrated by the Yin family. Revealing his identity would only compromise his safety. Instead, he entered the city under the guise of a rogue cultivator after paying a spirit stone. Inside the City of 3 Corpses, there was a bustling throng of people, a mix of cultivators and common folk. Many of these commoners appeared emaciated and ragged, bearing the marks of long-term exploitation as miners by the corpse demon sect. However, not all among the commoners were impoverished. Some were well-dressed and healthy. Throughout history, there has always been a faction among humanity willing to betray their kin for personal gain. These well-dressed individuals were such opportunists, colluding with the corpse demon sect to subjugate their fellow humans, bowing before cultivators while issuing orders to the miners as if they were mere livestock. Song Wen surveyed the scene with an expression of indifference, feeling neither anger nor pity. He walked directly into a cultivator's inn, spending a spirit stone for a modest room where he settled in for the night. Chapter 68. Encounter with Guitao. A night passed in silence. The following day, upon leaving the inn, Song Wen made his way to the location of the flying ship. Last night, he had inquired with the inn's attendant and learned that the ship bound for the corpse demon sect would depart at the 3rd quarter of the morning hour. As he traversed the streets of Sanxi City, Song Wen noticed numerous disciples of the Yin family scanning the passing cultivators with their spiritual senses. In the realm of cultivation, casually probing others with spiritual power is regarded as a provocation, a profoundly disrespectful act. After all, every cultivator harbors secrets they wish to keep hidden from prying eyes. The brazen behavior of the Yin family disciples incited anger among many cultivators. Yet the presence of the guards of Sanxi City rendered them mute. With an unperturbed expression, Song Wen proceeded towards the flying ship, disregarding the probing spiritual energy emanating from the Yin family disciples. This marked the 6th encounter he had had with members of the Yin family that morning. He possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to conceal his aura. These disciples could not possibly identify him solely by their spiritual senses, for his aura had undergone a complete transformation. To unmask Song Wen, only those who had previously interacted with him could discern his true identity, requiring them to strip away his disguise. However, this was an impractical endeavor, as the city was bustling with cultivators, making it impossible for the Yin family disciples to conduct a thorough search. Such actions would certainly incite even greater fury among the cultivators, potentially leading to a riot that could present significant troubles for the city lord. Song Wen arrived at the location of the flying ship with relative ease. The vessel stretched 20 meters in length and boasted 3 tiers of structure. Given the proximity of the corpse demon sect to Sanxi City, the majority of the cultivators boarding the ship were at the early stages of Qi refinement, with only a few at the mid-stage. After all, cultivators of slightly greater strength would opt to travel to the corpse demon sect independently. Approximately 100 meters from the ship, several Yin family cultivators stood guard, including Yin Gao and Yin Xiao. Their gazes and spiritual senses flitted back and forth over the low-tier cultivators boarding the ship. Upon identifying any suspicious individuals, they would even resort to physical searches, exhibiting a desperate and reckless demeanor. At this juncture, Song Wen's aura and appearance had once again transformed. Since leaving the inn, he had disguised himself as a novice cultivator who had just begun his journey in qi refinement. Following the deaths of Yin Feng and the others, the Yin family had shifted their suspicions toward mid-stage qi refinement cultivators, thus overlooking Song Wen, who was merely at the first layer of qi refinement. After paying 5 spirit stones, Song Wen boarded the ship with ease and secured a private room on the lower deck. The vessel departed promptly at the appointed time, and the large ship's speed was not particularly swift, taking an hour to reach the marketplace at the foot of Corpse Demon Mountain, a place Song Wen frequented. This area fell within the jurisdiction of the Corpse Demon sect, and the Yin family's power was insufficient to extend its reach here. Upon disembarking, Song Wen was relieved to find no members of the Yin family in the marketplace. He proceeded directly to the alchemy chamber. Elder Shun, a late-stage Foundation establishment alchemist, held a significant position within the Corpse Demon sect, and it was highly unlikely that the Yin family could corrupt him. If he were to inform Elder Shun of the Yin family's betrayal of the Corpse Demon sect, colluding with the 9 Palaces sect to steal the 7-colored herb, the Yin family would undoubtedly face catastrophic consequences. Only with the complete destruction of the Yin family could the threat they posed be eradicated. Without a moment's delay, Song Wen sprinted towards the alchemy chamber located in the northwest at the foot of the mountain. The area was still heavily patrolled by disciples to prevent any unscrupulous individuals from infiltrating. As the entrance to the alchemy chamber came into view, Song Wen shed his disguise, reverting his aura to a familiar state. Entry to the alchemy chamber required a disciple's token and a task token, both of which bore his aura. If his displayed aura did not match that of the tokens, he would be barred from entry and could even be apprehended as a spy. As Song Wen stepped through the door of the alchemy chamber, he was met with an unexpected figure, Guotao. Guotao stood silently at the entrance, neither entering nor leaving. Song Wen realized that Guotao was waiting for him. Instantly, his nerves tensed. He reminded himself to exercise utmost caution. After traversing over 2,000 miles, he could not falter at this final step. He was acutely aware that the sect's regulations stipulated that the killing of an outer sect disciple warranted a compensation of merely 3,000 spirit stones. At this critical juncture, if someone were to inform Guotao that he could eliminate Song Wen for such a paltry sum, Song Wen was certain that Guotao would not hesitate to part with the spirit stones. The ghost head shield was gripped firmly in Song Wen's right hand, poised for action. The last flying talisman was affixed to his chest, ready to be activated at a moment's notice to create distance between himself and Guotao. Both the blood sacrifice technique and the blood escape technique were prepared for immediate use. Song Wen believed that utilizing both blood-burning secret arts simultaneously would allow him to match the speed of Guotao, who was at the 7th layer of qi refinement. Regrettably, the speed talismans had been exhausted. Otherwise, his chances of a successful escape would have been greatly enhanced. The Thunder Talisman was unsuitable for use within the Corpse Demon sect, as it would be difficult to explain how a disciple of the demonic path could cultivate the righteous energies of heaven and earth. Premature use could potentially expose the secret of his physical body, leading to dire consequences where he might be dissected and studied by the sect's ancestors. Simultaneously, Song Wen was prepared. Should Guotao dare to strike, he would publicly disclose the Yin family's secrets, ensuring mutual destruction. With so many guards present outside the alchemy chamber, as long as he could withstand 1 or 2 of Guotao's attacks, the guards would likely come to his rescue. Observing the tension radiating from Song Wen, Guotao chose not to act. Instead, he offered a slight smile, attempting to project a demeanor of goodwill. While striking now could lead to Song Wen's demise, the higher-ups of the Corpse Demon sect were not fools. Both Guotao and Song Wen had been dispatched on a sect mission, and their return to the sect separately, without reporting their mission's results, would certainly raise suspicions if Guotao were to kill Song Wen. The higher-ups would undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation into the Yin family, revealing the secrets of their betrayal. Guotao had long conspired with the Yin family's higher-ups. Should Song Wen indeed return alive to the sect, Guotao would have to find a way to buy him off to grant the Yin family sufficient time to escape. Naturally, the Yin family would not place all their hopes on successfully bribing Song Wen. They had already begun discreetly relocating their talented disciples to preserve some semblance of their bloodline. This included the most gifted member of the current generation, Yin Yuan. Chapter 69. Collusion observing the anxious and tense Song Wen, who appeared ready to erupt at any moment. The guards outside the alchemy chamber were taken aback. What was happening today? Did an outer disciple, merely at the third level of Qi refinement, dare to act recklessly outside the alchemy chamber? Were the new disciples so bold nowadays? Did they truly believe that the elite guards of the alchemy chamber were non-existent? However, noticing Song Wen's vigilant gaze fixed on Guotao, coupled with his retreating steps, the guards quickly understood that this outer disciple was on guard against Guotao. Since it wasn't directed at the alchemy chamber, it was clear that it had nothing to do with them. Instantly, the guards wore expressions of amusement, their eyes darting back and forth between Guotao and Song Wen, filled with anticipation as if to say, why hasn't the action begun? Guotao too sensed Song Wen's tension and the guard's mockery. He forced a sheepish smile and spoke in the gentlest tone possible. Junior brother Jiyin, do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. Rest assured, I will not lay a hand on you. Song Wen, seemingly oblivious to Guotao's display of goodwill, continued his cautious retreat. The alchemy chamber has restrictions in place. Shall we discuss matters inside? Guotao continued. Aware of the restrictions within the alchemy chamber, Song Wen knew that cultivators below the golden core stage would be significantly weakened within, with Qi refinement cultivators barely able to harness their internal energy, rendering any techniques, talismans, or magical artifacts useless, akin to an ordinary person with robust health. After a moment of contemplation, Song Wen replied, very well. But you must enter the alchemy chamber first before I can follow. Good, please follow me, junior brother, Guotao responded, showing his disciple token and mission token to the guards, smoothly gaining entry into the alchemy chamber. The alchemy chamber was expansive. Standing at the entrance, Song Wen observed Guotao truly entering the alchemy hall before he presented his own mission and disciple tokens to the guards. Senior brother, I am the outer disciple Jiyin. Previously, upon Elder Shin's orders, I went to the Yinjia in the poisonous marsh to collect 7 colored herbs. I kindly ask you to inform them that Jiyin has completed his task and is here to report. With that, Song Wen proceeded directly into the alchemy hall. The alchemy hall was bustling with activity, filled with disciples from the alchemy chamber and others seeking to purchase elixirs. Guotao stood alone in a corner, anxiously awaiting Song Wen. Upon seeing Song Wen enter the hall, his anxious demeanor eased somewhat. He understood that placing all his hopes on Song Wen was indeed a significant gamble. However, the current situation was dire. The entire Yinjia was like fish on a chopping block, entirely at the mercy of others. Junior brother Jiyin, what Gui-san said is mere nonsense. Do not be swayed by his falsehoods. The Yinjia is utterly loyal to the sect and would never betray it. Guotao spoke in a hushed tone, low enough for only the two of them to hear. Song Wen raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips. Oh, is that truly the case? It certainly does not appear so to me. I believe what Gui-san said holds some truth. Upon entering the alchemy hall, Song Wen felt a heavy pressure enveloping him, causing the flow of his internal energy to stagnate. He attempted to invoke the blood refinement technique of the Corpse King, only to find it entirely unresponsive. He was indeed certain that within this alchemy hall, he could not utilize his energy, and thus he had no reason to fear Guotao. Seeing Song Wen's composed demeanor, Guotao felt somewhat disheartened. It was evident that the other party was not easily deceived. He had to shift his strategy. Junior brother, you must consider this carefully. Offending the Yinjia will bring you no benefits. Song Wen smiled indifferently, showing no sign of being intimidated by Guotao's threats. Indeed, there are no benefits. On my way back to the sect, I was pursued by 6 cultivators from the Yinjia. Guotao's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. The 6, including Yin Feng, had indeed perished at Song Wen's hands. Those 6 Qi refinement mid-stage cultivators had failed to eliminate Jiyin even once. It's a misunderstanding. It must be a misunderstanding. They likely mistook you for Gui-san's accomplice. Besides, you appear quite unharmed now. Why not show some leniency and forgive the Yinjia this once? Song Wen chuckled softly. Forgive the Yinjia? I hardly think I can do that. Had it not been for a life-saving treasure I possessed, I might not have survived. Guotao pressed on. Compensation. I can compensate you on behalf of the Yinjia. How about 1,000 spirit stones? Is that insufficient? Then 3,000 spirit stones. Or perhaps 5,000 spirit stones. As Song Wen remained silent, Guo continued to raise his offer. Song Wen, maintaining a non-committal demeanor, observed Guo with keen interest. I am quite curious about the connection between you and the Yinjia, for you seem so eager to act on their behalf. Guo laughed awkwardly. How could I possibly be related to the Yinjia? I am merely mediating between you and the Yinjia. We are all part of the corpse demon sect. There is no need for enmity. He added, 5,000 spirit stones. Are you still dissatisfied? With this amount, I believe it would be sufficient for you to reach the peak of qi refinement. Noticing Guo anxiousness to settle matters, Song Wen responded languidly. If the sect were to find out, it would be a grave offense indeed. A mere 5,000 spirit stones. His meaning was clear. Increase the offer. 10,000 spirit stones. There can be no more, Guo asserted decisively. Very well, it is a deal. When will you provide the spirit stones? Song Wen inquired. Guo produced a storage pouch and placed it into Song Wen's hand. Here are 1,000 spirit stones. The remaining will be given to you later. Song Wen probed his mental energy into the pouch, confirming the 1,000 spirit stones were present. He leisurely tucked the pouch away. Just 1,000 spirit stones? Senior brother Guo, you wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Rest assured, junior brother, I absolutely will not, Guo replied. That may not be the case. We cultivators of the demonic path are not known for our integrity. Guo retrieved another storage pouch. Here are another 1,000 spirit stones. Please accept this. I genuinely have no more on hand, but I will provide the rest later. Song Wen accepted the pouch once more. His expression filled with avarice as his gaze swept over Guo. Sensing Song Wen's greedy demeanor, Guo could only curse inwardly, yet he found himself with no alternative. Gritting his teeth, he produced a small flying boat, which he offered to Song Wen. This flying boat is a gift for you. I have erased any lingering mental traces from it, so you can refine it without worry. Then I shall not be polite, Song Wen said with satisfaction as he stowed the flying boat in his storage pouch. Seeing a satisfied expression finally grace Song Wen's face, Guo eagerly inquired, Junior brother, what of the Yinjia matter? Song Wen replied, this task of cataloging the 7 colored herbs was originally under your guidance, senior brother. Thus, everything shall proceed according to your wishes. Chapter 70. The prison hall such is splendid, such is splendid. Guo's anxious heart finally eased a little. Yet he harbored concerns that Song Wen might suddenly change his mind. He spoke to Song Wen, rest assured, junior brother. I shall certainly compensate you with additional spirit stones afterward. Of course, of course. How could I doubt you, senior brother Guo? I will need your guidance as I navigate this new sect, being a novice with limited strength and no connections. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges, and it is precisely the wisdom of an experienced elder like you that I require. Do not worry, junior brother. From now on, you shall be like my own brother. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Then I must express my gratitude, senior brother. Why still call me senior brother? If you do not mind, simply refer to me as elder brother. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I felt an instant kinship, as if we were long-lost siblings. Guo elder brother, second brother. The two, each with ulterior motives and mutual suspicion, resembled a pair of brothers separated for many years, nearly brought to tears. Guo, Jiyin, after completing your sect mission, why did you not report to my courtyard? Why have you come to the alchemy hall? Elder Shen's voice suddenly resonated. As a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, although his abilities were somewhat suppressed within the alchemy hall, he still exuded a formidable presence. Upon seeing Elder Shen finally appear, Song Wen did not wait for Guo to speak and immediately bowed, saying, Disciple Jiyin, greetings to Elder Shen. Reporting to Elder Shen, the Yin family has betrayed the sect, colluding with the 9 Palaces sect to steal the 7-colored herb. Guo conspired with the Yin family, providing them cover, attempting to deceive the disciples and obscure the truth from the sect. Jiyin Yu. Guo's expression was one of shock and disbelief. He pointed a trembling hand at Song Wen, rendered speechless. Was this the same Jiyin who had just called him brother and nearly sworn a blood pact? This young Jiyin, still in his youth, had unexpectedly shown such cunning, taking advantage of him and then selling him out without hesitation. Guo, skilled in social interactions and adept at maneuvering through the treacherous waters of the corpse demon sect for many years, found himself outwitted by a mere juvenile. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in the Yin family's secrets being held by the other party. They could advance or retreat at will, while he found himself with no avenue for escape, forced to place his trust in them. With no path for retreat, Guo was left with no choice but to gamble, hoping against hope that the ever-greedy Ji-in would reveal a weakness. However, Ji-in's resolute choice to forfeit the 8,000 spirit stones caught Guo Tao completely off guard, as it was a sum that could easily sway a foundation establishment cultivator. Ji-in, is what you say true? Elder Shun's aura suddenly shifted, growing sharp and menacing. The pressure emanating from him weighed heavily upon Song Wen, as if countless invisible daggers hovered nearby, poised to strike. What I have spoken holds no falsehood. Elder may verify for yourself. The Yin family has committed treachery, pilfering high-grade 7-colored herbs, and then substituting them with inferior ones to deceive the disciples. Guo Tao has conspired with the Yin family, assisting them in concealing the truth. After discovering their betrayal, the Yin family even sent cultivators to hunt me down. I narrowly escaped, barely returning to the sect. Elder Shen's gaze sharpened, the atmosphere thick with the aura of death, his robes rustling ominously. Guo Tao, how do you explain this? Even with the suppressive barriers of the alchemy hall, the pressure he exerted was beyond that which a mere qi refinement cultivator could withstand. The malevolent force bore down on Guo Tao, making him feel as if a mountain had fallen upon him, his breath becoming labored. With his legs trembling, he collapsed to the ground. Elder Shun, please do not take Ji Yin's words at face value. He has no evidence and is merely slandering both me and the Yin family. Elder Shin coldly responded, Ji Yin, are you indeed making false accusations? Song Wen replied, every word I speak is the truth. The elder will soon discover for himself. However, the Yin family is likely aware that their betrayal has been exposed and may attempt to flee. I implore Elder Shun to act swiftly. Elder Shin coldly retorted, Humph. I do not require your guidance in my affairs. In truth, Elder Shun had already placed considerable trust in Song Wen's claims. As a low-ranking outer disciple, he had no motive to falsely accuse a foundation establishment family or intersect seniors. Throughout the encounter, Song Wen had maintained an air of confidence, while Guo Tao had been visibly flustered. The contrast made it easy to discern who was lying. Seize Guo Tao and take him to the prison hall. The prison hall, situated underground at the base of Corpse Demon Mountain, served as the place for imprisoning traitors and serious offenders. Once one entered the prison hall, there would be no chance of escape, only the prospect of enduring endless torment. Those fortunate enough might find a chance for reincarnation after much suffering, while the less fortunate would have their souls extracted, doomed to eternal suffering. As Elder Shin's words fell, several guards approached, forcibly breaking Guo Tao's dantian and dragging him away. No, Elder Shun, I beg you not to send me to the prison hall. Ji-in, you have betrayed your word. You shall meet a dire fate. Guo Tao's voice faded into the distance, until it was no longer audible. After Guo Tao was taken away, Elder Shin commanded, take Ji-in back to his cave dwelling. Until everything is clarified, he is not permitted to step outside. With that, Elder Shin swiftly departed from the alchemy hall, heading towards the main hall of the sect. The Yin family was the only one bold enough to betray the Corpse Demon sect in recent years, and Elder Shin felt it necessary to set an example to warn other families within the sect. Upon being escorted back to his cave dwelling, Song Wen did not feel resentment towards his confinement. Rather, he found it quite satisfactory. After all, the Yin family had yet to be eradicated, and he remained in danger. What if there were still spies from the Yin family lurking within the Corpse Demon sect? It was as if he had someone providing free protection. Back in his cave dwelling, Song Wen took stock of his gains and losses from this venture. The talismans he possessed were nearly depleted, but he had acquired 2,000 spirit stones from Guo Tao, allowing for swift replenishment of his supplies. The corpse puppet he had painstakingly crafted had been severely damaged on its inaugural outing, yet with a bit of spirit stones to procure materials, it could soon be restored. The flying boat had been an unexpected boon, and he needed to refine it promptly, as it would greatly ease his future travels. In the storage bags of Yin Feng and the other 6, there were over 2,000 spirit stones combined, along with nearly 100 commonly used talismans such as speed talismans, flight talismans, and fireball talismans, though the latter were mostly of little value. Chapter 71. The body of myriad poisons within the collection, there were a total of 12 vials of various elixirs. Perhaps a testament to the fact that the Yin clan's practitioners had long resided in the toxic marshes, teeming with venomous insects and ferocious beasts. Notably, half of these elixirs comprised antidotes and healing potions. Among them, 2 vials contained gathering qi pills, totaling 20 pieces. There was also 1 vial of replenishing qi pills, consisting of 10 pieces. From one of the storage bags, Song Wen discovered a particularly unique elixir named the Poison Forging Pill, an unfamiliar concoction whose purpose eluded him. Additionally, he came across two martial arts manuals, one entitled The Profound Poison Classic, the primary cultivation technique of the Yin clan, specifically focused on qi training but limited to the foundational stages. Song Wen had no intention of practicing the Profound Poison Classic. Although the Corpse King blood refinement technique given by Shi Shou posed certain risks, he preferred not to switch to another cultivation method. His physical body had the capability to absorb essence and blood, thus a body refinement technique was more suitable for him. As for the potential dangers left by Shi Shou, he could not yet speculate on their nature, but some matters were inescapable. Regardless of whether he chose to cultivate the Corpse King blood refinement technique, Shi Shou would inevitably seek him out. Thus, he resolved to seize every opportunity to enhance his strength, for only through power could he confront unknown perils. The body of myriad poisons was not a qi cultivation technique, but rather a secret method of body refinement, employing various lethal substances in its practice. This particular technique piqued Song Wen's interest. According to its outline, it not only promised to significantly bolster a practitioner's physical form, but also offered immunity to most toxic substances. Achieving mastery in this art would enable one to attain the legendary state of being immune to all poisons. However, Song Wen felt that such claims were somewhat exaggerated. The myriad poisons within the cultivation realm were countless, and the notion of being invulnerable seemed overly grandiose. Nevertheless, the prospect of acquiring immunity to toxins was indeed alluring to him, and should he cultivate it to a certain level, he would be safeguarded against the majority of poisons, which was enticing enough. The poison forging pill was an exclusive concoction crafted by the Yin clan, intended for the cultivation of the body of myriad poisons. Yet, it was not a strict requirement to consume the poison forging pill, as other toxic substances could serve as substitutes. Both the body of myriad poisons and the poison forging pill were discovered within the same storage bag, which also contained a jade slip documenting insights into the cultivation of the body of myriad poisons. At that moment, Song Wen finally understood why Yan Feng's speed surpassed that of ordinary practitioners, enabling him to withstand a strike from the heavenly thunder talisman without succumbing. Despite Yan Feng's average talent, his cultivation of the body of myriad poisons progressed remarkably smoothly, granting him a physical prowess far exceeding that of typical cultivators, thereby enhancing his speed and defensive capabilities. The Great Green Cauldron he upheld in his final moments was also a manifestation of the technique's successful cultivation. Moreover, within the 6 storage bags, 9 magical artifacts were unearthed, all of which required the use of poison techniques to maximize their effectiveness. Song Wen selected a set of mid-grade mother and child poison needles, intending to sell the rest. This set consisted of 6 mother needles, each approximately half a foot in length. Each mother needle concealed 10 child needles, as fine as a hair. In combat, one could control the mother needles with mental energy, launching the child needles unexpectedly when in close proximity, making them a formidable weapon for ambush. 3 days later, the Corpse Demon sect issued an announcement. The Yin clan, having colluded with the 9 Palaces sect and betrayed the Corpse Demon sect, faced total annihilation. 272 lives extinguished, from newborns to the elderly, including those without spiritual roots incapable of cultivation, as well as the clan's foundational ancestors and the clan head, Yin Jingping. The news of the Yin clan's extermination sent shockwaves through the major powers and countless practitioners across the Tuo Song mountain range. The astonishment stemmed not from the downfall of a minor foundational family, but from the audacity of the 9 Palaces sect to meddle in the affairs of the Corpse Demon sect. The 9 Palaces sect, a righteous sect, operated beyond the Tuo Song mountain range, while the area served as a gathering ground for demonic forces and evil cultivators. The 9 Palaces sect's blatant involvement in the matters of the Corpse Demon sect hinted at the potential resurgence of a righteous versus evil conflict. The Corpse Demon Mountain, where the Corpse Demon sect resided, was located on the periphery of the Tuo Song mountain range, in close proximity to various righteous sections. During previous righteous-evil conflicts, this region often bore the brunt of the ensuing battles. The rumors of a righteous-evil war elicited a muted response within the Corpse Demon sect, yet they spread fervently among loose cultivators. Most loose cultivators were not particularly powerful, existing at the lower echelons of the cultivation world, and were solitary warriors, reluctant to unite their strengths. In the event of a righteous-evil war, they would either seek refuge in remote areas or be coerced by sects, becoming cannon fodder at the front line. Upon the announcement of the Yin clan's demise, Song Wen's house arrest was lifted, and he promptly sought an audience with Elder Shun in the alchemy chamber. From Elder Shun, he learned that nearly the entire Yin clan had been ruthlessly slaughtered. After all, no one understood the principle of eradicating roots better than the forces of evil. However, not all had perished. Yin Yuan, the clan's most talented member, had managed to escape, likely joining the Nine Palaces sect as an inner disciple. This revelation left Song Wen feeling dismal. Yin Yuan's survival posed a significant threat to him. The Yin clan's betrayal of the corpse demon sect had been reported by Song Wen himself. Should Yin Yuan achieve success in her cultivation and seek vengeance for her family, her first target would undoubtedly be the corpse demon sect, followed closely by Song Wen himself. Nevertheless, such matters were for another time. For now, Yin Yuan posed no immediate danger to him. Not all news from Elder Shun was grim. A golden core elder of the corpse demon sect, utilizing the blood essence of the clan elder Yin Tiangong as a conduit, performed a blood path secret technique to identify and eliminate all individuals within the sect possessing Yin clan bloodlines. This was undoubtedly good news for Song Wen, as it meant he no longer needed to worry about any remnants of the Yin clan lurking within the sect, plotting against him. Elder Shin also revealed the rationale behind the Yin clan's reckless alliance with the Nine Palaces sect, risking total annihilation. Yin Tiangong, being of advanced age, had seen the clan fail to produce new foundational cultivators, necessitating a desperate gamble. They offered the seven-colored grass as a bargaining chip to the Nine Palaces sect in exchange for cultivation resources and foundational pills. Once Yin Tiangong passed away, the Yin clan, devoid of foundational cultivators, would inevitably lose their hold over the toxic marshlands, sooner or later being supplanted by other foundational families under the corpse demon sect's jurisdiction. Moreover, practitioners harboring grievances against the Yin clan, as well as opportunists seeking to take advantage of their misfortune, would undoubtedly converge upon them. Thus, the Yin clan's demise was merely a matter of time. Chapter 72. Cultivation. As he prepared to depart, Elder Shun bestowed upon Song Wen 500 spirit stones as a token of appreciation for his contributions to the sect. After leaving Elder Shun's presence, Song Wen seized the opportunity to head towards the market before dusk. He sold all the unnecessary magical tools, the Xian poison scripture, and 8 superfluous storage bags to a shop, earning a total of 650 spirit stones. The 8 magical tools fetched 850 spirit stones. The 8 storage bags brought in 200 spirit stones, and the Xian poison scripture was sold for 600 spirit stones. Song Wen also entered into a soul contract with the shop that purchased the scripture, stipulating that he could only practice it privately or teach it to his closest kin, forbidding any further dissemination. Though the shop's buyback price was modest, it spared Song Wen considerable trouble. At this moment, he possessed over 6,000 spirit stones, an astounding sum for a chi refining cultivator. With such a fortune, Song Wen naturally intended to procure some cultivation resources. After browsing the market, he purchased the necessary chi gathering pills and corpse chi. He also acquired silver bright stones, purple moonflowers, and qingling grasses for cultivating insect puppets. This undertaking had proven immensely successful, further solidifying Song Wen's resolve to rear insects. He aspired to cultivate a sacred insect comparable to a foundation establishment cultivator, which the old woman had long desired. Subsequently, he procured some toxic spiritual herbs. From the jade slip acquired from Yin Feng's storage bag, he learned that the 10,000 poisons mixed yuan body could be roughly categorized into 4 stages: entry, proficiency, minor success, and major success. Yin Feng had mastered this technique to a proficient level, enabling him to directly ingest poison for body refinement. In contrast, as a novice yet to enter the realm, Song Wen's optimal method for practicing the 10,000 poisons mixed yuan body was to soak in a medicinal poison bath. He also purchased an iron black coffin for this purpose. Initially, he intended to buy a bathing tub or a copper furnace, but either the materials did not meet his requirements or the prices were exorbitant. Ultimately, he opted for the most commonplace coffin in the market as his bathing vessel. After all, the corpse demon sect was a sect of the corpse path, and coffin-like artifacts were the most prevalent, serving well for both corpse nurturing and cultivation. Song Wen had also hoped to acquire some life-saving items for emergencies, yet he found himself empty-handed. His previous luck in obtaining a thunderbolt talisman had been an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Life-saving items, used in times of peril, were typically the most guarded possessions of cultivators, rarely exchanged lightly. In the end, he purchased some materials for cultivating corpses and returned to his cave dwelling. These materials cost him over 600 spirit stones, sufficient for a considerable period of cultivation. The corpse puppet had sustained significant damage and required remanufacturing. Moreover, its current strength was somewhat inadequate for his needs. With ample spirit stones at his disposal, he naturally sought to enhance the puppet's capabilities. Upon returning to his cave, Song Wen placed the corpse puppet into the large red coffin meant for corpse nurturing. He then added yellow soil, ming grass, corpse chi, and other refining materials. Along with the refined blood he had pilfered from the corpse dismantling cave, Song Wen began to perform the corpse refining technique, hammering at the puppet. Within moments, the large red coffin was enveloped in a thick black corpse aura, which gradually intensified until it completely shrouded the puppet. The shattered form of the corpse puppet absorbed the aura and began to mend itself. After an hour, the puppet's physical body was restored, prompting Song Wen to cease his incantations. Although the body was mended, its aura had yet to reach its peak state. The refining and cultivation of a corpse, much like that of a living being, could not be accomplished in a single attempt. It required prolonged nurturing and repeated refining. Covering the coffin with its lid, Song Wen allowed the puppet to recuperate within. He then retrieved the iron-black coffin, filled it with clean water, and, following the formula from Yin Feng's jade slip, added various poisonous spiritual herbs. He excavated a small hole in the ground beneath the coffin, placed wood inside, ignited it, and commenced the preparation of the medicinal bath. A quarter of an hour later, the liquid within the coffin was boiling vigorously, with bubbles bursting one after another, releasing faintly toxic vapors that permeated the cave. At this point, the initial preparation of the medicinal liquid was complete. Extinguishing the flames, Song Wen shed his garments and plunged into the coffin. The scalding liquid elicited a sharp intake of breath from him, turning his previously ashen skin a vivid crimson as though he were being cooked alive. Gritting his teeth, he inhaled deeply and submerged his entire body in the coffin, the pale green liquid gradually engulfing him. The toxins within the liquid, exacerbated by the high temperature, began to erode his flesh, causing countless tiny lacerations to blossom upon his skin, through which the poison infiltrated his body. Enduring immense agony, Song Wen fought to maintain his consciousness, channeling his energy according to the 10,000 poisons mixed yuan body. The invading toxins were guided by his energy, coursing through his body in accordance with the technique's pathways, gradually fortifying his flesh. After several minutes of torment, Song Wen, barely able to withstand the pain, emerged from the liquid to let out a cry of anguish. Yet, he did not concede defeat. After catching his breath, he submerged himself once more. Half an hour later, the pale green liquid in the iron-black coffin had become crystal clear, and the water temperature had cooled. Song Wen climbed out of the coffin, his body marred by countless slender wounds, resembling a victim of a dismemberment punishment, an exceptionally horrific sight. He cast a glance at the remaining medicinal liquid in the coffin, now devoid of potency, feeling a shiver of apprehension. It was no wonder that body-refining cultivators were so rare in the cultivation world. The process was excruciatingly painful, almost akin to self-mutilation. Previously, while practicing the Corpse King blood refining technique, he had already found it torturous, but compared to the 10,000 poisons mixed yuan body, the suffering of the former seemed trivial in contrast. The most harrowing aspect of body refinement for cultivators was the consumption of rare herbs or foreign blood, absorbing their essences to temper their organs and marrow, thereby enhancing their vitality. Conversely, as Song Wen consumed the blood of others, he directly augmented his vitality, thus alleviating much of the associated pain. Having just experienced such extreme suffering, Song Wen realized he could not continue practicing the 10,000 poisons mixed yuan body that day. In the realm of literature and martial arts, balance is essential. Should he disregard the limits of his physical endurance and persist in his cultivation, he risked bodily collapse. At the same time, he felt a pang of reflection. It was indeed not everyone who possessed the means to undergo such body refinement. The medicinal herbs consumed during his recent bath were worth at least 8 spirit stones, comparable to the monthly salary of some outer disciples. After consuming a healing pill, Song Wen began to circulate the Corpse King blood refining technique to recuperate. This served both to stabilize his condition and to expedite the healing of his wounds. The night swiftly passed in his cultivation. The following morning, at dawn, Song Wen arrived punctually at the corpse dismantling cave. With the sect's tasks completed and his confinement lifted, He was required to return to the cave to fulfill his daily duties. Upon seeing Song Wen's sudden reappearance after his prolonged absence, Yuan Sheng promptly handed him over 100 corpses without further inquiry, and then disregarded him entirely. Chapter 73. The cost of cultivating the corpse king blood refinement technique. Time flows relentlessly, and a year and a half has swiftly passed. Although Song Wen is no longer the slowest corpse resolver, he continues to arrive early at the corpse resolving cave out of habit. Today, the first body he examines is that of a young female cultivator in the qi refining stage. As he strips away her garments, revealing her elongated, fair form, a sudden surge of impulse, a bloodthirsty urge, overwhelms him. He feels an instinctual desire to tear apart this exquisite corpse, akin to a beast ravaging its prey. His skin gradually darkens, taking on a shade of iron gray, while his fingers elongate into sharp claws, and two fangs emerge from the corners of his mouth. The dense and heavy aura of corpse energy envelopes his senses. In an instant, Song Wen resembles a centuries-old zombie. His eyes begin to glaze over, obscuring any vestige of human rationality, leaving only the primal madness of a beast. Suddenly, he bends down and bites towards the female corpse. His aberrant behavior attracts the attention of the surrounding corpse resolvers, who turn to observe him with varied expressions, some indifferent, others sympathetic, and a few intrigued. Perhaps sensing the weight of their gazes, the frenzied Song Wen feels a strange awareness and tilts his head back to let out a roar. His actions mirror a wild animal defending its kill. Among the spectators, a corpulent and grotesquely unattractive female corpse resolver gazes upon him with gleaming eyes, her expression filled with unexpected excitement. She whispers to herself, astonished by the uncharacteristic ferocity displayed by the usually timid Ji-in, causing her to feel an involuntary thrill. The unattractive woman suddenly flushes, her demeanor transforming into one of exuberance as she opens her mouth wide, revealing her yellowed, oversized teeth, and exclaims, "Ji-in, continue." "Oh!" Her shout reverberates like thunder in Song Wen's ears, the overwhelming sound waves causing his eardrums to throb painfully. Like an enraged beast, his breathing becomes labored, as if on the brink of explosion. Just as the onlookers anticipate a violent outburst from him, Song Wen's eyes suddenly clear, his consciousness restored, and the corpse-like transformation begins to recede. This disheartens many of the corpse resolvers, who shake their heads in disappointment at the lack of entertainment. The work of corpse resolving is monotonous and oppressive, with the occasional madness of a resolver providing rare amusement. Yet, they surmise that this young man may not survive long. Should he fall into such madness again, awakening may not be guaranteed. As Song Wen observes the departing figures of the disappointed resolvers, he spots a distinctive silhouette among them, the corpulent woman. She casts what she believes to be a sultry glance his way, though it is more likely to frighten off spirits. A shiver runs down his spine, and he turns away, resuming his work. Though his motions remain swift, his thoughts have drifted far from the task at hand. He contemplates the issue of his own flesh becoming corpse-like. All present, including Yuan Sheng, presume he is merely another victim of the cave's polluted atmosphere and the lingering souls, leading to his mental instability. However, Song Wen knows the truth. His condition stems not from the cave, but from the cultivation itself. What he experienced moments ago was not simply a loss of reason due to environmental influences, but rather a consequence of the corpse king blood refinement technique. The excessive absorption of corpse energy over time has not only enhanced his physical form, but has also pushed it towards excessive corpse-like qualities, illustrating the price of practicing such dark arts. This is not the first time he has undergone such a transformation. Previously, when his mind slipped away into madness, he relied on his formidable spiritual strength, akin to that of an 8th-level qi refining cultivator, to forcibly regain his clarity. Yet this time, perhaps influenced by the female corpse, the bloodthirst awakened within him led to a complete loss of control. The techniques of dark cultivation invariably come with various side effects, a commonality inherent to such practices. While they may rapidly enhance one's power, they also manifest in peculiar symptoms. The repercussions of practicing the corpse king blood refinement technique have emerged far too early. Facing corpse-like transformation before even breaking through to the later stages of qi refining raises the question of who would dare to continue. Moreover, the technique lacks any recorded methods for countering this transformation, which is particularly fatal. Ultimately, the essence of dark techniques is rooted in cultivation aimed at extending life. Yet, It appears that the corpse king blood refinement technique resembles more of a short-lived practice. When Shi Shou imparted this technique to him, it was evident that he harbored ulterior motives. Despite his dissatisfaction, Song Wen understands that he has little choice and cannot afford regrets. Regardless of whether he continues with the corpse king blood refinement technique, he cannot escape Shi Shou's targeting. His immediate objective is to swiftly find a solution to the corpse-like transformation. The technique conveyed by Shi Shou is likely incomplete, with any methods for counteracting transformation deliberately omitted. From the moment he first experienced this transformation, Song Wen began pondering solutions. The root cause lies in the excessive absorption of corpse energy during his practice, which invites the need to harmonize this energy within his body. After extensive inquiries and expenditure of spiritual stones, he ultimately learned through Qinyi, from the words of Zhang Xiaofan's golden core master, that a spiritual herb known as empty cicada wood possesses the ability to harmonize corpse energy. However, utilizing empty cicada wood to balance this energy is merely a temporary solution. To resolve the issue entirely, he must address the technique itself. Given Song Wen's current capabilities, seeking a complete version of the corpse king blood refinement technique from Shi Shou is evidently impractical. Thus, he resolves to pursue empty cicada wood as a means to address the immediate concerns, with the complete technique to be dealt with at a later time. Empty cicada wood is a relatively rare spiritual material, growing merely an inch every 100 years. Considering Song Wen's current state of corpse-like transformation, he requires a specimen aged over 300 years to fully harmonize the corpse energy. Despite scouring the entirety of the marketplace, he finds no trace of it. However, he recalls having seen a 400-year-old specimen at an annual auction held by a large spiritual herb shop controlled by the corpse demon sect 4 months ago. Ultimately, that particular piece was acquired by a foundational elder of the corpse demon sect for a staggering price of 300 spiritual stones. After much contemplation, Song Wen lacked the courage to contend for the item against a foundational powerhouse. He realized that even if he succeeded in bidding, he would be unable to secure the wood. Once outside the auction house, even in the ostensibly safe marketplace, a foundational cultivator could easily eliminate him without anyone noticing. 3 hours later, Song Wen finally completes the dissection of the body. His decision to continue the task despite his momentary lapse into madness stems from his understanding that the recent transformation had already depleted some of the corpse energy within him. As such, he anticipates that a second transformation would require the energy to replenish, which he estimates will take approximately half a month, provided he does not actively absorb more corpse energy during this time. Chapter 74. The ancient battlefield of good and evil today coincided with the time for the monthly stipend. After handing over the dismembered corpses to Yuan Cheng, Song Wen received his monthly remuneration of 30 spirit stones. Over the past year and a half, Song Wen had not dared to relax in his cultivation. 2 months prior, he had successfully advanced to the 6th layer of qi refinement, but since then, his condition of corpse transformation had gradually worsened. Following his advancement, he managed to conceal his aura, reducing it to that of the 4th layer of qi refinement. In nearly 2.5 years, he had reached the mid-stage of qi refinement, which was considered above average among the outer disciples of the corpse demon sect. With favorable fortune, he had the opportunity to advance to the late stage of qi refinement within 6 years and become an inner disciple. Upon breaking through to the mid-stage of qi refinement, his treatment improved, and he received an additional 10 spirit stones each month. As he departed from the dissection cave, Song Wen requested a month's leave from Yuan Cheng to address his issue of corpse transformation. Yuan Cheng readily agreed, but in his heart, he doubted that Song Wen would return alive after a month. It was likely he would be lost forever. In the past, those who had gone mad in the dissection cave often chose to venture out in search of opportunities. But the chances of returning alive and resolving their mental issues were slim. They either perished amidst various dangers in their quest for fortune, succumbed to madness and became mere shells of their former selves, or were even slain by their closest kin or fellow disciples, becoming opportunities for others. Upon returning to his cave, Song Wen disguised himself, packed some belongings, and headed straight for the market. On his way, he sought a secluded corner away from prying eyes, where he removed the concealment of his aura, fully revealing his 6th layer of qi refinement. At this moment, he had transformed into a pale-faced young rogue. After scrutinizing himself, feeling it insufficiently secure, he donned a cloak that enveloped his entire figure and put on a ghostly mask with red eyebrows and fangs, finally satisfied. Upon reaching the market, Song Wen entered an inn, traversed the bustling lobby, and arrived at a thatched hut in the inn's backyard. After presenting a wooden token to the guard in front of the hut, he was granted entry. Inside the hut, he found a narrow staircase leading underground. Descending the stairs for several dozen meters, he was finally greeted by a spacious underground hall, several acres wide, surrounded by numerous small caves. Within the hall, many cultivators moved about, including both rogue cultivators and disciples of the corpse demon sect. Most concealed their appearances, and even with his cloak and mask, Song Wen appeared unremarkable in this setting. This was an underground ghost market established by a certain Golden Dan ancestor of the corpse demon sect. Here, cultivators could trade for cultivation resources and acquire information. However, the authenticity of goods and information exchanged directly among cultivators could not be guaranteed, leaving their validity to the judgment of the participants. In the center of the hall, a circular counter housed several elders who managed the market, facilitating exchanges and information sharing. Akin to brokers in the mundane world, Song Wen approached one of the elders and presented the wooden token once more. After the elder glanced at the engraved number, he stepped out from behind the counter and led Song Wen to one of the caves at the hall's edge. Over a month ago, through the introduction of Brother Su, Song Wen had gained access to this underground ghost market. He spent 100 spirit stones to purchase information regarding the elusive empty cicada wood. According to the intelligence, a cultivator had spotted traces of the wood within a subterranean cave in the ancient battlefield of good and evil, but it was fiercely guarded by vengeful spirits, and no one had succeeded in retrieving it. It was said that the ancient battlefield had witnessed a fierce battle between the righteous and the evil factions tens of thousands of years ago, where the evil cultivators, facing defeat, resorted to abducting countless mortals to create a blood god formation using their flesh and souls, slaughtering numerous righteous cultivators in the process. After such a long time, the exact events of that battle had become untraceable. Yet, the countless bones buried in the battlefield, the roaming spirits, and the pervasive aura of death and malice all bore witness to the carnage of that era. Although perilous, the ancient battlefield concealed numerous treasures and secrets. Occasionally, cultivators would discover powerful remnants of artifacts or techniques from the bygone conflict, as well as unique spiritual herbs flourishing within its caverns. This allure drew many cultivators, primarily those in the chi refinement stage. The ancient battlefield had been scoured countless times by previous cultivators, and most powerful artifacts and techniques had long been claimed. What remained were primarily items deemed undesirable by others. Song Wen's purpose for this venture was to join an adventuring party headed to the cave, seeking the coveted empty cicada wood. This was also the reason he chose to reveal his full cultivation level. His strength was not particularly high, and concealing it would likely invite disdain from these perilous adventurers, leading to unnecessary complications. The elder brought Song Wen to the cave entrance before turning to leave. Alone, Song Wen stepped into the cave, where 3 men and 1 woman were already present. Upon seeing Song Wen enter, a middle-aged man with a strong aura of death asked, "Are you the one with the flying boat?" Song Wen nodded silently. Receiving confirmation, the middle-aged man continued, "All right, everyone is here. Let us introduce ourselves." At this moment, a burly man nearby fixed his gaze on Song Wen and spoke harshly, "Wait. I, Niu Ding, never travel with those who hide their identities. Such people are most likely to stab you in the back." Upon hearing this, Song Wen felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, thinking, "This Niu Ding has quite an eye." Subsequently, he removed his mask and cloak, revealing his pale face as a young cultivator. Seeing Song Wen's compliance, the displeased expression on Niu Ding's face faded. "I'm Niu Ding, at the 7th layer of Qi refinement," he introduced. The middle-aged man added, "I am Xian Yi, also at the 7th layer of Qi refinement." "Gua Tao, 6th layer of Qi refinement," Song Wen stated without hesitation, using the alias he had prepared. In truth, the names others provided might not be their real ones. How many demonic cultivators would reveal their true names? At this point, only 1 man and 1 woman had yet to introduce themselves. Unlike the others, who deliberately kept their distance, these 2 stood close, indicating a bond of familiarity and trust. The man had an unremarkable appearance, easily lost in a crowd, while the woman possessed an alluring figure and striking looks, exuding a mature charm. However, her expression remained cold, conveying an air of distance. The man glanced at the woman, noting her silence, and spoke, "I'm Lao Chun, at the 6th layer of Qi refinement." He gestured towards the woman. This is my senior apprentice sister, Ze, at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Chapter 75. The purple scale armor. After everyone had introduced themselves, Xinyi spoke. This journey to the ancient battlefield is fraught with peril. Before we set off, I hope everyone can be candid and express their individual objectives. If our goals do not conflict, that would be ideal. However, if there are conflicting interests, we may need to reconsider our team. Xian Ye's implication was clear. If the 5 of them shared no conflicting interests, they could indeed embark on this adventure together. However, if their desired treasures were the same, and the quantity limited, discord would inevitably arise. Clearly, Xian Yi possessed considerable experience in forming exploration teams. He was cautious and sought to minimize potential conflicts. Xian Yi continued, to demonstrate my sincerity, I will disclose my goal first. I aim to venture into the underground caves of the ancient battlefield to obtain the snake scale fruit. This fruit, resembling snake scales on its exterior, aids practitioners in breaking through their bottlenecks during the Qi refinement stage upon first consumption, although it offers no further benefits upon repeated use. Xian Ye's determination to delve into the ancient battlefield for the snake scale fruit suggested he had encountered a significant cultivation bottleneck, one that he may have struggled with for an extended period. He further stated, there are numerous snake scale fruits within the underground caves. If any of you require them, we might collaborate to retrieve them, sharing the fruits equally among us. The underground caves were labyrinthine, with many branching paths. Their group was merely a temporary alliance and was not obliged to jeopardize themselves for one another's objectives. Upon reaching the caves, should their goals diverge, they could part ways at any moment. This was also why Song Wen sought companions for this expedition. The multitude of paths and the darkness of the caves made navigation exceedingly difficult without a knowledgeable guide. Armed only with a rudimentary map acquired from the black market, they could easily become lost in the intricate passages. The locations where the snake scale fruits thrived were undoubtedly guarded by numerous serpentine beasts, making the retrieval of the fruits a daunting task. Hence, Xian Yi wished for companions to accompany him in the quest for the fruits, thereby sharing the risks involved. Niu Ding, with a deep voice, declared, my purpose for this journey is to recover my elder brother's remains. According to survivors who traveled with him, he perished not far from the snake cave. Xian Yi, we can journey together. Upon hearing this, Xian Ye's eyes lit up, responding, excellent. Song Wen cast a curious glance at Niu Ding. If his words were genuine, he could indeed be a worthy ally. A person willing to risk danger for the sake of retrieving a sibling's remains seemed unlikely to be a villain. Yet, Song Wen wondered about the veracity of his claims. Was he truly motivated by the wish to recover his brother's body, or was there some treasure associated with it? I am here for the empty cicada wood, Song Wen openly stated. There was no need for concealment. Many were aware of the existence of empty cicada wood within the ancient battlefield's underground caves. Xian Yi took the opportunity to respond. The empty cicada wood lies deep within the caves, where dangers abound. It may be quite difficult to obtain. Song Wen nodded in acknowledgement, expressing gratitude for the warning. At that moment, Lao Chun spoke. My senior sister and I seek a plant called Lian Xiaohuang. My master, who is also my senior sister's father, has been poisoned by a copper corpse and urgently requires Lian Xiaohuang for an antidote. The copper corpse is akin to a foundation-building stage zombie. Upon hearing this, Xian Ye's expression grew hesitant. The location where Lian Xiaohuang grows is even deeper than that of the empty cicada wood, and the dangers are considerable. Even if we 5 were to go together, it would be challenging to reach it safely. Xian Ye's words carried an unmistakable implication. He was suggesting that the area where Lian Xiaohuang grew was too perilous, and they should not expect assistance from others. Zi, who had remained silent until now, spoke in a cool voice. If any of you are willing to lend your assistance, regardless of the outcome, I am prepared to offer each of you 500 spirit stones as compensation, with an additional 500 should we succeed. This declaration drew the attention of the others. Excluding Lao Chun, there were 3 individuals present. If they all agreed to assist, Zi would need to part with 500 spirit stones. Should they successfully acquire the Lian Xiaohuang, the total would amount to 3,000 spirit stones, a sum sufficient to purchase a single plant. Perhaps sensing the other's skepticism, Zi clarified. My father is gravely poisoned and urgently needs Lian Xiaohuang, which is currently unavailable in the market. Thus, my senior sister and I must risk this venture. The 3 nodded in agreement, particularly Song Wen, who found himself in a similar predicament. He possessed the spirit stones necessary to procure the empty cicada wood, and had time permitted, he could have posted a high-paying task on the black market. Under the lure of substantial rewards, brave souls are sure to emerge. However, time was of the essence, compelling him to choose the path of risk. Yet, Zi's revelation of her ample spirit stones raised questions. Did she not fear that someone might harbor malicious intentions and attempt to rob her? Or did she have some form of assurance, emboldening her against the other three? Alternatively, did she lack sufficient spirit stones and was merely attempting to entice them into danger? Since everyone's objectives were distinct and did not conflict, it was time to act swiftly and set forth. Zi fixed her gaze on Song Wen, urging them to depart promptly. Among the group, only Song Wen possessed a flying vessel. Thus, their journey depended on his consent. Song Wen's cultivation level was the lowest among them, and their willingness to include him in their ranks stemmed from their desire for his flying vessel. With it, they could significantly reduce travel time and mitigate the risks associated with traversing the ancient battlefield. Prepared for this outing for days, Song Wen nodded. I am ready to depart at any moment. He understood the immense dangers posed by their journey to the ancient battlefield. Not only did the battlefield itself harbor numerous threats, but there also existed many treasure-hunting bandits, including the possibility of betrayal even within their own ranks. To prepare, he had spent spirit stones liberally to acquire various life-saving items. After all, one of life's greatest tragedies is to perish while still possessing unspent spirit stones. He wore a high-quality armor of the soft type, a rare defensive artifact for which he had expended 800 spirit stones, a price that could have purchased 2 or 3 similar grade offensive artifacts. Though his current magical power was insufficient to sustain the armor for extended periods, he could activate it for short bursts during crises. Unlike the Ghost Head Shield, which required active magical energy to function, the purple scale armor possessed inherent defensive capabilities even without magical activation. Additionally, he had procured 5 first-tier defensive talismans, the Diamond Talisman. Alongside his cultivation of the 10,000 poisons harmonized body to the proficient stage and the formidable physique derived from the Corpse King blood refinement technique, he was confident that he could withstand even the full force of an attack from a 9th-layer Qi refinement practitioner. In terms of offense, he had acquired a mid-grade artifact, the Soul-Breaking Spike. His mother and son poison needles had been infused with the deadly fire-burning heaven. Over the past 2 months of intense cultivation, his colony of black-bellied beetle goo had grown to over 60. To sustain such a large number, he needed to expend nearly 100 spirit stones daily. Disappointingly, despite more than a year of nurturing, the beetle goo had not produced any new mutations or evolved into stronger variants. However, 9 of the beetle goo had reached the 5th layer of Qi refinement after over a year of cultivation. Chapter 76. Entering the underground cavern, the corpse puppet had already regained its strength, now possessing the combat capability of the 6th layer of Qi refinement. In preparation for the vengeful spirits and walking corpses that lurked throughout the ancient battlefield, Song Wen acquired 10 ghost banishing talismans and 10 corpse subduing talismans, both of which were of the mid-tier 1st grade. He had only 1 thunder talismans left, despite his desire to procure more. He scoured the entire market and could not find another. When faced with vengeful spirits and walking corpses, thunder-based spells wield the greatest deterrent power. Additionally, Song Wen had prepared a substantial number of commonly used talismans and elixirs. Among the talismans were the Swift Movement Talisman, Fireball Talisman, and Flight Talisman, while the elixirs included Healing Elixir, Qi Restoration Elixir, and Detoxification Elixir. Upon seeing Song Wen nod, Xian Yi and Niu Ding expressed no dissent, and thus the 5 of them resolved to set forth immediately. Once they reached the outskirts of the market, Song Wen produced a flying boat. In an instant, the flying boat transformed into a 2-meter-long vessel, hovering before them. However, seating all 5 made the boat somewhat cramped. As the owner and operator, Song Wen chose to occupy the safest position at the rear of the vessel. In front of him sat Xian Yi, followed by Niu Ding and Lao Chan, while Zi, preferring not to be too close to the others, settled at the bow. With 5 aboard, the flying boat was slightly overloaded, causing a reduction in speed, but it was still considerably faster than running on the ground. After 3 hours of flight, darkness enveloped the sky. Song Wen located an open area and descended the flying boat, allowing everyone to recuperate for the night. Zi had suggested pressing on through the night. The ancient battlefield was over 6,000 miles from the Corpse Demon sect, and if they traveled only during the day, It would take approximately 3 days to reach their destination. Eager to rescue her father, she wished to arrive at the ancient battlefield as soon as possible. However, Song Wen firmly declined her request, as piloting the flying boat consumed a significant amount of his spiritual and mental energy. For his own safety, he was unwilling to comply with Z's demands. He did not wish to face the perilous ancient battlefield in a state of fatigue. 3 days later, at the end of the hour, the five finally arrived above the ancient battlefield. For Song Wen, who was visiting for the first time, the sight before him was deeply shocking. As far as the eye could see, the earth was a vivid crimson, as if stained by the blood of countless years past. Never to fade, there was no trace of green. Instead, the ground was littered with decayed bones, scattered, rotting trees, and the remnants of broken human structures. A desolate, dilapidated, and putrid atmosphere, filled with an overwhelming presence of ghostly and corpse energies, permeated the entire realm. This place bore little resemblance to the living world, resembling more the scenes of hell spoken of in legends. After a moment of astonishment, Song Wen addressed Xianyi. What course of action shall we take now? Through their recent interactions, Song Wen had learned that Xianyi had visited the ancient battlefield 3 times, Niuding once. While Lao Chun and Ziyi were both experiencing it for the first time, like Song Wen. In this unfamiliar and perilous territory, it was only prudent to heed the guidance of those more familiar with it. Pointing towards a certain area of the battlefield, Xianyi said, "The cavern we seek lies approximately 400 miles to the southwest. Traveling by flying boat should take a little over an hour. As the sun is already setting, we will likely arrive at the cavern around dusk. During the night, the spirits and walking corpses in the ancient battlefield become increasingly active, presenting greater dangers. Therefore, I recommend we rest here for the night and set off at dawn tomorrow." The others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, though Ziyi appeared somewhat displeased, casting a glance at Song Wen tinged with resentment. She felt that had Song Wen been willing to fly for a longer duration over the past few days, they could have entered the cavern that morning instead of wasting a day. A night passed in silence. At dawn the next morning, as the first light broke, the group embarked in the flying boat once again. As they soared over the desolate ancient battlefield, even with the sun illuminating the land, they could still see wandering corpses and ghostly entities below. Although these creatures shunned the righteous aura of sunlight, the morning rays seemed to have little effect on them, as they continued to roam the ancient, vast earth like starving beasts in search of prey. Fortunately, the flying boat soared at a considerable height, avoiding the attention of the creatures below. The wandering corpses could not fly, posing no threat to the airborne vessel, but the ghostly entities could float. And if they were to be ensnared by numerous spirits, the journey could very well encounter unforeseen obstacles. After a little over an hour, the flying boat arrived above the cavern. Below lay a massive, bottomless abyss, its entrance exhaling gusts of chilling wind. The cavern resembled a colossal beast lying in wait, its gaping maw seeming to threaten to devour any living being that dared to enter, evoking a sense of dread. "Let us proceed," Xianyi declared, leaping from the flying boat, followed by the others. As soon as Song Wen touched down, he sensed the bizarre aura of the ancient battlefield. The dense corpse energy felt almost alive, burrowing into his being, causing him considerable discomfort as he faced the looming threat of corpse transformation. Additionally, the air was thick with lingering souls. While the density was less than that of the corpse-dispersing cave, the sheer number was undoubtedly greater. In mere moments, several fragments of souls had been consumed by Song Wen's physical form, absorbed into his consciousness. For him, this was fortuitous, as under these circumstances, his mental recovery rate was significantly enhanced. Xianyi activated his flying technique, leaping into the cavern and gradually descending deeper within. The remaining 4 followed suit, entering the cavern in his wake. After descending for over 100 meters, they finally reached the ground. The cavern was enveloped in darkness, devoid of light. As cultivators, all 5 were capable of using their spiritual energy to perceive their surroundings. Thus, the darkness did not hinder them significantly. The primary impact was one of sensory discomfort. Suddenly, a fist-sized orb of pale white light appeared in Xianyi's hand, gradually levitating into the air until it hovered a meter above his head, illuminating a radius of several dozen meters. This was a common illumination stone used by cultivators, requiring only a minimal amount of spiritual energy to emit light for an extended period. Let us move forward together along this path. The latter part of our journey may diverge due to differing objectives, but for now, We are united in purpose. I hope we can support each other in facing the dangers ahead." With that, Xian Yi forged ahead into the depths of the cavern, with Song Wen closely following. Throughout this endeavor, Xian Yi had been diligently working to unify this impromptu group, which left Song Wen with a favorable impression of him. Moreover, given Xian Yi's familiarity with the terrain, following his lead was indeed a wise choice. Chapter 77. The invitation of Xian Yi within the cavern. The path twisted and turned, with jagged rocks looming at every corner, necessitating constant vigilance against potential dangers lurking in the shadows. Thus, the 5 travelers proceeded at a measured pace. Suddenly, Song Wen felt a jolt in his heart, his brow furrowing momentarily. Yet, in an instant, he relaxed and continued onward, maintaining his composure and drawing no attention from his companions. Just moments before, the beetle he had released had detected the presence of ghouls approximately 500 meters ahead. Fortunately, the intelligence relayed by the beetle indicated that there were only a dozen or so ghouls ahead, and their strength was relatively weak, comparable to cultivators at the mid-stage of chi refinement. Although their corpse poison posed a minor complication, it would not affect Song Wen, being a practitioner of the corpse Tao. Upon entering the underground cavern, Song Wen found the beetle exceptionally useful. Its natural propensity for stealth was amplified in the pitch-black environment saturated with the stench of decay and ghostly energy, rendering it nearly undetectable. The heavy miasma effectively concealed the beetle's aura, allowing it to navigate the cavern with the grace of a dragon in the sea or a tiger returning to its mountain home. After advancing nearly 400 meters, Xian Yi, leading the group, finally detected the presence of the ghouls. "Be cautious, ghouls are ahead," he warned. In truth, even without his warning, Niu Ding and Ziyi, both at the 7th level of chi refinement, had already sensed the threat. "Let us dispatch them swiftly and without using large-scale spells to avoid attracting more ghouls or spirits," Xian Yi instructed. After his command, he made no further move, as a malevolent spirit, akin to a cultivator at the 6th level of chi refinement, materialized before him. Towering over 2 meters, the spirit was robust, clad in tattered armor, wielding a long blade, projecting the aura of a seasoned warrior. Lao Chun and Zi Yi each brandished a broken blade, preparing for close combat. Niu Ding exhaled 2 puffs of foul air, his muscles visibly bulging, and advanced barehanded. It was evident that, like Song Wen, Niu Ding was a rare practitioner of body cultivation. Song Wen, meanwhile, pulled his corpse puppet closer, concealing himself entirely behind it. For safety's sake, he had released the puppet upon entering the cavern. The military spirit charged into the throng of ghouls, his long blade cleaving through one with ease, splitting it in 2 and splattering dark, unidentifiable fluid across the ground. Niu Ding, exhibiting brute force, swiftly approached a ghoul, slapping its head with his enormous hand, causing it to explode, black liquid spraying everywhere, while the body crumpled lifelessly to the ground. Lao Chun and Zi Yi, evidently from the same lineage, displayed agile movements as they engaged in close combat, like 2 lithe leopards darting into the fray, their daggers striking with the precision of venomous serpents, targeting the ghoul's most vulnerable spots. As Song Wen remained sheltered behind the corpse puppet, he realized that the ghouls were nearly vanquished. To avoid appearing idle to his companions, he directed the corpse puppet to engage one of the remaining ghouls. The ghoul, with its stiff limbs, was no match for the superior strength and agility of the puppet. The puppet adeptly evaded the ghoul's clumsy lunges and swiftly pierced its chest. Remarkably, despite the grievous wound, the ghoul did not lose its drive. It clambered onto the puppet's shoulders and bit at its face. The puppet, unwilling to yield, retaliated by biting the ghoul's neck. This scene left Song Wen momentarily astonished. They were of the same essence. Why should one corpse torment another? His gaze remained vigilant, scanning for any lurking threats among the other ghouls. While the others quickly dispatched their foes, Song Wen was still preoccupied with his own opponent, yet the battlefield was devoid of standing ghouls. Just as Song Wen believed the skirmish to be over, he felt the ground beneath him shift, as if something were about to break free from the earth. To his astonishment, a ghoul erupted from the soil, leaping into view. This particular ghoul had previously caught Song Wen's attention, as he had assumed it to be an ordinary corpse, buried as it was beneath the surface. Given the mixed energies of decay and ghostly presence within the cavern, distinguishing between a corpse and a ghoul could prove challenging. The other 4, having dealt with their ghouls, also took note of the commotion on Song Wen's side. Their reactions varied. Xian Yi remained aloof, observing the situation with indifference. Niu Ding, with a heart of gold, sought to rush to Song Wen's aid. Though his speed seemed inadequate, Lao Chun aimed to throw his dagger at the ghoul, but was halted by Ziyi's icy stare. In the face of the sudden emergence of the ghoul, Song Wen exhibited remarkable composure. He bent his legs, lowering his body to evade the ghoul's clawed hands, and delivered a powerful uppercut to its jaw. The ghoul's head exploded like a fragile melon, splattering viscous matter everywhere. Aside from Ziyi's discontented grimace, the others displayed little emotional response to Song Wen's effortless victory over the ghoul. "Let us proceed," Xian Yi urged, and they continued onward. They soon encountered 2 more waves of ghouls and a cluster of spirits, yet their adversaries proved weak and few in number, allowing for a swift resolution. Notably, the cavern was replete with numerous forks. Had Xian Yi not been guiding the way, Song Wen felt certain that even with the rudimentary map acquired from the underground ghost market, he would have easily lost his way. Suddenly, Xian Yi approached Song Wen and said, "Brother Guitao, not far ahead lies a fork in the path. Niu Ding and I will take the left passage to the Serpent's Den, while Kong Chan Wood and Lian Xiao Huang will venture down the right." Song Wen regarded Xian Yi without reply. Xian Yi continued, "I would like to extend an invitation for you to accompany Niu Ding and me to retrieve the serpent scale fruit first, after which I shall accompany you to obtain the Kong Chan Wood." "Why me?" Song Wen inquired, puzzled. With his cultivation at merely the 6th level of qi refinement, Xian Yi, in seeking assistance, should ideally collaborate with Ziyi. "If I am not mistaken, Brother Guitao, you are a body cultivator, correct? I have already devised a plan for acquiring the serpent scale fruit, but I require the cooperation of a body cultivator. Originally, with Niu Ding's presence, I had a 60% chance of success. However, if you choose to join us, my confidence rises to 80%. Seeing that Song Wen hesitated to respond, Xian Yi shifted to telepathic communication. "Brother Guitao, you must consider carefully. Should you choose to pursue the Kongchan Wood, you will face the prospect of navigating the path alone with Ziyi." As he spoke, Xian Yi cast furtive glances at Ziyi, implying that tension lingered between her and Song Wen, with Song Wen's cultivation being the weakest among the 5. And in the absence of Niu Ding and Xian Yi's imposing presence, it was uncertain whether Ziyi might seize the opportunity to strike against him. Chapter 78. Divergent. Song Wen appeared deep in thought. He did not take the subtle hostility displayed by Ziyi to heart. He was confident that even if he could not defeat both Lao Chun and Ziyi, his life would be secure. With the use of the blood escape technique, neither Ziyi nor Lao Chun could possibly catch up to him. He pondered whether it would be more prudent to retrieve the cocoon wood alone or to have Xian Yi, who was familiar with the terrain, accompany him for added safety. After some contemplation, Song Wen spoke. "Very well. I shall accompany you to obtain the serpent scale fruit, but you must promise that after we secure it, you will accompany me to retrieve the cocoon wood." Xian Yi's face lit up with joy as he replied, "Rest assured. Once we acquire the serpent scale fruit, I will certainly accompany you." Song Wen nodded, acknowledging the promise. He did not dwell on whether Xian Yi would keep his word. If Xian Yi were to renege, Song Wen had his ways to ensure compliance. Before long, the 5 of them reached the fork in the road as indicated by Xian Yi. Learning that Xian Yi, Niu Ding, and Song Wen would be taking the left path to the serpent cave, Ziyi bid farewell to the 3. Her father's condition was critical, and time was of the essence. She needed to hurry towards the direction of the Forsythia. After Ziyi departed, Xian Yi led Song Wen and Niu Ding down the left passage. As they walked, he inquired, "Niu Ding, can you now disclose the whereabouts of your brother's body?" Previously, Niu Ding had not revealed the specific location. According to survivors who had accompanied my brother, they had come to the cave to obtain the serpent scale fruit, but before reaching the serpent cave, they were ambushed by a horde of vengeful spirits, many of whom possessed strength comparable to late-stage qi refiners. My brother fell into the encirclement of these spirits and could not escape. It is possible to recover a body if it was attacked by vengeful spirits, but if it were the walking dead, the chances of retrieval would be exceedingly slim. Xian Yi remarked, "Vengeful spirits feed on souls and the vital energy of practitioners, while the walking dead consume corpses and flesh. To be killed by vengeful spirits may leave a complete corpse. However, to be slain by the walking dead usually results in utter obliteration." He then asked, "How long has it been since your brother's incident?" "1 month. Niu Ding replied. "Has it truly been an entire month?" Xian Yi murmured softly. He was indifferent to the possibility of recovering Niu Ding's brother's body. Fulfilling his promise to accompany Niu Ding was sufficient. The outcome was beyond his control. What concerned Xian Yi more was the intelligence revealed by Niu Ding's words. Through their previous conversations, Xian Yi had learned that Niu Ding's brother was at the 8th level of qi refinement. If such a formidable individual had been surrounded and killed by vengeful spirits, the three of them would also face dire peril should they encounter the same spirits. A month had passed. It was to be hoped that those wandering vengeful spirits had departed. The trio navigated through the winding passage for over an hour. What began as a 5-meter-wide corridor suddenly expanded into a vast, irregular cave approximately 100 meters across. The walls of the cave were dotted with hundreds of nests, both large and small. Niu Ding pointed towards a cave ahead, saying, "This should be where my brother met his misfortune." Niu Ding's words caused both Song Wen and Xian Yi to tense up, their caution heightened as they instinctively halted their steps. The cave was eerily silent, quiet enough for Song Wen to hear his own heartbeat and breath. "Everyone, refrain from speaking. Let us communicate through sound transmission." Xian Yi's voice echoed in the minds of Song Wen and Niu Ding. "Niu Ding, hasten to find your brother's body, but be mindful of your movements. Those nests give me a sense of impending danger." With the mental strength typical of a 7th-level qi refiner, the range of perception was generally around 100 meters. Of course, individual differences in talent could create slight variations, but typically, unless one had specifically trained their mental strength, the differences would be minimal. Currently, they were over 200 meters away from the cave, well beyond the perceptive range of Niu Ding and Xian Yi. They could only vaguely make out the nests on the cave walls with the light of the luminous stones. Just as Niu Ding was about to step into the cave to search for his brother's body, Song Wen transmitted, "There's no need to search. Only in the 8th nest from the left, counting from the bottom, is there a corpse. There are no other human remains in the other nests." Upon hearing Song Wen's transmission, both Niu Ding and Xian Yi were taken aback, disbelief etched on their faces. The nest was over 200 meters away, and Song Wen was merely at the 6th level of qi refinement. Could it be that Song Wen had concealed his true cultivation level? He must be a perfect qi refiner. "Do not overthink it. My mental strength is simply superior to the average," Song Wen clarified, noticing their astonishment to prevent unnecessary complications. Accepting Song Wen's explanation, Niu Ding asked, "Brother Guitao, are you certain?" Song Wen nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, the corpse lies 10 meters within the nest's entrance. It is a male body, tall and robust, measuring at least 7 feet. However, it has since dehydrated and become a desiccated corpse." Niu Ding's expression brightened, and he transmitted, "It must be my brother's body." As Niu Ding prepared to rush towards the nest, Song Wen cautioned, "Niu Dao, you should proceed with caution. Those nests are intricately connected and deep beyond measure. Although I have not sensed the presence of ghosts, I cannot shake the feeling of dread. Retrieving your brother's body may not be a simple task." Since entering the cave, Song Wen had been using the beetle goo to scout the path. The beetle goo had explored the periphery of the nests without encountering any apparitions, but Song Wen refrained from sending it deeper, fearing that powerful spirits might detect it, resulting in the loss of the beetle, which would be a grave miscalculation. Ultimately, it was Niu Ding who would take the risk of entering the nests, not Song Wen. His ability to locate Niu Ding's brother's body was already a significant contribution. Seeing that both Song Wen and Xian Yi deemed the nests dangerous, Niu Ding, who had been eager to advance, paused and sought counsel. "Xian Yi, what are your thoughts?" Xian Yi replied, "Given our ignorance of the situation within the nests, acting rashly could be perilous. We must find a way to ascertain whether there are indeed spirits inside, the quantity of such entities, and their strength." Niu Ding added, "According to my brother's companions, they encountered over 100 spirits here, with no fewer than 20 being powerful vengeful spirits. 20 vengeful spirits comparable to late-stage qi refiners." Song Wen exclaimed, his eyes widening. The prospect of encountering such a multitude of vengeful spirits, alongside nearly 100 lesser spirits, ignited an instinctive urge to flee. What treasures could Niu Ding's brother possess that would compel him to risk such danger for his remains? Song Wen was no longer convinced that Niu Ding was solely motivated by the retrieval of a body, given the enormity of the risks involved. Chapter 79. The Allure of Wealth. Xian Yi cast a glance at Song Wen, who was clearly hesitant, and transmitted a message. "Friend Niu, do you dare to come here to retrieve your brother's corpse without any preparation? Please share the measures you have devised. If the risks are manageable, both I and Taoist Guitao are willing to lend you our assistance. However, if the dangers are too great, Do not blame us for departing without honor." After a moment of contemplation, Niu Ding replied, "I have indeed prepared some strategies, yet I lack confidence. I am aware that you, Taoist Xianyi, are a practitioner of the ghost path. I hope you can employ the fierce spirits you have raised to lure out the souls and vengeful spirits from their lairs, allowing me to enter and retrieve my brother's remains." Upon hearing this, Xianyi immediately refused. "That is impossible. I cannot hold back over 20 vengeful spirits." With a cultivation level of merely the 7th layer of Qi refinement, facing such a multitude of late Qi refinement spirits left him with little hope of victory. He and Niu Ding were merely acquaintances. He could not afford to take such a significant risk on Niu Ding's behalf. Perhaps sensing that without offering some incentive Xianyi would not acquiesce, Niu Ding produced a stack of talismans from his storage pouch. "I possess 10 ghost-slaying talismans and 4 evil exorcising talismans, which I can share with both of you. With these talismans combined with your abilities, you should be able to escape unharmed." The evil exorcising talismans were of superior first-tier quality, specifically designed for vanquishing spirits. From what Song Wen understood, their value was considerably higher than regular first-tier talismans. The 4 Niu Ding offered were likely worth around 400 spirit stones. However, with only 4 talismans at his disposal, Song Wen felt that if there were 20, it might be worth the risk. After all, if he could assign 1 talisman to each spirit, even if he did not kill them, merely injuring them would buy him precious time to escape. Seeing that neither Song Wen nor Xianyi responded, Niu Ding continued, "I do not require you to fight to the death. I only need you to draw out the majority of the vengeful spirits. After that, whether you choose to fight or flee is entirely up to you. Additionally, I have 1,000 spirit stones as compensation for your efforts." Xianyi furrowed his brow. Feeling somewhat tempted, he transmitted a thought. "You must consider carefully. If you become trapped in the lair, you will certainly face death. However, if we only need to lure out the spirits as Niu Ding suggests, the danger may not be too great. Among the fierce spirits I have raised, there is a goat-headed spirit with a degree of intelligence that can act independently. In the worst-case scenario, I could send it to act on its own while I keep my distance, losing only a fierce spirit in the process." The value of the talismans and spirit stones Niu Ding offers far exceeds that of the goat-headed spirit. Niu Ding assured them, "Do not worry. Life and death are matters of fate. Regardless of the outcome, I will bear full responsibility." Xianyi nodded, accepting the talismans and spirit stones from Niu Ding. He handed over 5 ghost-slaying talismans and 1 evil exorcising talismans to Song Wen, who shook his head in refusal. "The techniques and artifacts I cultivate are ill-suited for dealing with spirits. I cannot contribute to this battle, so you may keep these talismans, Taoist Xianyi." His implication was clear. He sought no reward and thus had no intention of risking his safety. Xianyi did not press the matter further and stowed away the talismans and spirit stones. Moments later, he summoned a towering goat-headed spirit, which, under his command, rushed towards the lair on the cave wall. With a thunderous roar, the goat-headed spirit reached the cave wall, its cry causing the surrounding air to churn violently. Instantly, the entire 100-meter cave was filled with howling winds and reverberations. The booming sound shattered the stillness, reaching deep into the lair. It was as if a slumbering demon had been awakened, causing the previously tranquil lair to writhe with malevolent energy. One by one, spirits began to emerge from the various layers in the walls, many of them powerful, vengeful spirits. Seeing this, Xianyi's heart raced. Although he had mentally prepared himself, the sight of so many spirits was enough to instill fear. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee, with the goat-headed spirit closely trailing behind him. Instead of retracing his steps, Xianyi headed toward the direction of the snake-scale fruit. The spirits, upon seeing him, were filled with a strange green light in their eyes and surged forward. In the blink of an eye, Xianyi and the majority of the spirits vanished into the cave. At that moment, a burly figure swiftly darted in, heading directly toward the spirit's lair. Niu Ding quickly scaled the wall, entering the lair as described by Song Wen. After advancing 10 meters, he finally laid eyes on his long-desired brother's corpse. A look of ecstatic joy spread across his face, entirely devoid of sorrow at the sight of his kin's remains. Niu Ding lunged at the corpse, tearing off the storage pouch from the waist of the body. However, after probing it with his spiritual energy, disappointment washed over him. He began to frantically search the body, his hands moving rapidly across the remains. After a futile moment, his agitation grew, and he stood up to scour the ground surrounding the corpse. At this moment, A look of panic crossed Niu Ding's face as he hurriedly retrieved a gray cloak from his storage pouch. He draped the cloak over himself and pressed his body against the stone wall. In an instant, his presence vanished, blending seamlessly with the surrounding stone, making it exceedingly difficult to discern that a human was concealed there. A vengeful spirit at the 8th layer of chi refinement appeared in the lair, drifting above the corpse, scanning its surroundings and sniffing the residual scents in the air. It seemed perplexed, having detected the scent of a living being, yet finding no trace of one. Could it be the lingering scent from the deceased? The vengeful spirit, not particularly intelligent, pondered for a while but failed to reach a conclusion, ultimately turning and leaving the lair. All that transpired within the lair was observed by Song Wen through the beetle goo. Not wishing to wade into this murky situation, Song Wen retreated to the cave passage they had traversed earlier, seeking a crevice in the wall to hide within. By adjusting his breath, he concealed his presence even more effectively than Niu Ding's cloak. Watching the events unfold within the spirit lair, Song Wen mused. Niu Ding's perilous entry into the ancient battlefield cavern was indeed not solely for the sake of his brother's corpse, but rather for a certain treasure upon the corpse. That cloak must be an exceptionally rare item, capable of concealing one's presence and camouflaging their form. This explains Niu Ding's audacity to venture deep into the lair of spirits, as it is the true source of his confidence. Indeed, one cannot easily trust individuals in the realm of cultivation. No one reveals their true trump cards. It remains to be seen what tier of treasure this cloak represents. However, it is evident that it must be a high-tier artifact, capable of evading detection by an 8th layer chi refinement spirit. Chapter 80. The ghostly infant. After witnessing the vengeful spirit depart, Niu Ding lifted the cloak that had covered him and approached the lifeless corpse on the ground once more. The fright he had endured from the spirit had paradoxically steeled his resolve, as he meticulously explored the cadaver with his hands. Upon reaching the abdomen, his demeanor shifted. With a slight exertion of pressure, he pierced the corpse's belly, revealing a blood-red stone the size of a chicken egg. Niu Ding swiftly grasped the sanguine stone, his face alight with astonishment. Yet, before he could secure it, the corpse's abdomen abruptly ruptured, and a ghostly entity, akin to the size of a large bowl, burst forth, lunging directly at Niu Ding's face. Before he could react, the apparition collided with him. At that moment, Niu Ding discerned the creature's appearance. It was a ghostly infant, its form eerily corporeal, resembling the cadaver of an infant transformed into a specter. The ghostly child was entirely naked, its body a vivid crimson hue. A maniacal grin spread across its face, its mouth grotesquely stretching to the back of its head, filled with countless sharp, jagged teeth. With its monstrous maw agape, it appeared on the verge of splitting in two, engulfing Niu Ding's head in one ravenous bite. Despite this, Niu Ding, a seasoned practitioner at the later stages of chi cultivation, possessed an exceptionally robust physique. The ghostly infant's attempt to crush his skull was thwarted. He felt the multitude of razor-sharp teeth gnawing at his head, while a long, barbed tongue scraped across his face. In an instant, a significant portion of flesh and blood was stripped away, exposing his stark white skull. Amidst the excruciating agony, Niu Ding pressed a talisman against the ghostly infant. The talisman erupted with blinding light, unleashing a torrent of terrifying spiritual energy. The infant's body melted away like butter meeting boiling water, emitting a shrill cry as it bore the full brunt of the talisman's power. In an instant, the majority of its form disintegrated, leaving behind a tattered remnant that resembled a ragged doll. The half-bodied, ghostly infant tumbled from Niu Ding's head, hopping on one leg as it retreated deeper into its lair. Gasping for breath, Niu Ding realized the horror of his appearance. The ghostly infant had consumed a significant portion of the flesh from one side of his face, leaving only a skeletal visage. The other half of his face was a grotesque mess of blood and gore, rendering him more terrifying than the specter itself. With no time to spare, he hastened toward the exit of the lair. Just as he reached the mouth of the cave, the ghostly infant returned, followed by 6 vengeful spirits and a multitude of ordinary specters. Niu Ding, filled with dread, widened his soul-remaining eye, sensing the ominous approach of death. He quickened his pace, intending to leap from the lair. However, as he soared into the air, he was ensnared by the multitude of apparitions, and despite his desperate struggles, he was pulled back into the depths of the lair. A series of powerful talismans erupted with their distinctive spiritual energy, severely injuring several vengeful spirits while obliterating numerous ordinary specters. Yet, Ultimately, Niu Ding could not escape the mouth of the cave. Moments later, silence enveloped the lair. The only sound was that of the ghostly infant gnawing on the remnants of Niu Ding's body, taking a leisurely 2/4 of an hour to consume the remains. Meanwhile, the spirits that had pursued Xian Yi returned to the lair, leaving uncertainty about whether they had succeeded in their hunt. Should Xian Yi have perished, the absence of his guidance would render the quest for the elusive empty cicada would considerably more challenging. Song Wen observed the unfolding events within the ghostly lair, contemplating the scene before him. As he saw the ghostly infant finish devouring Niu Ding's remains and retreat deeper into the cave, he noted that the other specters had vanished, leaving the lair once again shrouded in silence. His gaze fell upon 2 storage bags, the concealed cloak, and the sanguine stone on the ground. Stirring a sense of urgency within him, a beetle-like creature emerged from the earth, first scuttling to the concealed cloak. After comparing their sizes, it decisively retreated. Not that the creature was incapable of moving the cloak. Despite being a mere ordinary beetle, it could still manage the task. However, any disturbance would likely attract the attention of the malevolent entities lurking within the lair. The beetle then approached the sanguine stone, a treasure that Niu Ding had fought so fiercely to obtain, yet Song Wen perceived no extraordinary qualities about it. Nevertheless, its origins were undoubtedly remarkable. With determination, the beetle positioned itself against the sanguine stone and, using all 6 legs, began to push it toward the cave's entrance. In no time, the sanguine stone was at the threshold of the lair. With a final push, it fell with a muted thud onto the cave floor. The beetle did not act immediately, resting for a moment before sensing the stillness within the lair. Finally, it took flight, landing on the sanguine stone. Though the weight of the stone exceeded Song Wen's expectations, the beetle managed to lift it, albeit with considerable effort. It flew close to the ground, avoiding direct flight toward Song Wen, instead navigating in the direction of the tunnel that led to Xian Yi. After traversing a distance of over a mile, the beetle found a crevice and deposited the sanguine stone within. Song Wen waited patiently for nearly half an hour, observing that the ghostly lair remained undisturbed before emerging from his hiding place to pursue Xian Yi. After cautiously passing through the cavern where the ghostly entities resided, Song Wen activated the blood escape technique and advanced at full speed. After securing the sanguine stone, he journeyed for over 10 miles until he finally discovered Xian Yi. Concealed within a small cave, Xian Yi appeared in good condition, showing no signs of having endured a fierce battle. It seemed he had effortlessly evaded the vengeful spirits, explaining his willingness to agree to Niu Ding's plan. "Brother Guotao, it is wonderful to see you again. Have you encountered Taoist Niu?" Xian Yi inquired. Song Wen shook his head, expressing concern that Niu Ding had not emerged from the ghostly lair, fearing the worst. With a soft sigh, Xian Yi lamented, "Alas, I had hoped Taoist Niu would assist in acquiring the snake scale fruit, but it seems. What shall we do now, Taoist?" Song Wen asked. Xian Yi contemplated the passage of time, then replied, "It is late now, and the outside world has likely descended into darkness. Although the cave extends deep underground, obscured from the sun, the spirits and walking corpses within still prefer to emerge at night. They are more active during these hours, so it would be prudent to delay our actions until morning." Song Wen nodded in agreement. "Very well. We shall follow your counsel and proceed tomorrow." Xian Yi spent the night in his secluded cave, while Song Wen found another small cave to rest in, cautious of their fragile trust, believing that separating would allow for a more restful recovery. Chapter 81. The Black Viper. The following day, at the hour of Chun, the ancient battleground's underground cavern lay enveloped in darkness. Having calculated the time, Song Wen and Xian Yi were prepared to embark on their journey. Xian Yi led the way, navigating the labyrinthine passages of the cavern, where numerous branches diverged, known only to him. After traversing for over 2 hours, Song Wen suddenly halted and inquired, "Xian Yi, are we not nearing the serpent's den?" Xian Yi, puzzled, retorted, "Why do you ask, Brother Guotao? Have you been here before and know the way to the serpent's den?" "Indeed, we are quite close, merely a few miles away." Song Wen shook his head and replied, "I have never set foot in this ancient battleground. However, approximately 300 meters ahead, I perceive a group of serpents dragging along 6 corpses." Previously, Song Wen had displayed his formidable spiritual prowess, and Xian Yi had no doubts regarding the truth of his observation. He continued to inquire, "What kind of serpents are they?" "They are entirely black, varying in size. The smaller ones are no thicker than a thumb, while the larger ones are as thick as an arm," Song Wen described. Xianyi nodded. That must be the black vipers from the serpent's den. They are in the midst of a hunt. Hunting, Song Wen exclaimed with astonishment. Feeding on corpses, such peculiar creatures. This is the first I have heard of it. Xianyi affirmed. It is not surprising. Food is scarce in the caverns, and it is common for beasts and corpses to prey upon each other. What shall we do now? Song Wen asked. Let us not disturb the black vipers while they are hunting. We shall wait for them to transport their prey back to the serpent's den. Xianyi paused before continuing. The subsequent plan to gather serpent scales depends on your assistance, Brother Guitao. Song Wen nodded. Of course, this was agreed upon earlier. However, should you not elaborate on the plan to gather the serpent scales? Xianyi had previously mentioned that his scheme required the aid of a body-refining cultivator, which was why he had invited Song Wen and Niu Ding to accompany him, yet he had not disclosed any details. Xianyi began. The black vipers have long dwelled in the depths of the ancient battleground, feeding on corpses, which has rendered them fond of the shadows and fearful of fire and the vitality of the heavens. To successfully procure the serpent scales, I have made extensive preparations. I invested heavily to have a set of wildfire array crafted. This formation comprises 8 flags, once planted in their respective positions and activated by me. It will transform the vicinity into a sea of flames. The temperature within this formation is exceedingly high and infused with a trace of the vitality of the heavens. If we can set up this formation at the entrance of the serpent's den, the black vipers, by their very nature, will be compelled to retreat deep into their lair. Subsequently, retrieving the serpent scales will be considerably easier. Upon hearing this, Song Wen furrowed his brow. While Xianyi's strategy appeared feasible, he was acutely aware that the execution would not proceed as smoothly as described. For instance, successfully planting the 8 flags would pose a significant challenge. The black vipers would not remain passive while a human cultivator invaded their territory. Nevertheless, rather than openly questioning the plan, Song Wen suggested, let us first assess the situation at the serpent's den before determining our course of action. Xianyi agreed. That would be prudent. Thus, the two continued onward, waiting as the black vipers moved slowly, taking a full quarter of an hour to traverse the distance of a few miles. They concealed themselves in the shadows of a cavern's corner, approximately 300 meters from the serpent's den. To avoid alarming the serpents, Xianyi had already stowed away the luminescent stones, leaving them enveloped in darkness. Through the use of his beetle goo, Song Wen observed the general layout of the serpent's den. The cavern housing the den was several dozen meters high, featuring a sloping stone incline that extended from the ground to the cave ceiling. Countless small openings dotted the slope, some around 2 inches wide, others merely the size of a thumb. Numerous black vipers slithered along the slope, while even more rested within the openings, revealing only the tips of their tails. These serpents varied significantly in size, with some as thick as a bowl, while others were merely the size of chopsticks. Midway up the slope stood a solitary 2-meter-tall tree. Perhaps never having been touched by sunlight, its entirety appeared a ghostly white. Even its leaves bore the same hue. Atop the tree, 3 fiery red fruits, the size of a fist, emanated a rich aura and a fragrant aroma, enticing many small serpents that slithered below, their eyes fixated on the 3 serpent scale fruits. Yet none dared to ascend the tree to partake. Observing the surrounding darkness, Song Wen inquired, what shall be our next course of action, Xianyi? Xianyi replied, during our operation, I will send a ghost to distract the serpents while simultaneously casting a fireball. Brother Guitao, your task will be to utilize the firelight to swiftly place the 8 flags in their designated positions. As he spoke, Xianyi produced one of the array flags. The flag was roughly 2 feet long, crimson in color with a black pole. The pole's end was sharply pointed, designed for easy insertion into the rock. Adorned with intricate cloud patterns that seemed to flicker with flames, truly an extraordinary sight. Xianyi explained, this flag weighs about 100 pounds. I trust you will be able to hurl it accurately into the formation's position? Given Xianyi's cultivation at the 7th layer of qi refinement, his spiritual reach extended only about 100 meters. Beyond this range, he would lose control over the artifact, which would then travel solely by inertia, rendering precise placement impossible. Thus, he sought the assistance of a body-refining cultivator to aid in retrieving the serpent scales. Song Wen accepted the flag, weighing it in his hands, and remarked, this is manageable, but relying solely on brute strength to throw each flag one by one is rather cumbersome and time-consuming. It may easily alert the black vipers, jeopardizing the arrangement of the formation. Xianyi raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Oh, do you have a better method? Song Wen proposed. My spiritual power can barely extend to encompass the serpent's denver. If you allow me to initially refine the flags, I could simultaneously control all 8 using my spiritual energy to position them accurately. After more than 2 years of nurturing his beetle goo, Song Wen had gradually discerned new applications for it. The beetle goo not only extended his spiritual reach, but also allowed for simple control of artifacts within that range. Although he could not command the artifacts to attack enemies, controlling the 8 flags to insert them into the formation was well within his capabilities. Chapter 82. The blazing fire array. A look of terror flickered across Xian Ye's face as he cast an envious glance at Song Wen, murmuring, "Indeed, Brother Guotao possesses extraordinary talent, exhibiting such formidable mental prowess." Ignoring Xian Ye's admiring words, Song Wen continued, "However, executing such a plan requires me to refine the array flags. I wonder if this will affect your operation of the array, my friend." Xian Ye shook his head, producing a disc the size of a basin, and replied, "This should not pose a problem. As long as you initially refine the array flags, you may use your mental force to manipulate them. Once the flags are inserted at the array's base, the true control of the array lies with this disc in my hand. As long as you do not interfere with my operation of the array using your mental force, it will not disrupt its functioning." "That sounds excellent," Song Wen remarked. "Brother Guotao, please follow me. I shall impart the diagram of the blazing fire array to you, so you may set up the formation," Xian Yi instructed. Nodding in agreement, Song Wen replied, "Very well, I shall adhere to your guidance." The following day, with all preparations complete, the two commenced their actions. The goat-headed ghost appeared abruptly at the edge of the snake den, raising its head and letting out a piercing roar that echoed sharply, akin to a demonic sound piercing the ears. The sudden disturbance agitated the black viper swarm, which was accustomed to the darkness and tranquility of their environment. The smaller vipers began darting in all directions, while the more cunning ones scurried into their burrows. The larger vipers gaped their jaws wide, revealing long, sharp fangs, their crimson tongues flicking in the air, restless and agitated. The giant snakes coiled their tails and then launched themselves like arrows toward the goat-headed ghost, intent on driving this intruder from their territory. More of the larger snakes slithered out of the den. At that moment, 8 array flags descended from the heavens, drawing the attention of the black vipers. Before they could react, the flags were inserted into various corners of the snake den. "Array activate," Xian Yi commanded, his expression grave as he formed intricate hand seals. The array disc floated before him, shimmering with radiant colors. 8 spirit stones, each the size of an infant's fist, erupted with dense spiritual energy, continuously merging into the disc, amplifying its brilliance. Beside him, Song Wen's eyes widened in astonishment. 8 mid-grade spirit stones. Xian Yi truly invested heavily to procure the snake scale fruit. Not only did he enlist someone to forge an expensive array, but he also used 8 mid-grade spirit stones to drive it, equivalent to 800 low-grade spirit stones. Song Wen noted that the individuals accompanying him into the ancient battlefield's underground caves seemed to possess remarkable backgrounds, each adorned with an abundance of spirit stones. Yet, like him, they were all driven by the necessity to delve deeper into perilous caves, having exhausted their resources for a final gamble. Above the snake den, a fiery crimson, translucent barrier suddenly enveloped the area. Countless flames surged from the ground, causing the temperature within the array to escalate dramatically. The black vipers fled in disarray, some of the weaker ones being incinerated into ashes. The blazing fire array trapped the black vipers that had been on the ground, while those underground sensed the terrifying heat of the array. Coupled with their innate fear of fire and light, they retreated deeper into their lairs. Only a few robust vipers, thick as bowls, could withstand the searing heat, though they bore wounds, scales shedding as they did. These massive snakes approached the array's edge, violently slamming against the protective barrier. Each collision caused the shield to shimmer and flicker, as though it might shatter at any moment. With every impact, the injuries of the black vipers intensified. The areas that struck against the barrier charred and blackened. In addition to the black vipers, the snake-scale fruit tree and the goat-headed ghost were also subjected to the searing flames of the array. The once solid form of the goat-headed ghost now appeared somewhat ethereal, having been splashed with venom from the black vipers, which diminished its ominous aura. Fortunately, the array activated just in time, allowing it to evade a calamity. As the array emerged, the goat-headed ghost pressed onward instead of retreating, charging straight for the snake-scale fruit tree at the center of the den. The temperature within the formation was perilously high. Prolonged exposure could ruin the medicinal properties of the fruit. Upon reaching the tree, the leaves had already begun to turn a scorched yellow, with those nearest to the ground igniting into flames. However, the 3 snake-scale fruits at the top remained relatively unscathed. With a powerful strike, the goat-headed ghost severed the tree in half, using its ghostly energy to lift the broken trunk into the air. Witnessing the destruction of the precious snake-scale fruit tree, the surviving black vipers lost their sanity, disregarding their injuries as they launched themselves towards the airborne goat-headed ghost. As the goat-headed ghost ascended to the pinnacle of the array, a gap suddenly opened in the protective barrier, allowing it to escape. The opening quickly sealed again, preventing the pursuing black vipers from following. Controlling the barrier to create an escape route for the goat-headed ghost took a toll on Xianyi. His complexion paled, large beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, a clear sign of mental exhaustion. Meanwhile, Song Wen remained vigilant. A black viper, thick as a bowl and comparable in strength to a 7th-layer qi refining cultivator, had evaded entrapment in the array and was now slithering toward them. Stealing a glance at Xianyi, who was fully focused on controlling the array disk, Song Wen suppressed his desire to flee. He needed Xianyi to guide him. Clasping the corpse bag at his waist, he released the corpse puppet, which charged forward towards the massive snake. The black viper, seeing the corpse puppet's aggressive advance, hesitated, coiling its tail and then striking out violently. The puppet was sent flying, but its tough exterior endured the blow without significant damage. Just as the puppet was hurled away, a foot-long iron spike shot toward the black viper's left eye. The viper dodged, narrowly avoiding this vulnerable spot, and retaliated, its head crashing against the iron spike with a clang that echoed like metal clashing against metal. The spike rebounded, and a piece of the viper's scale shattered, exposing the bloodied flesh beneath. At that moment, the corpse puppet re-engaged, seizing the snake's tail with all its might, attempting to lift the viper. Yet, the snake twisted its body, ensnaring the puppet's waist. It then opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of venom. The venom splattered onto the puppet's head, sizzling as it corroded the already grotesque visage, rendering it even more horrifying. Enraged, the puppet bit down on the viper's most vulnerable underbelly, blood gushing forth. The viper writhed in agony, thrashing violently as it tried to dislodge the puppet, managing to shake it off, but losing a considerable chunk of flesh in the process. As the puppet consumed the snake's flesh, it prepared to attack again, only to suddenly retreat in alarm. The goat-headed ghost had successfully retrieved the snake-scale fruit. Chapter 83. The trace of the empty cicada would guidao you, Xianyi said. I am about to dismantle the formation. With that, he made several hand seals towards the formation plate, and instantly, the crimson protective barrier enveloping the serpent's lair vanished into thin air. Song Wen casually waved, and the 8 array flags rose from the ground, shooting towards him. He slapped a swift movement talisman onto himself and turned to flee. Xianyi, whose mental energy had been excessively depleted and was now weakened, patted one of the ghost-rearing bags at his waist. 5 little ghosts with snow-white skin and brightly colored clothes emerged. They lifted Xianyi and conjured up a gust of chilling wind, pursuing Song Wen closely behind. The 5 spirits moved with remarkable speed, quickly surpassing Song Wen. Noticing the increasingly numerous and nearer black vipers behind him, Song Wen was engulfed in a mist of blood, accelerating his speed and soon overtaking Xianyi. An hour later, having evaded the black vipers, Song Wen and Xianyi sought refuge in a small cave to recuperate. Guidao, we have 3 serpent-scale fruits here. How do you propose we divide them? Xianyi addressed him differently now, referring to him as Guidao instead of Guatao brother. The serpent-scale fruit is a precious spiritual herb that can assist qi practitioners in breaking through their limits, and importantly, it is rarely seen for sale in the market. Even when available, it is often traded for rare spiritual materials. For Song Wen, the serpent-scale fruit was not an urgent necessity. His cultivation had progressed smoothly thus far, without encountering prolonged difficulties in breaking through any bottlenecks. However, now that the fruits were in hand, he could not refuse them. Just one for me will suffice, he stated. The fruit is effective only upon first consumption, and since Xianyi had exerted more effort on this trip, he deserved a larger share. Xianyi nodded, placing one of the fruits into a jade box he had prepared and handing it to Song Wen. This journey owes much to you. Dao, he expressed his gratitude again. Song Wen replied, we are merely cooperating for mutual benefit. There is no need for thanks. However, Do not forget your promise to accompany me to collect the empty cicada wood. Of course, let me rest a bit, and we shall set off tomorrow." The following day, Song Wen and Xian Yi returned to the cave, where they had parted ways with Zi and her companion, continuing along the passage. After traveling several dozen miles, Song Wen was astonished to discover a plethora of plants within the cave. Most of these plants thrived in damp corners, some even emanating a faint glow, quite magical indeed. Had it not been for the lack of spiritual energy in these plants, he might have suspected them to be some special medicinal herbs. Song Wen marveled once more at the wonders of nature in the realm of cultivation. Perhaps this is one of the meanings of cultivation, allowing one to witness extraordinary phenomena beyond ordinary imagination. As Song Wen proceeded, he suddenly halted, exclaiming, "There are two individuals hiding in a small cave just ahead." Having grown accustomed to Song Wen's remarkable mental acuity, Xian Yi inquired, "What kind of people?" Song Wen's expression turned peculiar as he replied, "A man and a woman, both with low cultivation. One at the 4th layer of qi and the other at the 3rd layer. The man is injured." The audacity of a 4th layer qi practitioner and a 3rd layer qi practitioner daring to venture into an ancient battlefield's underground cave was truly unexpected for Song Wen. Xian Yi, however, appeared unfazed, suggesting they must have been captured to scout the path. The detection range of a qi practitioner in the late stages is merely over 100 meters. In the dark and complex terrain of the underground caves, this can often prove inadequate. Thus, some cultivators resort to using living beings as scouts. By marking these unfortunate individuals and attempting to control their lives, they leave no room for resistance. "Let us go take a look," Xian Yi proposed, intrigued by the prospect of gathering information from these lowly individuals. Soon, the two arrived at the small cave where the man and woman were hiding. Upon seeing Song Wen and Xian Yi suddenly appear, the man became flustered, instinctively shielding the woman behind him. The man appeared to be in his 40s, dressed like a loose practitioner, and a large gash marred his waist, suggesting he had been injured some time ago, though his wounds were now bandaged and bleeding had ceased. The woman, in her 20s, had an unremarkable appearance. "What are you two doing here in this underground cave?" Xian Yi asked coldly, disregarding their evident panic. The middle-aged man, fearing a delay might invoke the ire of Xian Yi and Song Wen, hastily responded, "We are father and daughter, wandering practitioners from Tianyuan Fengshi. We were captured by 3 late-stage qi practitioners, who threatened my daughter's life to compel me to scout the cave for them." Tianyuan Fengshi was a small market established by loose practitioners, not far from the ancient battlefield. "How did you escape?" Xian Yi pressed on. "I was scouting in the cave when I suddenly came across a mound of bones several meters high. Atop the mound grew 2 spirit trees that shone like jade, with the taller tree exceeding 3 feet in height. Just as I was about to inform the 3 behind me, 2 vengeful spirits erupted from the bone mound. Their immense power sent me flying against the stone wall, and I lost consciousness. After about a quarter of an hour, I gradually awoke, only to find the spirits had vanished. Fearing for my daughter's safety, I hurried back, but to my dismay, both she and the 3 practitioners had disappeared, leaving only traces of a struggle. I did not find my daughter's body, so clinging to a thread of hope, I continued my search and finally found her in this small cave. It turned out she had escaped while the 3 were battling the spirits, miraculously surviving." What the middle-aged man failed to notice was that as he spoke of the bone mound and jade-like spirit trees, Song Wen and Xian Yi exchanged glances. The jade-like spirit trees were the very purpose of Song Wen's expedition, the empty cicada wood. From the man's account, Song Wen also learned that this father and daughter pair were surnamed Lu, with the father's name being Lu Qiao and the daughter's Lu Mu. Moreover, it became apparent from his words that the 3 practitioners who had confronted the vengeful spirits had likely been defeated. After all, if they had emerged victorious, they would have taken the empty cicada wood with them. Song Wen scrutinized the pair, but found no discernible uniqueness about them. Their luck seemed remarkably favorable. Having encountered such formidable vengeful spirits, they had inexplicably survived. Just then, one of the scouting beetles in the insect curse relayed a message. "Someone else is approaching," Song Wen announced. After entering this underground cave, he had not encountered any outsiders, and now, unexpectedly, he faced 2 encounters in quick succession. "Who are they?" Xian Yi inquired. "There are 3 in total. 2 are Zi and Lao Chun, and they are followed by a male practitioner at the 8th layer of qi, who seems to be in poor condition." Chapter 84. The dwarf ghost and the green-faced female ghost, the blood that still coursed through the 7 orifices of the male cultivator, showed no signs of drying. As he fled, his features twitched intermittently, as though he were enduring immense agony. Lao Chun was affixed with a swift movement talisman. While a crimson ribbon was wrapped around his waist, the other end held firmly in the hand of Zi, who was supporting him as they ran. However, due to the dismal state of the male cultivator behind them, his pace lagged slightly behind the 2 ahead, preventing him from catching up. As Song Wen spoke, he continued, "We are fleeing for our lives. 2 vengeful spirits are in pursuit. This is bad. They are turning our way. Move." Upon finishing, Song Wen turned and dashed deeper into the cave, with Xian Yi following closely behind. The pursuing vengeful spirits evidently possessed formidable strength. Otherwise, the trio would not have been reduced to a disheveled flight. As Song Wen and Xian Yi departed, Lu's father and daughter were engulfed in terror, disregarding the veracity of Song Wen's words, and followed the 2 into the cave. The cave they had taken refuge in was only a few meters deep. Should the vengeful spirits notice them, they could easily obliterate them, leaving no place to hide. The commotion caused by the fleeing group ahead immediately attracted the attention of the 3 behind them. "Friends ahead, could you pause and assist us in confronting the vengeful spirits? Fleeing is not a viable solution," shouted a cultivator of the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Xian Yi and Song Wen remained unmoved, for only a fool would fight alongside them. At that moment, it was likely that they would barely engage with the vengeful spirits before the other would turn to flee, fighting desperately only to serve as fodder for another's escape. However, this left Lu's father and daughter in a dire predicament. Their powers were far too weak, especially Lu Mu, who was merely at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. Even with the swift movement talisman, she severely hampered her father's speed. In just a few breaths, the pair was overtaken by the 3 behind them. Zi and Lao Chun surged past Lu's father and daughter. The male cultivator of the 8th layer of Qi refinement regarded the Lu family with disdain. "Damn it, what a stroke of bad luck. After finally encountering 2 living souls, I thought I could use them as decoys to delay the vengeful spirits. Who would have guessed it would be you 2? With your strength, you can't even delay them for a moment." This male cultivator was one of the 3 who had previously abducted Lu's family. After advancing several dozen meters, he noticed that Xian Yi and Song Wen, who were at the forefront, had suddenly halted. "Stop running. Ahead is a dead end." Song Wen called out to everyone in the cave. Before them lay a solid wall of thick rock, abruptly terminating the passage some 100 meters ahead. Feeling a sense of reluctance, Song Wen had previously searched the area with a beetle charm, confirming that there was indeed no escape. His heart was heavy. They had followed the map, only to venture down this fork after discovering Lu's family, never anticipating they would be trapped here. "If we wish to survive, let us prepare to confront our foes," he declared. Zi and Lao Chun approached Song Wen, nodding lightly as a greeting. Meanwhile, the 8th layer cultivator erupted into an eerie cackle. "Ha ha ha. Heaven has not been unkind to me, Yengu. In this moment of peril, I have encountered for companions. It seems my fate is not yet sealed." It turned out that Zi and Lao Chun had encountered the fleeing Yengu along the way. After parting ways with Song Wen and his group, they became lost in the labyrinthine cave without Xian Yi to guide them, relying solely on a rudimentary map. After considerable time, they managed to regain their bearings, but soon thereafter, they stumbled upon Yengu. Initially believing themselves doomed, upon seeing Zi and Lao Chun, Yengu contemplated leading the trouble their way, rushing towards them and dragging them into the fray. "Do not worry too much. Those 2 vengeful spirits have been significantly weakened by me and my 2 companions, having lost more than half of their power. Together, we still have a chance to slay them." No one paid Yengu any heed, as they busily prepared their defenses. The soul-breaking spike hovered before Song Wen, emanating a sinister aura. As its name suggests, the soul-breaking spike was a talisman specifically intended for combating spirits, making it ideal for confronting the 2 vengeful beings. Xian Yi summoned the goat-headed ghost and the general ghost, which floated on either side of him. Zi and Lao Chun each released 2 corpse puppets, revealing themselves to be corpse cultivators like Song Wen. Yengu produced a particularly peculiar talisman. He wore a necklace of 18 human skulls and held a wooden fish, also crafted from human bone. Yengu was indeed a rare practitioner of the malevolent Buddhist path. Meanwhile, Lu's father and daughter took refuge in a corner of the rocky wall, lacking the courage to join the battle, and no one paid them any mind. At that moment, the 2 vengeful spirits drew near, allowing the group to discern their forms. One spirit was large and imposing, standing over 10 feet tall. A slender green-faced female ghost of the 7th layer of Qi refinement. The other was diminutive, under a meter in height, with short limbs resembling a dwarf. A white-faced male ghost of the 8th layer of Qi refinement. The green-faced female ghost crawled swiftly on all fours, propelled by a chilling wind. The dwarf ghost rode upon her back, his pallid face perpetually contorted in an eerie grin, emitting soft, moaning sounds. Go! Song Wen was the first to strike, launching the soul-breaking spike like an arrow aimed directly at the dwarf ghost's head. The dwarf ghost's sinister smile remained unfazed as he extended a short hand towards the incoming spike, which was deflected just half a meter from him. Xian Yi's 2 vengeful spirits, along with Lao Chun and Z's corpse puppets, charged forth. The general ghost swung a long knife at the prone green-faced female ghost, while the goat-headed ghost clawed at the dwarf ghost. The 2 corpse puppets advanced on either side of the dwarf ghost. Suddenly, the dwarf ghost let out a piercing howl, summoning a gust of wind that sent debris swirling through the cave. The attacks of the 2 ghosts and 2 corpses were all thwarted by the howling wind, sending them all careening back. The tempestuous wind seemed to expend a great deal of energy, for the dwarf ghost quickly ceased its incantation. At that moment, Yengu made his move. He tossed the wooden fish into the air, grasped the necklace of human skulls, and began to spin it ceaselessly. The 2 items formed a set of talismans. Simultaneously, he recited a complex incantation. As the wooden fish floated aloft, it emitted a radiant white light, enveloping the 2 vengeful spirits below. The white light appeared to be particularly effective against the spirits, rapidly dissipating the ghostly aura surrounding them. Within just a couple of breaths, the forms of the 2 vengeful spirits seemed to diminish. However, Yengu's condition was dire. The light emanating from the wooden fish fluctuated in intensity, revealing its unstable nature. It was clear that Yengu's consciousness had sustained significant injury. The dwarf ghost raised its head, casting a spiteful glare at the wooden fish above, as though it had previously suffered greatly from its effects. In a sudden leap, the dwarf ghost sprang from the back of the green-faced female ghost, charging towards the wooden fish, seemingly intent on destroying it, even at the cost of its own injury. Chapter 85. Even spirits have feelings. As the gnome spirit leapt into action, a beam of black light shot down towards the green-faced female ghost below. The green-faced ghost, clearly of lesser strength, was struck by the white light and found it exceedingly uncomfortable. Just as she prepared to escape with the Een wind, the soul piercer, which had sent her flying, surged back and pierced her from behind. The soul piercer, infused with potent malice, erupted forth like a sharp sword, penetrating the green-faced ghost's body. A mournful and ambiguous cry escaped her lips. At that moment, a talisman in Xian Ye's hand crumbled into powder. A colossal sword, forged from spiritual energy, materialized above the female ghost, descending upon the green-faced spirit with lethal intent. This was a first-tier superior talisman, the exorcism talisman. In this dire moment, the green-faced ghost summoned all her ghostly essence to form a protective shield above her head. With a thunderous clash, the giant sword struck the shield, which had been hastily conjured, proving too weak to withstand the blow. The shield shattered almost instantly, and the sword cleaved down upon the green-faced ghostess crown, unleashing a tremendous surge of spiritual energy that pierced through her. The ghostly energy encompassing the green-faced spirit was dispersed by the sword's might, rendering her increasingly transparent and ethereal, as if she might dissolve into nothingness at any moment. Suspended in midair, the gnome spirit, poised to grasp the wooden fish, halted its movements, eyes ablaze with fury upon witnessing the injury inflicted upon the green-faced ghost. Suddenly, 5 phantoms erupted from within the gnome spirit, hurtling towards Song Wen and his companions. The gnome spirit then turned and soared towards the green-faced ghost, its own ghostly essence frantically pouring into her. The gnome spirit was attempting to heal the female ghost. Once the 5 phantoms separated from the gnome spirit, they rapidly transformed into 5 transparent blades, swiftly arriving before the 5 companions. Song Wen felt no trace of spiritual energy, ghostly essence, or any other energy fluctuations from the blades, yet they emanated an overwhelming sense of danger. What kind of attack is this? Panic surged within Song Wen, rendering him unable to comprehend the situation. He could only resort to his most formidable defensive measures, activating the 10,000 poisons mixed origin body. He simultaneously summoned the protective purple scale armor. A violet golden shield enveloped his entire being. Outside this shield was a large green cauldron. However, the anticipated violent impact never materialized. The cauldron and the violet golden shield offered no resistance against the transparent blades, which passed through them effortlessly, leaving both the cauldron and shield unscathed. This is a mental attack. The gnome spirit had mastered the exceedingly rare technique of mental assault found within the realm of cultivation. How could such a mere spirit possess such knowledge? As this thought flashed through Song Wen's mind, the transparent blade pierced his brow. Instantly, a searing pain radiated throughout his consciousness as the blade manifested within his mind. Its chilling intent stirring chaos within his mental sea. The mental sea is the most vulnerable and crucial aspect of a cultivator, and Song Wen could not afford any mishap. However, his options were limited. He could only muster his mental energy to form a barrier in hopes of deflecting the blade. With his mental prowess comparable to that of an 8th-layer Qi refinement practitioner, he believed he could withstand the blade, especially since the gnome spirit was dividing its mental energy to attack 5 individuals. At that moment, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. A black hole materialized within his mental sea, swiftly engulfing the razor-sharp, transparent blade, erasing it from existence. Song Wen, taken aback, sensed the rapid emergence and disappearance of the black hole, which dissipated after devouring the blade. Where did this black hole come from? Could it be that my ability to consume other souls is tied to this black hole in my mental sea? Confused thoughts swirled in his mind. To an outsider, it appeared that Song Wen had emerged unscathed from the mental attack. Lao Chun was also unharmed, not due to any protective artifact, but rather sheer luck and audacity. Positioned conveniently close to Lu Qiao, he recognized the nature of the transparent blade as a mental assault. He swiftly pulled Lu Qiao in front of him, allowing the blade to pierce her brow instead. In an instant, blood gushed from Lu Qiao's 7 orifices, and she quickly succumbed, her soul shattered by the mental blade. At that moment, Lu Mu wept bitterly, cradling her father's lifeless body. They had once been ordinary cultivators outside of Tianyuanfang City, their resources scarce and progress slow, yet they lived comfortably compared to mortals who struggled daily for sustenance. The mother and daughter understood the perils of the cultivation world. Thus, they sought not profound cultivation or immense power, but merely wished for a peaceful life together. Lu Mu was content with this existence, occasionally marveling at the new and powerful spells she encountered. However, the sudden appearance of Yen Gu and his companions shattered their tranquil life, forcibly dragging them into this perilous abyss. Such is the cruelty of the cultivation world. Regardless of one's desire for peace, stepping into this realm obliterates any hope for a quiet existence, and one may find themselves beset by calamity at any moment. Lao Chun cast a glance at the weeping Lu Mu and unleashed a wave of malice. Lu Mu collapsed, writhing on the ground, her eyes bulging, engulfed by immense agony, emitting incoherent sounds. Moments later, she joined her father in the afterlife. Xian Yi and Zi barely withstood the mental blade's assault, their mental seas shaken, blood seeping from their orifices, their spirits somewhat dulled, and their minds throbbing with pain. Yen Gu fared the worst. His mental sea had already been severely damaged by the gnome spirit, and this latest attack struck him down, leaving him unconscious on the ground. Song Wen had no time to concern himself with the injuries of others. Once he confirmed the integrity of his mental sea, he extended his mental energy, remaining vigilant against a potential counterattack from the gnome spirit. To his surprise, the gnome spirit had fled with the gravely injured green-faced ghost, presumably in search of a way to heal her. Surveying his surroundings, Song Wen noted that Zi and Xian Yi were hastily recuperating. Lao Chun occasionally glanced at the motionless Yen Gu and then at the beautiful senior sister, lost in thought. Xian Yi, I must take my leave, Song Wen declared. With the green-faced ghost gravely wounded, and the gnome spirit having expended considerable energy, now presented the opportune moment to seize the cicada wood. Armed with a thunder talisman that could shield him from the gnome spirit's mental attacks, he felt confident in his ability to procure the cicada wood. The location of the cicada wood was not far from the pile of bones, and without Xian Yi to guide him, Song Wen was still capable of finding his way. I shall accompany you. Xian Yi suddenly rose to his feet. Why? Song Wen inquired. This place is not safe. The bond between those two spirits is profound. Having injured the green-faced ghost, the gnome spirit will have no reason to spare us. Whether the female ghost stabilizes or perishes, the gnome spirit will seek revenge. Being by your side grants me a measure of security, Xianyi stated, casting a glance at Song Wen. Having witnessed Song Wen emerge unscathed from the gnome spirit's mental assault, and recalling the unorthodox range of his mental probing, Xianyi lowered his head, lost in contemplation. Chapter 86. The profound bond of master and disciple. Song Wen lowered his head, hesitating to respond to Xianyi. Their previous collaboration had been relatively pleasant, yet it was built upon mutual exploitation. Xianyi required Song Wen's assistance in procuring the snake scale fruit, while Song Wen needed Xianyi to serve as his guide. Now, both parties found themselves devoid of value to one another. Continuing their partnership was hardly a prudent choice. The proposal by Xianyi to venture together for the empty cicada would spark a sense of wariness within Song Wen. Before Song Wen could articulate his thoughts, Ziyi spoke up, rising to her feet. "Junior brother, we should depart. This place is indeed perilous. But your injuries?" Lao Chun expressed his concern. "It is of no consequence. My father's health cannot await. We must act swiftly. Moreover, as Xianyi has pointed out, this location is unsafe," Ziyi replied. "What about him?" Lao Chun gestured toward the unconscious Yen Gu. His gaze was laced with malice as he looked at Yen Gu, recalling how the latter had previously caused them much distress. Xianyi glanced at Yen Gu and stated, "His soul has suffered severe damage. Without a soul-repairing elixir, it will be difficult for him to awaken. Then let us end his suffering," Lao Chun declared, leaping forward and shattering Yen Gu's skull with a single strike. He subsequently retrieved Yen Gu's magical artifacts and storage pouch, turning to Xianyi and inquiring, "Fellow Taoist, how shall we share the spoils?" Song Wen, disinterested in lingering with them any longer, activated the blood escape technique and hastily departed, seizing the opportunity to distance himself from Xianyi. Xianyi observed Song Wen's retreat, then glanced at the storage pouch and artifacts in Lao Chun's possession. Ultimately, he chose to stay, for Yen Gu, a practitioner at the 8th level of Qi refinement, possessed significant resources. It would be unwise to forsake such an opportunity. After a brief interval, they divided the loot and made their way out. However, they had scarcely traveled a short distance when Song Wen reappeared, his face darkened with concern. "Taoist, what troubles you?" Xianyi inquired. Song Wen replied, "The exit is swarming with hundreds of bone worms, advancing towards us." Bone worms? The four of them were taken aback at the mention of this name. How could they possibly manifest in this passage? Xianyi furrowed his brow, pondering the situation. They must be dispatched by that gnome spirit. When we were being pursued, a swarm of bone worms followed closely behind us. It is highly likely they are bred by the gnome spirit. However, their strength is somewhat lacking, which is why they lagged behind. Damn it, Xianyi cursed, then turned to Song Wen. "Fellow Taoist, what is the strength of those bone worms?" "At minimum, they are at the 1st level of Qi refinement, and the strongest among them is at the 6th level, with no fewer than half at the mid-stage of Qi refinement," Song Wen informed. Upon hearing this, everyone furrowed their brows in silence. The sheer number of bone worms posed a daunting challenge. It would not be easy to break through their encirclement. "Friends, we must act swiftly and combine our efforts to escape. The gnome spirit has yet to return. If he does, our chances of survival will diminish significantly," Song Wen urged. Recognizing the seriousness of the situation, none of the others voiced dissent. Ziyi, in particular, tapped a corpse bag at her waist, summoning a formidable corpse puppet comparable to the 9th level of Qi refinement. As soon as the puppet materialized, both Song Wen and Xianyi instinctively took a few steps back, maintaining a distance from Ziyi. The overwhelming aura emanating from the puppet left Song Wen in awe. It was clear that this was the true source of Ziyi's confidence in daring to delve deeper into the cavern. "Let us proceed," Ziyi announced, charging towards the exit. "Wait, senior sister, I have something to say," Lao Chun interjected, summoning all his courage as he blocked her path, his eyes filled with affection. "Senior sister, I fear that if I do not speak now, I may never have the chance again. My feelings for you have remained unchanged for 20 years. From the moment I first laid eyes on you at the age of 15, I fell in love, yet you favored senior brother, leaving me too timid to confess my feelings. After you and senior brother became partners and had a child, I could only observe from afar, silently wishing you well. It was only after senior brother's passing that I dared to express my heart, yet you have remained elusive. This time, with our master poisoned and the other 5 disciples too fearful to enter the cavern, I risked my life to come here to affirm my unwavering love for you." Senior sister, taken aback by Lao Chun's sudden confession, Ziyi paused momentarily before reverting to her usual cold demeanor. Perhaps it was her father's precarious state that prompted her need for support. Perhaps she was moved by her junior's steadfast companionship. Or perhaps it was the depth of his affections that struck a chord within her. "Junior brother," Ze said, "I promise you, should we both survive our return, I shall marry you." Lao Chun was overwhelmed with joy, tears of excitement glistening in his eyes. "Really, senior sister?" Ze nodded affirmatively. The sudden display of affection between the master and disciple left both Song Wen and Xian Yi momentarily speechless. Song Wen glanced at Lao Chun, thinking to himself, who would have thought this fellow was such a devoted admirer? One fears that in the end, he may gain nothing. The four of them unleashed their abilities and plunged into the swarm of bone worms. The bone worms varied in size, some as small as a fist, others as large as a grinding wheel, sporting 8 legs and bearing a resemblance to spiders. Their bodies were shrouded in a thick, rigid exoskeleton resembling bone, significantly enhancing their defensive capabilities. Song Wen positioned the corpse puppet before him, wielding a bone-chopping knife as he relentlessly struck at the bone worms that lunged from all directions. Occasionally, he activated a fireball talisman, maximizing its potential amidst the swarm. The weaker bone worms were obliterated, while the slightly stronger ones were often repelled. The corpse puppet, controlled by Ze, exhibited terrifying lethality. Bone worms stood little chance against it, either perishing or sustaining grievous injuries with each strike. This was despite the fact that Ze herself was only at the 7th level of Qi refinement, making it somewhat challenging to fully harness the puppet's capabilities. Initially, the four had intended to work together to break free. However, the overwhelming numbers of bone worms, coupled with their disparate motivations, gradually led to their separation. Ze and Lao Chun, aided by the corpse puppet at the 9th level of Qi refinement, forged ahead. Xian Yi commanded 2 formidable spirits and 5 smaller ones, safely trailing behind them. Meanwhile, Song Wen found himself at the rear, his puppet only at the 6th level, rendering it less effective against the bone worms. The bone-chopping knife, being merely a low-grade magical weapon, lacked the capacity for widespread devastation. Yet, Song Wen faced the least pressure. He glanced ahead at the others, the nearest to him. Xian Yi was already over 200 meters away, while Ze and Lao Chun were nearing the periphery of the bone worm's encirclement, facing the greatest onslaught. It was time to unveil his true abilities. Should they escape first, he would find himself ensnared by his own concealed strength. Chapter 87. The fierce battle with the bone insects. As Song Wen opened his mouth, a chilling scene unfolded. A multitude of gray insects, their wings vibrating, surged forth from his lips in a dense swarm, instilling dread in all who beheld it. The sudden appearance of over 60 black-bellied beetle larvae drastically alleviated the pressure on Song Wen, causing the number of bone insects surrounding him to dwindle rapidly. Although the bone insects were not particularly large, they were still significantly bigger than the beetle larvae. The beetle larvae, with their diminutive bodies, held a considerable advantage against the bone insects, which relied solely on physical attacks without any magical capabilities. Their small size and agile flight made it exceedingly difficult for the bone insects to land a hit on them. Though the beetle larvae lacked any magical prowess, their tiny forms allowed them to easily target the vulnerable abdomens of the bone insects and launch their assaults. To prevent excessive depletion of his spiritual energy, Song Wen issued an attack command to the black-bellied beetle larvae and subsequently focused on confronting the more formidable bone insects. The black-bellied beetle larvae were still somewhat weak and struggled to take down the bone insects at the 6th level of Qi refinement. A surge of blood mist enveloped him as he activated the blood-burning secret technique, blood sacrifice technique. This marked the first time he had employed the blood sacrifice technique in battle. Instantly, his aura surged dramatically, propelling him beyond the mid-stage of Qi refinement to the 7th level, and hinting at a possible breakthrough to the 8th level. With the bone-cleaving knife shrouded in crimson mist, he struck at a 6th level bone insect. With a resounding thud, the bone insect was sent flying, a crack appearing on its hard skeletal shell. The immense force penetrated through the fissure, crushing its innards. The bone-cleaving knife also suffered a significant gash, causing Song Wen a pang of regret. This knife had accompanied him for over 2 years, proving invaluable during dissection, and he had not anticipated its damage today. He stored the knife in his bag, intending to seek a means of repair upon his return. At that moment, he noticed that his corpse puppet had succumbed, its body ravaged by the bone insects. Appearing on the verge of disintegration, he could only store the corpse puppet in the corpse-rearing bag. The sudden eruption of blood energy from Song Wen attracted the nearby bone insects, harnessing the formidable power derived from the blood sacrifice technique. Combined with the robust physique cultivated through corpse king blood refining technique and 10,000 poisons mixed yuan body, he engaged in close-quarters combat with the bone insects, wielding his sharp fingernails as weapons. In approximately 15 minutes, he managed to eliminate most of the bone insects surrounding him. The remaining bone insects could scarcely impede his movements, granting him an opportunity to escape. During the fray, he also observed a peculiar phenomenon. After slaying a bone insect, the black-bellied beetle larvae would burrow into its carcass, consuming a tiny transparent crystal the size of a grain of rice within. Noting the larvae's instinct to consume such crystals, Song Wen surmised that these must be beneficial for their evolution. He thus collected numerous bone insect corpses for future cultivation of the beetle larvae. Unbeknownst to him, the nature of these transparent crystals was a mystery, but he was certain they were not the inner cores of demonic beasts. It was impossible for beetle larvae of mere chi refinement to condense the internal cores characteristic of third-level demonic beasts. Following the fierce battle, several black-bellied beetle larvae had perished, having succumbed to the attacks of the bone insects. Suddenly, 2 sixth-level bone insects leapt high, charging toward Song Wen. With his hands clawed like talons, he summoned all his strength to grasp at the 2 bone insects. They suffered 5 puncture wounds each and fell lifelessly. However, the immense force of their bodies caused Song Wen's hands to tremble, and he staggered backward in pain. Just then, another 6th-level bone insect lunged at his chest. With no time to retract his hands to defend himself, Song Wen could only activate the Ghost Head Shield to block the bone insect's attack. Though the Ghost Head Shield mitigated the bone insect's assault, the tremendous force propelled Song Wen backward. Surprisingly, instead of injuring him, the bone insect's collision provided him with an opportunity to escape the encirclement. Immediately, the blood energy around him intensified once more, activating the blood escape technique. If other disciples of the corpse demon sect were to learn that someone was simultaneously cultivating both the blood sacrifice technique and the blood escape technique while employing them concurrently, they would undoubtedly label him a fool or madman. Such recklessness could lead to dire consequences. One might exhaust their vital blood within mere breaths. Song Wen himself felt the depletion of his blood energy. The pace at which it was consumed while employing the blood sacrifice technique exceeded his expectations. He retrieved a jade vial from his storage bag and drank its contents. The vial contained the vital blood he had pilfered from the dissection cave. He had prepared 10 vials for this outing. After downing 3 vials consecutively, his vital blood was replenished to fullness. He commanded the beetle larvae to fend off the bone insects while he sought an opening to activate the blood escape technique, deftly navigating through the swarm. Simultaneously, he summoned the beetle larvae back. Once he passed the insect swarm, only a scattering of bone insects remained ahead. Even as he continued to employ the blood sacrifice technique, his power approached the pinnacle of 7th-level chi refinement, allowing his execution of the blood escape technique to exceed its usual speed by more than double. To maximize his velocity, he affixed a swift movement talisman to himself. Utilizing his rapid movements, he evaded the sporadic attacks of the beetle larvae, opting not to engage in combat. Soon, he spotted Xianyi in the distance, along with Zi and Lao Chun, who were nearing the cave's entrance. Both Xianyi and the duo were still beset by numerous bone insects. As Song Wen pressed against the cave wall, his speed surged, and in astonishment of Xianyi and the others, he dashed past with a speed nearly rivaling that of an 8th-level chi practitioner. Occasionally, scattered bone insects would attempt to attack him, but he disregarded them, relying on his formidable physique and the protection of his purple-scaled armor to withstand their onslaught. Seeing Song Wen burst forth from the cave's junction and head toward the location of the cicada tree, Zi grew anxious. With one less person to share the burden of the bone insects, the pressure on them would only intensify. They needed to escape quickly, ideally before Xianyi could do so. Zi exerted herself to control the corpse puppet, striving to maximize its capabilities. However, given her cultivation level, managing a 9th-level chi puppet drained her spiritual energy rapidly, reducing it to below 30%. "Sister, why don't you escape alone? I'll stay behind to hold off the bone insects," Lao Chun suggested suddenly. Zi shook her head firmly, asserting no. "We are in this together. We leave together." Feeling the concern from her sister, Lao Chun was invigorated, suddenly brimming with determination. "All right, sister. Let us charge forth together." Chapter 88. The dying smile of Lao Chun with the aid of the 9th level of Qi cultivation and a corpse puppet. Zi and Lao Chun finally carved out a bloody path, breaking free from their pursuers. The two fled with all their might, successfully escaping the fork in the road and pursuing the direction taken by Song Wen. Their destination, the location of the Forsythia Huang, coincided with that of the hollow cicada wood, albeit situated deeper within the cave. Once they had completely evaded the skeletal insects, Zi suddenly halted and said, "Junior brother, let us find a concealed place to recuperate for a while." At this moment, she was in a dire state. She had been injured by the mental assault of the gnome-like ghost, and had also been controlling the corpse puppet for an extended battle. Her internal spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and her mental strength was severely exhausted. "All right, senior sister." As soon as Zi heard Lao Chun's voice behind her, a sharp pain surged through her chest. Looking down, she was met with the sight of a bloodied, sharp sword tip. A cold, gleaming long sword had pierced through her back, blood flowing profusely from the blade, quickly soaking her garments. Zi could feel her strength dissipating rapidly, her life force waning. She realized she was on the brink of death, but why would her junior brother betray her? Just moments ago, he had professed his feelings, vowing to sacrifice everything for her, even his life. With great difficulty, she turned her head, her expression a mix of pain and disbelief. Why? Lao Chun, witnessing the beauty of his senior sister, now succumbing to her demise, displayed a hint of madness as he roared, "Why? Tell me why? I have admired you for 20 long years, yet you have never acknowledged me, ignoring everything I have done for you. You chose to unite with senior brother as a partner, and I had nothing to say. But you, shameless woman, secretly entangled with second senior brother while senior brother was still alive. After his death, you became even more brazen, entangling with third senior brother, fourth senior brother, fifth senior brother, and seventh junior brother. Among our 7 brothers, you have climbed into their beds, yet you act aloof and pure before me, pretending to be an ethereal goddess." After a bout of roaring, as if his emotions had been vented, Lao Chun began to calm down, though his tranquility was laced with distortion. "Senior sister, fear not. With this 9th level Qi corpse puppet, the sect shall be mine to command. I will take good care of you and senior brother's daughter. Your remains, I will bring back and refine properly, ensuring your beauty endures eternally. After my death, I shall rest with you in the same grave." Zi's eyes filled with despair as she collapsed, breathless. Lao Chun gazed upon the body of his beloved senior sister, whom he had admired for 2 decades, and his twisted expression suddenly morphed into sorrow. "Senior sister, do not blame me. It is you who forced my hand. Why must you be so heartless? Had you not been so cruel, I would not have resorted to such measures." 200 meters away, in a crevice, Song Wen, who was refining a Qi replenishing pill, watched in astonishment. Previously, he had thought of Lao Chun as merely a lovesick fool, but it became clear that he was a cunning and ruthless individual. With his master gravely poisoned and in urgent need of spiritual medicine, he had followed his senior sister under the pretense of accompanying her to gather herbs, waiting for her weakness to strike and seize the sect's strongest combatant, the corpse puppet, thereby becoming the true master of the sect. His love for her over 2 decades had twisted into a pathological obsession, even leading him to covet her daughter. Moreover, it appeared he had no intention of leaving her remains unguarded, planning instead to be buried alongside her. Such a perverse emotion born of love turning to hatred was indeed incomprehensible and horrifying. One could not help but acknowledge the depth of his scheming, meticulously orchestrating every step with a heart of cruelty. However, plans are often thwarted by unforeseen circumstances, as was evident now. Song Wen felt it was time to replenish his vitality. As Lao Chun bent down to retrieve the storage pouch and the corpse-rearing bag from his senior sister's waist, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps approaching. Looking up, he was met with the sight of a blood-red figure rushing toward him. It was Guitao. Song Wen moved with astonishing speed, leaving Lao Chun with little time to react. He slapped his waist, releasing a 6th-level Qi corpse puppet, while simultaneously activating a fireball talisman. Unfazed by the incoming fireball, Song Wen raised his hand to strike it. Boom! The fireball shattered into fragments, exploding with fiery sparks. Following this, Song Wen unleashed a punch, fending off the corpse puppet's assault. The interruption from the puppet caused Song Wen's speed to plummet, granting Lao Chun precious moments. He produced a bell from his hand, just as he felt a sharp pain at the back of his head. In an instant, 2 tiny insects, having appeared unbeknownst to him, shattered his skull, and burrowed into his brain. In that fleeting moment, a thought flashed through his mind. His relentless and forceful assault was merely a feint to distract him, while the true lethal strike came from behind. Lao Chun glanced down at the body of his senior sister and then collapsed atop her lifeless form. A faint smile gracing his lips as he closed his eyes. Though we cannot share the same bed in life, we shall rest in the same grave in death. Although his plans ultimately failed, at least he died together with his senior sister. As Song Wen approached the two corpses, he meticulously scavenged their belongings before consuming their essence and souls. The fresh corpses of a 7th level and a 6th level practitioner saturated his already abundant vitality. Just as he finished dealing with the remains of the duo, he spotted Xian Yi rushing toward him in a rather disheveled state. "Guidao Yu, it is truly fortuitous to encounter you," Xian Yi exclaimed, his face reflecting a sense of relief after expending significant magical energy. Song Wen was taken aback. Xian Yi was indeed like a stubborn leech, impossible to shake off. "Congratulations, Xian Yi, on your narrow escape. I am grateful for your guidance earlier. We part ways here." Xian Yi paused momentarily, quickly realizing that Song Wen was wary of him and did not wish for him to follow. He nodded in acknowledgement. "Then I wish you smooth travels, and may we meet again in the future." Song Wen clasped his hands in farewell and turned to leave, quickly disappearing into the dark cave. After traveling for a couple of miles, he halted, releasing a beetle puppet, and waited a moment to confirm that Xian Yi was not tailing him before continuing on his journey. 15 minutes later, Song Wen finally arrived at the pile of bones that housed the hollow cicada wood. The bone heap resided within a vast cavern, covering an area of about 2 to 3 acres. The cave floor was strewn with bones, with the central pile towering several dozen meters high. Atop this skeletal mound grew 2 jade-like spiritual trees, one over a foot tall and the other exceeding 3 feet. This was the hollow cicada wood he sought. Instead of recklessly approaching, Song Wen released his beetle puppet to scout the cavern, but found no signs of danger. The absence of danger was, in itself, the greatest danger. As the lair of the gnome ghost and the green-faced female ghost, it was implausible that this place held no threats. After a thorough search yielded no trace of the gnome ghost, Song Wen ceased his wait. He summoned a somewhat damaged corpse puppet and dashed toward the taller hollow cicada wood. Having already activated the blood escape technique and blood sacrifice technique to prepare for any potential crisis that might arise. Chapter 89. What is love? As the corpse puppet approached the empty cicada wood, a sudden stirring erupted from the distant pile of bones. Something was weaving its way beneath the bones. With astonishing speed, it swiftly reached the feet of the corpse puppet, then burst forth from the skeletal heap, sending countless bones flying. It was none other than the gnome ghost. It charged directly at the corpse puppet, colliding with it, causing the puppet to be propelled into the air. Seizing the moment, the gnome ghost lashed out at the lower half of the corpse puppet with its razor-sharp claws. Cloaked in ghostly energy, the sturdy left leg of the corpse puppet was severed at the root in an instant. The 6th-tier corpse puppet was no match for the gnome ghost. Just as the gnome ghost prepared to dismember the corpse puppet completely, it suddenly halted. Emerging from the pile of bones had revealed the hideout it had concealed itself within. Inside that lair lay a towering green-faced female ghost, extremely weak and lying still. It was unclear what method the gnome ghost had used to rescue the nearly dissipating spirit of the female ghost. A swarm of beetle puppets buzzed around the female ghost, poised to tear her soul apart at any moment. "Human, if you dare to harm her, I will ensure your soul is shattered," the gnome ghost hissed, transforming into a furious creature as if a cat had its tail stepped on. The ghostly energy swirling around it surged violently, casting an ominous aura throughout the cavern. Its voice was harsh and grating, reminiscent of a worn-out bellows. Seeing the gnome ghost's reaction, Song Wen's lips curled into a smile. To his astonishment, his guess had proven correct. In the previous cave, the gnome ghost had chosen to forego its assault on them to save the gravely injured female ghost. He had suspected that the female ghost held great importance to the gnome ghost, or that they shared a profound bond. Thus, upon discovering the green-faced female ghost, Song Wen resolved to use her frail condition as leverage against the gnome ghost. "Hand over that 300-year-old empty cicada wood, and I shall depart without laying a finger on her," Song Wen declared. "Impossible," the gnome ghost roared. "Oh, is that so?" Song Wen replied with a devilish grin. Suddenly, the 16 black-bellied beetle puppets surrounding the female ghost surged with spiritual energy. The already fragile female ghost, besieged by the swarm, trembled as if her essence might shatter at any moment. "Stop! You must halt!" The gnome ghost cried out in panic. "I will give you the empty cicada wood." It floated towards the wood, reaching out to pluck it from the ground. Tiangu, no. Those 2 empty cicada woods were painstakingly found and transplanted by you. They are your opportunity to advance to a second-tier ghost. The feeble female ghost suddenly interjected, her voice piercing like 2 metal plates scraping against each other. The gnome ghost, hand poised to grasp the empty cicada wood, hesitated, casting a conflicted glance at the female ghost. "But if I do not give him the wood, he will kill you. The empty cicada wood can be sought again. If your soul dissipates, you will have no chance of reincarnation." The gnome ghost's voice, more dissonant than a broken bell, bore a hint of choked emotion. Seeing the empty cicada wood within reach, yet thwarted by the female ghost's words, Song Wen grew anxious and urged, "Hurry. Give me the empty cicada wood, or I will take action." The gnome ghost's face changed dramatically as it shouted, "Do not harm her. I will give it to you." With that, it uprooted the empty cicada wood and tossed it towards Song Wen. As Song Wen watched the wood soar closer, his expression brightened, only to shift to alarm. The green-faced female ghost, uttering a farewell to Tiangu, self-destructed her soul, scattering into the ether. No, the gnome ghost's voice was filled with anguish, despair, and a sense of lost purpose, as if it had suddenly been robbed of the meaning of existence. Its ghostly energy surged violently, akin to a tidal wave. In an instant, the gnome ghost dashed into the lair, its energy rushing towards the disintegrating soul of the female ghost, striving to retain her presence in the mortal realm. Yet, all was in vain. The female ghost's fragmented essence dissipated like a cloud, scattering even faster under the onslaught of the ghostly energy. No. Another cry of sorrow mixed with fury erupted from the gnome ghost. The overwhelming ghostly energy raged outward, sweeping across the cavern. The 16 black-bellied beetle puppets, caught in the maelstrom, rapidly lost their vitality and were swept away, their fate unknown. Finally grasping the empty cicada wood, Song Wen activated his blood escape technique to flee. Sensing the death of the black-bellied beetles. Previously, he had lost 15 beetles during the fight against the bone insects, and now with 16 more gone, he faced a staggering loss of 31. Yet, at that moment, Song Wen had no time to ponder these losses. He desperately sought to distance himself from the frenzied gnome ghost. The intensity of the gnome ghost's emotions was terrifying. He had never anticipated the depth of the bond between these 2 spectral beings. The gnome ghost was willing to sacrifice its chance for advancement for the sake of the female ghost, while she willingly shattered her soul for him. Such poignant, unwavering love. It was astonishing that such a profound connection could exist between 2 apparitions, surpassing the complexities of human relationships. In contrast, the entangled emotions of Lao Chun and Zi Yi were characterized by madness, pathology, and manipulation. At times, the purity and sincerity of feelings between supernatural beings seemed far superior to those among humans. The gnome ghost's energy enveloped the entire cavern, causing countless bones to rise from the ground and soar towards it. Its power surged rapidly, soon breaking through to the 9th tier of cultivation. In an instant, a colossal ghost, towering over 2 zhang and clad in a skeletal armor, emerged. "Human die!" The gnome bone ghost's furious roar reverberated through the cavern, shaking loose countless fragments of stone. It pursued Song Wen, crashing through debris along the way. Song Wen had already covered 2 to 3 li, but as he utilized his blood-burning technique, the scent of blood he left behind starkly contrasted with the surrounding cadaverous and ghostly energies, making him conspicuous. The gnome ghost relentlessly followed the scent. The gnome bone ghost's speed exceeded that of Song Wen, who had exhausted his means, and the distance between them gradually diminished. Bang! Song Wen collided with a blocking corpse, a creature comparable to the 3rd tier in cultivation, which was instantly pulverized, its decaying flesh scattering. The surrounding corpses, drawn to the potent scent of blood emanating from Song Wen, hurried towards him. However, he moved too swiftly, and before they could approach, he vanished from sight. Moments later, the towering gnome bone ghost charged after him. The passing ghostly energy swept away the corpses, knocking many to the ground, some losing layers of decaying flesh to reveal their stark, white bones beneath. Frustrated by the failure to catch up with the fleeing human, the gnome bone ghost seethed with rage. A translucent blade materialized before it, darting forward with lightning speed, aiming straight at the back of Song Wen's head. Though Song Wen swayed slightly from the impact, His speed remained largely unaffected as he continued his flight. The gnome bone ghost was momentarily taken aback. It had not expected its once unfailing mental assault to miss its mark. Not only had it failed to injure the detestable human, but it also hindered its own speed, causing the distance between them to widen further. Chapter 90. The good man Xian Yi felt a profound satisfaction with the trap he had set. He had concealed all 8 flags of the flame conflagration formation within the crevices of the rocks, making them exceedingly difficult to detect without a meticulous sweep of spiritual energy. Song Wen's prowess in spiritual energy was remarkably formidable, surpassing the detection range typical of a perfected Qi practitioner. And he could even disregard the mental assaults of the gnome ghost. Xian Yi speculated that Song Wen likely possessed a potent spiritual artifact, which ignited a fervent greed within him. He resolved to take a daring risk and lay an ambush on the path that Song Wen would inevitably traverse. Once Song Wen stepped into the formation, regardless of his strength, he would be slowly worn down. However, the challenge lay in luring Song Wen into the formation without arousing his suspicions, a dilemma that plagued Xian Yi. After observing for several days, he discerned that Song Wen was an exceedingly cautious individual. Suddenly, Xian Yi's expression brightened. Here he comes. Yet, something seemed amiss. Guotao appeared to be fleeing for his life. Xian Yi mused internally, hesitating on whether to intercept Song Wen, concerned that the ghost pursuing him might be too powerful and could ensnare him as well. As Song Wen was about to enter the formation's range, Xian Yi steeled his resolve. Fortune favors the bold. He promptly activated the formation, conjuring a fiery red barrier that ensnared Song Wen within. Instantly, flames surged within the formation, and the temperature soared. When Xian Yi noticed Song Wen had also spotted him. Like Xian Yi, Song Wen's face broke into a smile. He had been struggling to shake off the gnome's skeletal ghost, and now Xian Yi had unwittingly presented himself. Aware of Xian Yi's ill intentions, Song Wen anticipated a trap ahead. Weighing the 2 threats, he deemed Xian Yi a softer target compared to the gnome's skeletal ghost. Haha, Guotao. Let us see where you run now. Hand over your spiritual artifact, and I shall grant you a swift end, Xian Yi proclaimed, reveling in his success as Song Wen plunged into the formation. A golden shield flickered to life around Song Wen, followed by a green copper bell, both encasing him in protective magic. With the dual defenses of the Vajra talisman and 10,000 poisons' harmonious body, Song Wen managed to withstand the intense heat within the formation. He gazed appreciatively at the self-satisfied Xian Yi, reflecting, what a good man, a true helper in desperate times. A silver talisman appeared in Song Wen's hand, radiating an imposing celestial aura yet remaining dormant. Thud, thud, thud. The gnome's skeletal monster approached with heavy footsteps, the sound echoing throughout the cavern. Xian Yi froze, a look of horror crossing his face. What on earth is that? The gnome's skeletal ghost exuded an overwhelming aura, sending chills down Xian Yi's spine. This was bad. The entity pursuing Guotao was a beast comparable to a 9th-level Qi practitioner. The gnome's skeletal ghost recognized Xian Yi and the flame conflagration formation, mistakenly assuming they were allies. After assessing Xian Yi's strength and the formation's might, it charged headlong into the barrier without slowing down. Boom! The cavern reverberated with a cataclysmic sound. The ground shook violently, and countless stones above shattered and rained down. The barrier of the flame conflagration formation succumbed to the gnome's skeletal ghost's ferocious impact. Xian Yi's formation plate shattered into fragments, as if struck by lightning, and he spewed forth mouthfuls of blood, his aura instantly waning. The gnome's skeletal ghost, too, felt the repercussions, staggering back several steps as the intense heat and a wisp of celestial yang energy scorched many of its bones to charred remains. Song Wen's eyes gleamed with opportunity. What a chance! Crack! A deafening thunderclap resonated through the cavern as a silver lightning bolt materialized, weaving and darting like a monstrous serpent. Boom! The silver serpent struck the gnome's skeletal ghost, enveloping it in a shimmering silver shroud. The overwhelming celestial might dispelled the ghostly energy, causing the multitude of bones to disintegrate into dust, swept away by the gust. When the silver serpent receded, not a single bone remained on the gnome's skeletal ghost, and its aura plummeted to the 8th level of Qi cultivation. At this moment, the gnome ghost was grievously injured, its spiritual form wavering. Indeed, the celestial thunderous magic exhibited its utmost lethality against malevolent entities. Unaware of the gnome's skeletal ghost's injuries, Song Wen fled the moment the lightning struck. covering a distance of 2 miles in no time. Realizing it could not catch the damned human, the severely wounded gnome's skeletal ghost understood it lacked the strength to kill him, even if it did manage to pursue. Its immediate concern was to recover from its injuries, lest it succumb to the treacherous depths of the cavern, teeming with countless corpses and vengeful spirits, none of whom were easy foes. Its gaze turned towards Xianyi, who, having suffered grievous wounds from the formation's destruction, had not managed to escape. Moments later, the gnome's skeletal ghost, having devoured Xianyi's soul and vitality, glared at the direction in which Song Wen had fled, its murderous intent palpable yet tinged with sorrow and helplessness. It knew that it might never again have the opportunity to confront this individual, nor avenge the deep-seated grievances of bloodshed. Oblivious to the situation behind him, Song Wen dared not pause for a moment, employing blood escape technique and blood sacrifice technique as he dashed through the cavern. When his blood energy ran low, he consumed another vial of essence. After draining the last vial of blood essence, he ceased the blood sacrifice technique and relied solely on the blood escape technique. In merely 3 hours, he covered the distance that had taken him 2 days to traverse initially. The exit of the cavern was now in sight. As he beheld the faint light at the exit, it appeared so radiant to him. Summoning his flying vessel, he propelled it skyward with his dwindling spiritual energy. Having exited the ancient battleground over an hour later, Song Wen found refuge in a cave atop a steep cliff several dozen miles away. After enduring an extended period of combat and flight, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted, necessitating a restoration to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. However, contrary to his wishes, a quarter of an hour later, 3 figures emerged atop the cliff, 1 man and 2 women. The man was at the 7th level of Qi cultivation, while 1 woman was at the 6th level and the other at the 5th. Just moments ago, I clearly saw someone piloting a flying vessel over here. Why can't we sense their presence now? Inquired the 6th level woman. The man replied, they must possess a technique or artifact to conceal their aura and have hidden themselves. Elder brother, what should we do? Asked the second sister. Second sister, you and I will use flying talismans to descend and investigate, while the third sister remains here on the cliff to observe and prepare for our return, the man instructed. These 3 were siblings, rogue cultivators who roamed the outskirts of the ancient battleground. They typically refrained from attacking those who entered the battleground, but chose to ambush them upon their exit. Newly emerged cultivators often bore injuries or were drained of spiritual energy, making them relatively easy prey. Moreover, they only targeted those who were solitary or of lower cultivation levels. This cautious strategy had enabled them to ambush dozens of cultivators without suffering defeat. Chapter 91. Surveillance. Before the 3 rogue cultivators reached the cliff's summit, the scattered had already alerted Song Wen to their presence. A sense of turmoil gripped his heart. All he desired was to remain hidden and quietly restore his spiritual energy. Yet these 3 unseen cultivators sought to rob him. It felt akin to that time when a little beggar attempted to snatch his steamed bun, or when Ji Yin used him as a test subject for medicine, and Shou urged him to practice flawed techniques. It seemed as though the entire world was perpetually shrouded in malice. Perhaps this was what they meant by, in the martial world, one is not in control of their destiny. Song Wen could have chosen to flee. With his speed, even a 7th level Qi cultivator would have no hope of catching up to him. However, he harbored no intention of retreating in such a cowardly manner. He intended to make those 3 pay a price of blood. Moreover, he could replenish some of his own vitality. Brother, there is a cave here, said the second sister, a 6th level Qi cultivator. The male cultivator blocked her path as she attempted to rush in, saying, Second sister, do not act recklessly. If that person is hiding in this cave, there will surely be traps set. She nodded, and a fireball materialized before her. Go. The fireball soared into the cave, which was shallow, only a few meters deep, and quickly collided with the stone wall. The flames sputtered within the cave, revealing it to be empty, devoid of any traps or signs of concealment. They should not be in this cave, the male cultivator concluded. Suddenly, a sound of something slicing through the air caught their attention from above. They looked up to find the youngest sister, who had now become a lifeless corpse. Her essence, organs, and marrow had been completely extracted, leaving behind only a hollow shell. The skin was intact, as if something had burrowed into her body and hollowed out her flesh from within. This was the result of the black-bellied younger sister. The male cultivator's eyes turned bloodshot, filled with sorrow and hatred. He soared upwards, catching her lifeless body. Younger sister. The The second sister cried out in anguish. Who did this? The male cultivator suppressed his grief and spoke through clenched teeth. They had just been at the cliff's base. Hearing no signs of struggle or bursts of spiritual energy, everything indicated that the youngest sister had been ambushed, losing her life in an instant, scarcely able to resist. Let us go up and take a look. He secured his sister's body and addressed the second sister. 100 meters away, in a cave, Song Wen peeked out, watching the distant figures with a shadowed gaze. The two searched through the thickets at the cliff's peak, finding only a few drops of blood on the grass. With no other evidence left behind, not even a footprint, it was as if the murderer had descended from the sky, slain the youngest sister, and departed without a trace. Who could have done this, able to silently kill her? Could it have been a foundation-building cultivator? But why would a foundation-building cultivator choose to ambush 3 chi cultivators? The male cultivator scanned the area, finding nothing, and turned to the second sister. I'll check the skies, be cautious. With that, he unleashed his flying technique, ascending to a height of 100 meters. As he flew, he shouted, "You shameless coward hiding in the shadows, for daring to kill the youngest sister. I will hunt you down and tear you to pieces." Before he could finish his words, the male cultivator suddenly veered off into the distance, flying farther away. Realizing something was amiss, the second sister's face changed dramatically as she too took to the winds, attempting to flee. Just as she lifted a few meters off the ground, 6 half-foot-long needles shot out from the nearby woods, slender and swift, like lightning. The second sister, undeterred, summoned a red ribbon, which spiraled in the air, preparing to entangle the needles. Suddenly, the tips of the needles opened, releasing dozens of fine, hair-thin needles that glowed with a menacing blue light, evidently coated with deadly poison. The sudden turn of events left her flustered. She quickly cast a shield spell, a protective barrier of spiritual energy glowing around her. Yet fearing that the shield alone would not withstand the barrage of needles, she activated a talisman, conjuring a whirlwind before her. The powerful gust of wind swept up the needles, causing them to lose their aim. Just as the second sister thought she could breathe a sigh of relief, her mental perception detected 2 more approaching from behind. She turned, swirling her red ribbon towards them. Suddenly, she was besieged by from all directions. Outnumbered, the black-bellied quickly closed in, breaching her spiritual shield. Then, a sharp pain struck her back, and she plummeted from the air, lifeless, emerging from the dense forest. Song Wen gazed up at the male cultivator, who was nearly fading from view, and silently tucked away the talisman he had clutched. He felt a wave of unutterable frustration. When it came to cowardice and self-preservation, this fellow truly exemplified it. At the first sign of danger, he fled, leaving the second sister as a scapegoat. Approaching her, Song Wen absorbed her essence, removed her storage pouch, and incinerated her body with a fireball, turning it to ash before descending the cliff. He now understood that the nearby rogue cultivators were likely numerous. Traveling by flying boat would easily expose him. It was far more prudent to traverse through the dense forest. This cliff had already been compromised, and he could no longer linger. After traveling several miles, he discovered a wild beast's den on a slope and took refuge within. The next day, his spiritual energy nearly restored, Song Wen boarded a flying boat and set off towards the sect. He had arrived with 5 others. But now he was alone. He no longer needed to be wary of anyone and flew directly towards the sect at full speed. In just a day and night, he successfully returned to the corpse demon sect. As he neared the entrance of his cave, he encountered an unexpected figure, Duchio, the inner sect disciple who had once guided Song Wen and the others into the corpse demon sect. Ji'in, I have seen Brother Du. Is there something you require of me? Song Wen initially wore a look of astonishment, quickly transforming it into a fade of servility. Duchio responded, Ji'in, I have no business here, merely passing through. Farewell. With that, he turned to leave. Song Wen glanced at the cliff nearby, his lips twitching. Passing through? What business could he possibly have at the edge of a cliff? Was he contemplating suicide? That seemed unlikely, as the cliff beside his cave was barely 10 meters high, hardly enough to kill a 7th-level chi cultivator like Duchio. Just moments ago, Song Wen had sensed Duchio's cultivation level, which was still at the 7th level. When he first entered the sect, Duchio was already an inner sect disciple, indicating that his cultivation had stagnated for the past 2.5 years. Song Wen sneered, what a waste. Yet, this waste seemed to be watching him. Was he acting on Shishou's orders? A surge of hatred and urgency welled up within Song Wen. He surmised that once he revealed his cultivation to the 6th level of Qi, Shishou would likely target him. The reasoning behind this was that the corpse king blood refining technique remained safe until the 6th level. Beyond that, uncontrollable corpse transformation could occur. Shisho was likely waiting for this moment. However, this also indicated that he was temporarily safe and still had time to strengthen his abilities. In a fleeting moment, Song Wen contemplated fleeing the corpse demon sect, but the memory of the lingering essence of his soul left upon entry, along with the sect's brutal methods towards defectors, extinguished that thought. The corpse demon sect retained the soul essence of all disciples primarily to ascertain their life or death, but it could also be used to hunt down those who fled, with the essence of a monk's soul. No matter how one attempts to conceal their cultivation aura or where they attempt to hide, the corpse demon sect can locate them through arcane methods, unless one can alter their own soul. Once one enters the corpse demon sect, they are bound to it for life, in both existence and demise. While the disciples of the sect live, they are expected to contribute to the sect, and even in death, their existence will not be squandered. Chapter 92. The Substitute Puppet at Corpse Demon Mountain. In a certain cavern on the hillside of Een Mountain, Du Qiu knelt respectfully, addressing Elder Shi. Elder Shi, the extreme Een has returned alive. It appears he has found some spirit herb to clear the mind. Elder Shi was enveloped in a swirling aura of corpse energy, the dense, dark miasma emanating from his mouth and nose. His face was ashen, revealing elongated fangs, and he spoke in a hoarse voice. Returned alive? Excellent. It seems he possesses some skill. Even tainted by the foul air of the corpse-clearing cave, he can resolve it himself. After a brief pause, he continued. What is his cultivation level? He is at the 4th level of Qi training. Still only at the 4th level? Elder Shi murmured. That makes sense. He has only been cultivating for 2.5 years. Achieving the 4th level is not slow. You may go. Keep a close watch on Extreme Een. Notify me immediately when he breaks through to the 6th level. As you command, Elder Shi, Du Qiu replied. Upon returning to the cavern, Song Wen began to assess the spoils from his recent expedition. First and foremost was the purpose for which he risked his life, Kanchan wood. This particular wood was approximately 350 years old, sufficient for Song Wen to harmonize the corpse energy within him. Additionally, he had acquired 4 storage bags, belonging to Lao Chun, Ze, the second sister of the robbery cultivator, and the younger sister. He also obtained 3 corpse-raising bags, 2 from Ze and 1 from Lao Chun. The bags contained 3 corpse puppets, 2 at the 6th level of Qi training and 1 at the 9th level. The items within the storage bags were quite varied, including spirit stones, talismans, elixirs, and magical artifacts. The spirit stones across the 4 bags totaled nearly 4,000. In the catacombs, Lao Chun, Ze, and Xianyi had divided the storage bag of Yengu, likely acquiring a significant number of spirit stones. As for the 2 female robbery cultivators, they presumably had also slain other cultivators, resulting in a bountiful collection of spirit stones. However, Yengu's set of evil Buddhist artifacts was not among them, likely claimed by Xianyi. Lastly, Niuding had risked his life to obtain a certain bloodstone. Initially, Song Wen believed this bloodstone to be a magical artifact or a treasure to enhance cultivation. However, upon inspecting it with his mental energy, he discovered it was a legacy item containing a record of a secret technique, the substitute technique. This technique involves refining a substitute puppet that, in moments of crisis, activates a secret art allowing the puppet to assume the cultivator's place and bear fatal damage. Simultaneously, it would relocate the cultivator to another location, which the caster could temporarily determine, but only within the range of their mental energy. This was truly an extraordinary escape method. No wonder Niuding was willing to risk life and limb for it. Song Wen meticulously examined the contents of the substitute technique. The process of refining a substitute puppet can be broadly divided into 3 steps. Firstly, one must create a puppet, which can take any form and material, but must be capable of bearing the soul tether of the cultivator. The second step is the most critical and perilous, severing the soul. This involves detaching the soul tether from the cultivator's spirit. It requires the cultivator's mental strength, or spirit, to be sufficiently robust. Otherwise, forcibly severing the tether can damage the spirit, leading to partial loss of the soul and resulting in a state of madness, or worse, complete annihilation. The third step involves implanting the soul tether into the substitute puppet, merging the tether and puppet into a singular entity. Thus, the substitute puppet would carry the cultivator's spiritual essence and could substitute for them in times of peril. While this substitute technique holds great promise, it is not without its drawbacks. Repeatedly refining substitute puppets gradually weakens the cultivator's soul, potentially affecting their mental state and future cultivation. However, this posed no issue for Song Wen. He could devour others' souls to enhance his own, and merely severing a soul tether posed no danger to him. Nevertheless, he found himself challenged at the first step, creating the substitute puppet. The puppet must be able to sustain the soul tether without it dissipating, which left Song Wen somewhat perplexed. Firstly, objects capable of bearing the tether are often quite costly. Secondly, he possessed no knowledge of any crafting techniques, and learning how to refine a substitute puppet from scratch would consume a significant amount of his time. Time was precisely what he lacked, especially with the looming threat of Shisho. Suddenly, an idea struck him. While crafting a puppet may prove difficult, a corpse puppet is much easier to work with. Since a corpse puppet is created from an intact corpse, it can sustain the soul tether without issue. Inspired, he decided to experiment with the 3 corpse puppets at his disposal. The puppet at the 9th level of Qi training was certainly too precious to use. He selected a male corpse puppet at the 6th level, which was intact and as solid as rock, ample for bearing the soul tether. Next came the most critical step, severing the soul tether. Following the method recorded in the substitute technique, he began his attempt. The process of severing the soul tether proved even more agonizing and challenging than Song Wen had anticipated. Each time he attempted to forcibly detach the tether, a voice in the back of his mind warned him that the soul is the most vital part of a person and should not be tampered with. This made him hesitant and cautious in his actions. The pain of severing the tether was excruciating, akin to someone using a blade to cut deep within his consciousness. Each time the agony reached its peak, he found himself instinctively halting the incantation. After several dozen attempts, he finally steeled his resolve, banishing all distracting thoughts and reluctance, and forcibly cast the spell, ultimately succeeding in severing the soul tether. At that moment, his entire body was drenched in sweat, and the ground beneath him was soaked, as if he had just emerged from the water. Next, enduring the searing pain in his consciousness, Song Wen implanted the soul tether into the corpse puppet. This process was not overly complicated, but was exceedingly time-consuming. 2 days later, Song Wen slowly opened his eyes. The substitute puppet had finally been successfully refined. The intense pain in his consciousness had gradually subsided, and he could distinctly sense that his soul was beginning to recover. If he could devour the souls of a few cultivators, his spirit would soon be restored. While it might be difficult to find cultivator souls elsewhere, in the realm of demonic paths, they could easily be procured at the market. There, numerous freshly harvested souls awaited sale, predominantly from righteous cultivators, whose profound and mystical techniques rendered their souls more gentle and pure, unlike those from evil cultivators, whose souls had often been tainted by miasma. Coincidentally, Song Wen also needed to visit the market to dispose of some unnecessary items in exchange for cultivation resources. Preparing to refine and absorb the Kongchan wood and harmonize the corpse miasma within him, he began by visiting various shops, selling off unneeded magical artifacts, elixirs, talismans, and spiritual herbs in batches, earning a total of 800 spirit stones. He then spent several hundred spirit stones to acquire a collection of resources for cultivation, along with 3 cultivator souls. Chapter 93. Brother Su's request. As Song Wen traversed the bustling marketplace, preparing to return to his cave dwelling, Brother Su's voice abruptly called out to him, "Extreme In Jr., wait." Halting in his tracks, a faint smile graced Song Wen's face. It was thanks to Brother Su's introduction that he had gained entry into the underground ghost market, and thus, he felt a sense of indebtedness for the successful acquisition of the hollow cicada wood. "Brother Su, is there something you need?" Brother Su replied. "Aren't you interested in purchasing some corpse evil energy today? I happen to have 2 vials of the finest quality. Would you not care to take a look?" Shaking his head, Song Wen responded, "I have yet to resolve my issues with corpse transformation. Thus, I currently have no use for corpse evil energy. Farewell, Brother Su," he said, preparing to leave. However, to his surprise, Brother Su stepped out from behind the stall and pressed the 2 vials of corpse evil energy into Song Wen's hands. Confused, Song Wen inquired, "Brother Su, what is the meaning of this?" "Consider these 2 vials as a gift for my junior," Brother Su insisted. "I cannot accept a favor without offering something in return." As Song Wen began to return the vials to the stall, Brother Su quickly interjected, "Extreme Jr., please hold on a moment. I have a small favor to ask of you." After hesitating briefly, Song Wen returned the vials to the stall and asked, "What is it?" "Please, brother, do share." Since you were kind enough to introduce me to the ghost market, I feel indebted to you. If it isn't too troublesome or dangerous, I would be glad to assist, Song Wen offered. Brother Su's face brightened at his words. Rest assured, it's nothing difficult. I merely wish for you to make a trip to the mortal realm. Of course, there's no need for you to rush. Whenever you have the time or happen to pass by, it would suffice. Curiously, Song Wen asked, what do you need me to do in the mortal realm? Brother Su's expression suddenly turned grave, and instead of speaking, he communicated telepathically, regardless of what I say next, I hope you will keep it to yourself. I wish for you to visit my hometown, to see if my elderly parents are still alive, and to learn how my younger sister, whom I left behind in my youth, is faring. Confounded, Song Wen replied telepathically, if it is merely a visit home, why not go yourself? Brother Su's gaze grew melancholic as he continued, since I have embarked on the path of cultivation and entered the demonic arts, I must sever worldly ties for the benefit of both myself and them. Having you undertake this journey is merely a means to alleviate their years of worry. Suddenly, Brother Su's demeanor shifted, his melancholy transforming into a resolute determination. Moreover, I have more pressing matters. This journey may very well separate us forever. Song Wen's expression tightened as he recalled Brother Su's earlier revelation of his cultivation at the 9th level of Qi training. It was likely that this journey was related to foundation establishment. Thus, he entrusted Song Wen, someone with no personal stakes or grievances, to visit his hometown. His family, being destitute mortals, posed no threat to Song Wen, even if he were to seek them out from afar. After a brief moment, Song Wen accepted the 2 vials of corpse evil energy and departed from the marketplace. He could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Those who cultivate, especially in the demonic arts, must indeed be devoid of sentiment. Once one embarks on the path of immortality, they bid farewell to the mortal realm. Even the closest of kin must be relinquished. If one cannot sever familial bonds, they may become an obstacle along the path of cultivation, potentially bringing disaster upon their loved ones. Brother Su's request for Song Wen to undertake this journey was merely a way for him to convey to his family that he was alive and well after years of silence, alleviating their mutual concerns. This circumstance further illustrated the lack of emotional ties among practitioners of the demonic path. After 2 or 3 decades of cultivation in the corpse demon sect, Brother Su, acquainted with countless disciples, chose to seek assistance from Song Wen, a person with whom he had little connection. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Song Wen began preparations to refine the hollow cicada wood. After a meditative hour, he felt his spirit and energy reach their optimal state before finally retrieving the hollow cicada wood. Cradling the wood in his hands, he closed his eyes and began to circulate his cultivation technique. The unique void energy of the hollow cicada wood, under the guidance of his spiritual power, flowed into his body, permeating his limbs and meridians, ultimately settling in his dantian. According to the teachings of his master, Zhang Xiaofan, the void energy possesses the ability to harmonize the turbid energies of heaven and earth, extracting the essence while discarding the dross, enabling Song Wen to heal the symptoms of corpse transformation without hindering his cultivation. This cultivation practice lasted for 7 days. When he finally opened his eyes once more, he felt invigorated, the corpse evil energy within him harmonized, and thus the crisis of transformation was averted. The hollow cicada wood in his grasp had transformed from its original lustrous jade-like appearance to a pale gray hue, and with a slight squeeze, it crumbled into fine dust. Just as Song Wen intended to rise and stretch his limbs, he felt a peculiar stirring within him. It was the beetle goo. Having neglected to release them prior to refining the corpse evil energy, these small creatures had grown impatient after being confined within him for several days, scurrying about in his abdomen. With a mouthful of air, Song Wen released all 34 beetle goo. They immediately took to the air within the cave dwelling. Suddenly recalling an important detail, Song Wen remembered that during their time in the cave, the beetle goo had consumed the tiny crystals found within the skeletal insects. Initially, he had believed that these crystals would enhance the cultivation of the beetle goo, but now it seemed that their presence had not significantly strengthened their essence. Could it be that he had misunderstood? Perhaps the crystals from the skeletal insects were merely sustenance for the beetle goo, lacking any actual enhancement properties? It seemed implausible. He had never been short of spiritual materials and essence blood for the beetle goo. Their eager consumption of the crystals must have a reason behind it. Could it be that they were simply not fed enough to bolster their strength? His gaze shifted to the storage bag at his waist. During his time in the subterranean cave, He had collected numerous skeletal insect corpses, no fewer than 100. Retrieving a crystal from one of the skeletal insect corpses, he examined it closely. The aura emanating from the crystal was exceedingly complex, containing spiritual energy, demonic energy, corpse energy, and ghostly energy, resembling a conglomeration of the turbid energies of heaven and earth. Pondering this enigma, Song Wen decided to conduct a direct experiment using one of the beetle goo. He selected the strongest among them and offered the crystal to the black-bellied beetle goo, which, upon seeing the crystal, exhibited an eager anticipation, desperate to consume it without delay. Chapter 94. Chun Yi's wish. The beetle larvae, no larger than half a grain of rice, devoured the crystal of the white bone worm, which was the size of a corn kernel, in just a few bites. After finishing the crystal, the beetle larvae, still unsatisfied, fluttered around Song Wen like a child begging for treats. Song Wen produced another piece of crystal to feed the beetle larvae. Soon, the larvae had consumed over 70 pieces of crystal, and just as Song Wen began to worry it might overindulge, it finally stopped. Now satiated, the beetle larvae settled on Song Wen's hand, its tail beginning to emit fine threads that automatically wrapped around it, encasing it in a cocoon. Song Wen's eyes brightened. The beetle larvae was in the process of spinning a cocoon. This was a rare event, as they only cocooned once during their transformation from larva to adult. And now this beetle larvae cocooning again signified another impending evolution. With narrowed eyes, Song Wen remained still, fixated on the beetle larvae, anxious that the process might not go smoothly and lead to a failed evolution. After half an hour, the beetle larvae was completely enveloped in silk. Seeing it progress without difficulty filled Song Wen with delight. Its evolution would grant him a more formidable ally. However, his gaze fell upon the 40 remaining corpses of white bone worms in his storage bag, presenting a dilemma. The remaining crystals were insufficient for another beetle larvae to evolve. Yet if he wanted the newly evolved beetle larvae to reproduce swiftly, it would be best to have both a male and female beetle larvae. Perhaps I could attempt to procure white bone worm crystals from the market. There were many disciples of the corpse demon sect and nearby wanderers seeking opportunities in the ancient battlefield. Surely someone would return with white bone worm corpses. Resolute, he requested a month's leave from Yuan Chang, with 10 days remaining during which he could cultivate independently. After a stroll through the market, confirming that no shops or vendors sold white bone worm crystals, he decided to set up a booth to buy them. While searching for a suitable spot, he noticed that the location once occupied by senior brother Su was now vacant, the latter's whereabouts unknown. However, he spotted another familiar figure, Chun-Yi, junior sister Chun. Song Wen approached her with a smile. Chun-Yi was the only person he knew well within the corpse demon sect, or indeed in this world. Although their bond was not particularly deep and their mutual trust was not high, they were rare friends capable of sharing a few genuine words. "Ah, senior brother Ji-in, you're back. Did you find the cicada wood you were looking for?" Chun-Yi inquired. Song Wen nodded earnestly. "Indeed, I found it. And I must thank you for your assistance, junior sister. I hope you can keep this matter confidential." Chun-Yi solemnly nodded. "You can rest assured, senior brother. I understand the importance of discretion." Song Wen refrained from elaborating on how he acquired the cicada wood, and Chun-Yi did not pry. They shared an unspoken understanding, respecting each other's secrets. "Are you here to purchase some spiritual herbs?" "It would be a boon for my business," Chun-Yi suggested, her booth displaying a variety of over 10 types of spiritual herbs. Song Wen shook his head. "I am not here to buy herbs today. I merely passed by and wanted to greet you." At this hour, the market was not overly crowded, and with Chun-Yi's stall quiet, Song Wen stood by, engaging her in casual conversation. Chun-Yi, possessing 4th-grade spiritual roots, did not earn much as a spiritual plant worker, yet occasionally benefited from the produce of Zhang Xiaofan's spiritual field, barely sustaining her cultivation needs. Currently, her cultivation was at the 3rd level of qi refinement, nearly extinguishing her chances of becoming an inner sect disciple. Without the prospect of joining the inner sect, obtaining foundation-building pills was nearly impossible. She would have to find her own way, much like senior brother Su. However, it was evident that Chun-Yi lacked Su's temperament and cunning, making it improbable for her to secure foundation-building pills by her own means. In essence, Chun-Yi had almost resigned herself to the cessation of her path toward foundation establishment. Fortunately, she was not inclined toward conflict, nor did she yearn for immense power or longevity. She simply wished for a peaceful life. Thus, she chose to be a spiritual plant worker. Under the protection of Zhang Xiaofan, a direct disciple of the Alchemy Hall, she faced little trouble, and her life in the corpse demon sect had been relatively tranquil over the past 2.5 years. From Chun-E's words, Song Wen could glean her weariness of the precarious life of cultivation within the corpse demon sect. It seemed Zhang Xiaofan was no longer the simple village boy he once was. While receiving Zhang Xiaofan's assistance, Chun-E had likely paid some insincere price. Her only wish now was to one day leave the corpse demon sect and lead a life of freedom, returning to her hometown to find a place to settle down peacefully. Gradually, more people began to fill the market. After bidding farewell to Chun-E, Song Wen ventured outside the market. He circled the area before returning, but this time, his demeanor and appearance had transformed entirely, now dressed like a wandering cultivator. Positioning himself beside Chun-Yi's stall, he set up a makeshift booth with a sign that read, "High prices paid for white bone worm crystals from the ancient battlefield's underground caves." As soon as his stall was established, a market manager approached to collect the stall fee. After paying 5 spiritual stones, the manager handed him a sign and departed. Chun-E paid little attention to the middle-aged cultivator setting up nearby, merely assuming he was an ordinary vendor, completely unaware that this was Song Wen, who had just spoken with her. Chun-E began to bustle about, with a steady stream of cultivators coming to inquire about her prices. In stark contrast, Song Wen's stall remained deserted. However, he was not anxious. He clearly stated that he was only purchasing crystals from the corpses of white bone worms, and without any. There was no one to disturb him. As the evening deepened, at the second watch of the night, a potential customer finally approached his stall. "You buy crystals from white bone worms?" Song Wen's spirits lifted. At last, someone had come. The visitor, clad in the outer sect garb of the corpse demon sect, appeared to be in his 30s, with a square face and at the 6th level of chi refinement. With a smile, Song Wen replied, "Yes. I am indeed looking to purchase white bone worm crystals." The square-faced man remarked, "I happen to have a few white bone worm corpses with the crystals still inside. I can give them to you, but you must first tell me the purpose of these crystals." Taken aback, Song Wen realized that this person was unaware of the crystal's value, indicating that most cultivators still regarded them as useless. He suddenly sensed that his open acquisition of white bone worm crystals might have been somewhat reckless. Quickly, his mind raced, and after a moment, he responded, "I am uncertain of their utility. I am merely following the instructions of Elder Shisho from the sect to procure white bone worm crystals." "Elder Shisho?" the square-faced man murmured, scrutinizing Song Wen's face, attempting to discern any signs of deceit. However, he found no clues of duplicity, leaving him somewhat disappointed. "Since the crystals are needed by Elder Shisho, I shall not overstep. I have 10 white bone worm corpses as a gesture of goodwill for you, junior brother." Without hesitation, Song Wen accepted the white bone worm corpses. Expressing gratitude, "Elder Shisho has been pressing me for these. I truly appreciate your help, senior brother. With these 10 white bone worm crystals, I can fulfill my obligation to Elder Shur." With that, Song Wen began to pack up, presenting the appearance of someone who had successfully acquired sufficient white bone worm crystals and was ready to depart the market. Chapter 95. The black-armored goose. Song Wen tidied up his stall and addressed the still-present man with a square face. "Brother, I bid you farewell." After speaking, he turned and made his way out of the marketplace. The square-faced man watched Song Wen's departing figure for a while, his expression dark and inscrutable. Moments later, he began to follow Song Wen at a distance, trailing him until he saw him exit the marketplace, heading away from the sect. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. "Just as I suspected, this fellow is not being truthful." Had he intended to report to Elder Shisho, he would not have ventured outside the marketplace. Suddenly, Song Wen accelerated, moving with an astonishing speed that exceeded what one at the 4th level of chi refinement should possess. He must be using a swift movement talisman. "Has he noticed me?" The square-faced man quickened his pace as well, but he did not close the distance. Instead, he maintained a gap of 200 to 300 meters. This vicinity is too close to the sect for any confrontation. Abruptly, a surge of blood energy emanated from Song Wen, and his speed increased dramatically, nearly matching that of a 7th level chi refinement practitioner. The square-faced man felt a thrill of anticipation. The blood escape technique. "You think you are the only one who has practiced this technique? Let us see whose skills are more refined, whose blood essence is more profound." The more desperate Song Wen appeared to flee, the more certain the square-faced man became that he was concealing vital information. After a moment, they arrived at a lakeshore several dozen miles from the sect. In the square-faced man's astonishment, Song Wen suddenly vanished into the shadows, his speed exponentially increasing. The square-faced man hurriedly followed to the spot where Song Wen had disappeared, frowning in frustration. How could he have vanished so suddenly? He paced back and forth, meticulously examining the surroundings for any clues. Suddenly, a foot-long black iron spike, exuding an overwhelming aura of death, shot towards him. Humph, a trifling trick. Though the iron spike was a mid-grade magical artifact, the assailant clearly lacked the strength to unleash its true power. The square-faced man was convinced that the attacker was the same fourth-level chi refinement boy who had just vanished. With a flick of his left hand, he summoned a corpse puppet at the 5th level of chi refinement to charge at the soul-piercing spike. His gaze was fixed on a thicket over 50 meters ahead, from where the spike had been fired. The boy must be hiding within. He conjured a pitch-black short blade, launching it towards the thicket with blinding speed. Just as the square-faced man smiled, anticipating the sight of the boy in a grievous state, several gray bugs silently crawled up his pant leg. He suddenly felt excruciating pain in his lower body, his face contorting in agony. It was then that he noticed the small insects had infiltrated his body and were gnawing away furiously inside him. Moments later, he collapsed to the ground, breathless. Song Wen emerged from the thicket, wielding the square-faced man's short blade. With the square-faced man gravely injured and lacking the spiritual energy to control it, the blade's potency was significantly diminished, posing no threat to Song Wen. The square-faced man's corpse puppet stood still, rendered immobile. Song Wen approached the lifeless body, inserting his right hand into the chest of the square-faced man, who still clung to a faint breath. Although much of the man's flesh had been consumed by the beetle goo, Song Wen sought to devour his soul to prevent any potential resurrection by someone employing ghostly techniques who might wish to extract memories from the dying man. He retrieved the storage bag and corpse-raising bag from the body, conjuring a flame that engulfed the now desiccated corpse, reducing it to ash in mere moments. Subsequently, he employed a wind technique to scatter the ashes. Opening the square-faced man's storage bag, he collected over 400 spirit stones, cursing under his breath at the miser. The bag also contained more than 50 white bone insect corpses, which he collected as well. He returned the short blade to the storage bag and left its other contents undisturbed. Using the corpse-raising bag, he stored the corpse puppet. After ensuring he had not overlooked anything, Song Wen executed the blood escape technique and swiftly departed the area. After traveling over 10 miles, he found a suitable place to bury the storage bag and corpse-raising bag. Each practitioner's corpse puppet and magical artifacts bore individual characteristics. He feared being recognized when attempting to sell them. To be safe, he chose to bury them, although the corpse puppet could be reforged to alter its aura and appearance. A 5th-level puppet held little use for him at this stage, better to avoid unnecessary complications. Having completed this task, Song Wen made his way back to the sect. In the following 10 days, Song Wen devoted himself to cultivation within his cave dwelling, not venturing outside. He did not inquire whether the sudden death of the square-faced man had drawn the sect's attention or if the law enforcement hall was investigating the cause of his demise. It was as if the death had no bearing on him whatsoever. During this time, he diligently worked on his cultivation and attempted to refine the corpse puppet at the 9th level of chi refinement. The process was arduous, primarily due to the puppet's overwhelming strength, requiring a gradual approach to refinement. The black-bellied beetle goo, having spun its cocoon, remained silent, prompting Song Wen to temporarily halt feeding it white bone insect crystals until he observed the results of the mutation. Time passed swiftly, and his routine of dissecting corpses, cultivating, and raising goo resumed. When he reappeared in the corpse dissection cave a month later, he astonished Yuan Cheng and many others. Song Wen was one of the rare individuals among the corpse dissectors who had returned alive after experiencing mental disarray. Yet, neither Yuan Cheng nor his fellow dissectors inquired how he had resolved his mental turmoil. Only one portly female dissector approached him, eyeing him with keen interest, and softly remarked, "Extreme In Junior brother, my cave is number 74. I welcome you anytime." After speaking, the 2-meter-5 tall woman swayed her robust frame, turning to leave. Suddenly, she glanced back with a smile. "Junior brother, remember, cave number 74 awaits you." As Song Wen watched her retreating figure, he fell into deep self-doubt. With his slight frame, how could he possibly gather the strength to crawl out of her cave? On the 15th day after the beetle goo had spun its cocoon, it emerged. The newly evolved beetle goo had not changed significantly in size, but had ascended to the formidable 8th level of chi refinement. much to Song Wen's delight. Though he felt a twinge of disappointment, he had harbored hopes that it might directly evolve into a holy beetle goo. The new goo, excluding its head, had transformed into a deep black hue, while its head remained gray. Perhaps when its head also turned black, it would become a true holy beetle goo, Song Wen mused. To distinguish it from other beetle gus, he decided to name this particular one black armored goo. As soon as the black armored goo emerged from its cocoon, it conveyed its hunger to Song Wen. He promptly produced a silver stone for it and extracted several drops of his essence blood. After consuming half a silver stone, equivalent to 25 spirit stones, and 8 drops of blood, the black armored goo finally felt satiated. Song Wen couldn't help but inwardly lament the expense. How could he afford to sustain it? He can only hope that the Wujia goo is merely emerging from its cocoon for the first time, requiring a substantial amount of spiritual energy and vitality for its initial nourishment.